Dominating Sword Immortal Chapter 818 to Chapter 870. Huff. Huff, being hit by the seemingly tangible sword chi, the black-robed old man's pupils suddenly shrank, turning into two dots. Extreme grade sword. That's right, it's an extreme grade sword. Only an extreme grade sword can have this kind of might. Moreover, it's not an ordinary extreme grade sword. Its sword chi is so powerful. The black-robed old man's heartbeat sped up. Although he didn't use swords, it didn't stop him from using them as a means of attack. Taking a step back, with this extreme grade sword, he could trade with other life and death kings for things he wanted. Kid, hand over the sword, and I'll leave your corpse intact. The black-robed old man sucked in a deep breath and said in a sinister tone. If you want it, you'll have to ask it first. Yichen held up the sword with both of his hands, and a beam of purple light shot out. The surrounding surreal space was illuminated by the purple light, and countless tiny purple crystal grains started to condense. Although these crystal grains were mostly purple in color, there were some differences as well. Some were purple-red, some were purple-yellow, some were purple-green, and some were purple-gold. Obviously, these were the crystallization of different elements of natural yuan qi. It's one of the top 10 miraculous metals, purple crystal iron. Seeing the mystical aspect of the Sky Scorpio sword, the black-robed old man couldn't restrain his palpitating heart. Purple crystal iron was extremely hard to find. An extreme-grade sword containing purple crystal iron would increase its value by at least 30%. Let go. The black-robed old man's body was like a ghost as he rapidly approached Yichen. His pair of powerful hands emitting a black metallic luster attempted to snatch the Sky Scorpio sword from Yichen's hand. Ding, the black-robed old man's speed was too fast. Yichen closed his eyes and, relying on his soul power and intuition, slashed at the void, clashing with the opponent's palm. Spiritual sword, the Sky Scorpio sword had clearly struck a solid object, but at the same time, a majestic power passed through the sword and into Yichen's body. Swish! Holding the Sky Scorpio sword, Yichen shot out in the air, creating a purple-black shockwave in front of him. The black-clothed old man didn't move from his original position. He wasn't pushed back, but there was a faint bloodstain on his palm. On the surface of the bloodstain, thin purple crystals spread out, wanting to cover his palm. Within the bloodstain, crystals were also seeping in. Crack, a powerful Jinyuan poured into his palm, shattering the crystal and shaking it off. The black-robed old man licked his lips. What a powerful crystallization power. It can actually threaten me. If Yichen were not at mid-half-step king warrior level, but at the first or second level of life and death challenge, the black-robed elder might not be able to easily shake out the crystallized power. This power was too strange, it seemed like it could crystallize anything. After being pushed back dozens of li, Yichen's arms were aching. The human demon king was too powerful. Even through the Sky Scorpio sword, his arms were still under enormous pressure. If it were the evil vanquishing sword, his arms would have been broken by now. Unfortunately, you don't deserve such a treasured sword. The black-robed old man attacked once again. This time, his movement art had already surpassed the realm of phantoms. As for why he didn't meet force with force and kill Yichen directly, no one knew. Perhaps he wanted to snatch the Sky Scorpio sword before killing Yichen, or perhaps he was playing a cat-and-mouse game. 1 turned into 10, 10 turned into 100, and 100 turned into 1,000. In the void, the black-robed old man's silhouette flickered incessantly. Under his influence, the sky seemed to be covered by a black curtain, and the old man's silhouette moved wantonly within this black curtain. Soul Eye, open. Yichen's soul power could no longer keep up with the black-robed old man's movements. In his perception, black-robed old men were everywhere. As the silver vertical eye opened, Yichen once again closed his eyes, replacing them with the silver vertical eye. What the silver vertical eye saw was a silver world. In this silver world, the black-robed old man's speed slowed down, until it finally reached the level that Yichen could react to. At this moment, Yichen felt like he was watching a movie, except that the people in the movie could come and kill him at any time. Oh, another new ability. The black-robed old man had seen too many miracles on Yichen. Sword Domain, Sky Scorpio Sword, Soul Eye. He really wanted to know what other trump cards Yichen could take out in this desperate situation. This was also the reason why he didn't directly kill Yi Chen. In his eyes, the Sky Scorpio sword was already in the bag. How could a cooked duck fly? If it could fly, then it wasn't a cooked duck. Without a sound, the black-robed old man appeared in front of Yi Chen, his claw reaching out. I've been waiting for you. Although Yi Chen's attacking speed wasn't as fast as the black-robed old man, he had the soul eye, which allowed him to see through the black-robed old man's movements one step ahead. When the opponent approached, Yi Chen was already prepared, slashing out with his sword. This sword was Waning Moon, the Waning Moon performed by the Sky Scorpio sword. The purple-black crescent-shaped sword energy was like an extremely thin crystal. As it collided with the black-robed old man's palm, a large amount of purple crystals exploded, as if a crystal firework had been set off. Amidst the fireworks, the two rapidly retreated. Huff, heavily gasping for air, Yi Chen hurriedly swallowed 3 upper clarity pills. From the start of the battle until now, Yi Chen hadn't stopped swallowing pellets. Of the 10 upper clarity pills, only 2 were left. This was also the reason why he could use the Sky Scorpio sword twice in a row. Feeling the Zhenyuan within his body rapidly recovering, Yi Chen's silver vertical eye unwaveringly stared at the black-robed old man, not daring to relax in the slightest. Dozens of li away, more than half of the black-robed old man's protective Zhenyuan had been crystallized. His right hand and right arm were also covered in a layer of purple crystals. They were fragmented but carried a frightening destructive power. Even if the opponent was a demonic human king, he would still be affected. It's indeed a powerful supreme-grade sword. The black-robed old man didn't seem to care. With a shake of his body, countless purple crystals were shattered. The crystallized power couldn't enter his body at all. This was the gap between their cultivation bases, which couldn't be made up for. Not even the supreme-grade sword could. Still not enough? Yi Chen's brows creased. This was the first time he felt such hopeless despair. Even when he was still at Clasping Yuan realm and encountered Daoist Jin Huang of Floating Mountain, he didn't feel such despair. This kind of despair didn't only come from his soul, but also from his battle intent. Even if there's no hope, I'll create it. The negative emotions were instantly destroyed. Yi Chen's gaze turned sharper, as if he had broken through a new boundary. With one more step, he would reach a new peak. You still haven't given up? Hee, that's good. It won't be fun if you give up too early. As a demonic human king, the black-robed old man didn't feel happy about killing a lower realm martial artist. It was like stepping on an ant, who would care? If the ant was special, wouldn't it be less fun to step on it? Bewitching mirror shattering. As the black-robed old man spoke, Yi Chen took the initiative to attack. With a swing of his sword, the void was dyed purple and began to distort rapidly. In the next moment, the black-robed old man seemed to be sealed in another world. If the previous bewitching mirror shattering looked like a mirror, then this time, under the Sky Scorpio sword, looked like a huge purple crystal screen. Break! Yi Chen let out a low roar as his Zhenyuan was completely drained by the Sky Scorpio sword. With a loud bang, the purple crystal screen shattered, and the black-robed old man inside was also shattered into millions of pieces, turning into a light rain that scattered in all directions. Something's wrong. Swallowing the last 2 upper cleansing pellets, Yi Chen rapidly retreated. Rumble, the place where Yi Chen was originally at caved in, and a huge hole appeared in the space. The edge of the hole was filled with cracks like glass. Unknowingly, the black-robed old man had already escaped from the bewitching mirror shattering, and instantly approached. If you were a member of my demonic human clan, how great would it be? To be honest, the black-robed old man had never met such an outstanding genius like Yi Chen. Whether it was profound sense martial arts, sword will, innate ability, battle skills, or instant reaction, they were all out of this world. Although the 2 perfect demonic humans in their clan were also outstanding, it was only their bloodline that was outstanding. In terms of innate talent and comprehension, they were far inferior to Yi Chen. The bewitching mirror shattering actually couldn't lock onto him. In the distance, Yi Chen's complexion was extremely unsightly. Clearly, the scene just now was an illusion. The black-robed old man simply wasn't sealed in the purple crystal screen. He reckoned that he had already shattered the void a moment ago. Although the bewitching mirror shattering could also affect the depths of the void with the amplification of the Sky Scorpio sword, it was clearly much weaker and couldn't do anything to the black-robed old man. It could be said that the gap between life and death kings and half-step kings was not only in terms of cultivation base, but also in the void shattering. Unfortunately, you're not a member of my clan. The black-robed old man's expression suddenly turned gloomy, and his killing intent surged. At this moment, he had decided to kill Yi Chen, because the latter couldn't possibly have any trump cards left. Looking at the black-robed old man brimming with killing intent, Yi Chen's expression strangely relaxed. The Zhen Yuan in his body had more or less recovered after being dissolved by the 2 upper cleansing pellets. Then, he unblocked the dragon god metal, and a large amount of Zhen Yuan flowed into his body, instantly recovering 90%. I indeed can't defeat you, but it can. The storage ring flickered with a dim light, and an ink painting appeared in Yi Chen's left hand. The painting unfolded and fluttered in the wind. This is... The black-robed old man's gaze fell on the painting in Yi Chen's hand. It was a painting of a person standing on a mountain peak, gazing into the distance. One could only see his back, majestic and elegant. Holding one end of the painting, Yi Chen operated his Jin Yuan and poured it into the painting. Buzz, a strange scene happened. As Yi Chen poured in his Jin Yuan, the painting came to life. The mountain peak turned solid, and the view in the distance was deep and vast. The grass and trees were deep and serene. Meanwhile, the back of the figure on the mountain peak started to flutter in the wind, as if there was a wind blowing out of the painting. The figure turned around. His face was indistinct, but his eyes strangely shone, as if he could see through the entire world and land on the black-robed old man's body. Thump, the black-robed old man's heart skipped a beat. Not only did the opponent's gaze penetrate the painting and land on him, it even brought him a strange pressure. Now that you've brought out this painting, you'll have to resolve the future crisis of True Water Palace ruins. Staring at the black-robed old man, the person in the painting said to Yi Chen. Yi Chen sucked in a deep breath and asked, Senior, what does the crisis of True Water Palace ruins represent? Is it the resurrection of the dead? If only it were that simple. The person in the painting sighed. Senior, who are you? Yi Chen boldly asked. Yuan Songhai. Yuan Songhai? Why does this name sound so familiar? The black-robed old man's face revealed a bitter expression. Suddenly, his expression changed as he cried out in alarm, Yuan Emperor, Yuan Songhai. You're Yuan Emperor? Yuan Emperor? Yi Chen was also startled. The last person to leave an imprint on the Emperor's scar steel was Yuan Emperor. Yuan Emperor had an innate physique, and his Jing Yuan could be said to be boundless. If the person in the painting was truly Yuan Emperor, it would be too outrageous. The person in the painting faintly smiled, turns out there's still someone who remembers my name. The words of the man in the picture undoubtedly told Yi Chen and the black-robed old man that he was the last titled monarch of True Spirit Continent or True Spirit World who could leave his imprint on Emperor Scar Steel, Yuan Emperor. Senior, rest assured. If I have the ability, Yi Chen is willing to resolve the crisis of True Water Palace ruins. If I don't, then Senior has misjudged me. Yi Chen solemnly said. Misjudged me? Hee, you're quite honest. Yuan Emperor smiled. The black-robed old man's expression changed several times. Ultimately, his expression turned sinister. Even if you're Yuan Emperor, so what? The real Yuan Emperor is already dead. You're nothing but a projection left behind by him. You think you can defeat me with your projection? Why don't you try? The Yuan Emperor stepped out of the painting and appeared in the real world. The ink marks on his body gradually faded away. At first glance, he didn't look any different from a real person. However, when he used his soul power to sense, he found that this body was a bit blurry and illusory. I'll give it a try. Watch me blow you up. Magic Mark Annihilation. When fighting with Yi Chen, the black-robed old man did not use any profound martial arts, but the image of the Yuan Emperor was different. Before knowing the opponent's strength, it was better to be more serious. Otherwise, if he was careless and suffered a great loss, it would not be worth it. With a palm strike, a dark crack appeared in the void. It was like a brand that was about to be branded on the body of the Yuan Emperor. It was overbearing and powerful, and there was no way to dodge it. Yi Chen squinted his eyes. If the black-robed old man had used a profound martial skill before, even with the Sky Scorpio sword, he wouldn't have been able to block it. The gap was too big. Profound is too low. The projection of Yuan Emperor shook his head, pointed a finger at the dark crack, and then casually wiped it. Puff, the dark crack vanished like smoke in thin air, as if it had never existed. Damn it! Demonic Dao River! The black-robed old man roared and pushed his Jin Yuan to the limit. His whole body emitted a dazzling black crystal light as he stretched out both of his hands, pushing toward the projection of Yuan Emperor. It was as if he was pushing a huge millstone, wanting to grind the projection of Yuan Emperor alive. Demon's martial skill? Watching the black river surging over and collapsing the space, the projection of Yuan Emperor's expression was indifferent as he punched out. Bang, the black river exploded, and black splashes filled the sky. It was as if a huge fountain had erupted between the two of them. The might of the fist of Yuan Emperor's projection had already reached an extreme level, shocking the ancients and dazzling the contemporaries. Impossible. How can a projection be so powerful? The black-robed old man was blasted away, gliding in the void for dozens of li before stabilizing his body. You're too weak. Low-grade martial skill, low-grade martial will. Is this the level of life and death kings? The projection of Yuan Emperor stood with his hands clasped behind his back and said indifferently. Don't be too arrogant. Your era has long passed. The black-robed old man's long hair fluttered in the air as strange black patterns appeared on both of his hands, covering his entire palms. As the black patterns took shape, his aura abruptly soared. The frightening Jin Yuan ripple caused the space to tremble and cracks to appear everywhere. Eh? I've already refined the supreme-grade gloves into my body. Not bad. Raising his brows, the projection of Yuan Emperor nodded. Die. The black-robed old man didn't care who the opponent was. As long as they obstructed him, they would die. He thrust out his palm, and an even deeper black crack imprinted itself on the projection of Yuan Emperor. It was precisely demonic mark destruction. The projection of Yuan Emperor's expression didn't change. His figure flickered, and the space seemed to disappear as he retreated 10 li. The black crack didn't imprint itself on the projection of Yuan Emperor. It merely remained in the void, not dispersing for a long time. Such means, such a movement. This was the first time Yichen saw two life and death kings exchanging blows. The methods of the black-robed old man astonished him. He could actually leave a mark in the void that didn't disperse for a long time. If this mark was imprinted on a person's body, would they be tortured to death? On the other hand, Yuan Emperor's movement was simply unfathomable. His movements seemed to have already dispelled the boundaries of the void, making it impossible for the black-robed old man to lock onto him. The black-robed old man was 100 times more astonished than Yi Chen. He was extremely clear on the might of demonic scar annihilation. This kind of move could only be resisted head-on, and couldn't be evaded. As long as the black crack locked onto one's life aura, it wouldn't stop until one died. Even if one hid in the void, it wouldn't work. Previously, when Yuan Emperor's projection destroyed the black crack with a finger, he could still accept it, because demonic scar annihilation could be destroyed. But now, the projection of Yuan Emperor had actually evaded it, causing it to lose its target and imprint itself in the void. This body of mine has limited energy. I won't bother with you anymore. Sword, come. Yuan Emperor's projection, who had retreated 10 li away, waved his hand. The evil vanquishing sword on Yi Chen's waist automatically unsheathed and landed in the hand of Yuan Emperor's projection. Yi Chen didn't even have time to react. You want the evil vanquishing sword? Yi Chen didn't understand. According to reason, the Sky Scorpio sword was more powerful than the evil vanquishing sword. With the Sky Scorpio sword in hand, Yuan Emperor's projection could easily kill the black-robed old man. Yuan Emperor's projection seemed to know Yi Chen's thoughts and said, "The evil vanquishing sword contains the power of evil vanquishing, and is targeted at demonic humans. Moreover, that supreme-grade sword of yours consumes too much Xin Yuan. With my current body, I can't bear too much. Moreover, the evil vanquishing sword is enough for me. So that's how it is." Yi Chen nodded. This was Yuan Emperor's projection, not Yuan Emperor himself. He didn't have nearly inexhaustible Xin Yuan. His energy was limited, and it would naturally be best if he could consume as little as possible. Void Yuan Chop. Holding the evil vanquishing sword, Yuan Emperor's projection's gaze turned sharp. With a wave of his hand, the evil vanquishing sword shot out an invisible sword chi, chopping towards the black-robed old man's body. Ah! The black-robed old man roared. He couldn't even sense the trajectory of this sword, but his intuition told him that if he was hit by this sword head-on, he would definitely die. Devil Flash. His body flickered. The black-robed old man's body flickered like a flickering star. Poochie, the invisible sword chi chopped on the black-robed old man's illusory body, but it seemed to have missed. However, Yichen didn't think so, because blood splashed and a faint groan could be heard. Just as he expected, the illusory body shattered, and a real arm fell off. It was crushed into a bloody mist by the sword chi, then disappeared into nothingness. In the distance, the black-robed old man's body appeared. His face was pale, and his right arm had already disappeared, looking extremely uncoordinated. Why? Why did I get hit? The black-robed old man was shocked. The Devil Flash was also a martial art of the demons. Although the demon's martial art didn't require one to cultivate profound, in fact, the Devil Flash still contained the power of space. It was just that the form was different from the space profound, but the essence was no different. He thought that by using the Devil Flash, he would be able to escape, but his right arm was still chopped off. Yuan Emperor curled his lips. You're lucky. My current strength is far from the real me, and the Void Yuan Chop is my weakest move. Other martial arts consume too much energy. Yichen was dumbfounded. The strength of the Yuan Emperor's projection was definitely far from the Yuan Emperor's. The gap was huge, and the Void Yuan Chop was his weakest move. Even so, the black-robed old man, who was a demonic human king, couldn't withstand a single blow from him. From this, it could be inferred how powerful the real Yuan Emperor was. However, I've already seen through your movement trajectory. This time, I'll destroy you. The Yuan Emperor's projection raised the evil vanquishing sword for the second time and lightly chopped. No. The black-robed old man fled in terror, falling into the void. But under the pursuit of the Void Yuan Chop, the space boundary became transparent. Yichen could even see the black-robed old man fleeing in the void. His expression was one of terror, wishing that his parents had given him an extra pair of legs. Such power, worthy of being the Yuan Emperor who shook the world in the past. At this time, countless black petals fell from the void. These petals were only the size of copper coins, and they had clear lines and a soft texture. They were no different from real petals. These black petals were endless, falling from the sky like a rain of petals. And this rain of petals ignored the existence of the boundaries of space, falling into the outside world and then continuing to fall. The moment they touched the ground, they turned from solid to illusory, vanishing. Puff, behind the black-robed old man, flower petals gushed out, and a beautiful woman wearing a gorgeous black robe suddenly appeared. This woman was extremely tall, and her eyes were a faint red. Her towering breasts were just right. She rubbed her right hand, and an invisible force surged out, then she waved it to the side. Chi, the invisible sword Chi turned around and disappeared into the depths of the void. Great Patriarch. Hearing this voice, the black-robed old man's tense nerves relaxed, and a joyful expression flashed across his face. Then, he turned around and respectfully saluted the black-robed woman. The chaotic demon sees Great Patriarch, isn't he the demonic human emperor? Yichen secretly cursed. The demonic human tribe was divided into clans. Generally, the patriarch of a clan was the patriarch. Only the patriarch of the entire clan was called the Great Patriarch. Oh, a strong one came. Kid, you've offended a lot of people. The Yuan Emperor's projection frowned, looking helplessly at Yichen. Yichen smiled wryly. What will come, I can't avoid it. Obviously, the other side came for Murong Qingqing. A mere demonic human emperor wasn't worthy of coming personally. Is that the perfect demonic human bloodline you spoke of? The black-robed woman looked at Murong Qingqing in the crystal space. Indeed, and she cultivates pure demonic power. The black-robed old man operated his undying body as he spoke, recovering his severed right arm. As his flesh wriggled, his right arm instantly grew back. As it appeared, his entire aura dropped. Clearly, the sword strike from Yuan Emperor's projection had destroyed a lot of his cultivation base. Sizing up the bat wings on Morong Qingqing's back, the black-robed woman nodded. She actually awakened the speed talent. Not bad, not bad. Great clan leader, should we kill them? The black-robed old man looked at Yuan Emperor's projection and Yichen with overflowing killing intent. Just now, he had almost lost his life. You don't need to care about this matter. Moreover, you're too careless. The black-robed woman waved her hand, and a white thread was pulled out of the black-robed old man's body. This thread contained an extremely tyrannical purifying power. Its aura wasn't obvious, so it was hidden in the black-robed old man's body without being discovered. Evil vanquishing power. The black-robed old man was startled. Although this thing wouldn't kill him, it would reduce his cultivation base to a fundamental level, making it impossible for him to recover. Even more frightening was that if this evil vanquishing power suddenly erupted in his weakened state, even if he didn't die, he would suffer a cultivation deviation. Crack, the black-robed woman rubbed her fingers, and the silk-like evil vanquishing power was obliterated into nothingness. Her gaze fell on Yuan Emperor's projection and said, "A projection can't have such a powerful battle strength. If my guess is correct, you must have sealed a portion of your Jin Yuan in that spirit accumulation scroll. Only then would you have the strength to surpass ordinary life and death kings." Good insight. Yuan Emperor's projection faintly smiled. I wouldn't dare. At my level, I'm bound to have some insight. Walking out of the void, the black-robed woman stopped a dozen li away, and the black-robed old man followed behind her. You're here for this kid's girlfriend. Yuan Emperor could tell from the image that Morong Qingqing in the crystal space was also a demonic human, and she was a perfect demonic human with a noble bloodline. He thought that Morong Qingqing was kidnapped by Yichen, and then his people chased after her. Not bad. The black-robed woman nodded. Yuan Emperor's projection smiled and said, I would rather tear down 10 temples than destroy a marriage. This child is so outstanding, he is more than qualified to be your demonic human race's son-in-law. There is no need to kill him and do such a shady thing. The black-robed woman said, That's where you're wrong. Before this, I didn't know them. I just didn't want a perfect demonic human bloodline to wander outside and waste a heavenly treasure. So it turns out that he saw a good seedling and wanted to get his hands on him. Yuan Emperor's projection suddenly understood. Exactly. Since that's the case, there's no enmity between you and this child. Not only do you want to steal his girlfriend, you even want to kill him. That's too unreasonable. Yuan Emperor's projection's eyes flickered with a cold light. The black-robed old man interrupted, killing him is because he killed many of my demonic human clansmen. If we let him go, wouldn't our clansmen have died in vain? Your demonic human clan's dead clansmen were probably not geniuses, but this boy is a peerless genius. Killing him is a waste of God's gift. Moreover, I still need him to do something, so I can't allow you to kill him. The black-robed woman sneered, Do you think you can stop me? Most likely not. Yuan Emperor's projection carefully sized up the black-robed woman, then shook his head. If I want to kill him, it's still up to me. Perhaps I might not be able to stop you, but you should know that a true monarch would have some means to steal the fortune of the world. Unfortunately, even after so many years, I still have some memories of it. I believe I can use you to test its might. You're threatening me. The black-robed woman narrowed her eyes, exuding a dangerous aura. It's not a threat, just a warning. The black-robed woman remained silent, but her aura became more and more dangerous, as if she would attack at any moment to kill Yuan Emperor's projection and Yichen. Letting out a breath, the dangerous aura around the black-robed woman dissipated. She said with a faint smile, Interesting, looks like you've got me for sure. Hee, maybe I'm lying to you. You can give it a try. The black-robed old man was badly beaten by Yuan Emperor's projection, almost dying. He said to the black-robed woman, Grand Patriarch, he must be strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. With your strength, there's no need to be afraid of him. Even if he's still alive, he might not be able to do anything to you. Shut up. The black-robed woman glared at the black-robed old man. Yes. The black-robed old man was extremely obedient in front of the black-robed woman. You win. The black-robed woman gave up on the idea of probing. As for the black-robed old man's words, she did not even consider it. If Yuan Emperor's main body hadn't died, even 3 of her wouldn't have been his match. How could an ordinary titled monarch be able to leave a mark on the Emperor's scar steel? And the current Yuan Emperor's projection looked extremely weak. She had 99% confidence that she could kill him. Unfortunately, just as the Yuan Emperor's projection had said, a true titled monarch would always have some heavenly treasures. These methods were profound and unfathomable, not reflected in combat power. Once hit, even if one's strength was doubled, they might still die. There was no need for her to gamble. Her gaze fell on Yi Chen. The black-robed woman said, "Don't worry, I never planned to kill you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here personally. I don't have the ability to predict the future." She had been in seclusion all this time and was completely unaware of Morong Qingqing's matter. Only when she came out of seclusion did she learn of the news. She knew that if she wanted Morong Qingqing to willingly join the chaotic demon sea's human demon race, she couldn't kill Yi Chen. Otherwise, unless she erased his memories, he would definitely be filled with resentment. Fortunately, the human demon kings of the human demon race all carried sensory pearls. Relying on the senses of the sensory pearls, she quickly chased after Yi Chen. What happened next was what had just happened. Yi Chen's thoughts turned at lightning speed. He felt that the black-robed woman shouldn't be lying, and there was no need for her to lie. If not for the unexpected incident of the standing high sight painting, a human demon king could have easily taken away Morong Qingqing. There was no need for her to come here personally and waste her time. Perhaps? Yi Chen declined to comment. "I will take her away no matter what." The black-robed woman's tone changed, and she said resolutely. A helpless expression flickered on Yuan Emperor's face. "Seems like there's no way to resolve this peacefully." As he spoke, 3 illusory flowers appeared above his head. 1 red, 1 yellow, and 1 blue, the 3 flowers intertwined and blossomed with a mysterious radiance. "You really didn't lie to me." The black-robed woman saw the reaction of Yuan Emperor's image and continued, "This matter can be resolved peacefully. I have the confidence to convince him." "Oh. I'll wait and see then." The 3 flowers above Yuan Emperor's image remained motionless. Glancing at the flowers above Yuan Emperor's head with apprehension, the black-robed woman let out a breath and said to Yi Chen, "You've cultivated to this level, which proves that you have a great determination to climb to the peak. In the future, you might even become a sword king, or even a sword emperor. Thanks for the compliment." Yi Chen's expression remained unchanged as he listened to the next words. "But have you ever thought that if she follows you, will she really step into life and death realm? She's a perfect demonic human, and this is an unchangeable fact. In this world, demonic chi is extremely scarce, and it's simply not suitable for cultivating demonic power. I don't know how she cultivated to half-step king realm, but I'm sure that without any earth-shattering transformation, she'll never become a king." "Has a perfect demonic human never appeared in Elysium?" Yi Chen asked. "There have been, but not one in the last 10,000 years. 10,000 years ago, they also needed an enormous opportunity to succeed. Moreover, each of them spent a long time, and their appearances were no longer there." Yuan Emperor's image smiled bitterly. "She's right. Elysium is not suitable for cultivating demonic power. Demonic power is the energy that demons cultivate, and they don't belong to this world. You can also gamble, but I'm afraid you'll regret it. Under life and death realm, one only has a lifespan of 300 years. By the time she becomes a life and death king in 100 years, or even 200 years, she'll already be an old woman. Will you still like her then? Will it be suitable for you to be together?" The black-robed woman closely stared at Yi Chen. Yi Chen's expression continuously changed. In fact, he was almost convinced. Her words were exactly what he was worried about. The demonic power crystals in Morong Qingqing's body could at most allow her to reach the first layer of life and death chamber. As for demonic power essence, it was almost negligible. Moreover, breaking through to life and death realm was simply too difficult. Even human peerless geniuses didn't have much confidence in doing so, not to mention a demonic power cultivator like Morong Qingqing. Taking a step back, even if Morong Qingqing obtained a lot of demonic power crystals, it would only increase her chances by a little bit. However, her chances would still be lower than human geniuses. After all, breaking through to life and death realm required not only energy, but also environment. The black-robed woman could see that Yichen was struggling, so she continued, she has perfect demonic human bloodline. In chaotic demonic ocean, her position is transcendent. I will wholeheartedly nurture her and make her my last disciple. Moreover, you also know that the environment of chaotic demonic ocean is extremely suitable for demonic power cultivation. In that place, her chances of entering life and death realm will not be lower than yours. Once she becomes a demonic human king, she can go anywhere under the heavens. If you're not afraid of me harming you, you can come and see her whenever you want. Dispersing his hesitation, Yichen solemnly nodded, all right, I agree to let her go with you. However, if you don't treat her well or harms her, as long as I don't die, I will eradicate the entire chaotic demonic ocean sooner or later, leaving not a single blade of grass behind. Good kid, the black-robed woman was both startled and furious. No one had ever dared to threaten her in front of her. Fortunately, the other party had agreed. That will never happen. You can rest assured. I'll forgive your disrespect this time, but next time, you'll have to be careful. Hee, you've got guts. Yuan Emperor was quite appreciative of Yichen's character. However, you'll have to convince her. The black-robed woman waved her hand, and the crystal space ceiling Morong Qingqing disappeared. Give me some time. Yichen's figure flickered and shot toward Morong Qingqing. An hour later, Morong Qingqing agreed. Their separation at this time was for the sake of a long reunion in the future. She was not a person who only cared about love. Moreover, if her cultivation base was low, she would only be a burden by Yichen's side. This was the last thing she wanted. Let's go. The black-robed woman waved at Morong Qingqing with a kind attitude. Yichen. Morong Qingqing took a few steps forward and turned back to look at Yichen. Yichen smiled and said, go. With your talent, you can become a demonic human king in 3 to 5 years in the chaotic demonic sea. At that time, you and I can travel the universe and explore the world together. Yes. Morong Qingqing nodded and walked to the black-robed woman's side with determination. The black-robed woman showed a gratified expression. The demonic human tribe looked powerful, but they were too few in number. Compared to the entire human tribe, they were insignificant. Every bit of power meant a bit more hope of survival. She was confident that she could train Morong Qingqing to be the pillar of the demonic human tribe. Let's go. The black-robed woman waved her hand, and the black rain of flowers fell from the sky and suddenly gathered together, wrapping her and Morong Qingqing in it. Then, they turned into a black light spot and disappeared. Humph. The black-robed old man glanced at Yichen coldly and then disappeared. Fortunately, it was settled peacefully. Otherwise, we would have been in danger. The Yuan Emperor's image said with a bitter smile. Letting out a deep breath, as if trying to drive away the bitterness of Morong Qingqing's departure, Yichen turned around and said respectfully to the Yuan Emperor's image, thank you for your help, senior. Yichen will never forget it. Although he didn't think that the demonic human emperor came here just to kill him, and maybe it was just as she said, to stop the black-robed old man. But no matter what, the Yuan Emperor's image did help him. The Yuan Emperor's image said, let's not be so cliché. I am just a tool now. I will help whoever gets it, as long as he is not bad. Senior, what exactly is the danger of the True Water Palace? Can you elaborate? Yichen asked curiously. In ancient times, the demons and humans fought for the control of the True Water Palace. The demons lost. As far as I know, the demons are not people of this world. They come from the outer realms. Apart from the demons, there are other races that have invaded Elysium. However, because they are few in number and move stealthily, no one knows about them. The True Water Palace was destroyed by the experts of another race, and they carried out a secret plan, turning it into an ominous land. I went to explore but didn't find anything. Later on, I and the other kings sealed the entire palace and sunk it into the ocean, hoping that the later generations can find something and solve this crisis. The Yuan Emperor's image said. The demons are not people of this world? Yichen was quite astonished. This was the first time he had heard of such a secret. Moreover, the True Water Palace was also related to a race from the outer realms. It seemed like Elysium was not as safe as he had imagined. The races from the outer realms were eyeing this place covetously. Rest assured, Senior. As long as Yichen has the ability, I will certainly solve this crisis. Yichen said resolutely. The Yuan Emperor's image smiled, no rush. That seal can still persist for a long time. Perhaps you won't be needed, unless there is an external force to break the seal. Then, I still have a long time. Yichen let out a sigh of relief. What he lacked was time. The Yuan Emperor's gaze fell on Yichen and sized him up. The Yuan Emperor's image said, I can sense that you are one of the main characters of this era. Your luck is abundant. As long as you don't die prematurely, you will become a world-shaking character sooner or later. How nostalgic. If we were born in the same era, we might even be rivals. There were only a few people that could attract the attention of the Yuan Emperor. It should be known that in his era, the Yuan Emperor could be said to have shaken the whole universe and was unrivaled. Even modern people held the Yuan Emperor in high esteem, believing that Yuan Emperor was an absolute expert among the titled monarchs of the past and present. Senior must be joking. Before reaching the level of the Yuan Emperor, Yichen felt that it was better to be humble. This was not the time to use his heroic spirit. The Yuan Emperor's image said, enter life and death realm as soon as possible. At that time, you will discover that the world is so vast and mysterious that you can spend your entire life exploring it without the slightest bit of boredom. I will. Yi Chen's gaze turned sharp. Alright, if there's nothing life-threatening in the future, don't use this painting. I don't have much energy left. Once my will enters the real world, it will gradually dissipate. As he spoke, the Yuan Emperor's image took a step forward and entered the painting, once again condensing into a water demon's silhouette, motionless. Many thanks. Inwardly saying this, Yichen rolled up the painting and stored it in his storage ring. In the void, looking at the gloomy Murong Qingqing, the black-robed woman said with a gentle voice, don't think too much. You and him will meet sooner or later. Murong Qingqing didn't speak and only faintly nodded. The black-robed woman continued, as a demonic human, you have the responsibility to protect the entire demonic human race. You should know that although our race seems calm and peaceful, it's actually filled with hidden dangers. The slightest carelessness could lead to the destruction of our entire race. Whether it's for him, for yourself, or for your family, you have to become powerful. Otherwise, you'll hate yourself for being so weak in the future. Murong Qingqing could hear the exhaustion in the black-robed woman's voice, so she asked, Senior, although our race is not favored by the human race, it's not to this extent, right? You haven't reached my level, so of course you don't know about the crisis of our race. Let me ask you, one day, between demons and humans, which side would you choose? Murong Qingqing was startled, weren't the demons annihilated? How could the demons be annihilated? They are not a race from Elysium. They come from the outer realm, a powerful race from another world. When they come to Elysium again, it will be the second great war between demonic humans. Our race will be stuck in the middle, as if we're treading on thin ice. Countless years have passed, and no demons have made a move. It can't be such a coincidence, right? Life and death realm warriors only had a lifespan of 1,000 years. For a great war to happen in 1,000 years, Murong Qingqing felt that the chances were extremely small, almost impossible. Better to prevent than to nip it in the bud. Moreover, I'm not saying it without any basis. In short, you have to become powerful as soon as possible. Powerful enough to become a peak character in this world. Only then will you have the right to speak and fight for the right to live for our race. Senior, which side will you choose? Murong Qingqing suddenly asked. Me. The lady in black forced a smile, it's not about which side I choose, but whether they trust us or not. If they choose the demons, we are just lower-class people. If we choose the human race, they will definitely be on guard against us. If someone with bad intentions appears and provokes us, our race will be in danger. I will choose the human race. Murong Qingqing said with determination. She was born and raised in Elysium. Half of her blood was human. Therefore, it was reasonable for her to choose the human race. It is meaningless to choose now. The lady in black did not speak anymore. She sighed in her mind, hoping that this day would not happen. At least, it would not happen in her lifetime. Without Morong Qingqing to accompany him, Yichen did not ride on the flying puppet anymore. He only relied on the Jinyuan inside his body and flew towards the south. After half a month, Yichen stopped and looked down at the ocean. He mumbled to himself, the cold iron city should be right under here. The space between Qin Wentian's eyebrows split open, and the silver vertical eye looked down. In the silver world, the seawater had become transparent. Below the seabed, a majestic and vast city sat there. The city was covered by a round barrier, and there were people coming and going from time to time. It was incomparably prosperous. Closing his vertical eye, Yichen took a deep breath. His body flashed as he jumped into the ocean, swimming towards the cold iron city. The cold iron city was a very ancient city in Elysium. It was said that the whole city wall was made of thousand-year cold iron. Although the thousand-year cold iron was not a precious metal, it was still not something that could be easily found. Building the city wall would require an uncountable amount of thousand-year cold iron. There were two reasons for entering the cold iron city. First, it was to broaden his horizons. Second, it was because Yichen knew that the cold iron city was rich in materials, and the trade volume was huge. Maybe he could find some extreme rank materials there, which could be used to forge extreme rank great swords in the future. After all, he was not far from the life and death realm. It would not be a bad thing to accumulate some materials. There were 8 city gates in the cold iron city. The other places were not allowed to enter, and could not be entered. Outside the north gate, Yichen landed. Without much inspection, Yichen was allowed to enter the cold iron city. In other cities, the most prosperous place would be the restaurants. But in the cold iron city, the most popular place was the trade of materials. Walking on the street, there were stalls selling materials everywhere. Some of the things on these stalls were things that Yichen had never seen before. As a newcomer, Yichen was not familiar with the cold iron city. So, he walked around and bought some materials for forging swords. Mid-rank, top rank, everything was not missed. The higher the level of sword forging, the slower the progress would be. If one wanted to reach the realm of perfection, he would have to forge more swords and accumulate more experience. In the evening, Yichen arrived at a restaurant. Have you heard? Recently, a merchant group was annihilated by 3 of the 50 bandits of the Blood Sea. All of their belongings were plundered. The men were killed and the women were taken away. This is not news anymore. A few days ago, it was spread all over the city. It caused the merchant groups in the cold iron city to not dare to casually leave the city. They are currently recruiting and buying horses. Only when they have enough people will they dare to leave the city. These 50 bandits of the Blood Sea are really terrifying. The 50 bandits have always been the most mysterious force in the Blood Sea. Any one of them is an overlord of a region. It's not just about us. As long as we don't pass through the Blood Sea, it will be fine. When Yichen sat down, he heard many people discussing about the 50 bandits of the Blood Sea. Yichen did not care much about it. He ordered some dishes and wine and enjoyed it alone. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Yichen left the restaurant. When he walked out of the door, a lady in blue walked past him. The two of them seemed to have sensed each other's aura and were slightly startled. This cold iron city is indeed an important city in the southern deep sea. There are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. On the street, Yichen thought to himself. The lady in blue was also very curious about Yichen. His cultivation was only at mid-rank half-step king warrior realm, but somehow, he had given her a lot of pressure. If it were normal half-step king warriors, they would not be able to feel this kind of pressure at all. But, her instinct was extremely sharp, and she was very sensitive to some hidden things. The life and death secret realm that happens once every 10 years will start in half a year. All of the hidden young warriors will show up. I cannot be careless. A thought flashed through her mind as she turned around to check on Yichen. But unfortunately, Yichen had already disappeared from the street. The cold iron city was a big trading city for materials. Since there were a lot of materials, there were naturally some rare alchemists and weapon forgers. Alchemists would need a cauldron, and weapon forgers would need a stove. Besides that, they would also need a suitable environment for making pellets and weapons. Renting a yard that was suitable for weapon forgers, Yichen started to forge mid-rank great swords, continuing to train his skills. Dang! Dang, dang! Dang! Inside the forging room, Yichen's upper body was bare as he held a hammer in his hand, hitting the sword. It was a mid-rank hammer, and each time he hit the sword, it would have the same amount of power. There was also a special power that washed over the sword, clearing out the meridians of the sword. After 4 to 5 days, Yichen was finally able to forge top-rank mid-rank great swords with 100% success rate. The success rate of super-rank mid-rank great swords was also more than 30%, close to 40%. This meant that his mid-rank sword forging technique was getting better and better, and he was not too far away from the perfect level. On this day, Yichen came to a big street. On this street, there were many trade caravans with different flags, fluttering in the wind. The Green Sun trade team is hiring warriors to go to the Blood Sky land. Late Sea of Souls realm warriors are needed for 100 people, 150,000 top-rank soul stones per person. 10 half-step king warriors, 1 million top-rank soul stones per person. 1/10 will be paid first, and the rest will be paid when we arrive at the destination. The Sickle trade team is hiring warriors to go to the Blood Sky land. There were dozens of different sized trade teams on the street. The smaller ones only needed dozens of people, and no more than 30 at most. The bigger ones needed hundreds of people, and the price was also very high. It was not hard to imagine how high the total value of their goods would be. These people are either demi-beasts, demon arts, or even demonic beasts. Indeed, the Blood Sky land is full of demons, and there are not many righteous people here. The Blood Sky land was a land that the Battle King had been to before. It was much smaller than the True Spirit land, but it was filled with beasts and demons. It was a paradise for beasts, demonic martial artists, and demi-beasts. Compared to the Blood Sky land, the True Spirit land was 100 times more peaceful. The Full Moon trade team is hiring warriors of Late Sea of Souls realm warriors. There is no limit, 200,000 top-rank soul stones per person, 30 half-step king warriors, 1 million top-rank soul stones per person, 3 million top-rank warriors. The top warrior, half-step king warriors, 300,000 top-rank soul. The other big trade teams had already paid a high price, but the Full Moon trade team's price was 20% higher than theirs. Plus, they were interested in hiring the top half-step king warriors, so the price was 3 million top-rank soul stones. If they wanted to hire all of them, they would have to pay almost 100 million top-rank soul stones. Damn. The Full Moon trade team is indeed rich. They can always beat us. What can we do? They are from the Full Moon trade team, which is one of the top 2 trade teams in the Blood Sky land. They have power all over the whole land and the ocean around. Their wealth is immeasurable. 100 million top-rank soul stones is just a small amount for them. The other trade team leaders looked at the Full Moon trade team with envy. Count me in. Me. Too. Haha, this is the right time. I am going back to the Blood Sky land anyway. Everyone who came to this street were all powerful warriors. The weakest among them was at Mid-Sea of Souls realm, and the highest was obviously half-step king warrior. Before, everyone was still waiting for a good price, but once the Full Moon trade team announced their price, 1/3 of the people rushed over. Soon, the Full Moon trade team had hired 200 to 300 Late Seas of Souls realm warriors, and more than 10 half-step king warriors as well. However, the leader of the trade team was still not satisfied. The Cold Iron City and the Blood Sky land were separated by the Blood Ocean. The 50 robbers were extremely aggressive, and the Full Moon trade team was the target of the 50 robbers. Without enough power, it would be easy for them to be slaughtered. Leader, although there are a lot of powerful warriors in the Cold Iron City, as well as a lot of the Southern Deep Ocean and Blood Sky land, not everyone would be willing to take this kind of dangerous job. I am afraid we will have to stay for a few more days and hire enough powerful warriors before we leave. There were 4 half-step king warriors in the Full Moon trade team, and the one talking was a middle-aged man in his 50s. He was full of demon chi, obviously walking on the demon path. The leader of the trade team was only at Late Sea of Souls realm. He shook his head. No, the 50 pirates must have spies in the city. The longer we wait, the more prepared they will be. We have to leave today. We cannot give them any time to prepare. The middle-aged man thought that it was reasonable, so he thought to himself, the 50 pirates are too arrogant. I wonder why no one has gone to kill them. It is not that simple. The 50 pirates have thousands of years of history. Every time one of them dies, there will be a new one to replace it. There should be a huge organization behind them, and they will never stop killing them. Plus, there are also life and death realm warriors among them. It will be very troublesome. The 50 pirates were only people on the surface. As the leader of a trade team, he knew more than the others. Do you still need people here? Right then, Yichen walked over and asked. Half-step king warrior. Yes. The leader of the trade team was a chubby elder. Seeing that there was another half-step king warrior who accepted the job, a smile appeared on his face. This is your 120,000 top-rank soulstones. The remaining 90% will be given to you when we get to the Blood Sky Land. This is the rule. The chubby elder gave the deposit to Yichen. Yichen did not really care about the hiring fee. He was going to the Blood Sky Land anyway, so it would be convenient for him. Standing on the side with his eyes closed, Yichen waited quietly for the departure. Count me in. All of a sudden, Yichen heard a crisp female voice. He opened his eyes and was a bit surprised. It was the lady in blue who had walked past him in front of the restaurant a couple of days ago. She was very pretty, and there was a long and thin blade on her waist. She looked very handsome, like a heroine. As Yichen looked at her, the lady in blue looked over as well. Hello, I am Lan Sanmei. The lady in blue introduced herself. Yichen. Yichen's senses were very sharp. He could tell that although Lan Sanmei looked very peaceful, there was a hint of evil chi in his eyes. He was obviously a powerful warrior who trained demon arts. Although his cultivation was a bit weaker than the Dark Light King, he was still at the first level of life and death challenge. The chubby elder was very happy. He did not have much hope before, but he did not expect that there would be a top half-step king warrior joining them. With a top half-step king warrior, the trade team would be much safer. Alright, let's go. Waving his hand, the chubby elder said confidently. Wait, do you still need people? A familiar voice fell into Yichen's ears. He turned around and said with surprise, Thunder Spirit King. It was indeed the Thunder Spirit King, one of the top half-step king warriors of the True Spirit continent. Haha, great. Another top half-step king warrior. And this person's cultivation is so powerful. He must be at least at the peak of the second level of life and death challenge. The chubby elder and the 4 top half-step king warriors of the trade team were very excited. 2 top half-step king warriors had appeared in a row. Today was indeed a lucky day for the trade team. As for the Thunder Spirit King's request, the chubby elder would naturally not reject it. He gave him 300,000 top-rank soul stones without hesitation and invited him to join the trade team. You are Yichen, right? The Thunder Spirit King would not ignore Yichen, so he said with a smile. Yichen said with a bit of emotion, I did not expect to see you here. What a coincidence. Yeah. The Thunder Spirit King was also very emotional. The Cold Iron City was hundreds of millions of miles away from the True Spirit continent, and to be able to run into an acquaintance was almost impossible. What surprised him was that Yichen had already reached the mid-rank half-step king warrior level. With his talent, he might be able to compete with the top half-step king warriors. Leaving the city, the group of dozens of people flew toward the south. Along the way, Yichen and the Thunder Spirit King chatted for a while. There are so many powerful warriors out there, unlike the True Spirit continent. They are all either in closed-up training or like me, running out into the open ocean. There are not many of them left on the True Spirit continent. The Thunder Spirit King said. Yichen said, there are a lot of half-step king warriors on the True Spirit continent as well. On his way here, he had run into a lot of half-step king warriors, which made him wonder if the half-step king warriors on the True Spirit continent were not as powerful as the Deep South Ocean. Although he had not actually made it into the circle of half-step king warriors on the True Spirit continent, he had only run into a bunch of them in the 4 Extreme Emperor's tomb. The Thunder Spirit King said, of course not. That time in the tomb, only a small part of them had gone. There were still some left in the martial schools. Besides, most of them are not on the true spirit continent. They are exploring everywhere, looking for their own opportunities to train themselves. Is that so? Yichen nodded. After reaching the half-step king warrior level, it was time to prepare for the life and death realm. Obviously, everyone would not just sit around and do nothing. They all had their own things to do. The Thunder Spirit King said again, "You are already at the half-step king warrior level. You cannot miss the life and death secret realm. By then, you will run into a lot of martial geniuses just like you." "I know. There is an entrance in the Blood Sky land anyway. I will just go in there." There was no way that Yichen did not know about the life and death secret realm since it was in the Battle King's memory. "It is good that you know." "Oh right, I have also entered the life and death secret realm before. Inside, we of the true spirit continent have to stick together. Otherwise, we will be easily bullied by the martial geniuses from other places. So, after you go in, you have to get in touch with the warriors on the life and death realm waiting list. They are Luo Tiandu. There are martial geniuses on the life and death realm waiting list in our true spirit continent?" Yichen had never heard of them before. In terms of martial geniuses, of course, they are not as powerful as your generation. But, they are all in their 40s, and their cultivation is very high. If it were not for the fact that I am over the age limit, I could introduce you to them. From the Thunder Spirit King, Yichen had learned a lot of things. Although this year's martial geniuses were very powerful and glorious, the geniuses from the previous year would not be that bad either. The most powerful ones were almost the same as the top 4 young warriors, who had reached the half-step king warrior realm before the age of 40. They had even made it into the life and death realm substitute ranking. Now that 10 years had passed, they were all almost 50 years old, which meant that their cultivation and power must be very powerful. This also explained why there weren't any young geniuses in their 40s or 50s in True Spirit Continent's master ranking. It was because the majority of them had already become half-step kings, so they naturally wouldn't come out to compete for the ranking. Master-level experts were only masters, so how could they be compared to half-step kings? As for the most powerful half-step king warriors, there were more than 3 of them. The Thunder Spirit King knew 5 of them, and adding some of them who were in closed-door training all the time, there might be more than 10 of them. The True Spirit Continent was not as simple as it seemed. Otherwise, it would not be the center of the Elysium, the place with the most luck. Besides, Yichen had also learned from the Thunder Spirit King that a lot of the martial geniuses had already reached the half-step king warrior realm. Bai Wuxue was the first, and the others were right behind him, including Lu Xiaoyu, Xiao Hozuan, Xiao Chuhe, and the godly shark princess. As for Duguju and the rest, when the Thunder Spirit King left, they had not made the breakthrough yet. All in all, the martial geniuses of the True Spirit Continent had all started to make the breakthrough. In terms of training talent, Yichen actually did not have much of an advantage. "Thunder Spirit King, are you at the 3rd level of the Life and Death Challenge?" Yichen asked. The Thunder Spirit King laughed. "You saw through me. Not bad, I have already reached the 3rd level of the Life and Death Challenge. I will try to reach the life and death realm before I turn 70. Although Xianho had reached the life and death realm at the age of 35, it did not mean that people who were slightly weaker than her would be able to reach the life and death realm at the age of 36 or 37. Life and death realm was the highest realm in Elysium, and it was not something that could be easily reached. Not only did it require talent, but it also required a bit of luck. Perhaps one might be one of the top martial geniuses before reaching the life and death realm, but would reach the life and death realm later than others. Anything was possible. "Mr. Yi, are you from the True Spirit Continent?" As the two were talking, Lan Sanmei suddenly interrupted. Yichen nodded and said, "Yes." He and the Thunder Spirit King did not use Jinyuan sound transmission, so it was not surprising that Lan Sanmei could hear it. "I have always wanted to go to the True Spirit Continent. I heard that it is the center of the Elysium, and the Blood Sky Continent was also separated from the True Spirit Continent." Lan Sanmei knew a lot about it. The Thunder Spirit King chuckled. "They all say that there are many beasts in the Blood Sky Continent. You have trained a demon martial art, so you must be one of the famous martial geniuses in the Blood Sky Continent. You flatter me. Your power is the one that I admire." Lan Sanmei was very scared of the Thunder Spirit King, who used blades just like her. However, his cultivation was 2 realms higher than hers. She did not think that she would be able to beat him with a higher cultivation. She was a martial genius, but the Thunder Spirit King was not ordinary either. Although he did not look like a young man, but more like a middle-aged man, judging from his life force, he was only in his 50s. Being able to reach the 3rd level of the life and death challenge in his 50s, he must have been a powerful martial genius. Lan Sanmei was very sensitive to life force. The reason why the Thunder Spirit King looked like a middle-aged man was that he had used a secret art to reduce his lifespan by 10 years. Therefore, he looked 10 years older than his peers. Based on the Sea of Souls Realm warrior's lifespan of 300 years, he was only a young man in his 50s. The cold iron city was very deep under the sea. When it came out of the water, a group of hundreds of people floated in the air. "Everyone, come on up." The chubby elder touched his storage ring with his finger, and a massive puppet ship appeared in front of everyone out of nowhere, which made everyone's eyes light up. This puppet ship was 60 to 70 meters long and 10 meters wide. It was covered in a light yellow chi layer, and there were dozens of puppet cannons at the front and the back of the ship. Not bad. It is a top-rank puppet ship. Yichen chuckled. Although the top-rank puppet ships would not be able to threaten half-step king warriors, they would be able to deal quite a bit of damage to Sea of Souls realm warriors, which would save a lot of manpower. Most importantly, sitting on the puppet ships would be a lot easier, since the journey to the Blood Sky land would not be a small one. Everyone got on the ship, and it started to move. The speed of the puppet ship was very fast, even faster than Yichen's flying puppet. Within a second, it could fly dozens of miles away, and one could not feel any wind on the ship, so they could enjoy the scenery from the front of the ship. The chubby elder walked to the front of the ship and said to the Thunder Spirit King and Lan Sanmei, "Thank you too for taking the job and protecting our full moon trade team." The Thunder Spirit King said, "You said it yourself, we were hired by you, so there is no need to thank us. Regardless, with you two here, this trip will be much safer. Once we reach the destination, I will apply for a VIP tag for you too. In the future, as long as you buy anything from us, it will be 10% off, and you two will be the priority." The chubby elder was very smart. No matter where it was, top half-step king warriors were very rare. If he could use the tag to make friends with them and make them feel good about the full moon trade team, it would be a good thing. He believed that the people above would support him for sure. The puppet ship flew for 3 days and arrived on top of a blood ocean. "We are here. Everyone, be careful." The chubby elder walked out of the cabin and reminded everyone. "Don't worry. We have 2 top half-step king warriors here. Unless the 50 robbers attack together, we will have to go back in defeat." Everyone was very relaxed. After all, there were 2 top half-step king warriors here, so there was nothing to worry about. The chubby elder shook his head with a smile. He knew that what everyone said made sense, but he still told everyone to be ready for battle. The first day was peaceful. The second day was also peaceful. On the third day, something bad happened. Every once in a while, there would be a wave of powerful soul power scanning over. "It seems like we are being targeted." Yichen followed the source of the soul power and saw a lot of people. All of them were wearing bloody robes, looking very aggressive. They should be the top 50 robbers in the blood ocean. It would be good if they did not come. "Now that they are here, let my demon blade see some blood," Lan Sanmei said lightly. The next noon, the puppet ship was surrounded by 400 to 500 people. Looking at the 50 people in the lead, some of the people at the front of the ship yelled, "50 robbers! It is the 50 robbers! Oh my god! They are all here! Our luck is so bad. We have bumped into the members of the 50 robbers group," someone said with a pale face. Yichen's gaze landed on the 50 bandits. He discovered that among them, 30 had a cultivation base of peak late Sea of Soul realm, 20 were half-step kings, and 3 of them were strongest half-step kings. "It has been a long time since I had a big battle." Thunder light flashed in the Thunder Spirit King's eyes, his battle intent boiling. One of the 3 leaders of the 50 bandits, a middle-aged man with a face full of scars, licked his lips. "The full moon caravan is the biggest fat sheep. How can we let it go? This time, we've slaughtered the full moon caravan. The loot we've gained is worth at least 300 million top-grade spirit stones. 300 million? You are underestimating the full moon trade team too much. I bet it is worth 500 million. An old lady with fur on her face said with a creepy smile. Alright, let's not be careless. There are 2 top half-step king warriors on their ship. Once we get on, we need to keep them busy. Do not give them the chance to kill our people. The one in the middle was a tall middle-aged man with fish fins on his head. His eyes were more black than white, looking very creepy. Without top half-step king warriors, I think they would not dare to return to the Blood Sky Land. The old lady had an evil look on her face. The tall middle-aged man took a step forward and said with a loud voice, "The people on the ship are the members of the full moon trade team. Hand over your goods and 100 million top-rank spirit stones, and we will let you go. Otherwise, we will kill you." The fat elder stood at the front of the ship and replied, "You are the head of the 50 robbers, the tyrant fish. We, the full moon trade team, do not have any conflicts with you guys. Please move aside now. Do not cause any misunderstanding." Misunderstanding? The tall middle-aged man laughed out loud, showing his sharp teeth. He said, "In our eyes, there is no misunderstanding. There is always obedience. If you do not obey, we will kill you all. I will ask again, do you obey or not?" Hearing him, the fat elder started to panic. On the side of the 50 robbers, there were 3 top half-step king warriors and 17 half-step king warriors. On their side, there were 2 top half-step king warriors and only 14 half-step king warriors, which was a lot weaker. Besides that, although the other 30 of them were only at peak level late seas of Soul's Realm or rank 10 tyrant beasts, being able to be in the top 50 robbers meant that they were not weak at all. They might even be able to kill half-step king warriors. What he was worried about the most was that there were so many of them, and they were only hired warriors. He wondered if they would run away. The fat elder's worry was not without reason. Some of the people on the ship had a flicker in their eyes. They were obviously scared by the aura of the 50 robbers. Lan Sanmei saw that and said coldly, "The Blood Sea 50 robbers would never leave anyone alive. Have you ever heard of anyone that they would let go?" Lan Sanmei's words had woken everyone up. Indeed, since they had encountered the 50 robbers, they would not be able to run away. If they did not stick together, they would only die worse. "What are you afraid of? Let's fight with them. We might not lose. Everyone, let's go." Everyone yelled. The tall middle-aged man's expression turned cold. "You are looking for death. Kill them all." As the tall middle-aged man waved his hand, the 50 robbers and the people behind them all rushed over, throwing out powerful attacks that landed on the puppet ship. "Let's go." Lan Sanmei, Thunder Spirit King, and Yichen took the lead and left the puppet ship. The rest of them came out as well, throwing out attacks together. On the puppet ship, all of the cannons were fired at the same time, shooting out intense flames. As for the members of the full moon trade team, none of them got off the ship, since they had to protect the elder and the goods. But, they were also standing on the ship, attacking the 50 robbers from a distance. The battle had reached its climax within a second. Because of the fact that the number of people had been reduced by half, more than 20 people had been killed before they could even make a sound. "Let's kill some of them first." A cold light flashed through Lan Sanmei's eyes. Her body turned into a black beam of light, shooting into the enemy's group like a thunder. The next second, dark red blade light shot out. Each blade light would take away dozens of lives. Within a couple of blinks of an eye, almost 100 people had died in her hands, including 6 robbers. One of them was even a half-step king warrior, but they still could not survive one blade attack. The tall middle-aged man's eyes were wide open as he yelled, "Ghost Lady, what are you waiting for? Go stop her." Lan Sanmei was way too fast. Before the 2 of them even made contact, she had already entered the enemy's group, which made the enemies unable to react in time. Hundreds of them had been killed by her, which was a huge loss. Plus, Lan Sanmei's power had shocked the tall middle-aged man as well. The ghost lady was indeed an old lady with long hair on her face. Her cultivation was very high, having reached the 2nd level of the life and death challenge. Her weapon was a pair of iron claws that shone with a cold light. Shoo! Like a monkey, she flashed once and passed through countless warriors, appearing right in front of Lan Sanmei. Little girl, die. The iron claws attacked as the ghost lady laughed. It is not certain who will die yet. Lan Sanmei's weapon was a pitch-black long blade. With Zheng Yuan poured into it, it shone with a dark red chi flow. As soon as the blade was thrown out, a bright blade light appeared, clashing with the ghost lady's iron claws. Clang, the ghost lady could not stop her body and was blown away. It is the Demon Blade spell from the Demon Blade martial school. You are the demon girl blade Lan Sanmei. The ghost lady yelled out loud. The Demon Blade martial school was a famous super martial school in the Blood Sky Land, and the Demon Blade spell was their secret martial art. The way of using the power was completely different from the other blade artists. It was extremely aggressive and had the vibrating power. Good that you know. Lan Sanmei quickly gave chase. Along the way, the weaker enemies were shredded into a bloody mist by the saber chi he emitted before they could get close. Lan Sanmei's momentum was unstoppable. Xianxia, go and help. The tall middle-aged man hadn't expected that the ghost woman would be at a disadvantage in just one move. When he heard the ghost woman call out the other's identity, he suddenly understood and hurriedly asked the shadowy middle-aged man to help. Demoness Blade Lan Sanmei, if you catch her, you'll definitely have a good time. Hee, ghost granny, let me help you. The gloomy middle-aged man laughed sinisterly, his figure distorted like a phantom and disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he was already behind Lan Sanmei. Lan Sanmei's senses were sharp. The moment Xianxia appeared, she sensed it. She spun her devil's blade and slashed towards Xianxia's body. It's not good for a woman to be so fierce. Xianxia easily dodged the attack, as if his body was weightless. Yi Chen, let's go. As the Thunder Spirit King spoke, his body jumped out and took out his long blade. He held it with both of his hands and threw out a blade attack from the sky. Boom, a 1,000-meter-long thunder and lightning blade light appeared out of nowhere. 70 to 80 enemies in its path were all turned into ashes by the thunder and lightning blade light. The power of the Thunder Spirit King's one blade attack was even more powerful than Lan Sanmei's. Of course, it also had something to do with the speed of his blade aura. Lan Sanmei's blade speed was slightly faster. Bastard! Where did this kind of powerful warrior come from? The tall middle-aged man was just about to start killing when he was shocked by the Thunder Spirit King. Let me fight you. The tall middle-aged man shook his steel fork and a silver-blue fork shadow shot out, attacking toward the Thunder Spirit King. Although he was only at the second level of the life and death challenge, his real body was a tyrant fish, which meant that he was born to be able to fight beyond his cultivation. Otherwise, he would not have been able to become the leader of the 50 robbers. Ding! Dang, the two started to fight. They are both very powerful. Yi Chen had seen the battling power of Lan Sanmei and the Thunder Spirit King. Lan Sanmei's Demon Blade spell was very unique in terms of how he used his power. Combined with his profound sense martial arts, it was almost indestructible. The Thunder Spirit King's blade art was very powerful, and his body power was also very powerful. He seemed to be a body training warrior. With the combination of the two, it was extremely horrifying. Let's kill him together. Yi Chen stood in the air alone. In front of him, dozens of people from the 50 robbers had their eyes on him. They attacked together, trying to turn him into a blood mist. Shoo! Yi Chen disappeared from where he was standing. 27 sword attacks. In the sky, Yi Chen pointed out his left sword finger and the broken blood sword came out of its scabbard automatically. It divided into 27 sword shadows and shot out. Shoo! 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 Although the defensive sword spell would not be able to kill the top half-step king warriors, it would be too easy for some of the Sea of Souls realm warriors or rank 10 warriors. It was like piercing through tofu. 27 sword shadows shot out at once, killing all of the enemies. This is powerful as well. On the front of the ship, the Fat Elder saw that Lan Sanmei and the Thunder Spirit King were this powerful, so he was very happy. He thought to himself that they might be able to make it back to the Blood Sky Land safely. Once Yi Chen performed his defensive sword spell, the happiness on his face turned into excitement. God bless the full moon trade team. This guy has mastered the lost sword spell, and he has already reached the level of 27 sword attacks. The reason why Yi Chen was able to reach the level of 27 sword attacks was all because of the sword forging he had done before. During the process, his understanding of the sword art had never stopped. If it were not for this, he would not have wasted so much time on forging swords before his cultivation had improved. After all, the life and death secret realm would open in half a year, and he would have to increase his own power. The defensive sword spell was too powerful. In other words, besides the sword realm, none of Yi Chen's other attacks could kill people this fast and this easily. Go. Releasing his soul power, Yi Chen strengthened his control over each of the sword shadows, allowing the 27 sword shadows to enter the battlefield between the two sides. The powerful warriors on the full moon trade team's side realized that the enemies who were fighting with them before had been decapitated and died on the spot. This scene kept repeating as the number of enemies decreased rapidly. In the end, there were only less than 100 of them left. Ah! Why is this happening? The tall middle-aged man had been blown back by the Thunder Spirit King's blade attack. He took some time to check out the battle situation, but it had shocked him even more. The Thunder Spirit King chuckled, "If you want to take him on, you will need a top half-step king warrior. Unfortunately, you do not have enough people. Xianxia, take this brat out first." Biting on his teeth, the tall middle-aged man sent a message to Xianxia, telling him to take on Yi Chen first. He thought that the ghost woman would be able to last for a while under Lan Sanmei's attack. As long as Xianxia could kill Yi Chen within this period of time, it would still be a big win for him. You take care of yourself first. The Thunder Spirit King held his blade with both of his hands as he threw out another blade attack. The thunder blade light seemed to be able to split the sky and the ground, blasting the tall middle-aged man into the ocean. Boom, a massive creature broke out of the water. It was a massive tyrant fish, its body colorful and full of bone spikes. In its mouth, there were rows of sharp teeth like that of a shark. The tall middle-aged man had decided to risk it all. He returned to his original form, wanting to kill the Thunder Spirit King once and for all. On the other side, Xianxia and the ghost woman separated and jumped at Yi Chen. Brat, it is your bad luck to run into me. I, Xianxia, love to kill powerful people. As Xianxia spoke, a circle of transparent pattern spread out. People tremble with fear. Unfortunately, they had encountered 3 great malefic stars. Each of them was decisive in killing and extremely strong in martial arts. 200 against dozens, the 50 robbers were doomed to be wiped out. And the biggest contributors were without a doubt the Thunder Spirit King, Lan Sanmei, and Yi Chen. Please come on board. The chubby elder welcomed the 3 with a big smile on his face. The elder knew how to be a nice guy, so he added 500,000 top-rank soul stones to the Thunder Spirit King and Lan Sanmei. As for Yi Chen, he also enjoyed the treatment of a top half-step king warrior, which was also 3,500,000 top-rank soul stones. No one would complain about having more soul stones, so the 3 gladly accepted it. On the deck, not many of the powerful warriors who had been hired by the full moon trade team had died. Right then, they had gathered in groups of 3 to 5 and started to discuss. So that blue-robed girl is the demoness blade Lan Sanmei. No wonder she's so powerful. Demonic blade sect's disciples are all blade experts, and this Lan Sanmei is a blade Dao genius of the demonic blade sect that's rarely seen in thousands of years. Lan Sanmei's blade art is naturally powerful, but this blade-wielding middle-aged man's blade art is even more tyrannical. With a single blade strike, he killed 70 to 80 enemies. In the end, he stabbed his blade into the tyrant kingfish's head and electrocuted it. Did you not see how high his cultivation is? In my opinion, he is at least at the peak of the 2nd level of the life and death challenge, or even the 3rd level. These 2 are indeed powerful, but that young man seems to be even more mysterious. The 3rd leader of the 50 robbers, Xianxia, was killed by him within 1 sword attack. It was such a quick death. I think it is strange as well. Xianxia is a powerful warrior at the 1st level of the life and death challenge. How could he not even survive 1 sword attack? Perhaps he was too careless? Before, everyone did not pay much attention to Yi Chen, and most of the topics were on Lan Sanmei and the Thunder Spirit King. But now, Yichen had undoubtedly become the focus, mainly because the scene of him killing Xia within one sword attack was way too shocking. It was almost effortless. On the bow of the ship, Yichen and the other two chatted while enjoying the scenery. Lan Sanmei looked at Yichen curiously. "You don't seem to be affected by the bewitching illusion. I didn't expect him to die so quickly in your hands." Yichen said, "Everyone has their own secrets. This can be considered one of my secrets." The Thunder Spirit King laughed. "Do not underestimate him. He is the most powerful martial genius in our True Spirit continent right now. Not only in the True Spirit continent, but in other places as well. I don't think there is anyone who could compete with him. At least, until now, I have not seen anyone." "Eh? The number one martial genius of the True Spirit continent?" Lan Sanmei was shocked. The True Spirit continent was the center of Elysium, and it would be extremely difficult to become the number one martial genius there. No wonder he was only at mid-half-step king warrior level, but he gave me such a strong pressure. It turns out that he is the number one martial genius of the True Spirit continent. Lan Sanmei thought to himself. He started to value Yichen even more now. After taking care of the 50 pirates, there were no more pirates left on the Blood Ocean. The puppet ship passed through the Blood Ocean smoothly and arrived at the shallow ocean in the north of the Blood Sky continent. Lan Sanmei reminded the two, the Blood Sky continent is extremely chaotic. Just like you have heard, there are demons and ghosts everywhere. If you want to protect yourself, it would be best if you don't have any conflicts with powerful parties. Some of the smaller parties should be able to handle it with your power. If you really can't handle it, you can go to the Chaos Demon Region Demon Blade Martial School to look for me. Over there, my Demon Blade Martial School is the most powerful one." After arriving at the shallow ocean in the north of the Blood Sky continent, the Full Moon Trade Team was almost safe. Although it was chaotic, it was only for normal people. The Full Moon Trade Team belonged to the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce, which was one of the top 2 chambers of commerce in the Blood Sky continent. There were not many people who would dare to mess with them. If the Blood Sky continent was not chaotic, I would not have come. The Thunder Spirit King did not put Lan Sanmei's words in his mind. "I know what I am doing." Yichen knew more than the Thunder Spirit King. He had the memory of the Battle King, so he knew how to survive in the Blood Sky continent. Just like what Lan Sanmei had said, the Blood Sky continent was indeed chaotic. The people here were either demon cultivators, beasts, or half-beasts. Compared to the peaceful humans, the races here were much more cruel and cold-blooded. "I hope to see you guys again in the future." Lan Sanmei knew that the two did not take the chaos in the Blood Sky continent seriously, but she was just reminding them. Being able to reach their realm, they had been through all kinds of dangers, so they were naturally very good at surviving. After passing through the shallow ocean in the north, the puppet ship finally flew above the Blood Sky continent. The natural yuan qi in the Blood Sky continent was very violent, which was not suitable for the righteous cultivators to train. In other words, if the righteous cultivators stayed here for too long, they would become evil or demon cultivators. "Haha, here we are. Let's go down." The Full Moon Chamber of Commerce was everywhere in the Blood Sky continent. The chubby elder controlled the puppet ship and landed in a big city near the ocean. Getting off the ship, everyone's eyes flashed with passion. It had been a safe journey, and now it was time to collect the remaining 9% of the commission. "Everyone, the commission is here. Come and get it." Inside the Chamber of Commerce, a lot of people came out. After receiving the elder's order, a small leader came out to give out the commission. "The 3 of you, your commission." Yichen and the other 2 were different. The elder was giving out the commission himself. Before, the elder had already given Yichen 230,000 top-rank soul stones, and now he was giving him 3,150,000 soul stones. "Hold on, your VIP tokens." The elder had just entered the branch and had discussed with the branch leader. He had gotten 3 tags and gave them to Yichen and the other 2. "Not bad. If there is a chance in the future, I will take on your missions again." The Thunder Spirit King put away the tags. He knew that building a good relationship with the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce was not a bad thing. "Thank you. From now on, you will get a 10% discount when you buy anything from my Chamber of Commerce." The elder was extremely excited. You too, I will go first. Lan Sanmei said. Have a safe trip. Yichen nodded. Shoo, a black beam of light sliced through the sky as Lan Sanmei flew out of the city. Soon, he disappeared into the horizon. Yichen, where are you going next? The Thunder Spirit King asked. Yichen said, to the Iron Blood region. Iron Blood region? The Thunder Spirit King froze a bit. It seems like you already have a plan. What about you? Yichen asked him back. Me. I have reached the 3rd level of the life and death challenge, so I need to go through some life and death situations. Otherwise, I would not be able to reach the life and death realm before the age of 70. To become a top half-step king warrior, one had to be active rather than passive. Without going through life and death situations, one would not be able to reach the life and death realm. Then, I hope you can become a life and death realm warrior soon. You too. The Thunder Spirit King laughed as he flew into the sky. In the end, only Yichen was left. Iron Blood region. I wonder what the martial school left by the Battle King has become after hundreds of years. I hope it has not been destroyed yet. The Battle King had been to the Blood Sky land before and created a rank 5 martial school in the Iron Blood region, called the Immortal Sword Martial School. Later on, the Battle King returned to the True Spirit continent and ran into a powerful enemy. Since then, he had never returned to the Iron Blood region. This time, Yichen had come because of the Battle King's request. Of course, Yichen himself had been looking forward to this place as well. If the human cities were peaceful and prosperous, then the cities in the Blood Sky land could only be described as evil. On the streets, there were beasts that had not transformed yet. Some of them had tails, some had fur, and some had scales on their bodies. They were in between humans and beasts, so they were more or less called beastmen. Besides these beasts, there were also demon martial artists with a cold aura and demi-beasts with a cold expression on their faces. Occasionally, one could even see demi-demons. This place looked prosperous, but it was actually full of danger. Humans were bound by morals, and the races here valued power more than anything else. They did whatever they wanted, and were cruel and violent. Shoo, extending his body, Yichen left the city, flying toward the Iron Blood region like lightning. Chase. Just as Yichen left, a group of beastmen chased after him. They had seen it clearly that Yichen had just received the commission from the Full Moon Trade Union, and it seemed to be quite a lot. In the Blood Sky land, the spirit stones were much less than in the True Spirit continent. Warriors with the same cultivation would not have as much wealth as the ones in the True Spirit continent. Plus, they liked to rob other people's wealth. In this group of beast men, there were 2 demi-beast kings, and the rest were all ranked 10 beasts. It was a force that should not be underestimated. They had been gathering around the Full Moon Trade Union all year round, waiting for the chance to ambush the lone warriors who had received the commission. Outside the city, in the wild, it was extremely barren. A beam of sword light sliced through the sky. Right after that, another group of light followed. Seal the sky and lock the ground. The leading demi-beast king opened both of his hands as a bright yellow light shone out of his body. He then shot out into the sky. The gravity suddenly increased, and Yichen's body started to slow down. Boss, your special power is indeed fast. You can make them stay every time. The beastman behind him laughed. The demi-beast king with a face full of pockmarks sneered, without this special power, even if we have our eyes on our target, we might not be able to catch up. Turning around, Yichen looked at this group of beastmen. You want to die? Yichen did not plan to cause any trouble, as he only wanted to get rid of them. But, the latter's special power had slowed him down a lot. Although he had ways to leave, he would not be a coward and not fight back. Arrogant. Kill him. With the 2 demi-beast kings in the lead, this group of beastmen rushed toward Yichen. Some of them had already started to turn into their original forms, such as tigers, birds, or huge snakes. They all performed their powers, attacking toward Yichen. Then die. The broken blood sword was taken out of its scabbard, turning into 27 sword shadows, slicing through the group of beastmen. Swoosh! 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 Blood splashed everywhere as the broken blood sword returned to its scabbard. Yichen reached out his hand and waved, taking all of the beastman's storage rings into his hand. Then, he turned around and flew away. Behind him, a huge amount of dead beastmen fell from the sky, landing heavily on the ground. The blood dyed the ground red and was absorbed by the ground. The True Spirit continent had 4 regions and the Sky Martial region. There were no regions in the Blood Sky land, so there were only 13 regions in total. The Iron Blood region was one of them, located in the west of the Blood Sky land. The Iron Blood region was huge, much bigger than the Thunder region of the True Spirit continent, but not as big as the Sky Martial region. The journey to the Iron Blood region was 70 million miles long, and using the flying puppets would be too slow. So, Yichen flew in the air at his normal speed. Above the Blood Ocean, the wind was blowing hard, and the waves were crashing. Shoo! 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 3 blood shadows appeared out of nowhere in the sky, looking down. I did not expect that the 50 robbers that we had trained with so much effort would all be killed within one day. Did you guys find out who killed them? The blood shadow in the middle was blurry. It was obviously not the real body, but just a projection. But, it still contained a horrifying power. The blood shadow with a pair of horns on its head said, "I found out. Half a month ago, a full moon trade team from the Cold Iron City left for the Blood Sky land. They hired a lot of powerful warriors. After our people got the news, they ambushed them here, and we have not heard from them since then." Full moon trade team, huh? The blood shadow on the right was obviously a female, with a pair of blurry blood-colored wings on her back. She sneered, the full moon trade team would not have any powerful warriors that could kill all 50 robbers. It must be one of the powerful warriors that they hired. As long as we can catch one of them, we will be able to find out who it is. The blood shadow in the middle nodded, "Do not touch the full moon trade team. If we go back and take revenge, it will only break the balance between us. We just need to catch the culprit. I will leave this to you, Blood Cow. Do not disappoint me." "Don't worry, brother." The blood shadow with the horns on its head agreed. The blood shadow and the female blood shadow in the middle slowly disappeared, as if they had never existed. The blood shadow with the horns opened its mouth wide, its eyes red. On the way to the Iron Blood region, Yichen did not run into many attacks. After all, his power was right there. Mid-rank half-step king warrior was enough to calm even the craziest killer down. Moreover, there were not as many half-step king warriors or beast kings in the Blood Sky land as there were not as many in the True Spirit continent, so it was impossible for Yichen to run into all of them. Along the way, Yichen gained some understanding of the Blood Sky continent. In the Blood Sky land, the biggest race was the beasts. Therefore, the beasts' martial schools were the most numerous, and they were also the most powerful. Among them, the top 10 martial schools were the most powerful, and they were the overlords of the Blood Sky land. Next would be the human race. One had to admit that Elysium belonged to the human race after all. Although the number of beasts was not less than the human race, it was still the human race that dominated the world, not the beasts. Even in the Blood Sky land, the human race was not weak. Most of the humans living in the Blood Sky land trained in the demonic arts, and there were very few who trained in the righteous arts. Even if there were, they would slowly turn to the demonic arts as time went by, because it was too difficult for the righteous to survive in this place. You could reason with others, but others would argue with you with their fists. As time went by, hatred would grow in your heart, and you would eventually become a member of the demonic arts. The third biggest race would be the demi-beasts with the bloodline of the beasts. In the True Spirit continent, there were very few demi-beasts, and they would not make much of a difference. However, in the Blood Sky land, the demi-beasts were the third biggest race, with hundreds of billions of them. The 6 demi-beast families were all very famous, and were way more powerful than the demi-beast families in the True Spirit continent. There were also demi-demons in the Blood Sky land. Because of the lack of demi-beasts, all the demi-demon families had gathered together, forming the Blood Sky demi-demon race. Overall, it was obviously not as powerful as the demi-demon race in the chaotic demon ocean, but it was way more powerful than the demi-demon race in the True Spirit continent. The top 4 races were always in conflict with each other. However, in the Blood Sky land, the demi-beast race was recognized as the overlord. Everyone was afraid of them, and did not dare to offend them too much. In the Iron Blood region, there was one of the top 10 beast martial schools, the Iron Paw Beast Martial School. 1 week later, Yichen arrived at the Iron Blood region. According to the Battle King's memory, Yichen knew clearly that the Immortal Sword Martial School was located in the Black Iron Mountain in the Iron Blood region. The Black Iron Mountain was rich in black iron, which made it the perfect location for a sword art martial school. At least, the outer disciples would not have to worry about not having a good sword. Arriving at the Black Iron Mountain, out of caution, Yichen did not fly in. Instead, he flew at a low altitude along the empty space between the mountains. Why are there so many beasts here? On the way, Yichen frowned. Inside the Black Iron Mountain, there were beasts everywhere. Rank 1 beasts, Rank 2 beasts, Rank 3 beasts. There were countless of them. Normally, there would not be that many beasts around a human martial school. Otherwise, how would the disciples be able to come out? They would not risk their disciples' lives for no reason. Something is not right. Yichen had a bad feeling about this. As a half-step king warrior, Yichen's stealth ability was extremely powerful. At least, low-rank beasts would not be able to detect him. Even if he ran into some rank 9 or 10 beasts that had already transformed, they would not be able to detect Yichen. Flying past one mountain after another, Yichen felt that he was not that far from the center of the mountain. Swoosh, his palms shook, and a huge hole appeared on the mountain next to him. Stone powder flew everywhere. Crawling into the hole, Yichen blocked the hole again. Open! The vertical eye between his eyebrows opened as Yichen closed both of his eyes tightly. Inside the silver world, Yichen's third eye's power pierced through the space, allowing him to see everything within millions of miles. Finally, he found the martial school in the mysterious Iron Mountain. Looking around, he forced a laugh. The martial school in the Black Iron Mountain was not the Immortal Sword Martial School, but a beast martial school. On the huge stone tablet in front of the mountain, there were 3 huge words, Beast Wolf Martial School. If the Beast Wolf Martial School is here, then where is the Immortal Sword Martial School? Perhaps they had been killed by the Beast Wolf Martial School? Yichen thought it was a bit ironic. In the True Spirit continent, the beasts were the targets of everyone's hunt. But in the Blood Sky Land, the beasts were the masters. Although the low-rank beasts could not escape the fate of being hunted down, because of their low intelligence. There must be a Beast King in the Beast Wolf Martial School. Asking them would be suicide. Letting out a breath of dirty chi, Yichen shattered the rocks blocking the entrance of the cave. His body flashed as he flew out of the mountain. Iron Blood City, the main city of the Iron Blood region. Inside the city, there were mostly humans, demi-beasts, and demi-demons. In the True Spirit continent, the beasts would need to reach rank 9 before they could transform. But in the Blood Sky Land, they would be able to transform a bit earlier, at rank 7. According to the rumors, the top 10 beast martial schools in the Blood Sky Land had created a kind of shape-shifting pellet, which could allow the beasts to transform earlier. But, the beasts above rank 7 could not be compared with all the humans and demi-demons in the city after all. Looking at the beasts walking past him with pride, Yichen thought to himself, after devouring a wind-fire pellet and getting the extreme rank beast power crystal, the dream-eating wolf is about to become a demi-beast king. I wonder if it will be able to transform this time. If it succeeds, then I will let it stay by my side. There were different kinds of beasts as well. They were born with a hard time transforming, but some of them were born with it. It was hard to tell. A Sea of Souls realm warrior who trained demon arts walked over. Yichen passed on a Zhenyuan message to him. Excuse me, is there a human martial school in the Iron Blood region called the Immortal Sword Martial School? The warrior froze for a second before his eyes landed on Yichen. He suddenly became more respectful. Immortal Sword Martial School? I have never heard of it before. I have lived in the Iron Blood region for so many years, but I have never heard of a martial school called the Immortal Sword Martial School. Did you get the name wrong? Oh, I see. Do you know where I can get information in the Iron Blood City? Walk past this street and turn right. You will see a pavilion with 3 big words written on it. That is the place for people to get information. They have eyes and ears all over the Blood Sky Land. But, the price is a bit expensive. So, do not go there for normal information. What? The pavilion? Yichen was shocked. He could not believe that the pavilion had opened its business in the Blood Sky land. It was way too powerful. All of a sudden, Yichen looked serious. He thought that even if the pavilion had a powerful background, it would not be too exaggerated. But now, he did not think that way anymore. It was a power that was almost all over the Elysium. Although it was not trying to take over the whole world, it was still shocking enough. Welcome to the pavilion. What kind of information are you looking for? The manager of the pavilion was a human elder. Yichen said, "Excuse me, what is the relationship between the pavilion here and the one in the True Spirit continent?" Yichen thought about it and asked. The elder laughed brightly, "We are one family. It seems like you are from the True Spirit continent." Yichen did not deny it and said, "I want to know about the Immortal Sword Martial School. It was built 600 years ago. Immortal Sword Martial School. Let me see." The elder took out a book from the counter and kept flipping. Soon, the elder lifted up his head. "The Immortal Sword Martial School you mentioned, was it founded by the Battle King? If it was, then it would be it." Indeed. Yichen was overjoyed. The elder sighed, "Right now, the Immortal Sword Martial School is no longer called that. It has been changed to the Xianxia Martial School. Xianxia is the name of the Battle King. As for the rank, it has dropped to rank 6. Where is it?" Yichen hurried to ask. 13 million miles to the west of the Iron Blood City, there is a mountain range. The Xianxia Martial School is right there. Let me give you a piece of advice. The school is surrounded by enemies, so you better not get involved. Otherwise, it would be very hard to get out, and you might even get killed. Thank you, but I have to go. Yichen paid the spirit stones and left the pavilion. Waiting until Yichen left, the elder took out a portrait from the counter. It was indeed Yichen. The #1 martial genius of the True Spirit continent, Yichen. It is indeed him. 13 million miles had only taken Yichen 1.5 days. From afar, Yichen saw a huge mountain range. He did not know why, but the mountains were full of plants, and the mountains were beautiful. However, it gave off a gloomy vibe, as if it was an old man who was going to die at any second. Immortal Sword Martial School. How bad is it? Not only has it been changed to the Xianxia Martial School, but the scene in the school is also so miserable. Martial schools had accumulated a lot of luck. Naturally, there would be a lot of scenes. If the luck was dim, then it would look gloomy. It was because of the Battle King that I was able to learn the Immortal Sword intent. Although it might not be the main reason for me to achieve what I have today, it is still something that I cannot ignore. The Battle King's martial school is in trouble, and I cannot ignore it. Otherwise, it would be a shame to the Battle King, and my mind would not be clear. Originally, Yichen wanted to come and see the Immortal Sword Martial School, to see how it was doing. If it was really powerful and full of powerful warriors, he would leave quietly, and not bring any trouble to them. He did not want to become the leader of the school either. However, now that the school was in trouble, and had even changed to the Xianxia Martial School, he could not just ignore it anymore. Letting out a deep breath, Yichen's body flashed as he flew into the deep part of the mountain range. In the middle of the mountain range, there was a huge mountain with beautiful scenery. The top half of the mountain seemed to have been cut off by someone with a saber, as it was smooth and flat. On top of the mountain, there were many buildings, high and low. Other than the gloomy scene, it was actually quite a nice place. Under the mountain, there was a huge stone monument with 3 big words carved on it, Xianxia Martial School. 2 rows of disciples were guarding the mountain gate, chatting here and there. Right then, a group of people came down the mountain with their bags on their backs. "Brother Gao, did you guys ask for leave to go home?" Seeing some people coming down the mountain, one of the guarding disciples asked with a smile. The teenager who was walking in front of them shook his head silently. "Guys, I am glad to have been brothers with you for so many years. In the future, our friendship will continue, and I will miss you guys as well." "Brother Gao, what are you doing?" The guarding disciple's face darkened, as if he had guessed something. The teenager did not say anything, but the female disciple next to him said sadly, "We have decided to leave the school, and never come back." "Why?" Why do you have to leave Xianxia school? The leader and the others have treated you well. Why do you have to leave it this time? Once you leave, Xianxia school will really have no successor. Among the disciples who were guarding the mountain, a rather straightforward young man shouted. The older teenager in front of him shook his head. Brother Wu, don't say any more. Brother Gao must have his own difficulties. Hardship? What hardship? Isn't it just Xianxia school being bullied by the other schools? Although I, Wu Changxing, do not have much talent, I know that the difficulties in front of me will only make me train harder. Since I cannot compete with others in terms of resources, I will use double the time to make up for it. Being humiliated by others will only stimulate my fighting spirit. One day, I will stay in Xianxia martial school and watch it dominate the world. Wu Changxing roared unwillingly, tears welling up in his eyes. Junior brother Wu. The young man who was addressed as senior brother Gao stared at Wu Changxing in a daze. In his impression, junior brother Wu had always been a happy-go-lucky person. When he spoke to others, he would always laugh and laugh. In the past, he was even mocked by his senior brothers. Who would have thought that Wu Changxing would have so many thoughts in his heart? Me. The young man was speechless. In the school, he could be counted as an amazing genius. On the first day he joined the school, he had sworn in his heart that one day, he would use his own talent to make the school prosper. But now, he had already forgotten that oath, because the reality was just too cruel. No matter how talented he was, without resources, he would not be able to compete with those who were not as talented as him. You can go now. I, Wu Changxing, have chosen the wrong person. Gao Ziyuan, from now on, you are no longer my idol. Wu Changxing turned his head. Sigh, the other disciples sighed and stopped talking as well. This disciple has a straightforward personality, but his loyalty is rare. Although he is only at early astral reaching realm, he could be one of the pillars of the school if he is trained properly. On top of a huge tree, Yichen stood there. With his half-step king warrior power, as long as he did not do anything reckless, these disciples would not be able to find him. Looking over, Yichen was completely hidden in the shadows of the trees. Creak, tightening his fists, a painful expression flashed through Gao Ziyuan's eyes. However, it was hidden very well, and no one else could see it. You guys stop talking. The female disciple right next to Gao Ziyuan started to cry. Everyone looked at the female disciple. Her name was Li Chui, and she had always liked Gao Ziyuan. Li Chui said while crying, "What do you know? Do you know how much Brother Gao had sacrificed in order to stay in the school? You don't know anything, so what are you yelling for? Sister Li." Gao Ziyuan stopped her seriously. Li Chui looked at Gao Ziyuan and said loudly, "Brother Gao, I have always liked you. I used to like you, and I still like you now. Therefore, there are some things that I have to say. Why are you always the only one getting hurt? I can't stand it anymore." Senior Sister Li, what happened? A guard disciple asked. Li Chui said sadly, "You guys should all know that Brother Gao's family is a rank 7 family. There are a few successors, and Brother Gao is only one of them. In order to stay in the school, Brother Gao gave up the successor status. However, he never said it because he did not want others to share his pain." Gao Ziyuan said calmly, "Since Sister Li has said it, then I do not have to deny it. Indeed, I am no longer the successor of the Gao family, but I do not regret it. I never wanted to be the leader of the Gao family. I like the freedom that the school has given me. But what about your fiancée? She had waited for you for a couple of years. Seeing that you were so determined to stay in the school, she cancelled the engagement with you. She thought that you would have no future in the school. I heard that she had gotten together with a genius disciple from the Extreme Heaven Martial School." Enough, don't say any more. Gao Ziyuan's eyes were red as he stared at Li Chui. Li Chui was shocked. She had never seen such a scary expression on Gao Ziyuan's face before. This Gao Ziyuan. Yichen thought that Gao Ziyuan had left the school because he felt that there was no future in the school. He did not expect that he had sacrificed so much, which was beyond his expectation. Early Sea of Soul's realm. Extremely talented. Not bad, not bad. I have enough resources. Within a couple of years, I will be able to help you reach peak level late Sea of Souls realm. Yichen could tell that Gao Ziyuan's mental state was very high. With his age and talent, if he had enough resources, he would have reached late Sea of Souls realm already. As for resources, it was easy to get them, but mental state was hard to come by. Which was why a lot of people needed to train themselves. Xiaotang, why can't you understand me? Gao Ziyuan's eyes were filled with pain and confusion as he mumbled to himself. Seeing Gao Ziyuan struggling like this, a hint of regret flashed through Wu Chongqing's face. He stood up and bowed deeply to Gao Ziyuan. Brother Gao, I have wronged you. You can beat me or curse me. It is not your fault. Gao Ziyuan shook his head. It is my will that is not strong enough. As he spoke, he turned around to look at Li Chui. Sisterly, thank you. Thank me? Li Chui was surprised. Gao Ziyuan said, these things, if I did not say it out, I would have to keep it in my heart. But now that I have said it, I feel much better. I have decided that I will never leave the school. Before, I was able to make it, and now that there are no more obstacles in my way, why can't I do it? I can only say that my will is not strong enough. I always thought that I was doing the right thing. Eh? Yichen suddenly realized that Gao Ziyuan's willpower had increased drastically. It was a mental state breakthrough, which was very rare. Brother Gao, you are not leaving anymore? Not only was the guarding disciple surprised, even Li Chui was shocked. Yes, I am not leaving anymore. Before, I lived for the family and Xiaotang. But now, I want to live for myself. Then I will not leave either. Li Chui said. Sister Li, didn't you say that your mother was sick and needed you to go back and take care of her? Gao Ziyuan asked confusedly. Li Chui smiled shyly, I lied to you. You. Gao Ziyuan could not do anything to her. Seeing that the two were not leaving anymore, the people who had followed them down the mountain looked at each other. Finally, one of them threw down his bag, I am not leaving either. Motherf ****, I have lived in the school for 10 years. What is the point of leaving now? Is it like admitting defeat? If you all are not leaving, how can I leave? The disciple threw down all the bags. In fact, there was not much inside, and it was just a formality. But now, there was no need for that. Haha, everyone is not leaving anymore. Wu Chongqing was ecstatic. Yes, we are not leaving anymore. The other guarding disciples smiled. Looking at the happy faces of his junior brothers, Gao Ziyuan felt very satisfied. He liked the Xianxia school, because it was like his home. His junior brothers and sisters were happy and harmonious, and the elders of the school all cared about him very much. It was because of these that he could not leave. Ha ha ha. All of a sudden, a loud laugh was heard. On the mountain road, a huge wind suddenly appeared. This wind came out of nowhere and spread out everywhere. In the sky, the color of the clouds had changed, and the speed of the clouds had increased by 100 times. Not only were the disciples on the mountain shocked, even some of the masters on the mountain had changed their expressions as they spread out their soul power down the mountain. It is a half-step king warrior. Not good. Is someone here to cause trouble for our school again? It was not their fault for being surprised. After all, the school had been through a lot of troubles, and there were a lot of people looking for trouble. After all these years, they had been holding it in. Shoo, a human figure suddenly appeared in front of Gao Ziyuan and the group. It was indeed Yi Chen. Who are you? Gao Ziyuan's Xinyuan burst out. He could tell that Yi Chen's power was 100 times more powerful than his, but he was not afraid at all. I am from the Xianxia school. Yi Chen said with a smile on his face. Impossible. I have never seen you before. Wu Chongqing did not believe him. If you do not believe me, then follow me up the mountain. Yi Chen walked up the mountain. Gao Ziyuan hesitated a bit, but still followed. He could somehow feel that Yi Chen had a peaceful aura, without any killing intent. Walking in the front, Yi Chen turned around and said to the group of disciples, you all are not bad. Your persistence has finally paid off. From now on, the school will no longer be the same as before. Yi Chen did not know why the school had fallen to such a state, but since he was already here, he would not let the school continue to fall. Even if he had to spend a lot of effort, it would be worth it. Of course, he would not give up on training either, since it was a world where only the powerful ones would be respected. Only with power could one have everything. Walking with big steps, Yichen was followed by a group of disciples. Senior brother Gao, who do you think he is? On the side, Li Chui passed on her Jinyuan. If he is an enemy, then there is no need for him to be so polite to us. Therefore, we can basically rule him out as an enemy. Gao Ziyuan shook his head. He did not know who Yichen was, so he could only analyze it based on his own guesses. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he thought, he could not understand why Yichen would say that he was from the school, because there was no such horrifying martial genius in the school. He was already a martial genius. If he had enough resources, he thought that he could train to late Sea of Soul's realm. But compared to Yichen, it was not even worth mentioning. The latter had been hiding for a long time, and he had not even noticed a single trace of him. Moreover, from his aura, he could vaguely feel that he would be able to stand at the top and look down on all the other mountains. What kind of martial genius was this? He is so young. Wu Chongqing had always been a straightforward person, so he spoke more directly. Although his voice was very soft, everyone heard it. It would have been fine if Wu Chongqing did not say it. Once he did, everyone finally noticed Yichen's appearance. Before, because Yichen's aura was way too powerful, they had not noticed it. Yichen looked like he was only 22 years old, which meant that he had reached the astral reaching realm at the most. Before reaching the astral reaching realm, all the warriors' lifespan was about the same, around 100 years old. The more powerful ones would reach over 100 years old, which would be considered normal. If Yichen had reached the astral reaching realm before 22 years old, he would not have looked like he was 22 years old. If he had reached the astral reaching realm at 22 years old, then the possibility of him reaching the Sea of Souls realm would be 0. So, Yichen would have reached the astral reaching realm a few years earlier, perhaps 17 or 18 years old. Becoming an astral reaching realm warrior at the age of 17. This, including Gao Ziyuan, everyone was shocked. In the past 1,000 years, no one had managed to reach the astral reaching realm at the age of 17 or 18. 19 was the youngest. But, this record might have been broken by Yichen. Note, before the astral reaching realm, one's lifespan would be 100 years, and the growth of one's appearance would be normal. After the astral reaching realm, one's lifespan would be 200 years, and the growth of one's appearance would be half of the normal, so 2 years would be 1 year. After the Sea of Souls realm, one's lifespan would be 300 years, and the growth of one's appearance would be 1/3 of the normal, so 3 years would be 1 year. But, what they did not know was that Yichen had actually reached the astral reaching realm at the age of 19, which was a year and a half later than Xianhou. However, because of the fast speed of reaching the Sea of Souls realm, he looked like he was in his early 20s. When Yichen and the group arrived at the middle of the mountain, all of the powerful warriors of the school had already gathered. There were 3 late Sea of Souls realm warriors, 9 mid Sea of Souls realm warriors, and 20 early Sea of Souls realm warriors. There were 32 Sea of Souls realm warriors in total. Adding Gao Ziyuan, there were 33 of them. Among the rank 6 martial schools, the school with 33 Sea of Souls realm warriors was already considered a powerful rank 6 martial school, which was more powerful than any of the rank 6 martial schools in the South Rudra region. Leader, the person who has arrived is very young. He looks kind and peaceful, without any killing intent. But, we have never seen him before. I wonder if you have any idea? Among the 3 late Sea of Souls realm warriors in the front, a gray-haired elder said to the man in his 50s. The man in his 50s was the leader of the school, called Li Zhongfeng. He looked like a scholar, but there was a trace of tiredness in between his brows. After staying silent for a while, he said, I have not seen this person before either. But, we should not underestimate him. Some people like to use peaceful means before resorting to violence. We have to be careful. Leader, you are right. In the past, they had always fought their way into our school and humiliated us. But, in the recent years, they have become even more despicable. They have always been playing those dirty tricks, making fun of us. Today, I have decided that even if I die, I will fight with him. Master Liu, do not be reckless. Wait until he gets to the top of the mountain, then we will know if he is a friend or a foe. Li Zhongfeng stared at the path down the mountain, his nerves tensed up. Behind him, all of the elders, attendants, and thousands of disciples were also watching without blinking. Some of them had sweat dripping down their foreheads. After about 10 minutes, Yichen arrived at the top of the mountain. So young? There were not many people in the school who could release their soul power out. Most of them could only release their mental power. But, once one reached the realm of Yichen, with his powerful sword intent, even if he were to stand there, his mental power would not be able to sense it. Therefore, when Yichen walked into everyone's sight, a lot of people gasped. Perhaps it is the #1 martial genius of the Extreme Heaven Martial School, Ling Hui? Some of the disciples who had not seen the world before guessed. Leader. Getting up the mountain, Gao Ziyuan and the rest did not follow behind Yichen anymore. Instead, they returned to the camp of the school, and all of them faced Yichen. It is good that you are back. A late Sea of Souls realm warrior on the left of Li Zhongfeng looked at Gao Ziyuan with relief. He could tell from Gao Ziyuan's eyes that he had decided to stay, which was a great thing for the school. Leader, Master, I have failed you guys. Gao Ziyuan lowered his head in shame. Ziyuan, we are the ones who have failed you. You do not need to feel ashamed. Right now, we will put this matter aside for now. Li Zhongfeng smiled at Gao Ziyuan before looking back at Yichen. May I ask this young warrior, what is your purpose for coming to our school? Li Zhongfeng asked. Yichen studied the school's formation and frowned slightly. Compared to a rank 6 martial school, there were indeed a lot of powerful warriors, but not many disciples. There were only a few thousand of them. Normal rank 6 martial schools would have tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of disciples. Yichen's frown made Li Zhongfeng misunderstand, thinking that he was being disdainful. So, his tone could not help but be more serious. Although our school does not have many people, we are not a bunch of useless people. What is your purpose for coming to our school? If not, please leave the mountain. I will not see you out. Letting out a breath, Yichen said with a serious expression, to be honest, I am also a disciple of the Battle King. What did you say? Li Zhongfeng's eyes were wide open, shining brightly. Yichen said that he was the disciple of the Battle King? Was the Battle King still alive? Not only Li Zhongfeng, but everyone in the school was shocked as well. The school was originally called the Immortal Sword Martial School, which was something that a lot of people knew. The Immortal Sword Martial School was created by the Battle King, which meant that he was the founder of the school or the school. Not to mention the school's pride, a lot of people in the Blood Sky continent respected the Battle King a lot, especially his enemies, who were scared of him like a tiger. Young warrior, you said that you are the disciple of the Battle King. Could it be that the Battle King is still alive? The late Sea of Souls realm warrior next to Li Zhongfeng looked at Yichen hopefully. When the Battle King created the school, he was not even 100 years old. Right now, he was at most 700 years old, so it was quite possible that he was still alive. If he was really still alive, then the school would be able to regain the name of the Immortal Sword Martial School, and the disciples would not have to suffer anymore. They would be able to tell the others that they were the disciples of the Immortal Sword Martial School, and the school would be able to return to its peak in a short period of time, becoming one of the rank 5 martial schools in the Blood Sky land. Yichen shook his head slightly. No, the Battle King should be dead already. Although Yichen also hoped that the Battle King was still alive, how could a living person seal his memory in a sword? Only a dead person would be able to do that. Their physical bodies were already dead, but the last bit of consciousness that was left was still attached to something, like the Yuan Emperor. When did he die? Li Zhongfeng was breathing heavily, his face pale. Maybe 500 years ago. Yichen wasn't too sure, so he immediately said, Senior Battle King's sword was obtained by me. His remaining consciousness told me a lot of things, which benefited me a lot. That's why I said that I could barely be considered Senior Battle King's disciple. Do you have proof? Of course I do. Yichen took out the broken sword and said, this sword belonged to the Battle King. He also said that if you don't believe me, you can let me tell you the name of an item, the Love Stone. Love Stone. Li Zhongfeng's voice was shaking. He took out a jade stone from his storage ring. Inside the jade stone, there was a pair of mandarin ducks. This jade stone was given to his wife by the Battle King, and his wife was the first-generation leader of the Li family. As for Li Zhongfeng, he was the descendant of the Battle King and his wife. This love stone had been passed down from generation to generation, just so that one day, he could reunite with the Battle King. The Battle King's name was Li Zhongtian. It seems like you are the descendant of the Battle King. Yi Chen sighed. Dead. He really is dead. How I wish that you did not come to the Zhongtian martial school. Li Zhongfeng's eyes were full of pain. Before Yi Chen's arrival, he had been hoping that the old ancestor would one day return to Blood Sky Continent and return to Eternal Sky Sect. As long as there was hope, there would be motivation to continue living. But now, that hope was shattered. The Battle King is really dead. Most of the people in the Zhongtian martial school looked sad. Yi Chen was about to say something, but his eyes suddenly turned sharp as he looked at a huge mountain behind the buildings. Who are you? How dare you humiliate the Zhongtian martial school? Shoo, a shadow flew over at an extreme speed. Before the person even arrived, he had already thrown out a sword attack at Yi Chen. That sword attack was as fast as lightning and as fast as the wind. It obviously contained the thunder profound and wind profound. The space around it had even created an intense pattern. Yeah. There is a half-step king warrior in the Zhongtian martial school? I did not use my soul power to check it out. Yi Chen could tell his cultivation with one look. Great master, don't. Li Zhongfeng and the rest were shocked. Although they knew that Yi Chen was at the half-step king warrior level, the great master had been at the half-step king warrior level for hundreds of years. His cultivation was extremely powerful, and his sword skills were amazing. He had the title of sword maniac. After knowing Yi Chen's identity, they had already considered Yi Chen as one of their own. How could they let the great master kill Yi Chen with one sword attack? Don't worry. Yi Chen faintly smiled as he reached out two fingers and pinched it between his fingers. What is he trying to do? Everyone frowned, thinking that Yi Chen was being too arrogant. But they could not stop the great master either, since a half-step king warrior was so powerful. The great master of the Zhongtian martial school was a gray-haired elder. His speed was extremely fast, and within a blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Yi Chen. He threw out a sword attack, the sword light extremely sharp. The elder's attacking speed was extremely fast, but Yi Chen's two fingers were even faster. It was as if he was waiting for the elder's sword attack. Chin. Yi Chen's fingers were as hard as steel. The sword light surged and easily clamped onto the elder's sword, bringing up bright sparks. Clamped? Li Zhongfeng's mouth was wide open as he gasped. Clamping onto the great master's sword with his fingers? How is that possible? All of the masters, attendants, and disciples behind Li Zhongfeng were all shocked as they stared at Yi Chen's fingers. Those two long and slim fingers looked very smooth, which was a huge contrast to the great master's great sword. However, it was these two fingers that had clamped onto the sword without being harmed at all. His power is about the same as Senior Qing Lu. He is one of the top half-step king warriors. Below the top half-step king warriors' power would not be judged by their cultivation. Martial intent and profound sense martial arts were also part of their power. For this elder to have this kind of power was already quite impressive. In the Elysium, more than 90% of the half-step king warriors were normal half-step king warriors. It was not that they did not have a high cultivation, but it was mainly because of their limited talent that they could not create powerful martial arts. Starpoint explosion. Seeing that his sword had been clamped by Yi Chen, the elder yelled. He shook his wrist and the tip of his sword vibrated. A bright starlight exploded as a wave of strange power passed through the great sword and onto Yi Chen's fingers, trying to break Yi Chen's fingers. This sword art is very impressive. Yi Chen flicked his eyebrows as his fingers shook as well, removing that power. Meanwhile, he put his middle finger on his thumb and flicked it at the tip of the great sword. Chin, although the great sword in the elder's hand was only a normal half-step extreme rank great sword, it would still not be broken by Yi Chen's one finger. Plus, Yi Chen had not used all of his power yet. However, the great sword did not break, but the elder could not handle that sharp finger power. The great sword bent and the elder's hand started to bleed, almost flying out of his hand. Senior, I think you should stop. Yichen did not chase after him. Instead, he took 10 steps back and said to the elder. Unexpectedly, not only did the elder not stop, he even yelled out. A cruel light shone in his eyes as he threw out another sword attack toward Yichen. That bright sword light drew an arc in the air, and a corner of the mountain peak was cut off by that sword attack, falling down with a loud sound. This great master of Sky School. Is there something wrong with his head? Yichen frowned, his expression not looking too good. Using his sword steps, Yichen completely ignored that arc-shaped sword light and appeared in front of the gray-haired elder within a second, throwing out a punch. This punch not only contained hundreds of thousands of pounds of physical power, it was also performed by Yichen's Thunder Devour, which was extremely overbearing. Boom, the gray-haired old man flew backward, his hair disheveled. Ah! The elder still wanted to continue the fight, as if he had gone crazy. Seeing that, Yichen was speechless. He could feel that the elder was not normal anymore. Not only did he act alone, but he also did not know how to analyze his opponent's power. All he knew was to keep attacking until he was dead. Great Master, it is me, Li Zhongfeng. While Yichen was pushing back the elder, Li Zhongfeng took the chance and stood in front of the elder, his eyes full of guilt. Zhongfeng. You are Zhongfeng. I know you. The elder was slightly more awake now, and did not rush toward Yichen anymore. Great Master, he is a disciple of our ancestor, a friend of our school. He is not here to humiliate us. Don't worry. Li Zhongfeng said patiently. Oh, a friend, not here to humiliate the school. Then, I will not worry anymore. The elder laughed like a fool, his eyes gentle. Seeing that, Li Zhongfeng's nose turned sour, and his tears almost fell down. Some of the emotional female elders and disciples could not help but cover their mouths and cry quietly. Senior Li, what happened to this elder? Yichen asked. Turning around, Li Zhongfeng took a deep breath and said, the great master is a bit out of his mind. Sorry for that. So that's how it is. Yichen was still a bit suspicious. It was true that the elder was out of his mind, but there must be something else going on. Otherwise, people from the school would not have that sad and angry expression on their faces. Li Zhongfeng did not want to spend more time on this, so he forced a smile and said, look at how I treat my guests. I don't even know your name. May I know your real name? I am Yichen. Yichen held his fists together. Then I will call you by your name. Li Zhongfeng nodded and yelled at the people from the school, all right, Yichen is not the enemy. Let's go. With the leader's order, everyone started to disperse. Li Zhongfeng and a lot of the masters surrounded Yichen and walked toward the meeting palace. As for the elder with gray hair, he did not care about anyone and just flew back to his own mountain peak with a silly smile on his face. Soon, the huge plaza became empty without a single person. Inside the palace, Li Zhongfeng thought for a while and asked Yichen, are you from the True Spirit continent? According to the records of the Li family, the Battle King was from the True Spirit continent, and not from the Blood Sky land. So, Yichen was most likely from there as well. Yichen nodded, indeed. Then, this time, besides telling us about our ancestor, is there anything else? It would be impossible for Li Zhongfeng not to have any expectations, since Yichen's power was way more powerful than the Great Master. He was at least a top half-step king warrior. If there was a top half-step king warrior, the school would be even more powerful, and would not be easily bullied. Yichen said honestly, Battle King asked me to come to the Blood Sky land to have a look. Although he did not ask me to help you directly, I am not a heartless person. Naturally, I will not leave the school alone. If you do not mind, I can find a position in the school. You are willing to be a member of the school? Li Zhongfeng's eyes brightened as he breathed heavily. Inside the palace, all of the top masters looked happy. The school was in a very difficult situation right now, and they needed powerful warriors. I have a family and a martial school in the True Spirit continent as well. Therefore, I cannot join the school with all my heart. But, Senior Li, you can treat me as a member of the school. I am already very happy that you are willing to join the school. Why would I care about anything else? How about this? If you do not mind, you can be the second great master of the school, just like the great master. Normally, the school will not bother you too much. You just need to focus on your training. Li Zhongfeng would naturally not ask Yi Chen to be an inner master, since it was obviously not nice. No matter if it was Yi Chen's seniority or Yi Chen's power, they were both more than enough to be the great master. Yi Chen did not reject it. In the Skycloud Martial School, he was the great master. Being a great master in the school would not be too bad either. At least, it would not take up too much of his time. After confirming Yi Chen's position, the following topics were much more relaxed. After chatting for a while, Yi Chen could not help but ask, "Leader, what happened to the Immortal Sword Martial School? Why did it change its name to the Xianxia Martial School? And why are there so few disciples?" Li Zhongfeng seemed to know that Yi Chen would ask about this, so he answered, "It is a long story. I will tell you in a nutshell. When the great ancestor was still in the Blood Sky land, the Immortal Sword Martial School was like the sun in the sky. There were millions of masters, attendants, and disciples. We were the tyrant of the Iron Blood region. Even the Iron Foot Beast Martial School, one of the top 10 beast martial schools, was suppressed by us. Where there is life, there will be conflicts. It was because the Immortal Sword Martial School was so powerful that when they fought with other martial schools, they would be a bit more aggressive." Yi Chen nodded. A powerful martial school would indeed cause them to be a bit aggressive in certain aspects, and they would definitely piss off a lot of people. It was still okay when the great ancestor was still here. But after he left the Blood Sky land, some of the powerful parties started to make their moves. The good thing was that they knew that although the great ancestor had left, he would definitely come back, so they did not dare to do anything reckless. However, after 100 or 200 years, the great ancestor still had not come back, and there were rumors saying that the great ancestor had been killed in the True Spirit land. So, those powerful parties could not wait anymore. As he spoke up to hear, Li Zhongfeng tightened his fists. "In the beginning, they were only trying to make things difficult for us. But then, it turned into an open pressure, and they even started to hunt our powerful warriors. Especially the Iron Foot Beast Martial School, one of the top 10 beast martial schools. They led a huge amount of warriors and joined hands with other martial schools to attack us. If it were not for the rule in the Blood Sky land that Life and Death Realm warriors or beast kings could not attack martial schools without king warriors themselves, our Immortal Sword Martial School would have already become history. There is such a rule in the Blood Sky land as well." Yi Chen looked like he was thinking about something. Indeed. It was because of this rule that our Immortal Sword Martial School had a chance of survival. But, there were just too many powerful enemies, and we could not stop them all. In the end, a mysterious and powerful titled Emperor Warrior appeared and stopped the enemies from killing us all. He suggested to change the name of the Immortal Sword Martial School. After the name change, no one was allowed to attack us. Anyone who disobeyed would be killed without mercy. A mysterious and powerful titled Emperor Warrior? Yi Chen finally understood. After hearing what Li Zhongfeng had said, if there were no outside help, the Immortal Sword Martial School would not have been able to survive. It turned out that there was a titled Emperor Warrior helping them. The Immortal Sword Martial School changed its name to the Xianxia Martial School and moved out of the mysterious Iron Mountain, which had been occupied by the Beast Wolf Martial School. So, our school came to this unknown place. But, they still did not let us go. They encouraged some of the other parties to try to suppress us. They would not let us grow up. Our school had already lost a lot of power, and we were not even 1/10 of our peak power. Naturally, we had been suppressed badly. There were less and less disciples, and the powerful warriors had disappeared mysteriously. Until today, there were only a few thousand people in our school. Yi Chen continued to ask, "What kind of parties are there?" "The most powerful ones are all rank 6 martial schools or families. They are the Extreme Heaven Martial School, the Earth Bear Family, the Bald Eagle Valley." The Iron Blood region was huge, as big as 2 regions of the True Spirit continent. In the Blood Sky land, it was also one of the top 5 regions. In such a huge region, there would naturally be a lot of powerful parties. Besides the rank 5 martial institutions, there were dozens of rank 6 martial institutions. The Zhangtian Martial School was located in the west of the Iron Blood region. There were 3 rank 6 martial institutions around, which were the Extreme Heaven Martial School, the Earth Bear Family, and the Bald Eagle Valley. These three rank 6 martial institutions were all targeting the Xianxia Martial School. It was not hard to imagine how much pressure the Xianxia Martial School was under. From what Li Zhongfeng had said, the three martial institutions were all very powerful. The Extreme Heaven Martial School was a demon martial school, with 3 top half-step king warriors and hundreds of thousands of disciples. It was the biggest rank 6 martial institution in the west of the Iron Blood region. The Earth Bear family was a demi-beast family, with 2 demi-beast kings and hundreds of thousands of people. All of them were extremely powerful, with the blood of the Earth Bear king flowing in their veins. The Bald Eagle Valley was a beast martial school, which mainly consisted of flying beasts. There were 2 demi-beast kings, the Grey Eagle King and the Flying Eagle King. Facing the pressure from the top 3 martial institutions, it was already very hard for the Xianxia Martial School to survive. Forcing a laugh, Li Zhongfeng said, "The top 3 martial institutions will do anything they want. Once our people leave the mountain and go out to look for opportunities, they will find us and kill us. After a long time, the Xianxia Martial School has been trapped in this small mountain. Our resources have been getting less and less, and we are running out of resources. A lot of our disciples are quite talented, but due to the lack of resources, their progress is very slow. Naturally, no one would want to be a disciple of the Xianxia Martial School. In the recent years, the number of new disciples has not even reached 50. Resources were the foundation of a martial institution. Cutting off the source of resources would be the same as cutting off the hope of a martial institution. It was indeed cruel. Leader, why don't you move the Xianxia Martial School out of the Blood Skyland?" Yichen did not believe that the top 3 martial schools would run away with Xianxia School. Once they were outside, Xianxia School would have the chance to continue developing. Here, they could only wait for death. Li Zhongfeng said, "We have already discussed this suggestion, but it is not feasible. Although we can avoid the pressure from the top 3 martial schools, during the migration process, if we run into any danger, it will be easy for us to be completely annihilated, making Xianxia School history. Staying here, although we will not be able to develop, and we will have to endure the humiliation from the top 3 martial schools, we will still be able to preserve the foundation of Xianxia School. With the order from that titled emperor, they will not dare to attack us and destroy us." "You're right." Yichen had not thought about this at all. This world was full of danger. If Xianxia Martial School had a top half-step king warrior, then it would be fine. But, if not, then the migration would be very dangerous. For example, if they ran into the Blood Ocean's 50 pirates. No, it would only take 1/3 of the 50 pirates to easily destroy the school. "Don't worry, leader. With me here, the 3 sects are nothing to worry about. In the future, there will be more and more disciples." Yichen had to give Li Zhongfeng a bit of confidence. "The top 3 martial schools are nothing to worry about?" Li Zhongfeng looked at Yichen with a shocked expression. "May I ask, Master Yi, are you a top half-step king warrior?" Yichen smiled lightly and said, "You will know in the future." Even if he told them now, they would not really believe him, since he could not reveal all of his trump cards just to win everyone's trust. Although Yichen did not say exactly what kind of half-step king warrior he was, all of the masters there were extremely excited. Since Yichen could beat the great master so easily, it meant that he was most likely a top half-step king warrior. As for anything above that, they did not even dare to think about it. With a top half-step king warrior, perhaps the top 3 martial schools would be a bit scared, and would not dare to bully the school too much. Yichen being promoted to the great master was a big deal. On the second day, Li Zhongfeng called everyone to the plaza in front of the palace and announced Yichen's status. "Great master? So young?" Just like what Li Zhongfeng had expected, everyone was shocked after hearing the news. But, no one doubted whether Yichen was qualified or not, since the day before, Yichen had caught the great master's sword with 2 fingers and blown him away with 1 punch. With the 2 great elders, our Xianxia School's days will be much better. That is for sure. Master Ye's power is way more powerful than Master Lu's. If Master Lu can recover, our school will be even more powerful. All of the disciples discussed. Looking at the thousands of disciples, Yichen turned his head and said to Li Zhongfeng, "Leader, I think most of these disciples have a very high mental state, but their cultivation is a bit low. Do you have enough spirit stones?" Li Zhongfeng said awkwardly, "We still have some spirit stones in storage, but not much. After hundreds of years of not being able to make ends meet, we have less and less spirit stones, especially top-rank spirit stones. Even I am using mid-rank spirit stones to train." Yichen did not expect the school to be this miserable, so he said, "If the leader trusts me, then from today on, take out all the spirit stones in the storage. Everyone must have enough spirit stones. As for the threat of the top 3 martial schools, I will handle it. I believe that the school will be able to find a way out." "All right." Li Zhongfeng bit on his teeth and agreed. Yichen was very important to him, and he also felt that it was time for the school to change. Taking out a low-rank storage ring, Yichen handed it over to Li Zhongfeng. "There are 1,000,000 top-rank spirit stones inside. Don't reject it. It is nothing to me, but it is very important for the school right now." Yichen would not support the school, but he would still give it some support in the beginning. After all, where would the school find top-rank spirit stones right now? And 1,000,000 top-rank spirit stones were really nothing to Yichen. After the Blood Ocean battle, his top-rank spirit stones had reached 100 million again. This, Li Zhongfeng took over the storage ring with shaking hands. 1,000,000 top-rank spirit stones was not a small number. Normal rank 6 martial schools would not even have this many spirit stones in storage. Only the powerful rank 6 martial schools would have such a horrifying amount of spirit stones in storage. As a great master, he would have his own mountain. On top of it, there were a lot of palaces. The next day, Yichen moved in. A couple of days passed quickly. During the day, Yichen spent all his time on forging mid-rank greatswords. At night, he would focus on training, trying his best to increase his cultivation. That night, Yichen had just finished training. Half-step King Warrior realm is very hard to increase. After a couple of months, I finally have the feeling of reaching high-level half-step King Warrior. Yichen looked happy. Increasing one's cultivation was the best. If one had enough potential, he would reach his goal sooner or later. But, no matter how easy it was to increase, it would take some time, and what Yichen lacked the most was time. Therefore, he always felt that he was improving too slowly. Once he reached high-level half-step King Warrior realm, his power would definitely reach the next level. I still do not know much about the school. How about I check out the disciples' thoughts? Feeling bored, Yichen suddenly released his soul power, covering the whole school. Yichen's soul power had already reached life and death realm. Once he released his soul power, no one below life and death realm would be able to sense it. At night, there were still a lot of disciples who had not slept yet. Most of them were training hard, sitting behind closed doors, or practicing martial arts. Of course, there were also some disciples who were tired from training and chatting together. The new great master is indeed impressive. He is so young, and already has half-step King Warrior cultivation. If I could reach this level, I would be able to protect the school. You, try hard for a few more decades. Half-step King Warrior is not something that can be reached easily. We are only at astral reaching realm. I am just saying. Of course I know. I just don't want you to bite off more than you can chew. Thank you. Ah, if only Master Lu had recovered his consciousness. With 2 top half-step King Warriors, our school would not be that weak anymore. Yichen's eyes flashed with curiosity. The Master Lu mentioned by these 2 disciples was that great master with gray hair. He wondered what had happened to him. That's right. That Earth Bear family is too despicable, especially that Rock Bear King, who is extremely evil. He has humiliated our school many times. Even Master Lu had been hit on the head by him, turning him into an idiot. He only recognizes the leader alone. Poor Master Lu. Retracting his soul power, Yichen frowned to himself. So, Master Lu was beaten into an idiot. Perhaps that Rock Bear King has the power of a top half-step King Warrior? The Earth Bear was one of the 100 beasts. It was at the same level as the 9-headed snake and the gold lion. It was a demi-beast with its bloodline. It was extremely talented and had the power to fight beyond its realm. Of course, the bloodline had to be rich enough. Otherwise, it would only be slightly more powerful than normal humans. The days passed by one after another. Yi Chen's mid-rank sword forging art was getting more and more powerful. There was already 90% chance that he could forge a super-rank mid-rank greatsword. Once his mid-rank sword forging art reached perfection, Yi Chen would be able to forge top-rank greatswords, which would be a qualitative improvement. Besides that, Yi Chen's cultivation bottleneck had finally been loosened. Inside the secret room, Yi Chen sat on the stone platform with both of his hands holding a Xianxia crystal, absorbing the Xianxia power inside into his body. Inside the secret room, the ripples continued to spread out, washing the walls and shaking off layers of stone powder. It was the pressure brought by the increase of Xianxia. All of a sudden, a wave of powerful Xianxia vibration spread out, and the secret room completely collapsed. Rocks flew everywhere, and the chi flow was like a sword. On top of the mountain, a pillar-like sword chi shot up into the sky, connecting the sky and the ground. A lot of people from the school looked up at that horrifying sword chi, feeling shocked. Letting out a breath, Yi Chen opened his eyes and murmured to himself, "I've finally reached top-rank half-step king warrior level." Although the purity of Xianxia did not increase by much, the amount of Xianxia has doubled. It's enough for me to perform the evil-shattering sword 10 times. After the top-rank half-step king warrior level was the life and death challenge. Yi Chen had unknowingly reached this boundary, and his power had increased by a lot. It was daytime right now, and people from the school did not dare to go down the mountain. Therefore, a lot of people had noticed this. The leader, the masters, and the disciples were all paying attention. "Leader, it seems like Master Yi has made a breakthrough?" The headmaster of the school said to Li Zhongfeng with a smile. Li Zhongfeng said happily, "This is a good thing. Master Yi has indeed reached half-step king warrior realm at such a young age. His improvement is so fast. Leader, Master Yi has made a breakthrough in his cultivation. We should go congratulate him." The second master, who was also at late seas of Soul's realm, suggested. Li Zhongfeng nodded, "You are right. We should go and congratulate him." Just like that, Li Zhongfeng brought a bunch of inner masters and a couple of core disciples to congratulate Yi Chen. It was a very grand occasion. Although Yi Chen did not like it, he did not want to be treated coldly either. So, he accepted their kindness. "Gao Ziyuan, you stay." Before everyone left, Yi Chen called out to Gao Ziyuan. "Me?" Gao Ziyuan was a bit surprised. Li Zhongfeng was also very surprised, but he did not think that Yi Chen would do anything to Gao Ziyuan. He thought that he would probably give him something good, so he said, "Ziyuan, Master Yi asked you to stay, so you should stay." "Yes, leader." Gao Ziyuan stayed. Waiting until everyone left, Yi Chen said to Gao Ziyuan, "I have been observing you secretly. Your mental state has already reached late seas of Soul's realm. As long as you have enough resources, you will be able to increase your cultivation in a short period of time. Reaching peak level late seas of Soul's realm will not be hard at all." Gao Ziyuan held his fists together and said, "Thank you for the compliment, Master Yi. But, the school does not have enough resources. Being able to train with top-rank spirit stones, I am already satisfied." He had already learned from the leader that the reason why the school was able to give out enough top-rank spirit stones was because of Yi Chen's support. Right now, the school is still very weak. There are not many powerful warriors. I alone will not be able to make the school prosper. I will still need you guys. A sect couldn't do without peak experts, but it also couldn't be without a backbone. Peak experts were used to intimidate others, and only the backbone could do the real thing. Otherwise, if Yi Chen had to worry about everything, wouldn't he have no time to cultivate? Ziyuan has the confidence to reach late sea of Soul realm within 2 years. Gao Ziyuan cursed. 2 years is too long. Yi Chen shook his head and took out 10 Xianxia crystals from his storage ring, handing them over. "These are Xianxia crystals, enough for you to reach the peak of late sea of Soul realm. As for how long it will take, it will depend on your foundation. No matter how high one's state of mind was, one's foundation had to be solid. It was like a wooden bucket filled with water, there could not be a single shortcoming." "Xianxia crystal." Gao Ziyuan was shocked. These were even better training items than extreme rank spirit stones. Could it be that Yi Chen could create Jinyuan crystals himself? Normally, only life and death realm warriors could do it. But, nothing was absolute, and a small portion of half-step king warriors could do it as well. Gao Ziyuan thought that these Jinyuan crystals were created by Yi Chen himself, so he did not expect it to be from somewhere else. Go. Yi Chen waved his hand. Thank you, Master Yi. Gao Ziyuan walked out of the great master's palace gratefully. With these Jinyuan crystals, he had the confidence to reach mid-Sea of Soul Realm within half a month. As for late Sea of Soul Realm, it would depend on the situation. Sword Realm. On a small mountain deep in the back of the mountains, Yi Chen was surrounded by a blue chi flow, covering hundreds of miles of area within a second. Ting! Ting! Countless sword cries rang out. In the void, many green swords were condensed. The swords were long and narrow, flashing with a cold light, causing people to shudder. Go! Yi Chen yelled with a low voice. Shoo! 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 Thousands of blue great swords shot out, flying across the top of the mountain in front of them. Their speed was extremely shocking, not much slower than the defensive sword spell. Without a sound, the top of the mountain in front of them seemed to have been eroded by the wind. Countless dust particles were blown into the air before disappearing along with the wind. After reaching the high-rank half-step king warrior realm, the sword realm's coverage has increased a lot, and its attacking power has increased a lot as well. Each blue great sword has the power of a peak-level late Sea of Soul Realm warrior's full power attack. Although a peak-level late Sea of Soul Realm warrior could attack multiple times within a second, tens of thousands of blue great swords would be equivalent to thousands of peak-level late Sea of Soul Realm warriors attacking at once. I am afraid it would be able to easily kill a top half-step king warrior at the first level of the life and death challenge. Even a second-level warrior would not be able to survive. The sword realm was extremely useful. No matter if it was a one-on-one battle or facing a group of warriors, it would have a huge destructive power. Days passed by, and Yi Chen's mid-rank sword forging art had finally reached perfection. Next, he would be able to forge top-rank great swords. However, Yi Chen did not give up just like that. He spent all of his attention on learning the profound. The higher the profound, the harder it would be to improve. No matter how talented one was or how high one's comprehensive ability was, one would not be able to improve one's profound that fast. This was something that Yi Chen had already felt. However, after forging great swords for a long time, Yi Chen's understanding of the metal profound was extremely deep. He was just a step away from making a breakthrough. All of the metals are formed by the metal Yuan Qi. But, some of them are extremely hard to destroy, while some of them are just scrap metal that can be easily broken. This is caused by the different arrangement of the metal Yuan Qi. As long as I can understand some of the rules, it will not be too hard for me to make a breakthrough in my metal profound. Yi Chen calmed down and started to learn the metal profound. Half a month later, a sharp golden light shone from Yi Chen's body. His whole body seemed like a sharp great sword that could pierce through people. My metal profound has finally reached 90% completion. Standing on top of a mountain, Yi Chen could feel that the metal Yuan Qi in the surroundings was very friendly to him. He could easily control it, and compared to before, it was much easier to control. Cut. Raising his right hand, Yi Chen threw out a palm attack. Swoosh, the black crescent-shaped sword energy flashed past, and more than a dozen mountains were cut in half. Nothing could stop this sword energy. 90% metal profound and 60% water profound. The power of waning moon is indeed a lot stronger. What a pity, if only the water profound was raised to 90% as well. With the two fusing together, the power of the waning moon would be doubled. Without worrying too much, Yi Chen did not expect to comprehend many profounds to completion before life and death realm. What he needed now was accumulation. The higher the realm of the profounds, the more complete they would be after reaching life and death realm, which would save him a lot of effort. Another half a month passed by. During this time, Yi Chen had only casually forged 2 upper-rank swords, and spent the rest of the time on increasing his power. Although it was just a casual process, Yi Chen had trained his mid-rank sword forging art to perfection. The upper-rank swords he forged were all mid-rank, not bad at all. On top of the mountain, Yi Chen waved his sword, causing the space to twist. Sometimes, it was like a frozen mirror, and other times, it shattered. The power of space spread out in all directions, looking extremely frightening. Eh? What's going on? Putting away his sword, Yichen spread out his soul power, spreading it to the headquarters of the school. On the huge plaza in front of the main hall, a group of people were confronting 3 youngsters. These 3 youngsters were 2 males and 1 female. The man standing next to the girl was about 25 or 26 years old, wearing black robes. He had a handsome face, and his arrogance and disdain were not hidden at all. The girl standing next to him was very pretty. Although she was not as pretty as Murong Qingqing, she was still a rare beauty. Her eyes were extremely attractive, like precious stones. The young man in blue robes behind the 2 was even more shocking. His cultivation was unfathomable, and he stood with his hands behind his back, looking very calm. On the side of the school, the leader was Gao Ziyuan. Looking at the girl next to the handsome young man, a painful expression flashed through Gao Ziyuan's face. After a while, he said slowly, "What are you doing here? Are you laughing at me?" The pretty girl studied him and said, "I did not expect you to reach peak level mid-sea of Soul's realm already. It is really out of my expectation. Unfortunately, staying in the school has already sealed your future. Even if you manage to become a half-step king warrior, your youth will be gone. So what? Plus, I believe that the school will rise again." Within this 1 month, Gao Ziyuan had already reached peak level mid-sea of Soul's realm from early sea of Soul's realm. It was all thanks to the Zhenyuan crystals that Yichen had given him. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to reach this fast with only top-rank spirit stones. Don't lie to yourself. Of course, how you are right now has nothing to do with me anymore. I just do not want to see you fall further. The pretty girl shook her head. Sisterly, who are these 3 people? The disciples of the school had not gone down the mountain for a long time, so they did not know who they were. So, they could only ask Li Chui, who had seen a lot of things. Li Chui said, "The one in black is the martial genius of the Extreme Heaven Martial School, Yun Xiaoshui. The one in blue is the number 1 martial genius of the school, Ling Hui. And that girl is Brother Gao's ex-fiancé, Mo Xiaotang." Then, she pressed her lips together and looked at Gao Ziyuan worriedly. What? Ling Hui and Yun Xiaoshui? All of the disciples were shocked. Ling Hui was the number 1 martial genius of the Extreme Heaven Martial School, and he had reached half-step king warrior a couple of years ago. He was one of the top 3 half-step king warriors in the school. Although Yun Xiaoshui was not a half-step king warrior, he was still a powerful master level Sea of Soul's realm warrior. In other words, in the whole school, besides the great master Lu, no one would be able to compete with Ling Hui and Yun Xiaoshui. I heard from Xiaotang that you are very talented. You had already learned the sword intent when you were only 16, and it was a special kind of sword intent. I think it is just SOSO. Yun Xiaoshui, who was in black, purposely hugged Mo Xiaotang as he looked at Gao Ziyuan sarcastically. Gao Ziyuan's face twitched, but soon, he calmed down again. The past was over, and Mo Xiaotang had already cancelled the engagement with him. There was no longer any relationship between them, and he had already decided to give up on her. Taking a deep breath, he said lightly, "Power is not something that can be seen." "Oh, it seems like you are very confident in yourself." Yun Xiaoshui cracked a smile, looking a bit evil. Although he was walking with Mo Xiaotang, he could tell that she had not forgotten about Gao Ziyuan, which annoyed him a lot. This time, it was his idea to come to the school. He wanted to beat Gao Ziyuan up in front of Mo Xiaotang and let her know who the real martial genius was. Within the conference hall, the great elder of the inner sect asked Li Zhongfeng worriedly, "Master, should we head over to stop them?" Li Zhongfeng said, "This is a matter between the younger generation. Don't go and cause trouble for now. If we go, it won't be easy to resolve. Actually, it would be useless for them to go, since Ling Hui and Yun Xiaoshui's power was not something they could handle. Of course, if it really came to that, they would have to go even if they did not want to. As the leader of the school, they had to protect the school's dignity. But, Ziyuan should not be Yun Xiaoshui's opponent. He had just broken through to the peak of mid-sea of Soul Realm. If they had come a few months later, it would have been great. The head elder did not doubt Gao Ziyuan's talent at all, but this Xianxia was not easy to deal with either. With the gap of one realm, Gao Ziyuan's chance of winning was not high. We have to believe in Ziyuan. In recent years, he has rarely revealed his strength. Li Zhongfeng had quite a bit of confidence in Gao Ziyuan. If he could escape from Yun Xiaoshui's hands, it would be the best result. If he could even fight to a draw, then the school would definitely gain a lot of face. On Grand Supreme Elder's mountain peak, Yichen asked curiously, why didn't Elder Lu show up? The next moment, Yichen came to a realization. Back then, when Master Lu targeted him, it was because he did not hide his cultivation at all, which was why Master Lu could sense it. Right now, Ling Hui did not expose any qi, so naturally, Master Lu would not be able to sense it. Although Master Lu was not in his right mind, he still cared about the school subconsciously. Gao Ziyuan's qi is not weak at all. Battling with this Yun Xiaoshui, it is not like he has no chance of winning. It all depends on his profound sense. Oh right, he has also learned a special sword intent. I wonder what kind of sword intent it is. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yichen continued to use his soul power to observe the people on the main peak's plaza. Since you are so confident, how about we spar? Don't worry, I will not kill you. Yun Xiaoshui licked his lips and suggested. Okay, sure. Gao Ziyuan agreed right away. He was sure that if he didn't agree, the other party would definitely not let the matter rest. Since it was like that, it was better to fight him once. Senior brother Gao, be careful. Li Chui reminded her from behind. Senior brother Gao, you must defeat him. Wu Chongqing did not have many scruples and directly shouted from the back. I know. Gao Ziyuan looked very serious and sharp. After reaching peak level mid-sea of Soul's realm, he had experienced the one with the world, and all of his profound had improved. However, Yun Xiaoshui had one more experience, so his profound comprehension might not be weaker than his. Perhaps, it might even be above him. The only advantage he had would be his sword intent, which would give him a sliver of hope. No matter what, he was still a powerful Sea of Soul's realm master-level warrior. Seeing that the two were about to battle, Mo Xiaotang revealed a relieved expression. She took a step back and glanced at Yun Xiaoshui, but she looked at Gao Ziyuan for a longer time. Ziyuan, I hope you don't blame me. Mo Xiaotang thought. On the plaza, everyone took a few steps back, creating a huge space for the two. Gao Ziyuan and Yun Xiaoshui stood 100 steps away from each other. Take this. Yun Xiaoshui did not have time to waste with Gao Ziyuan. He wanted to beat Gao Ziyuan in the shortest time possible and step on him. His body flashed once, and his body shot out like flowing water. In the middle of his body, he tightened his right fist, which shone with a black halo. The space seemed to be vibrating a little, and with a slight twist, he threw out a punch toward Gao Ziyuan's head. Earth crack. Clang. The sword was unsheathed. Gao Ziyuan shouted in a low voice and leaned his body forward. The dark yellow sword in his hand turned into a blazing sword light. The inside of the sword light vibrated violently, giving people a heavy and overbearing impression. Boom, the two wanted to test each other's power, so their first attack was a head-on clash. An explosive-like chi flow spread out with the two as the center. A thick layer of the plaza's ground was shaved off, and cracks spread out like spider webs. In the next second, the two backed out at the same time. Yun Xiaoshui backed out 10 steps while Gao Ziyuan backed out 7. Senior brother Gao has the upper hand. The disciples of the Zhangtian martial school yelled out. No, it is Yun Xiaoshui who has the upper hand. A peak-level late astral-reaching realm core disciple shook his head, looking serious. Why do you say that? Senior brother Gao had only backed out 7 steps, but Yun Xiaoshui had backed out 10. Judging from this situation, senior brother Gao indeed has the upper hand. But, Yun Xiaoshui did not use any martial arts, only normal attacks. With that, everyone understood, and they could not help but worry for Gao Ziyuan. He is indeed at peak level late Sea of Soul's realm. Even with my earth-profound martial art, I only managed to get a slight upper hand. Gao Ziyuan did not dare to be careless, so he stared at Yun Xiaoshui without blinking. Haha. Just SOSO. Take another attack of mine. Yun Xiaoshui laughed out loud as he jumped toward Gao Ziyuan again. A powerful thunder light gathered on his fist, which was then thrown out like a thunder. So fast. Gao Ziyuan had mastered two kinds of profound, one being the earth profound and the other the fire profound. This time, he had performed the fire profound sword art, which was like an exploding flame with an extremely powerful explosive power. It had barely blocked out Yun Xiaoshui's fist. Pap, the thunder light shone brightly, and Gao Ziyuan's whole body was blown away, while Yun Xiaoshui's body only shook a little. Thunder light step. Stepping on the thunder light, Yun Xiaoshui chased after Gao Ziyuan like a lightning bolt. Sky Thunder 18 Fist. From dozens of steps away, Yun Xiaoshui kept throwing out punches. The fist light was like a rainbow, like the sky thunder. One after another, it was unbelievably fast. After taking on 15 punches, Gao Ziyuan had already puked out blood. Yun Xiaoshui's comprehensive ability was not that much weaker than his, and his cultivation was higher than his as well. Therefore, he was destined to lose. Fall to the ground. The 16th punch was Yun Xiaoshui's expression as he threw out another punch toward Gao Ziyuan's stomach. He was planning to use this punch to ruin Gao Ziyuan, turning him into a piece of trash who could not train anymore. Only then would he be able to make Mo Xiaotang give up on him completely. Yun Xiaoshui, didn't you say that you would not wound him badly? Mo Xiaotang suddenly yelled. Yun Xiaoshui did not care at all, his fist aura was horrifying. Burning Flame Sword. At that critical moment, Gao Ziyuan performed his most powerful fire and earth profound sword art, blocking out Yun Xiaoshui's attack with one sword attack. Eh? You have blocked it out. But, let's see how you are going to block this one. Yun Xiaoshui's 17th punch was coming, which was even more horrifying than the 16th one. No. Just when Yun Xiaoshui was about to attack Gao Ziyuan, Mo Xiaotang suddenly made her move. She waved her hand and 3 iron pear flowers shot out, covering Yun Xiaoshui in a triangle shape. If Yun Xiaoshui continued to attack Gao Ziyuan without caring about anything else, he would be attacked by the flowers as well, which would injure him badly. Huh. A sharp light flashed through Ling Hui's eyes. An air-piercing sound came from his back, and Yun Xiaoshui's expression changed drastically. His body flashed once, dodging the incoming attack. Of course, he had also lost the chance to attack Gao Ziyuan. Xiaotang, what are you doing? Yun Xiaoshui's face turned green. Mo Xiaotang did not reply. She walked toward Gao Ziyuan with determination and stood in front of him. What are you trying to do? Yun Xiaoshui had a bad feeling. Brother Yun, can't you see it? She is playing with you. Ling Hui suddenly said. Playing with me? Yun Xiaoshui looked at Mo Xiaotang in disbelief as he said with a low voice, Xiaotang, get out of the way. Get out of the way now, and I will pretend that nothing has happened. Don't force me. No. Mo Xiaotang shook her head with determination. B*****. Head disciple is telling the truth. You have never liked me. You have been lying to me all this time. Seeing that Mo Xiaotang was not going to get out of the way, Yun Xiaoshui yelled. Out of Gao Ziyuan's expectation, Mo Xiaotang actually admitted it, Yun Xiaoshui, I have indeed never liked you, because I only like Ziyuan. Being with you is just to provoke him, to make him leave the school and become stronger. This time, Yun Xiaoshui coming to the school was actually Mo Xiaotang's plan. She had been talking about Gao Ziyuan's talent and comprehensive ability in front of Yun Xiaoshui. She had figured out Yun Xiaoshui's personality and thought that as proud as he was, he would definitely come for Gao Ziyuan. By then, with Yun Xiaoshui's power, he would be able to beat Gao Ziyuan, who would not be able to keep up with his cultivation. Then, he would be able to make Gao Ziyuan wake up and leave the school. Hearing Mo Xiaotang's words, Yun Xiaoshui finally understood. No wonder this woman had approached him on her own accord, but did not get too close to him. It turned out that she had never liked him in the first place, and was only using him to provoke Gao Ziyuan. Xiaotang, you? Gao Ziyuan looked at Mo Xiaotang in shock. Mo Xiaotang looked at Gao Ziyuan softly, Ziyuan, since the first time I saw you when I was 13, I fell in love with you. With each passing year, I fell in love with you more and more. How could I be so cruel and leave you to be with someone else? I did not want to see such a genius like you being dragged down by the school and turned into a mediocre person. You should not live a normal life, you should be able to dominate the world. As for me, I do not care about the fame and glory, I just want to watch you silently. Then why don't you let him beat me completely? Then, I might leave the school and try my best to increase my power. Gao Ziyuan said. Mo Xiaotang forced a smile. I thought I could control my emotions, but I realized that I could not. The moment you were in danger, the only thought in my mind was to stop him at all costs. With Yun Xiaoshui's cruelty, even if he did not kill Gao Ziyuan, he would still be crippled, which was not what Mo Xiaotang wanted to see. She had only hoped that Yun Xiaoshui could beat Gao Ziyuan, not cripple him. So cunning, but so affectionate. Yi Chen, who had seen everything, sighed. Mo Xiaotang, you bitch. How dare you lie to me? Do you know what kind of price you will have to pay for lying to me? Yun Xiaoshui was furious to the extreme. Growing up, he had always been the center of attention. Even when he was in the extreme heaven martial school, even with Ling Huyi's support, he was still favored. In his opinion, the reason why Mo Xiaotang was nice to him was because he was good enough. But today, what she had said had undoubtedly humiliated him. He swore that he would destroy this woman. Yun Xiaoshui, if you have any problems, come at me. Gao Ziyuan could feel Yun Xiaoshui's anger and killing intent, so he stood out. Do not worry. I will beat you into a cripple and make you a useless person for the rest of your life. As he spoke, Yun Xiaoshui's Jin Yuan had been pushed to its limit. That black demonic Jin Yuan shot up into the sky, looking extremely powerful. This is the Xianxia martial school. Do not be presumptuous. Li Zhongfeng and the other masters walked out. Yun Xiaoshui wanted to cripple Gao Ziyuan, so they could not just sit and watch. Otherwise, there would be no need for the Xianxia martial school to exist anymore. Presumptuous? So what? Ling Hui sneered as his sharp eyes landed on Li Zhongfeng. Ling Hui, did you forget about that master's order? No one is allowed to attack the school. Are you trying to go against the order? Ling Hui said, I knew you would bring him out. Unfortunately, my brother disciple is only here to compete, so it is not like he is going against the order. But of course, swords do not have eyes. If there are some injuries, it would be a different story. I hope you guys do not interfere. Otherwise, I would not mind teaching you a lesson. Hearing Ling Hui, Li Zhongfeng and the rest of them looked extremely pale. Master Tai, please go and ask Master Liu. Master Xiao, please go and ask Master Yi. Li Zhongfeng knew that he was not Ling Hui's opponent, who was extremely talented and had reached the top-rank half-step king warrior realm. In his opinion, Yi Chen might be able to compete with Ling Hui, but in order to suppress him, he would need Master Liu's help. Do not go and ask me. I have already understood the situation here. Wrapped in true Yuan, Yi Chen's voice turned into a line that entered Li Chongfeng's ears. Then, Yi Chen said, Gao Ziyuan is about to make a breakthrough. If he manages to reach Late Sea of Soul's realm, he might be able to take on Yun Xiaoshui. So, do not do anything reckless for now. Ziyuan is facing a breakthrough? Li Zhongfeng looked at Gao Ziyuan in surprise and said to the two elders beside him, wait. Right then, Gao Ziyuan's Jin Yuan was boiling, exploding with an aura that was way beyond the peak level of Mid-Sea of Soul's realm. Moreover, this aura kept on increasing, seeming to have no limit. Under this aura, Gao Ziyuan's eyes were getting brighter and brighter, like two bright lamps shooting out a bright light. Gao Ziyuan's training talent was not weaker than Yun Xiaoshui's at all. The reason why he was increasing his cultivation so slowly was because of the lack of resources in the school. Not only did they lack spirit stones, but they also lacked other resources that could help with training. In this situation, it was naturally impossible for him to be like Yun Xiaoshui, who had already reached peak level Late Sea of Soul's realm. However, after Yi Chen came, the situation had changed. The school had not only solved the problem of spirit stones temporarily, but Gao Ziyuan had also gotten 10 Jin Yuan crystals. Using 3 of them, he had increased his cultivation from peak level Early Sea of Soul's realm to peak level Mid Sea of Soul's realm. Unfortunately, there was still not enough time for him to do it, since it would not be easy for him to keep on making breakthroughs. Life was always full of drama, and Mo Xiaotang had always been a thorn in Gao Ziyuan's heart. It was impossible for him to forget her just like that. Even if he said that he had forgotten about her, the heartache that flashed through his mind in the middle of the night would be something that no one could understand. After Mo Xiaotang had confessed, Gao Ziyuan's mental state had been completely cleared up. No matter if he was training the demon arts or the righteous arts, as long as he had a clear mental state, he would be able to reach a higher level. There was no such thing as good people getting rewarded and bad people getting struck by lightning. With his mental state cleared up, Gao Ziyuan was full of energy. His condition had never been better. The invisible bottleneck in front of him had loosened up right then, melting like snow in spring. Right then, the potential that Gao Ziyuan had burst out was even more powerful than before. You want to break through? Dream on. Yun Xiaoshui suddenly threw out a punch toward Gao Ziyuan. Despicable. The disciples of the school yelled, but they could not stop it in time. Yun Xiaoshui, don't you feel ashamed? Mo Xiaotang pushed her hands forward, and countless iron pear flowers shot out from her sleeves. The densely packed flowers shot out, and the sound of xiao 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 could be heard continuously. You are looking for death. Yun Xiaoshui could not bear to see Mo Xiaotang protecting Gao Ziyuan the most, so he threw out a fist power that was covered in dark thunder. Pear flower shield. Mo Xiaotang did not back out even half a step. She drew half a circle with her left and right hands before touching them together. All of a sudden, a massive Xinyuan pear flower wrapped around her body. This Xinyuan pear flower obviously contained a huge amount of wood profound and a trace of water profound. Boom, the Xinyuan pear flower was shattered, and Mo Xiaotang puked out a mouthful of blood. Her cultivation was only at late sea of Soul's realm, which was a couple of times weaker than Yun Xiaoshui. Her profound was not as deep as his as well, so it was natural that she would not be able to block out that angry attack. It was already quite impressive that she was able to stand it. Do you really think that I would not dare to kill you? Yun Xiaoshui was furious. Mo Xiaotang had challenged his bottom line again and again, which made him want to kill her. Xiaotang, let me do it. Right then, the qi on Gao Ziyuan's body calmed down and stopped rising. His Xinyuan vibration was at late sea of Soul's realm. Even if you have made a breakthrough, so what? The result will not change. Although Yun Xiaoshui did not want to see Gao Ziyuan reach the late sea of Soul's realm, he would not be worried if he did. In his opinion, Gao Ziyuan's Xinyuan would not be that stable when he had just made a breakthrough, and the state of being one with the world would not be over yet. So, his power would not increase too much. Just like Yun Xiaoshui had said, Gao Ziyuan's Xinyuan had indeed not stabilized yet. But, just then, his fire profound had broken through a bottleneck. It was mainly because his fire profound had already been on the verge of a breakthrough before, and this time, it would not take him much time to comprehend it. You be careful. Mo Xiaotang reminded him. I will. Gao Ziyuan gave Mo Xiaotang a smile before staring at Yun Xiaoshui. Backing out into the crowd, Mo Xiaotang looked at the two and frowned slightly. Yun Xiaoshui attacked first. It was the Sky Thunder 18 fist art that had blown Gao Ziyuan away before. Countless thunder and lightning fist shadows flashed through the air. Lifting up his sword, Gao Ziyuan broke 16 fist arts in a row. 17th fist art. Yun Xiaoshui roared as his thunder fist shadow turned into a thunder dragon, attacking toward Gao Ziyuan with its claws and fangs. It was as fast as lightning. Burning flame sword. Gao Ziyuan jumped into the air and threw out a sword attack. Swoosh! The thunder dragon's head was cut off, but the sword chi did not disappear completely as it attacked toward Yun Xiaoshui's chest. What kind of sword chi is this? Yun Xiaoshui did not manage to throw out his 18th fist art before he was forced to back out. Gao Ziyuan's fire sword chi was way tougher than he had expected. It was hard to destroy. Not only had it broken through his 17th fist art, but the remaining sword chi still had more than half of its original power. It is indeed the immortal sword intent. No one knew when, but Yichen was standing on top of the palace. But, no one there could see him, since he had perfectly blended into the shadows of the roof. Without careful observation, even half-step king warriors would not be able to see him. It was indeed the uniqueness of the shadow profound. Just like Yichen, Gao Ziyuan had also learned the immortal sword intent. But of course, he would not be able to compete with Yi Chen, since Yi Chen had also learned the destruction sword intent, as well as the slaughter sword intent that had been infused into it. But no matter what, the power of the immortal sword intent was still not something normal sword intent could compare with. It was an extremely powerful sword intent that could be used both offensively and defensively. Dark Light Thunder Dragon Fist. The Sky Thunder 18 Fist art needed time to store up power. Without that, the 18th fist art would not be as powerful as the 17th one. Therefore, Yun Xiaoshui changed his martial art immediately and threw out a fist art that contained the Water Profound and Thunder Profound. Pooh, the fire sword chi was extinguished, and the thick water chi attacked toward Gao Ziyuan's face. Strings of thunder and lightning followed the path of the water chi and landed on Gao Ziyuan's body first, making all of his hair stand up. His body was paralyzed, and he could not use any of his power anymore. At the same time, a huge black lightning dragon roared and charged at Gao Ziyuan. Ah! Break! Gao Ziyuan's body was burnt black, and a huge amount of blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. Under Yun Xiaoshui's shocked gaze, he tore apart the dark thunder dragon and flew over at an extreme speed. Impossible! How can he still have battling power? Yun Xiaoshui was shocked, and his reaction slowed down a bit. Only Yi Chen and Ling Hui could tell that Gao Ziyuan had forcefully pushed his Jin Yuan at that critical moment, not caring about the side effects, and forcefully shattered Yun Xiaoshui's ace attack. Of course, he had paid a huge price as well. His meridians were almost all broken, and his Jin Yuan was messed up. Right then, he was only holding on with his last breath to attack Yun Xiaoshui. Brother Yun, what are you doing? Ling Hui could not just watch Gao Ziyuan beat Yun Xiaoshui. Although he was reminding Yun Xiaoshui, he was actually using his sound wave to attack Gao Ziyuan secretly. Although the sound wave from a half-step king warrior would not be able to kill a late Sea of Souls realm warrior, it would definitely affect him. Gao Ziyuan was not going to be affected like that. Pooh, puking out a mouthful of blood, a determined look flashed through Gao Ziyuan's eyes. He used his last bit of power and threw out a sword attack toward Yun Xiaoshui. You are looking for death. Ling Hui was furious as he flicked out his finger. Pop, unfortunately, Ling Hui's finger power did not work. A thin sword chi broke through his finger power. Without being stopped, Gao Ziyuan's last sword attack naturally landed on Yun Xiaoshui's body, blowing him away. He puked out a huge amount of blood while his body was covered in flames. Who are you? Get the F***ck down. Ling Hui yelled at the top of the palace. His half-step king warrior aura shot out into the sky, changing the weather above the mountains. Since it is a battle between your brother disciple and our Xianxia martial school's disciple, why are you interfering? On top of the palace, a shadow moved and turned into a young man in blue robes. It was indeed Yi Chen. He sneered as his body flashed and appeared in the middle of the plaza. It is Master Yi. Master Yi is here. The Xianxia martial school's disciples let out a breath of relief. Ling Hui had given them too much pressure. No one knew how powerful a genius half-step king warrior could be. Only other half-step king warriors of the same level would be able to fight against him. Without a doubt, Yi Chen was at the same level as Ling Hui. Who are you? I have never heard of you before. Is there a second half-step king warrior in the school? Ling Hui saw that Yi Chen was even younger than him, so he controlled his killing intent and asked coldly. I am sorry, but I am the new great master of the school. Yi Chen could sense that Ling Hui's cultivation was the same as his, both high-rank half-step king warriors. But judging from his aura, he seemed to be even more powerful than the Dark Light King. Great master of the school? Ling Hui frowned. Where did the school find such a young half-step king warrior? Was it a secret training? Impossible. Even if it was, he would not be able to escape the surveillance of the top 3 martial schools. Then, there would only be one explanation. This person had come to the school from somewhere else, so he should have some kind of connection with the school. Perhaps they did not tell you about the school's situation. I advise you to leave the school immediately. Otherwise, you will regret coming here. Ling Hui was not in a hurry to attack. Yi Chen's cultivation was the same as his, so it would not be easy for him to beat him. I naturally know about the school's situation. But, since I have become the great master of the school, I will not allow outsiders to humiliate it. It does not matter if it is the Extreme Heaven Martial School, the Bald Eagle Valley, or the Earth Bear family, none of them will do it. Hearing him, Ling Hui laughed out of extreme anger. He had already given a lot of face to Yi Chen, but he did not expect the latter to not only ignore him, but also look down on the top 3 martial schools. It seems like you will not give up until you are in your grave. Ling Hui squinted his eyes as his killing intent spread out. Bastard from the Extreme Heaven sect, take this. All of a sudden, a stream of sword chi swept over from the side of the mountain, where Master Lu and Yi Chen lived. One on the left and the other on the right, guarding the main peak of the school. It was Elder Lu who had unleashed the sword chi. Although Master Lu had lost his mind and could not tell who was who, he was very familiar with the demi-king chi of the 3 martial schools. The Extreme Heaven Martial School was a demonic martial school, and the Extreme Heaven Demon Art was their most powerful martial art. Ling Hui had trained this martial art, so he was naturally marked with the symbol of the Extreme Heaven Martial School. Therefore, once Master Lu sensed that chi, he immediately yelled out and threw out a powerful sword attack. Courting death. Ling Hui clenched his right fist and punched forward. Puff, the sword chi that Master Lu had thrown out was shattered by the fist power and disappeared in the wind. However, the remaining power of the fist power still clashed onto Master Lu's protective Jinyuan layer, blowing him backward. Ling Hui still wanted to attack and wound Master Lu badly, but Yi Chen had already taken out his sword. Once it was out of the scabbard, that sharp sword intent attacked toward Ling Hui like a destructive tornado. It made it impossible for him to focus on dealing with Master Lu at all. He had a feeling that if he was even a little bit careless, he would pay for it immediately. Destruction sword intent. No wonder you are so arrogant. Ling Hui's eyes froze. Gao Ziyuan having the immortal sword intent was already out of his expectation, but he did not care about it at all. However, Yi Chen's destruction sword intent was definitely not something that Gao Ziyuan could compete with. It might have already reached the peak of rank 4, or even rank 5. Moreover, in terms of attacking power, the destruction sword intent was better than the immortal sword intent. But, having a high sword intent does not mean that one's power is high as well. Demon Wind God Fist. Stepping out with his right foot, Ling Hui's right arm turned into countless afterimages. That dark black fist wind attacked toward Yi Chen. That fist wind contained the wind profound and the dark profound. It was like a dark tornado, attacking toward Yi Chen with a shocking aura. Back out. With the evil shattering sword in his hand, Yi Chen waved it up. That crescent-like black sword power tore apart the black fist wind and went against the flow. Not good. Yi Chen's sword attack was way too powerful. Ling Hui had a feeling that his protective Jinyuan would not be able to block out that sword power at all. Shoo, a black shadow flashed once, and Ling Hui flew into the sky. After losing its target, the black sword power shot out in a straight line for a long time before disappearing. Demon Wind Heaven Cry. Ling Hui was about to perform the last movement of his Demon Wind God Fist art. But, before he could finish, Yi Chen had already appeared in front of him. It was like he had teleported. Without a choice, Ling Hui threw out a punch onto Yi Chen's evil shattering sword. His whole body was blown into the sky, and he was now only a black dot on the main peak of the school. How come he is so fast? Ling Hui was shocked. This place should not affect the main peak of the school anymore. In the sky, Yi Chen and Ling Hui stood facing each other for miles. The evil shattering sword in his hand shone with a sharp sword light. Who the hell are you? The power that Yi Chen had displayed had shocked Ling Hui. Although he was not one of the life and death realm warriors in the Blood Sky Lands waiting list, he thought that some of them might not be able to compete with him. He was only born a couple of years later, and had never entered the life and death secret realm before. Who I am is not important. What is important is that you better go back and tell the Extreme Heaven Martial School not to humiliate themselves. Yi Chen said. Arrogant. You really think you can beat me? Ling Hui yelled as he pushed his Jinyuan to its limit. The gloves on his hands shone with a powerful halo. These gloves were a pair of pseudo-extreme rank gloves that Ling Hui had obtained by chance. With these gloves, he dared to take on Yi Chen's attacks head-on. Master Yi had forced back the #1 martial genius of the Extreme Heaven Martial School, Ling Hui. So powerful. What is this Master Yi's background? Although everyone in the Xianxia martial school knew that Yi Chen was related to the Battle King, no one knew about Yi Chen's background. They were very curious about Yi Chen, because with Yi Chen's talent and power, he would not be a nobody in the place he was from. He might be a powerful warrior. On the plaza, Master Lu and Li Zhongfeng stood together. He did not attack Ling Hui without caring about anything like last time, because the battle between Yi Chen and Ling Hui was too intense for him to get involved. Although his mind was not clear, he still had his instincts. You guys, take Ziyuan away and let him rest. Li Zhongfeng ordered a couple of attendants to take Gao Ziyuan away as he stared at the sky without blinking. Ling Hui was not that easy to beat. Right now, they could only rely on Yi Chen. If Yi Chen could not even beat Ling Hui, then the future of the Xianxia martial school would not be any better. Ting. Ting, ting. Ting. The bright light kept flashing in the sky as Yi Chen and Ling Hui started to exchange attacks at an extremely fast speed. Both of them were martial geniuses who had been through hundreds of battles. The intensity of the battle could not be described with just attacking power, but also speed, experience, and their battling talents. Demon Wind Heaven Cry. This time, Ling Hui successfully performed the last movement of his Demon Wind God Fist art. This movement combined the Wind Profound and the Dark Profound even better. Throwing out a punch, the Dark Tornado made a loud noise, and one could vaguely hear a crying sound, as if even the sky itself was crying. He is indeed more powerful than the Dark Light King. The Dark Light King was too old, and normally, he would not be able to step into the life and death challenge. But, he had. However, judging on power, he was not as powerful as Ling Hui, and definitely not as powerful as the Thunder Spirit King. Among the top half-step King warriors, the Thunder Spirit King was the most horrifying one that Yi Chen had ever met. Without using his Sky Scorpio sword and the Yuan Emperor's image, Yi Chen did not have the confidence to beat the Thunder Spirit King. Facing Ling Hui's extremely powerful fist attack, Yi Chen did not try to dodge at all. Instead, he threw out an attack with his evil shattering sword, and a beautiful black moon appeared in the midair. Pap, compared to Yi Chen's waning moon, Ling Hui's Demon Wind Heaven Cry was still a lot weaker. The second the two clashed, the incoming fist wind was sliced open layer by layer. It could not be stopped at all. Ling Hui was so shocked that he threw out a couple of punches before he could cancel out this sword attack. However, Yi Chen's follow-up attack had arrived. Shoo, a sword light flashed in the midair as Yi Chen suddenly appeared in front of Ling Hui, stabbing out with his sword. Since the sword speed was way too fast, it did not leave any trace, only leaving a hair-thin sword hole on Ling Hui's protective Xinyuan layer. Clang, sparks flew out from Ling Hui's chest as his whole body was blown backward for 3 miles, puking out a mouthful of blood mist. What kind of sword speed is this? Ling Hui felt a chill in his heart. He could barely see Yi Chen's movement pattern, but he could not sense Yi Chen's sword attack pattern at all. In the Blood Sky Land, it was not that he had not fought with those top young martial geniuses before. Among the life and death realm warriors, there were 1 or 2 of them who had fought with him, but none of them were as fast as Yi Chen. Lowering his head to look at his chest, Ling Hui's pupils shrank. The semi-extreme rank armor that he was wearing had a small hole in it, and it would have been pierced through completely. Hiss, on the main plaza of the Xianxia martial school, everyone could not help but gasp. The fact that Yi Chen was able to suppress Ling Hui was already shocking enough. However, compared to that sword attack just now, the waning moon, which had a much more powerful attacking power, had been ignored. For sword users, the speed of the sword attack would be even more shocking. Thinking about it, when 2 people were battling, one would not even move while the other had already thrown out a sword attack. How horrifying would that be? Master Yi is so powerful. Ling Hui is one of the most famous young martial geniuses in the Blood Sky Land, but he could not even get the upper hand. Yeah. That sword attack just now had caught Ling Hui off guard. If only Master Yi could teach us how to throw out sword attacks faster. They naturally could not learn Yi Chen's spiritual sword unless they could learn the fast profound. However, no matter how good the sword art was, it would still require someone to perform it. Besides the sword art, Yi Chen's sword attack skills had indeed reached the peak of perfection. Even life and death realm warriors might not be able to do better than him. Do you still want to fight? Yi Chen did not plan to kill Ling Hui. The Iron Blood region was very complicated, and there was no need to go all out. After all, he could just leave, and the Zhang Tian martial school would still be here. The result has not been decided yet. Don't be too happy yet. Ling Hui's face was extremely pale. Being wounded by someone who was even younger than him had made him lose all his face. At the same time, Yi Chen's power had shocked him deeply. He could not remember if there was someone like Yi Chen in the Blood Sky Land or the surrounding ocean. Yi Chen saw that Ling Hui did not plan to back out, so he knew that he still had some tricks up his sleeves. But he was not afraid either, since there were not many people below the life and death realm that could scare him. Perhaps he would run into one or two in the life and death secret realm. The evil shattering sword in Yi Chen's hand could no longer be seen. All that could be seen were countless tiny sword holes appearing in the air. These sword holes were just like the ace attack of the black-robed elder, which was able to leave a mark in the surreal space. The power of the spiritual sword was indeed not as powerful as the waning moon or the bewitching mirror shattering. But in terms of effect, it was not any weaker than the latter two. Once the sword speed reached a certain level, unless one's defense was high enough, it would be impossible to escape. As for leaving a mark in the surreal space, it was because Yi Chen's sword intent was too powerful. The rank 5 destruction sword intent was equivalent to a normal rank 6 sword intent, which could already affect the structure of the space. If it were not for the fact that Yi Chen's Jin Yuan was slightly weaker and could not be used with his sword intent, he would be able to create a mental projection from millions of miles away with only his rank 5 destruction sword intent, which was something only life and death realm warriors could do. No matter how hard Ling Hui tried, he could not escape from Yi Chen's attack. That powerful sword intent was like a soul lock, locking him down. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not escape. He was like a bug in a spider's web, waiting to be slaughtered. Pooh! Countless sword holes appeared on his semi-extreme rank armor as Ling Hui's face turned paler and paler. Blood mist kept puking out of his mouth. Still not leaving? Up until now, Yi Chen had only used 60 to 70% of his power. His opponent's cultivation was the same as his, so it was not worthy for him to use all of his power. All this time, he had been battling across realms. Even if he ran into the top young martial geniuses, it was still the same, not to mention Ling Hui. Shoo, this time, the sword hole looked like it had pierced through the surreal space, drawing a black line in the air. It went through Ling Hui's chest and went through his body. Wah! The semi-extreme rank armor on Ling Hui's body was almost destroyed. He puked out a huge mouthful of blood, and he could feel that his life force had been taken away by that sword attack. There seemed to be a small sword hole on his spine as well, and that horrifying sword intent was attacking his bones. Yi Chen's power had reached an unimaginable level. Damn! You forced me to do this. Extreme Heaven Demon Body. Ling Hui's protective Jin Yuan suddenly shrunk, sticking to the surface of his skin. At first glance, his body seemed to have turned into a black metal, which did not look like a human body at all. Heaven Realm Martial Art? Yi Chen frowned. No, it does not seem to be perfect. Heaven Realm martial arts could not be passed down, so one could only learn it on their own. Although, there were some other ways to learn from it. But, the Heaven Realm martial arts that were learned would not be perfect after all. It would not be as good as Yi Chen's Green Lotus Sword spell that he had learned on his own, be it the basics or the special abilities. I am going to destroy you. Just as Yi Chen had expected, Ling Hui's Extreme Heaven Demon Body was indeed not learned by him. It was a life and death realm martial art created by a life and death realm warrior in the history of the Extreme Heaven Martial School. It was the same Extreme Heaven Demon art, but the Heaven Realm martial arts would be different. But no matter which one it was, it would be hard to learn from it. Since Ling Hui was able to learn it, it meant that he was very talented. The Extreme Heaven Demon Body focused on stimulating the body's activity, increasing the body's reaction speed and other aspects. The Jin Yuan usage would also reach a limit. It was just like a life and death realm warrior controlling the same amount of Jin Yuan. Shoo, Ling Hui's speed was a couple of times faster than before. It was even faster than Yi Chen's movement speed. Obviously, this extreme heaven demon body had increased his power tremendously. Demon Wind Heaven Cry. The same movement was performed by Ling Hui right then, and it was even more powerful. Although the level of the profound had not increased, the Zhenyuan usage had increased drastically. This is indeed a powerful heaven realm martial art. I wonder how the real extreme heaven demon body would compare with the Battle King's platinum sword body. Yi Chen's expression did not change. If he wanted to, he could perform his sword realm right away and kill Ling Hui. Even without the sword realm, his bewitching mirror shatter would be able to wound him severely. However, it was not worth it for him to reveal too many of his trump cards. Break! Holding his sword with both of his hands, Yi Chen performed his sword art ace attack, Waning Moon. This time, it had an intense destruction element, which was the effect of Yi Chen infusing his destruction sword intent into his attack. A black waning moon flashed once in the midair, leaving behind a horrifying mark. Blood splashed everywhere. How did Ling Hui get here, and how did he get back? On his chest, the semi-extreme rank armor had been completely cracked open. A blood-colored sword mark had almost pierced through his chest, and it was indeed where the blood came from. How is this possible? Ling Hui was blown away without any resistance, his face full of disbelief. The extreme heaven demon body was his biggest ace, and it was also what he had relied on to enter the life and death secret realm. It had been broken just like that, and it seemed like it had been done without any effort. How would he know that Yi Chen's power had already reached an unbelievable level? If he wanted to battle with him, if he did not have the upper hand in terms of cultivation, then there would be no chance of winning at all. Other martial geniuses would treat battling beyond their cultivation like eating and drinking, but Yi Chen treated it as the most basic thing. The two were not even on the same level. This is too powerful. Everyone from the Xianxia martial school had their eyes wide open. They did not have much experience, but they knew that no matter how much Ling Hui had increased his power, he was still like a toy in Yi Chen's hands. They were both martial geniuses, but the gap between them was way too huge. Slowly landing on the main plaza, Yi Chen put his sword back into its scabbard, looking normal. He did not look at Ling Hui, who had been hit by his full power sword attack. Without a couple of months of rest, he would not be able to return to his peak condition. That destruction sword intent alone would be enough to give him a headache. It was a sword intent that could destroy anything, and even life and death realm warriors would not be able to get rid of it. Slowly letting out a breath, Yi Chen looked into the sky. He did not know how much they had grown in this true spirit continent. With Duguju's potential, he should be a couple of times more powerful than Ling Hui, and Dan Tai Mingyue should be the same as well. And then there was that monster Chu Zhongtian. Yi Chen did not know how the other martial geniuses were, but on this true spirit continent, he valued these three the most. Duguju had the despairing blade intent, and his power was only slightly weaker than Yi Chen's. Dan Tai Mingyue seemed to have gotten even more benefits from the four extreme emperor's grave than his space profound. Added with the fact that her talent was not weaker than Duguju's, her power was unpredictable. Chu Zhongtian was the worst in terms of comprehensive ability, not even in the top 20. But, he had the evil spirit body, which was even more powerful than Yuan Emperor's body. The wounded Ling Hui and Yin Xiaoshui left the school in a hurry. Mo Xiaotang was a disciple of the Extreme Heaven Martial School, so she followed them. Before she left, she asked someone to tell Gao Ziyuan that she would leave the Extreme Heaven Martial School and join the school. Yi Chen shook his head. He was afraid that he would have to deal with Mo Xiaotang again. Of course, if the Extreme Heaven Martial School could let her go, then it would be even better. After beating Ling Hui, Yi Chen had become a calming pill in everyone's mind. Everyone's depression had disappeared, and their spirits were lifted. In the past few years, the school had been humiliated way too much, and there had never been a day where they could vent their anger like today. Returning to his own mountain, Yi Chen cleared his mind and continued to train his profound and sword arts. Bewitching mirror shattering is already completed, and my waning moon has made some progress as well. Now, I can spend more time on my spiritual sword. Since my fast profound has made progress, my slow profound should follow suit. The waning moon was focused on attacking, while the bewitching mirror shattering was a combination of sealing and attacking. Although the spiritual sword was not as powerful as the other two, it was still quite useful. If he ran into someone with the same power as him, then it might be able to play an important role. Extreme Heaven Martial School. Seeing Ling Hui and Yun Xiaoshui who had returned with severe wounds, the whole school was shocked. From the leader to the great master to the inner and outer disciples, everyone was shocked. Yun Xiaoshui had returned with severe wounds, since he was only at peak level late Sea of Soul's realm. But Ling Hui was a real half-step king warrior, and his power had already reached the top half-step king warrior level. Who could wound him badly? Perhaps he had been attacked by a group of half-step king warriors. Inside the main palace of the Extreme Heaven Martial School, the leader and the great master of the Extreme Heaven Martial School did not look good. They had already learned the reason from the two, and they could not believe that there would be a very young half-step king warrior that even Ling Hui would not be able to compete with. You have fought with him before. Do you know what level his power has reached? The great master of the Extreme Heaven Martial School was a gray-haired elder. He had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. His eyes were like that of a wolf eagle, very aggressive. He stared at Ling Hui and asked. Although Ling Hui was the head disciple of the Extreme Heaven Martial School, his position was no lower than the highest elder. He was only second to the leader. He had calmed down and said, I have fought with the Sky Tiger Master before. From what I can see, the Tiger Master is no match for him. Even young Master Tiger is no match for him? The leader of the Extreme Heaven Martial School was Ling Hui's second grandpa, named Ling Huho. After hearing Ling Hui's analysis, he frowned. The Sky Tiger Beast Martial School was one of the top 10 beast martial schools in the Blood Sky Land, and it was even more powerful than the Iron Foot Beast Martial School in the Iron Blood region. The Tiger Master from the Sky Tiger Beast Martial School was one of the top martial geniuses of the beast race. He had already reached the peak of the first level of the Life and Death Challenge, and was ranked 15th in the Life and Death Realm substitute list. Ling Hui had fought with him last year, and his protective Jin Yuan layer had been broken by his claw attack. That's impossible. The Tiger Master did not use all of his power when he fought with you. The elder did not want to belittle Ling Hui, but the truth was the truth. Young Tiger Warrior was the descendant of the Sky Tiger race, and the Sky Tiger bloodline was very pure. Although it was not as pure as the Sky Tiger, it was still very scary. Plus, he was at the peak of the first Life and Death Challenge. His power was so scary that even Ling Hui would not be his opponent. Ling Hui nodded, that is why I said that the Tiger Master would at most be on par with him. As a martial genius, Ling Hui had his pride. Losing to Yi Chen was indeed embarrassing for him, but it was not enough for him to deny Yi Chen's power. In his opinion, the Tiger Master might not even be as powerful as Yi Chen. And if he wanted to win against the Tiger Master and Yi Chen, he would have to increase his cultivation to the first level of the Life and Death Challenge. Cough, Ling Hui had been wounded very badly. After he finished talking, he puked out a mouthful of blood. You go and rest first. Ling Huho said with concern. Second uncle, I will go into closed-door training this time, all the way until the Life and Death Secret Realm begins. With such a serious injury, normal half-step king warriors would not be able to recover even after a couple of months. But, Ling Hui had the support of the whole Extreme Heaven Martial School and enough resources, so he was confident that he could completely recover within a month. In the remaining time, he would try his best to reach the first level of the Life and Death Challenge. He had a feeling that this trip to the Life and Death Secret Realm would be the most powerful one he had ever experienced. The mountain peak was verdant and white clouds lingered around it. On the peak of the mountain, a blue figure stood motionless. The sword in his hand kept stabbing out, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. Chi 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 chi, the flickering sword mark lingered in the void for a breath of time before disappearing. Not far away, Gao Ziyuan walked over step by step. Seeing Yi Chen practicing his swordsmanship, he quietly waited at the side with a curious look in his eyes. Leaving a mark in the surreal space. He is not far from breaking the space. Gao Ziyuan had a new understanding of Yi Chen's power. He was not an ignorant person, so he knew very well how hard it was to leave a mark in the surreal space, which meant that each of Yi Chen's sword attacks had the power to break the space. You are here. Yi Chen put his sword back into its scabbard and turned around. Greetings, Master Yi. Gao Ziyuan greeted with his hands. Yichen waved his hand. You and I are about the same age. No need to be so polite. He studied Gao Ziyuan. It seems like you have fully recovered, and your cultivation has reached peak level late seas of Soul's realm as well. You have improved a bit faster than I expected. This is all thanks to Master Ye's healing pellets and Jin Yuan crystals. After the battle with Yun Xiaoshui, Gao Ziyuan's meridians had almost been broken. Fortunately, Yichen did not have much, but he had a lot of rare treasures. He casually took out a couple of them and healed Gao Ziyuan's wounds completely in a short period of time. His cultivation had also reached peak level late seas of Soul's realm. I called you here because I want you to tell me about the young generation of the Blood Sky Land. There were still 2 months before the life and death secret realm would open, so Yichen needed to know about these people. Gao Ziyuan knew that the young generation that Yichen was talking about were the top martial geniuses below the age of 50, not the geniuses of the same age. After organizing his thoughts, Gao Ziyuan said, in the Blood Sky Land, there are a total of 5 people who have entered the life and death realm substitute list. But, that was 9 years ago. Right now, the most famous ones are the 8 beast warriors and the 4 demons. 8 beast warriors and 4 demons? Yi Chen's eyebrows flicked. Gao Ziyuan said, 8 beast warriors, 5 of them are beasts, 3 are demi-beasts, and the 4 demons, 1 is a demi-demon, and 3 humans. Let's talk about the 8 beast warriors first. The leader of the 8 beast warriors is the elephant warrior from the Battle Elephant Martial School, ranked 3rd in the life and death realm substitute list. He has the ancient Battle Elephant bloodline, and his godly power is unrivaled. Only with his physical power, not many people would be able to compete with him. I heard that his power had already reached over 1 million pounds. Over 1 million pounds. Indeed, not to be underestimated. Yichen could not help but think of Yan Fengfeng. She was also a beast among the 100 beasts, but her bloodline was the purest, the real blue phoenix bloodline. Although some of the other beasts had been passed down from generation to generation, their bloodline power was getting thinner and thinner, and it would be hard for them to have a pure bloodline descendant. It was something that could not be helped. Take the demi-beasts for example. There were hundreds of billions of demi-beasts in the Blood Sky Land, but the ones that had formed families were probably not even 1,000th of them. The rest of them had already become normal people with only a trace of demi-beast bloodline, which made them no different from humans. There were very few demi-beast family members in the true spirit continent, but there were at least billions of them. In fact, there was not much difference between demi-beasts and humans anymore. For the most normal demi-beasts, it would not be wrong to call them human. Being able to become the leader of the 8 beast warriors, the ancient Battle Elephant bloodline must be very close to his ancestors. Plus, Yichen knew that the beasts could use their own talents and special methods to go back to their ancestors. Once they succeeded, they would be the one and only member of the 100 beasts, without any other bloodline. The second of the 8 beast warriors is the Snake Warrior. He is a disciple of the demi-beast family, and his 9-headed snake bloodline has been completely awakened. He is ranked 7th in the life and death realm substitute list. He is the arch-enemy of the Elephant Warrior, and they have been fighting for decades. Eh? There is a 9-headed snake family in the Blood Sky Land as well? Yichen froze. He had trained 2 members of the 9-headed snake family, Wang Snake and Wang Mei. Wang Snake had also almost awakened his 9-headed snake bloodline, but his cultivation was still a bit lacking. He did not expect that the 9-headed snake family in the true spirit continent would be destroyed, but there was still another one in the Blood Sky Land. This 9-headed snake family might be more than 100 times more powerful than the one in the true spirit continent, since Wang Snake's family was only a rank 9 family. The third is the Eagle Warrior. He did not enter the life and death realm substitute list, and is a beast genius who has appeared in the recent years. The fourth is the Tiger Warrior, ranked 23rd in the life and death realm substitute list. He is a beast genius from the Sky Tiger Martial School. The remaining 4 beast warriors are not ranked in any particular order. They are the Shark Warrior, the Leopard Lady, the Wolf Warrior, and the Butterfly Lady. The first 2 are beasts, while the latter 2 are demi-beasts. They are all very powerful, just like the Eagle Warrior. They are all martial geniuses who have appeared in the recent years. Hearing him, Yichen nodded. The previous generation of young martial geniuses in the Blood Sky Land should be the 5 who had entered the Life and Death Realm substitute list. The remaining 7 had appeared in the recent years, just like his generation in the True Spirit continent. Master Yi, I cannot tell your power at all. But in my opinion, among the 8 beast warriors, only the Elephant Warrior and the Snake Warrior are worthy of your attention. The rest should not be your opponent. Ling Hui was one of the 4 demons, which were just as famous as the 8 beast warriors. If even Ling Hui was not an opponent for Yi Chen, then it was not hard to imagine that among the 8 beast warriors and the 4 demons, there would not be many who could compete with Yi Chen. With that thought in mind, Gao Ziyuan was very curious about Yi Chen's identity. Yi Chen looked very young, definitely not more than 30 years old. But his power was unpredictable. With a bold guess, Yi Chen might be one of the top martial geniuses in the True Spirit continent. What about the 4 demons? Yi Chen asked. Gao Ziyuan replied, among the 4 demons, young Undying Demon Lord is the strongest. He is the head disciple of the Undying Demon sect, and he cultivates the 9 Revolution Undying Demon art. I heard that 3 years ago, he had already advanced it to a heaven-grade art, possessing the most basic Undying body. His cultivation base is also frightening, already at the 3rd layer of Life and Death Chamber. His ranking is a bit lower than young Elephant Lord's, and he is ranked 5th on the Life and Death substitute list. 9 Revolution Undying Demon art? The most basic Undying body? Yi Chen's face revealed a pensive expression. If his guess was correct, the 9 Revolution Undying Demon art should be a secret art similar to the Undying body. After advancing to heaven grade, its special ability would be the Undying body. He didn't expect this kind of art to exist. Moreover, this young Undying Demon Lord was just like him, able to advance his art to heaven grade before entering Life and Death Realm. This kind of talent and ability was rare in the present age. In that case, this young Undying Demon Lord, young Elephant Lord, and young Snake Lord are young geniuses at the same level. Among them, young Elephant Lord is the strongest? Yi Chen casually said. Gao Ziyuan shook his head, you can't say that. The Life and Death substitute list changes every 10 years. Being weak at that time might not necessarily be the case now. Young Elephant Lord's divine strength is unparalleled, and nobody can fight him head-on. However, young Undying Demon Lord is an exception. He's the only one who can exchange 100 moves with young Elephant Lord. Right, in these 10 years, has no one on the Life and Death substitute list entered Life and Death Realm and became kings? Yi Chen suddenly asked. Gao Ziyuan explained, yes. Currently, there are only 32 people on the Life and Death substitute list. The other 4 have all become Life and Death kings. Young Elephant Lord was originally ranked 5th, but because the 1st and 2nd 2 have both become Life and Death kings, he was able to move up 2 places to 3rd. So that's how it is. Yi Chen faintly nodded. Whoever became a Life and Death king would be automatically removed from the Life and Death substitute list, replaced by the people below. The second of the 4 demons is Tai Quanzuan of the demonic human race. Although Tai Quanzuan doesn't have the perfect demonic human bloodline, he has mastered the ability to completely transform into a demon without losing his mind. He is arrogant and wild, temperamental, and should be affected by the demon transformation. Tai Quanzuan is ranked 22 in the Life and Death Realm, 1 rank higher than young Tiger Lord. The 3rd place is Blade Demon Girl Lan Sanmei. She is the head disciple of the Demon Blade Martial School and one of the brightest rising stars of the Blood Sky Land in the past decade. Together with young Eagle Master, one of the 8 young Beast Masters, they are known as the twin stars of the Beast and Demon. Their potential is at least in the top 3. The 4th is Ling Hui from the Extreme Heaven Martial School. The 8 young Beast Masters and the 4 demons are all from rank 5 martial schools or clans. Only Ling Hui is not from a rank 5 martial school. Therefore, he is very famous and no one dares to look down on him. Because of him, the Extreme Heaven Martial School is known as the top rank 6 martial school in the Blood Sky Land. Gao Ziyuan said tirelessly. Indeed, Yi Chen smiled lightly. With Blade Demon Girl Lan Sanmei's cultivation and power, it would be impossible for her not to be one of the 4 demons. Moreover, from what Gao Ziyuan said, she and young Eagle Master were the brightest martial geniuses in the Blood Sky Land. Although young Elephant Master, young Snake Master, and the others were powerful, their comprehensive ability might not be as good as hers. As for Ling Hui, he naturally could not be underestimated either. According to his life force, he should be in his 30s, which was a bit younger than Bai Wu Xue and the others. However, his cultivation was very powerful, having already reached high-rank half-step king warrior realm. If he were to be brought to this true spirit continent, he would definitely be one of the top warriors. What made Yi Chen let out a breath was that the Extreme Heaven Martial School did not make things difficult for Imo Xiaotang, allowing her to leave and join the Zhang Tian Martial School. Thinking about it, the Extreme Heaven Martial School should have heard from Ling Hui that Yi Chen's power was not something they could compete with. Instead of fighting to the death, it would be better to wait and see. However, Yi Chen also knew that Gao Ziyuan had a headache. Imo Xiaotang was his fiancée, and the two had a very deep relationship. Li Chui, the female disciple of Zhang Tian Martial School, was also deeply in love with Gao Ziyuan. So, it was not necessarily that Gao Ziyuan did not have any feelings for him. After chatting for half an hour, Yi Chen had more or less understood what he wanted to know. Taking out a deep purple greatsword from his storage ring, Yi Chen threw it to Gao Ziyuan. "You are the head disciple of Zhang Tian Martial School. You can't not have a good greatsword. This sword is for you." Gao Ziyuan took a look and said in shock, "Semi-extreme grade greatsword." Semi-extreme grade greatswords were not cabbages. Normally, only half-step king warriors could have them. As the saying went, seeking wealth amidst danger was precisely this principle. "You can go back first." Yi Chen did not care much about a semi-extreme grade greatsword. From the Sky Scorpio King's sword tomb, he had obtained a lot of good swords, and this was only one of them. Moreover, as far as he was concerned, semi-extreme grade treasures were not that rare anymore. The rich became richer, and the poor became poorer. This could also be seen among martial artists. Another half a month passed by, and only 1.5 months remained before the opening of the secret realm. During this time, Yi Chen's spiritual sword had finally made a breakthrough. Its might and sword speed had reached a whole new level, and his fast profound had also reached 60% completion. Unfortunately, his slow profound didn't make much progress. It would probably only increase by 10% after his fast profound reached 70% completion. The spiritual sword, which contained 60% fast profound and 60% wood profound, created a subtle balance. The sword speed and might simply exploded. In Yi Chen's opinion, the two profounds were at the same level in terms of fused profounds. It seemed to have an effect that couldn't be ignored. Waning Moon contains 90% metal profound and 60% water profound. The gap between the two profounds is too big. Balancing them is too hard. Forget it, I'll pay more attention to water profound in the future. I'll let metal profound take its course. Chaotic Demon Region, Demonic Blade Sect, on Demon Girl Peak, Senior Sister, please advise me. A male disciple of Demonic Blade Sect stared at Lan Sanmei as he pointed the blade in his hand toward the ground. "Come." Lan Sanmei didn't even draw his blade as he spoke indifferently. "Senior Sister, be careful." Huh. This male disciple's cultivation base was not low, having already reached the peak of Late Sea of Soul Realm. Of course, compared to Lan Sanmei, he was far inferior. One was like the sky and the other the earth. However, the two didn't use Jin Yuan or will in their exchange, only relying on their physical strength. With a wave of his blade, the blade in the male disciple's hand trembled and turned blurry. It was Demonic Blade Sect's unique blade technique. Still not perfect enough. Too many openings. Lan Sanmei's right palm turned into a blade and slashed out. Clang, the blade in the male disciple's hand flew out, stabbing into the ground at an angle. "All of you, come together." Lan Sanmei looked at the 8 spectating disciples. The 8 disciples didn't decline. Senior Sister Lan Sanmei didn't only have high cultivation base. Without using Jin Yuan and will, no one under Demonic Blade Sect's life and death realm could be her opponent. If she went all out, there would be no point in fighting. Clang 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 clang, 8 blades flew out, but Lan Sanmei remained unscathed. Mei Er's demonic blade arts have already reached greater completion. Seems like you've gained a lot this time. On a mountain peak shrouded in dark clouds, a tall old man revealed a faint smile. He shouldn't be afraid of demonic blade arts, right? The scene of Yichen chopping off the head of the 50 bandits' third head, Xianxia, appeared in Lan Sanmei's mind. That sword strike was extremely fast, without any fancy moves. Mud Dragon Mountain was a small mountain 800 li away from Eternal Sky Sect. It was very ordinary, and one could tell from its name. Elder, there really is a high-grade mid-grade spirit vein under this mountain. A simple and honest middle-aged man said to the old man in front of him. The old man said with a face full of smiles, "Indeed, I've already probed it." Haha, seems like the heavens are protecting my Eternal Sky Sect. Eternal Sky Sect was extremely lacking in resources. If they could obtain a high-grade mid-grade spirit vein, it would certainly be able to sustain their development for decades. When more disciples joined, they wouldn't have to worry about spirit stones anymore. On the same day, the two sent the news back. After Li Zhongfeng heard the news, he was both happy and worried. The Mud Dragon Mountain was in the Eternal Sky Sect's territory. Normally, it should belong to the sect. However, once the news was leaked out, Eternal Sky Sect might not be able to keep this spirit vein anymore. The three top sects had been eyeing Eternal Sky Sect for quite some time now. Send the message down to excavate the spirit vein as much as possible. The spirit stones that are excavated are to be sent back once a day. For the Eternal Sky Sect, only the spirit stones that they obtained belonged to them. Unfortunately, there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. The news of the Mud Dragon Mountain finding a high-grade mid-grade spirit vein was still known by the three top sections. It was not because someone leaked the news, but because the three top sects had too many people monitoring Eternal Sky Sect. As long as there was a trace, it would not be able to escape their eyes. People of Eternal Sky Sect, get out of this area. Otherwise, I will kill you all. In the air above the Mud Dragon Mountain, three groups of people appeared. One group of people were wearing black and white long robes with a fierce vulture sewn on the back. They were from the Vulture Valley. Another group of people were tall, with a huge bear head sewn on the chest area. They were from the Earth Bear family. The last group was from the Extreme Heaven Martial School. The one with the arrogant tone was the leader of the Earth Bear family. The Earth Bear family had always been hot-tempered, and they often killed people. The great master of Eternal Sky Sect, Master Lu, was beaten by a half-step beast king from the Earth Bear family until he lost his mind. Everyone, this is our Eternal Sky Sect's territory. What you are doing is breaking the rules. An elder of the school stood out. They had only excavated this high-grade mid-grade spirit vein for a couple of days, and they had not even found 1,000th of it. How could they let it go? Rules. Our Earth Bear family is the rules. Pooh, the leader of the Earth Bear family threw out a palm attack, turning the elder into a blood mist. Master Lin. Everyone from the Eternal Sky Sect looked at him with their teeth clenched. B** starred. Die. The Mud Dragon Mountain suddenly cracked open, and Master Lu flew out, throwing out a sword attack at the leader of the Earth Bear family. Boom, this sword didn't work. From the Earth Bear family, a ferocious old man with the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear walked out. He smashed the sword chi with one punch and grinned. Lu Yuming, looks like I didn't let you suffer enough last time. This time, I'll let you be even more stupid. It's you. Master Lu's eyes turned red. It was true that he had lost his mind, but this person had left a deep impression on him. 6 half-step king warriors. I wonder if that genius half-step king warrior will act like a coward. Among the Extreme Heaven Martial School's people, the great master of the Extreme Heaven Martial School who was hiding in the crowd sneered. Ling Huho said, fighting against 6 half-step king warriors with his own power. He is destined to fail. No one can save the Eternal Sky Sect. He allowed Mo Xiaotang to lead the Extreme Heaven Martial School and join the Xianxia Martial School because he wanted to prevent the Extreme Heaven Martial School from facing Yichen alone. Although the top 3 martial schools were against the Xianxia Martial School, they were not on good terms with each other. On the contrary, the competition between the top 3 martial schools had never stopped. If the Extreme Heaven Martial School wanted to protect themselves, they would have to be patient and not let their emotions affect them. As for right now, with the 3 martial schools working together, Yichen would not be able to do anything. Roar! Lu Yuming looked crazy as he attacked the elder without caring about anything else. Every sword attack was a killing attack that would injure both of them. Huh. You are looking for death. The shadow of the earth bear behind the fierce-looking old man was as huge as a mountain. Rings of thick earthy yellow waves spread out, making the air incomparably heavy. Boom! A fist attack was thrown out, twisting the space. This fist attack seemed to contain the power of a huge mountain. Pooh! Lu Yuming's method of mutual destruction had only left an indistinct sword mark on the old man's chest, while he himself had been sent flying backwards, spitting out a mouthful of blood. You are overestimating yourself. You were not my opponent when you were at your peak. Now that you have lost your mind, you are definitely not my opponent. The elder sneered with disdain. The life and death secret realm is about to open. It is time to finish this once and for all. Half-step king warriors were very sensitive to yuan qi vibrations. Although they were 800 miles away, Yi Chen could still sense the battle on the Mud Dragon Mountain. He stood up and his body flashed, disappearing from the great master palace. 800 miles was only a couple of breaths' time for Yi Chen. From far away, Yi Chen could see the Mud Dragon Mountain and the three groups of people flying in the sky. They were naturally the Bald Eagle Valley, the Earth Bear family, and the Extreme Heaven Martial School. And that elder with the Earth Bear shadow behind him should be the half-step demi-beast king of the Earth Bear family. Lu Yuming puked out a mouthful of blood and was blown away. Everyone from the Xianxia Martial School was panicking. Seeing Yi Chen coming, they all yelled out happily. Master Yi is here. With Master Yi here, they would not dare to take the spirit fountain by force. Yes, it is naturally impossible for Xianxia School to monopolize the spirit vein. But as long as they can get a quarter of it, it would be enough for them to develop for 10 years. Everyone from the Xianxia Martial School naturally did not think that Yi Chen alone would be able to scare away all the people from the top 3 martial institutions. But, with Yi Chen and Master Lu, they would have the capital to negotiate. They would no longer be like fish on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. After all, Yi Chen's power was not something normal half-step king warriors could compete with. You are the new half-step king warrior of Eternal Sky School? You look quite young. The evil elder was one of the 2 half-step demi-beast kings of the Earth Bear family, and was called the Barbaric Bear King. Ling Hui had left the Xianxia Martial School with severe injuries, so he naturally could not escape from the eyes of the Earth Bear family. However, he thought that Ling Hui was injured by Lu Yuming and Yi Chen. I'll give you a choice. Immediately take your people and leave the Xianxia Martial School's territory. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences. As for him, he will die. Yi Chen did not pull out his sword, but pointed his finger at that small leader of the Earth Bear family, who had killed an elder of the Xianxia School. Pooh! Without much effort, a finger hole appeared on the other party's forehead, and he fell to the ground on his back. Whoa! The top 3 martial institutions looked at each other. This guy was indeed crazy. He had killed a powerful warrior of the Earth Bear family right from the start. He did not take them seriously at all. Little bastard, you are looking for death. The savage Bear King was furious. The Earth Bear shadow behind his back shook violently, and a thick brown-colored wave spread out towards Yi Chen. Meanwhile, he himself bent his body and threw out a punch, throwing out a thunderous punch towards Yi Chen's head. If this punch landed, no matter how big a mountain was, it would still be shattered. Putting up his right hand's index and middle fingers, Yi Chen sneered as he sliced out with his fingertip. Boom! The surreal space seemed to have been sliced in half. That black curved sword light sliced open the fist power of the Barbaric Bear King and went through his body. With a clanging sound, a crack appeared on the Barbarian Bear King's armor. He felt an incredibly powerful sword chi pass through the armor and into his body, cutting away at his life force. His internal organs were instantly covered in wounds that could not be ignored. One finger attack and he was blown back while puking out blood. What? The Barbaric Bear King was wounded by one finger attack? This scene had caused a lot of people to open their mouths wide, unable to close them. Although the Barbaric Bear King had not reached the life and death challenge realm yet, as a demi-beast with the bloodline of the Earth Bear, he was way more powerful than the human demi-king warriors. Yi Chen was able to wound the Barbaric Bear King with one finger attack without using any weapon. How could people not be shocked? Earth Prison. After the barbaric bear king was wounded, the other demi-beast king from the Earth Bear family stood out. He formed a spell with both of his hands, and an endless amount of Earth Yuan Qi gathered toward Yi Chen, instantly forming a square yellow cube, trapping him inside. The Spirit Bear King has made his move. It should be able to trap him for a while. The Spirit Bear King's follow-up attacks are the more powerful ones. As everyone was discussing, the Spirit Bear King grinned as he waved his right hand up and yelled, "Mountain flipping stamp." Amidst the shocking Earth Yuan Qi vibration, a huge yellow mountain fell down from the sky like a shooting star, landing on that yellow cube. With that attack, even if it were an Iron Man, he would be badly wounded. Unfortunately, it all depended on who the opponent was. A pitch-black sword mark appeared on the surface of the yellow cube, and a huge amount of sword light shone out of it like a semicircle. The huge yellow mountain and the Spirit Bear King were both within the attacking range of the semicircle. The sword light flashed once, followed by two shoo sounds. The huge yellow mountain cracked open first before disappearing completely. Then, the Spirit Bear King followed in the footsteps of the barbaric Bear King, puking out blood as he was blown away. How could he be this powerful? The Spirit Bear King could not believe it. Master Yi is so powerful. The barbaric Bear King and the Spirit Bear King were not his opponents at all. They could not even handle one attack. Great! The more powerful Master Yi is, the more hope our Xianxia martial school will have. Let's see if the top 3 martial schools dare to insult us again in the future. Everyone from the Xianxia martial school was overjoyed. This is not good. Could it be that Yi was telling the truth? This guy's power is even more powerful than the Tiger King. Ling Huo frowned. The Tiger King was one of the top 8 beast warriors, and his cultivation had already reached the peak of the first life and death challenge. If he were here, the 6 top half-step king warriors might not be able to take him down. This was the power of a top half-step king warrior, whose power was unpredictable. Leader, you and the Spirit Bear King are both good at ceiling attacks. You might be able to take him down. We are not normal half-step king warriors after all. The great master of the Extreme Heaven Martial School said with a dark face. Yeah. Ling Huo nodded slightly. He was very confident in his ceiling attack, and even the Spirit Bear King was not as good as him. With their combined ceiling attacks, they would be able to trap Yi Chen for a couple of breaths' time, which would be more than enough for him to land a deadly attack. You guys, come at me together. I will take care of you all at the same time and make you guys lie on the ground for a year and a half. In the midair, Yi Chen held his evil shattering sword as his eyes landed on the 6 half-step king warriors from the top 3 martial schools. This time, he planned to attack them even harder than Ling Hui. Even if they had precious treasures to heal them, they would not be able to recover in a short period of time. How arrogant. Do you really think that you can take on the 6 of us by yourself? 2 half-step beast kings from the Bald Eagle Valley stood out. They both had eagle noses, thin lips, and 2 black dots in their eyes. They did not look like human eyes at all. They were indeed the Flying Eagle King and the Grey Eagle King. Then, Ling Huo and the great master of the Extreme Heaven Martial School stood out as well. Along with the Savage Bear King and the Spirit Bear King, the 6 half-step king warriors surrounded Yi Chen in the middle. The rest of them had all backed out for dozens of miles, not daring to stay at the edge of the battle. This guy is tricky. Let's take him down together. Let's see what else the Xianxia martial school has. The Spirit Bear King wiped the blood off his mouth as he signaled Ling Huo with his eyes. Ling Huo did not even look away as he stared at Yi Chen. Let's do it. Ling Huo had always been decisive, so he attacked Yi Chen right away. He put his hands together and then opened them up. A black core energy appeared in front of Yi Chen, and a powerful suction force started to drag Yi Chen's body with the black core as the center. Yi Chen could feel that this suction force was affecting his speed. Even if he pushed his speed to its limit, he would not be able to escape from it. Indeed, a half-step king warrior with no special features was not scary at all. But a half-step king warrior with special tricks would be hard to ignore even if they were not that powerful. Earth Prison. The Spirit Bear King's reaction was not slow at all. The second Ling Huo made his move, he had also formed a spell. All of a sudden, the yellow cube sealed Yi Chen again. Let's kill him together. Seeing that Yi Chen had been trapped by two powerful sealing spells, the rest of the people looked excited. The Grey Eagle King and the Flying Eagle King waved their hands like wings, throwing out countless wind blades. These wind blades rotated intensely, rubbing against the space and bringing up bright sparks. The Savage Bear King and the Great Master threw out a punch and a kick respectively. The fist power and leg power attacked the yellow cube from the left and right, moving like lightning. Meanwhile, the Spirit Bear King's follow-up attack was still a yellow mountain falling from the sky like a falling star. As for Ling Huho, countless black light chi power appeared around his body. It was centered around the black core energy inside the yellow cube, shooting out with a sizzling sound. 6 half-step king warriors combined their powers, and 2 of them had used their sealing spells to trap Yi Chen. The power that they had released could even kill a normal top half-step king warrior within a second. In their opinion, Yi Chen was not going to make it out alive. Master Yi. Everyone from the Xianxia martial school was getting anxious. Lu Yuming yelled, wanting to go up and help. But, the Grey Eagle King from the Bald Eagle Valley was already prepared for him. A pair of wings appeared behind his back, and as he flapped them, a huge wind was brought up. A sky full of wind blades attacked toward Lu Yuming, preventing him from getting closer. Inside the yellow cube, Yi Chen's expression did not change at all. His soul power was spread out, and he could clearly sense the 6 attacks coming at him. He waved the evil vanquishing sword lightly, without any hesitation. All of a sudden, the yellow cube and the black core energy started to twist, hovering between illusion and reality. In front of the space power, anything could twist and disappear. Pop. 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 The 6 attacks that were aimed at the brown block were like stones thrown into the water, bringing up a series of ripples before disappearing completely. That is the space profound. Ling Huho yelled out in shock. He broke our attacks with the space profound. Spirit Bear King and the rest of the warriors had a bad look on their faces. The space profound was known as one of the most powerful profound, and it was not without reason. This kind of profound could contain everything, and destroy everything. Besides the time profound, no other profound could beat it. The brown block and the black core energy twisted and disappeared. Yi Chen walked out from within without a single wound. He raised his eyes and looked at Spirit Bear King and Savage Bear King. I will take care of you first. Shoo, the sword light flashed once, and Yi Chen disappeared from where he was standing. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Spirit Bear King, stabbing out with his sword. It was too fast. Yi Chen's speed was unimaginably fast, and the speed of his sword attack was even faster than Spirit Bear King's senses. Spirit Bear King had just raised his arm when his chest was pierced through. The tip of the sword came out from his back, bringing out a stream of blood. Shaking his wrist, Yi Chen took out his evil shattering sword and jumped towards Savage Bear King. So cruel. A 2-finger-wide sword hole appeared on Spirit Bear King's chest. The sharp destructive sword chi was rampaging inside his body, as if there were countless tiny swords cutting his organs, bones, flesh, and blood. He could not gather his Jin Yuan at all. Piss off. Savage Bear King could only watch Spirit Bear King being wounded badly. He could not save him in time, so he roared and threw out a punch at Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen's body flashed once, disappearing from his sight. Shoo. The next second, 2 intersecting sword marks appeared on Savage Bear King's chest. It looked horrifying, as if his whole body was about to be torn apart. Boom. He was shot out and embedded into the ground. You guys are up next. Yi Chen's body flashed left and right, avoiding the incoming attacks. He turned his head and looked at Ling Huho and the Great Master of the Extreme Heaven Martial School. Junior, don't be arrogant. The highest elder of the Extreme Heaven sect was furious. He leaped up, and his right leg was like a fully drawn bowstring, kicking hundreds of times in the direction of Yi Chen. The shadows of his legs were like a meteor shower, covering everything. There was no way to dodge or retreat. One strike is enough. Yi Chen's body emitted golden and green light. The waning moon, which contained the metal profound and the water profound, was unleashed instantly. The sky suddenly darkened, and a black crescent moon appeared. Then, the shadows of the legs all over the sky shattered one after another. The great elder of the extreme heaven sect had his protective armor split open by the sword power that could cut everything. He was thrown high into the air, and blood rained down. Stop. Yi Chen's attack was so fast and brutal that Ling Huo did not even have the time to react. He put his hands together and then separated them, and the black core energy was about to take shape in front of Yi Chen. But this time, Yi Chen would not let his opponent succeed. He waved his sword, and the newly formed black core energy was split into two. Blood-severing ghost finger. The index and middle fingers of his left hand sliced across the air at Ling Huo, and Yi Chen did not look at him anymore. Ling Huo had never seen such a weird martial art before. That slash from Yi Chen had created an invisible power that completely ignored his protective Jin Yuan and semi-extreme rank armor. It went right through his body and brought out a huge amount of blood qi. The blood qi of a half-step king warrior was so powerful that even 1,000 normal people combined would not be able to compete with it. Ling Huo's whole body was drowned in the blood qi, which looked like the sunset. It was then completely destroyed. Ah! He let out a low growl. Ling Huo had never felt this exhausted before. He did not even have the power to lift up his hands. The blood qi inside his body had disappeared by at least 1/3. If it was reduced slowly, he would still be able to handle it. But losing 1/3 of it all at once would not only hurt his body, but also his mental state. Sudden wind feather. The Grey Eagle King and the Flying Eagle King were both eagle-type beasts. As beasts, the two of them were not even as good as normal Sea of Souls realm warriors in terms of the profound sense. In other words, their comprehensive ability was extremely low. But, the advantage of beasts was not something that humans could compete with. Not only was their beast power a lot more powerful, but they also had special abilities. Among them, the Flying Eagle King's special ability was to shoot out the feathers on his wings. The sky was filled with feathers, all of them crystal clear like black jade. Yi Chen could tell that there were meridians inside the feathers, and the beast power had formed a cycle inside. Once the cycle was broken, it would explode. Not a bad special ability. Break! As Yi Chen's sword finger moved, the broken blood sword came out of its scabbard automatically. It divided into 33 sword shadows, which then formed into a sword snake. Wherever it went, all of the incoming feathers were cut in half, bringing up a firework-like pattern of beast power. It could not get close to Yi Chen at all. Go! After breaking the Flying Eagle King's special ability, the 33 sword shadows formed into a sword snake and attacked toward him. Not good. The Flying Eagle King flipped in the sky, turning into a huge eagle and was about to fly into the clouds. Swoosh! One of his wings was cut through by the sword snake and fell down. His scream could be heard even from a long distance away. You dare to hurt my nephew! Beasts were already aggressive. Seeing that his nephew's wing had been cut off by Yi Chen, the Grey Eagle King's eyes turned red. He did not care about how powerful Yi Chen was, so he attacked without any hesitation. He turned into his original form and his huge claws reached out. It was the special ability of the Grey Eagle King, Sharp Claw Hardening. Chin, lifting up the evil shattering sword, Yi Chen blocked out that unbreakable claw attack. Die! The Grey Eagle King's two bathtub-sized claws waved crazily, turning into countless claw shadows that clashed with Yi Chen's evil shattering sword, bringing up a huge amount of sparks. Seeing the gap, Yi Chen suddenly took a step back before stabbing out a sword attack. This sword attack went through the gap between the Grey Eagle King's claws. The sword qi landed on his chest, tearing out a huge sword mark and causing feathers to fly everywhere. Come back! At the same time, Yi Chen pointed his finger back. The sword snake that had flown out for a long time turned around and sliced through the Grey Eagle King's back. Blood splashed out like a fountain as the Grey Eagle King screamed and fell down from the sky. His huge body created a deep pit on the ground, bringing up a huge wave of mud. After that, the 6 demi-king warriors had all lost, and they were all wounded even more severely than Ling Hui. The Spirit Bear King had been pierced through the chest, and the Savage Bear King had at least a couple of his ribs broken. Even the Great Master of the Extreme Heaven Martial School had suffered the same fate. Ling Huo had lost more than 1/3 of his blood qi, and his mental injury was extremely severe. His face was as white as paper. The Flying Eagle King was a bit worse off. He had lost one of his wings, and it was unknown if he could reattach it. The Grey Eagle King's spine had been sliced through by the sword snake formed by the defensive sword spell, and he had lost all of his battling power. The 6 Demi-King warriors had come with an aggressive aura, but now, they had all been killed. If it were not for Yi Chen holding back, none of them would have survived. The reason why Yi Chen had held back was because he knew that although the Xianxia martial school's current situation had something to do with the 3 martial schools, it was not a direct connection. Taking out the 3 martial schools might anger the dominator of the Iron Blood region, the Iron Paw Beast martial school. Therefore, it was not the time to make a big move yet. Letting out a deep breath, Yi Chen put his evil shattering sword back into its scabbard and said to the people from the 3 martial schools, "What are you waiting for? Piss off." The people from the 3 martial schools were all shocked. 6 Demi-King warriors. Any one of them would be powerful warriors, but in front of Yi Chen, they could not even handle one attack. Each one of them was worse than the last. Who the hell is this guy? Since when does the Blood Sky Land have a human who is as powerful as the 4 demons? No, even among the 8 beast warriors or the 4 demons, he would be a top warrior. Let's go. The people from the Extreme Heaven Martial School were the first to react, bringing Ling Huho and the Great Master away. Soon, the people from the Earth Bear family and the Bald Eagle Valley woke up as well, as if they were afraid that Yi Chen would kill them. They came fast and left even faster. Soon, the sky above the Mud Dragon Mountain was completely empty, with only Yi Chen left. Cheers were heard. Everyone from the Zhangtian Martial School was overjoyed. It had been so many years, and they had never been this powerful. The 3 martial schools were like chickens in Yi Chen's hands. He had scared them away without any effort. What 8 beast warriors? What 4 demons? I bet that Master Yi must be a Sky King realm martial genius on this True Spirit continent. He is so powerful. The Blood Skyland is going to change. I would like to see what would happen when the 8 beast warriors and the 4 demons run into Master Yi. It would definitely shock the whole Blood Skyland. Everyone's respect for Yi Chen had reached a whole new level. They were almost seeing him as a god. In the distance, Li Zhongfeng, Gao Ziyuan, and the rest had already arrived. Because of the battle between Yi Chen and the 6 half-step king warriors, they did not get close to the battle. But their expressions were not any better than the others. Li Zhongfeng's eyes were even wet. Although the female disciples were all good girls, and they were not very vain, which one of them did not like powerful people? Especially Yi Chen, who was so young, only in his 20s. Therefore, all of their hearts were racing, and their minds were filled with the scene of Yi Chen using his sword to attack his enemies. In their minds, Yi Chen had probably become the highest standard for them to choose a mate, just like chasing after a celebrity. Even Li Chui and Mo Xiaotang had a weird feeling. His blue robe fluttered in the wind, and his black hair was blown by the wind, looking like ink. Yi Chen did not care about everyone's expression as he said, "Since everything is done, I will not stay any longer. Leader, I will go back first." After speaking, Yi Chen's body turned into a beam of sword light and shot out. "Thank you." Li Zhongfeng looked at Yi Chen's back and said quietly. Gao Ziyuan said emotionally, "Some people are destined to be the main characters of an era, and he is one of them, right? As for me, even if I join a rank 5 martial school and have all the resources I need, I will only be able to look at his back. I will not be able to catch up to him. Even if you cannot be the main character, you can still be a side character. This is a big world, and the main characters and the side characters are always competing with each other. Do not be discouraged, or you will not even be qualified to be a side character." Li Zhongfeng reminded Gao Ziyuan. Leader is right. Ziyuan will not let you down. Extreme Heaven Martial School, Bald Eagle Valley, and Earth Bear Family, these 3 rank 6 powers were not only the top 3 in the Iron Blood region, but also the top 10 among all the rank 6 powers in the entire Blood Sky Land. Originally, these 3 powers were targeting Zhangtian Martial School, and those who knew about it all felt that it was too much of a bully. Were they not pushing Zhangtian Martial School to a dead end? So cruel. However, there was a recent secret that shocked everyone. The 3 martial schools had gone to the Zhangtian Martial School aggressively, wanting to take over the spirit vein that the school had found. but in the end they had all run away. According to the rumors, it was a young man who had beaten all the half-step king warriors of the three martial schools. His sword art was extremely mysterious. All in all, Yi Chen's fame had spread out in the Iron Blood region. A lot of people were guessing who Yi Chen was, since there was no such person in the Blood Skyland. Perhaps he had come from some powerful hidden martial school or family. But of course, no matter what, in the eyes of the people who knew about it, Yi Chen was already on par with the 8 beast young warriors and the 4 demons. One of the top 10 beast martial schools, the Iron Paw Beast Martial School. Inside the Iron Paw Beast Palace, the red flame lit up the wide metal walls and the metal pillars, making them look cold and intimidating. On the top seat of the palace that was dozens of floors tall, a huge minotaur was sitting. His calves were a couple of floors tall, and his muscles were like hills. His skin was dark red in color, and he seemed to be very hot. Are you telling the truth? Extreme Heaven Martial School, Bald Eagle Valley, and the Earth Bear family's half-step king warriors were all beaten down by a young man? The Minotaur's eyes were like torches, shooting out 2 red light beams that were dozens of meters long, covering the man in the middle of the palace. The man did not dare to raise his head as he said carefully, "It is absolutely true. I would not dare to lie to you." What kind of weapon did he use? The Minotaur asked. Sword. Sword? As the Minotaur's eyes opened and closed, the red light beam flashed in and out. Perhaps he is from the Sky Sword Land? In the following days, no other martial schools or people came to mess with the Xianxia martial school. The mid-rank spirit vein under the Mud Dragon Mountain would add a lot of spirit stones to the school's storage every day, which made everyone in the school happy. In the blink of an eye, more than a month passed. This was the Blood Sky Land, the True Spirit Land, and an unknown land. In the middle of these 3 lands, there was a huge mountain range that was filled with ancient chi. It was indeed the Savage Mountain Range. In the sky above the Savage Mountain Range, the space was twisted, and the wind was surging. Amidst the endless thunder and lightning, a huge ancient bronze gate slowly appeared. The surface of the bronze gate was old and mottled, as if it came from the ancient times. The ancient aura that existed forever suppressed the demonic beasts in the Savage Mountain Range, causing them to not dare to move. Even the flow of time seemed to slow down. Any living creature that came to this place would feel fear from the depths of their soul. The gate of life and death had appeared. On the 3 continents, the situation was changing. True Spirit Continent, swish 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 swish, one after another, human figures rushed towards the depths of the Savage Mountain Range from all directions. These human figures were all young men, and their ages looked to be around 30 years old. Of course, their actual ages could be around 40 years old, or even close to 50 years old. Some of them had cold expressions, some had fiery eyes, and the temperament they emitted was 1 in a million. Besides them, all of the young men who came to the Savage Mountain Range were half-step king warriors. Some of the older ones even had a light sense of life and death chi, which meant that their cultivation had reached the life and death challenge realm. Right then, a lot of people had already gathered beside the bronze gate. Among these people, a lot of them were people that Yi Chen was familiar with, Bai Wuxue, Xiao Hozuan, Lu Xiaoyu, Xiao Chuhe, Bai Minghui, Helian Wuhua, Shangguan Fei, Situ Hao, and so on. There were also some young half-step king warriors that Yi Chen had never seen before. Quite a lot of people. Bai Wuxue smiled lightly. Lu Xiaoyu glanced at the others and said coldly, "The True Spirit Continent is one of the entrances to the life and death secret realm. Everyone who is able to come here will come. I don't think anyone would give up the chance to enter the life and death secret realm. Indeed, the life and death secret realm could save us a lot of time." Bai Wuxue nodded. Boom. 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 In the distance, a battle sound was suddenly heard. 2 human figures kept crossing each other while sword chi and symbol palm power filled the sky. "Once we get to the life and death secret realm, I will fight with you again." Shadows overlapped as one of them landed on the peak outside the bronze gate. It was the former West Ocean sword master, Lu Wujian. Of course, his cultivation had already reached the half-step king warrior level, so calling him West Ocean sword master was no longer appropriate. Anytime. The other person was the disciple of the Air Emperor, Jiang Tian. He sneered as he landed on the peak on the other side. Although the two were not from the true spirit continent, the entrance to the life and death secret realm was right here, so they had to come here. Both of them were top warriors, one with a powerful sword art while the other had the power of being one with the world. They could not see eye to eye with each other, so they had fought on the way to the Savage Mountains. All of them are insane. Situ Hao, who had exchanged the defensive sword spell with Yi Chen before, made a face. He was very talented, but compared to these people, he was nothing. In the sky, two light dots came from the left and right. One was blue, and the other was green. One was fire, and the other was water. Yan Fengfeng is here. Bai Wuxiwa chuckled. And Sharuwaching. The blue flame and the green water ball landed on the ground. It was indeed Yan Fengfeng and the godly shark princess, Sharuwaching. Both of them were beasts, and their qi was very powerful. However, just as the two landed, a red figure appeared on the other side of the sky. Everyone could tell that it was Dan Tai Mingyue. In terms of talent, Du Guju and Dan Tai Mingyue were the most powerful ones in the true spirit continent, and no one could compete with them. Haha, piss off. All of a sudden, a dark red light shadow shot out, blowing away Jiang Tian, who did not manage to dodge in time. The light shadow formed, and it turned out to be a red-haired teenager. It was Chu Zhongtian. You are looking for death. Jiang Tian was not wounded at all. He flew in the sky, staring at Chu Zhongtian with a pale face. Chu Zhongtian chuckled, I have just reached the half-step king realm not too long ago, and my hands are itching. Come on. I would like to see how powerful you are. What? He has just reached the half-step king realm, and he is already this powerful? Every single one of them was a dragon among men. Hearing Chu Zhongtian's words, they were all shocked. Jiang Tian's cultivation had already reached the top-rank half-step king warrior level, and his power was so powerful that no one in the same generation could beat him. However, Chu Zhongtian was only at the mid-rank half-step king warrior level, and he had somehow blown away Jiang Tian without giving him the time to dodge. Evil spirit body. No wonder. Bai Wuxiwa shook his head and forced a smile. This kind of body type would make even the gods jealous. As an evil spirit body, Chu Zhongtian's cultivation base was extremely hard to increase. However, the process from peak level late Sea of Soul realm to half-step king warrior realm was much easier for an evil spirit body. After all, as long as the Zhenyuan formed a perfect circulation in the blood, it would be fine. In fact, because of his evil spirit body, Chu Zhongtian had an easier time reaching the half-step king realm, because his heart was just too powerful. It was an advantage that no one else had. The asterisk starred. 100 symbol palm. Jiang Tian was not someone who would not fight back after suffering a loss. He waved his hand, and a sky-covering symbol palm power attacked toward Chu Zhongtian. Compared to the 5 symbol palm, the 100 symbol palm's power was more than 2 times more powerful. He was so angry that he performed his ace attack right from the start. Hee, good timing. A great rapier appeared in Chu Zhongtian's hand, which he threw out a sword attack. The dark red light was bright and horrifying. It was like a dark red sun had exploded, drowning the symbol palm power completely. Jiang Tian was not easy to deal with either. Although the symbol palm power had dissipated a lot, under his control, the rest of it formed into a massive symbol, battling against the dark red light. It was the first time the two had exchanged attacks, and it looked like they were on par. Don't block the way. Chu Zhongtian was arrogant, but there was another warrior who was even more aggressive. 1,000 meters long pale blade light sliced through the sky, slicing through the space between the two. Boom, Chu Zhongtian and Jiang Tian separated. Shu, Du Guju, whose hair had turned white, walked over with pride. His aura was horrifying, and being stared at by him would make anyone feel like they had fallen into hell. After Yi Chen had left, Du Guju's power had improved tremendously. Before, he was still not an opponent for Lu Wujian. But in the battle half a year ago, Lu Wujian had lost the upper hand. Oh, very powerful. Chu Zhongtian licked his lips. The life and death secret realm was about to open. Actually, no one was planning to fight there, and it was just for show. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian and Jiang Tian took the opportunity to stop fighting. After about 15 minutes, 7 human figures appeared from afar. They were indeed the young warriors who had the life and death chi on them. There were 5 males and 2 females. It is Luo Tiandu and the rest. Bai Wuxue looked serious. Although these people had not appeared in front of them in the past few years, those who knew about them all knew who they were. They were the young martial geniuses of the previous generation who had entered the life and death secret realm before, and they were already half-step king warriors. As half-step king warriors, they would naturally not be in the same group as them back then. After all, half-step king warriors and Sea of Souls realm warriors would not be able to compete with each other. Among these 7, Luo Tiandu was the most powerful one, ranked second on the life and death realm warrior list. The other 6 were all on the list as well. Xianho, Thunder Spirit King, and Luo Tiandu. They were all in the same generation. But, back then, Xianho was just too amazing. Yeah. To be honest, Luo Tiandu had entered the life and death secret realm less than Xianho, but they were still in the same generation after all. Xianho and Luo Tiandu were just like us and Luo Tiandu. There was a gap of 10 years in between. Everyone was discussing as they looked at the 7 people who had just arrived. Young people nowadays are all so hot-tempered. The long-haired young man next to Luo Tiandu cracked a smile as he glanced over at Chu Zhongtian, Jiang Tian, and Du Guju. Luo Tiandu sneered, as if you are very old. Hee, compared to them, we are considered old. If we were normal people, we would be around 50 years old. For ordinary people, 50 years was half of their life. But for them it was 1/6 of their life, and they were still young and promising. If they could enter the life and death realm one day and become a king, then 50 years would be nothing. The life and death secret realm contains life and death stones, which can help us understand life and death and improve our mental state. Unfortunately, there are too many monks and not enough meat, so half of the people will not be able to get one. Brother Luo, you are at the peak of the 3rd layer of life and death challenge. As long as you get a few more stones, you might be able to become a king warrior in the life and death secret realm. Life and death realm is not that easy to reach. Luo Tiandu forced a smile. When he was at the top half-step king warrior level, he would have a 90% chance of reaching the 1st layer of life and death challenge with 1 stone. But, from the 1st layer to the 2nd layer, even 2 stones would not be enough. From the 2nd layer to the 3rd layer, the number of stones needed would be doubled, and from the peak of the 3rd layer to the true life and death realm, it would not be enough with just stones. It would also require a bit of luck. Moreover, there were not all the stones in the life and death secret realm. Every time, more than half of the people would not be able to get one, and most of them would only have 1 stone. Only a small portion of them would have more than 2 stones, and their mental state and power would increase drastically. The 7 were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, 7 figures had already appeared beside the bronze door. Bai Wuxue, Lu Xiaoyu, the 4 of you have been competing against each other for more than 10 years. This is really rare. Luo Tiandu sized up Bai Wuxue and the other 3 with a smile. Perhaps it is fate. The long-haired teenager beside Luo Tiandu laughed as well. Bai Wuxue, Lu Xiaoyu, Xiao Hozuan, and Xiao Chuhe. The 4 had always been at the same level since they were young, and the gap between them was not that big. After decades, although these 4 were no longer at their peak, and had been surpassed by Yi Chen, Du Gujue, and Dan Tai Mingyue, the competition between them had never stopped. Having opponents is not necessarily a bad thing. Don't you think so, Brother Luo? Brother was a respectful title, and it did not mean that only people in the same sect could call each other that. Bai Wuxue was 10 years younger than Luo Tiandu, so calling him brother was not wrong. You're right. Luo Tiandu nodded, you are already half-step king warriors. As long as your luck is not bad, you should be able to obtain a life and death stone. Who knows, you might even be able to exchange pointers with us. Life and death realm was simply too hard to reach. Even Luo Tian couldn't guarantee that he could become a life and death realm king. In this way, the gap between him and Bai Wuxue would be getting smaller and smaller. Sooner or later, they would reach the same level, and by then, they would be in a competitive relationship. Those young men seemed to be in a very bad mood. The long-haired young man looked at Du Guju, Chu Zhongtian, and the others with a smile. Bai Wuxue said, I am ashamed. We are not a match for them. Without a doubt, Du Guju, Dan Tai Mingyue, Chu Zhongtian, Lu Wujian, and Jiang Tian were all top young warriors at the same level. Yan Fengfeng could barely be considered as well. Then, it would be the top 5 young warriors and a couple of top martial geniuses like Bai Minghui. Then, it would be the rest of the young warriors. Chu Zhongtian could tell from these people's eyes that they were talking about him and Du Guju. He made a face but did not say anything. He could indeed battle above his realm, but it depended on who his opponent was. As a martial genius himself, Luo Tiandu also had the power to battle above his realm. Plus, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 3rd level of the life and death challenge. If Chu Zhongtian went up, he might not even be able to handle one attack. If he wanted to fight against them, his cultivation would have to reach the life and death challenge at least. Just like Chu Zhongtian, Du Guju, Jiang Tian, and the rest of them all remained silent. There were more and more people arriving at the Bronze Gate. Not only from the True Spirit continent, but also from the ocean region near the True Spirit continent. The True Spirit continent had the most people, about 30 of them. Half of them were young and old martial geniuses. Adding those from the ocean region or the deep ocean, there were more than 50 of them. Moreover, there would be 1 or 2 people arriving every second. Some of them had extremely horrifying qi, but not many people could recognize them. After all, the deep ocean martial geniuses did not have much contact with the True Spirit continent. Crack, time passed like water. When it was almost dusk, the ancient Bronze Gate suddenly opened. That ancient voice made everyone's heart skip a beat. The life and death gate is open. Let's go in. Luo Tiandu and the other 6 entered the gate first. Then, the rest of the people entered one after another. Soon, there were only a few people outside the gate. It seems like he is not coming. Chu Zhongtian sighed as he entered the gate. You should not miss it, right? Du Guju was the last to enter. After everyone had entered, the Bronze Gate did not close. Because the sun had not set yet, the world had not fallen into darkness yet. Shoo, in the distance, a silhouette rapidly approached. The silhouette landed on the ground. It was Yi Chen's acquaintance, the Crown Prince of the Blackwater Alliance, Wang Tai. Life and Death Secret Realm. If you miss it once, you might miss it for the rest of your life. That kid has most likely entered, saving me the trouble of looking for him. A sneer appeared on Wang Tai's face. As a strongest half-step king, he was also on the life and death substitute list, ranked 8th. In his eyes, even if Yi Chen became a half-step king, he would not be his opponent. At that time, he would make Yi Chen spit out Jinyuan crystals with interest. Just as he was about to enter the gate, Wang Tai sensed something and turned his head. A dazzling golden flame pierced through the air. Within the flame was a tall and slender figure with hair as black as ink. Eh? A body refining expert. Wang Tai's brows twitched. Miss, I'm Wang Tai. I wonder, with a smile, Wang Tai blocked the Bronze Gate, intending to make friends. Scram. The golden flame was like a hot knife cutting through butter, completely ignoring Wang Tai and directly entering the Bronze Gate. Brushed by the flame, Wang Tai miserably rolled on the ground, his face pale. Damn it. Who is this woman? Wang Tai's complexion was unsightly. He had intended to make friends, but was unexpectedly pushed away by the other party. However, the other party's strength truly startled him. Merely being brushed by the golden flame caused his blood to boil, as if the other party was not a human, but a dragon. Humph. With a light snort, Wang Tai followed in. Blood Sky Continent, a large number of young half-step kings were gathered outside the Bronze Gate of Desolate Mountain. Apart from the 8 young beast lords and 4 demons, there were also some geniuses who were not as famous as them. Some were from Blood Sky Continent, while others were from the ocean. Ling Hui, you said you were defeated by a single person. I wonder if that's true? Young Tiger Lord's bare arms and chest were covered in fierce tiger stripes. He grinned and said. Ling Hui indifferently said, no need for your concern. Hee, no matter what, we're from the same continent. That kid's origin is mysterious. If I encounter him, perhaps I'll help you vent some anger. Let's talk about it when you encounter him. A strange light flickered in Ling Hui's eyes. He was more or less clear about Yi Chen's strength. In his opinion, young Tiger Lord would most likely suffer a bit if he encountered Yi Chen. Of course, this had nothing to do with him, and he had no obligation to tell him. Young Tiger Lord, be careful not to fail miserably. These days, anything can happen. Lan Sanmei flicked the hair on his forehead that had been messed up by the wind and said indifferently. Failure miserably is the behavior of a fool. Do you think such a thing would happen to me? Young Tiger Lord smiled disdainfully. That's not necessarily true. Lan Sanmei revealed a mocking expression. You. Young Tiger Lord fiercely glared at Lan Sanmei. The latter's words were clearly directed at him. What? I'm just speaking the truth. In half a month, although Yi Chen's deeds had not spread throughout the Blood Sky continent, as a disciple of demonic blade sect, how could Lan Sanmei not know about it? When she heard the news, she immediately thought of Yi Chen. In her opinion, only Yi Chen had this kind of strength, and he came from another place. Humph. Young Tiger Lord did not want to argue with Lan Sanmei. She was the head disciple of demonic blade sect, and although she looked like a flower, her temperament was extremely savage. He was not ready to have a falling out with her. Once he entered the life and death secret realm and obtained some life and death stones, he would deal with her properly. From afar, Yi Chen could see the bronze gate towering between heaven and earth, as well as the numerous young experts standing outside of it. Quite a lot of people. Yi Chen mumbled to himself. Yi Chen's arrival was naturally seen by others. I've never seen this person before. The gazes of the 8 young beast lords, 4 demons, and numerous young experts all landed on Yi Chen's body. Some were curious, some were malicious, and some were kind. Ling Hui clenched his fists and sucked in a deep breath. He had not broken through to the life and death chamber, so he could not be Yi Chen's opponent. However, he would definitely settle this score. You're here. Lan Sanmei sensed that Yi Chen's aura had increased by a large margin. He was clearly a high-level half-step king, but he did not know what level his strength had reached. Life and death secret realm only happens once every 10 years. How could I miss it? Yi Chen smiled at Lan Sanmei. Indeed. Only the life and death secret realm can shorten the time needed to enter the life and death realm. Lan Sanmei and Yi Chen were chatting happily, which surprised many people. Demoness Blade Lan Sanmei was definitely not a kind person. It was rare to see her talking normally with someone of the opposite sex. Sister Lan, who is he? Why don't you introduce him? While the two were talking, a tall, green-haired youngster walked over. Those who knew him couldn't help but sigh. This green-haired youngster was none other than the head of the 4 demons, young Undying Demon Lord. The matter of young Undying Demon Lord pursuing Lost Han Mei was known to almost everyone. Lan Sanmei frowned. He is my friend, Yi Chen. Ah, it is Brother Yi. If there is a chance, let's get to know each other. Sister Lan and you can chat, so I should be able to chat with you as well. The teenager said with a hint, as if he was telling Yi Chen that Lan Sanmei had a good relationship with him, so it would be better for him to understand. The life and death gate is about to open, right? Yi Chen moved away from him and looked at the bronze gate. Everyone was shocked. This Yi Chen was way too arrogant. The teenager was a bit shocked as well, but he soon covered up the awkwardness and looked at Yi Chen with a cold light flashing through his eyes. As the sun set, the bronze gate suddenly opened with an ancient aura. Haha, the life and death gate is open. This is my first time entering the life and death secret realm. There were nearly 50 young half-step kings gathered outside the gate. Seeing the gate open, they all flew into the gate like swallows returning to their nest, disappearing without a trace. The young Undying Demon Lord glanced at Yi Chen and said to Lan Sanmei, Sister Lan, I'll go first. Remember to look for me once you're inside. The life and death gate was only a transportation gate. Entering at the same time would result in a different destination. Therefore, there was no need for the young Undying Demon Lord to enter with Lan Sanmei, so he flew in first. Yi Chen, I'll go first. Lan Sanmei was a few years older than Yi Chen, and her cultivation base had reached the peak of the first layer. However, just like Yi Chen, it was her first time seeing the life and death secret realm open. Lan Sanmei's body flickered as she shot into the gate. Yi Chen faintly nodded as he watched everyone enter the gate, including Xiaobao of the Golden Lion race. The life and death secret realm opens once every 10 years for 3 months. I wonder if the demonic human emperor will let Murong come. After waiting for a while, the sun gradually set, and the gate also showed signs of closing. Smiling bitterly, Yichen didn't want to wait any longer. His body flickered as he flew into the gate. Right at this moment, the gate closed with a loud bang, disappearing into the void. This was an extremely strange plane. It wasn't unreasonable to say that it was strange. On the ground, there were places that were lush with green grass and full of life. There were also places that were barren and desolate. There wasn't a clear dividing line between the two. Because at this moment, this place might still be green, but in the next moment, the green grass might instantly wither and dissipate, while in the desolate place, tender shoots would instantly grow. The tender shoots would grow at an astonishing speed, and in a short while, the green grass would cover the ground. Life and death, flourishing and withering, it was happening all the time. What a great secret realm! Yi Chen, who had just arrived, was shocked by the scene. Growing a plant and making it flourish was something that he, who had comprehended the wood profound, could do as well. However, it would be impossible for him to do as he did in the life and death secret realm, allowing nature to take its course. Life and death secret realm seemed to contain the cycle of life and death. Life was not the beginning, and death was not the end. Life and death were merely a cycle. Screech, suddenly, a soul-piercing eagle cry came from above his head. Yichen looked up and saw an eagle form in the sky, where clear and turbid air currents intertwined. The eagle's body was blurry and didn't seem to be alive, but its speed was incomparably fast. A moment ago, it was 10,000 zhang high in the sky, and in the next moment, its claws were less than 3 feet away from Yichen's head. Yichen did not dare to be careless. He instantly unsheathed his evil vanquishing sword and stabbed the eagle's chest. Poochie, without spilling any blood, the goshawk's body turned blurry and eventually turned into a two-colored airflow, which dispersed into the universe. This was the chi of life and death. The goshawk was formed by the chi of life and death. Seems like I can't be careless. This is only the outer area of the life and death secret realm, and the evil spirit here has the strength of a mid-level half-step king. Normal half-step king warriors would be clawed to death without any powerful tricks. Life and death evil spirits were formed by the chi of life and death. They were non-living creatures that could only survive in the life and death secret realm. Unfortunately, it has just been formed. Although it is powerful, there is no life and death stone in its body. Yichen shook his head. The life and death secret realm contained life and death stones, which were usually born in the bodies of evil spirits. Normally, evil spirits with life and death stones would be extremely hard to destroy. For example, if that goshawk evil spirit had a life and death stone in its body, Yichen wouldn't have been able to destroy it with one sword attack. After flying for a while, a shocking energy vibration exploded in the distant sky. Someone was fighting. Fighting as soon as I entered? Could it be that they found the life and death stone? His eyebrows twitching, Yichen increased his speed instead of slowing down, turning into a beam of sword light. On a boundless plain, two figures continuously clashed with each other. Violent shockwaves spread out everywhere, creating huge craters on the plain. This life and death stone was obtained by me after killing so many evil spirits. If you know what's good for you, leave now. Otherwise, there will only be one of us. The yellow-robed youngster scolded the brown-robed youngster while exchanging blows. The brown-robed youngster sneered, "Winner takes all. Life and death stone is not something you can have. Let me take care of it for you." B** starred. You are going too far. The yellow-robed youngster was furious. The life and death secret realm was divided into 3 areas, the core area, the inner area, and the outer area. If the whole secret realm was a circle, then the core area would naturally be in the middle, while the inner area would be between the core area and the outer area. The outer area was the safest, but correspondingly, it also had the least amount of life and death stones. Those who did not have enough power and could only stay in the outer area would not be able to get a life and death stone. If they could get a life and death stone, then it would be a sign of extreme luck. The yellow-robed youngster found an evil spirit as soon as he entered. Thinking that he might be lucky, he fought with this evil spirit for 300 rounds before finally killing it. What made him ecstatic was that there was indeed a life and death stone inside this evil spirit's body, one that could possibly allow him to reach the life and death challenge realm. Unfortunately, the life and death stone was discovered before it could even warm up. Pung 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 pung, the two exchanged blows crazily, the shockwaves of their battle shaking the plain within hundreds of miles. It was as if there were countless elephants running through it. Die. The yellow-robed youngster had fought with the evil spirit before, so he was slightly wounded. After a long battle, the brown-robed youngster found a gap and punched him in the chest. Pooh, puking out a mouthful of blood, the yellow-robed youngster was blown backward. Following closely behind, the brown-robed youngster threw another punch at the head of the yellow-robed youngster. All of a sudden, the aggressive fist power shattered the head of the yellow-robed youngster. Then, a strange scene happened. After the yellow-robed youngster's head exploded, his whole body started to fade, and so did the blood mist. A life and death stone surrounded by two colored chi flows floated in the air. Holding the life and death stone in his hand, the brown-robed youngster laughed out loud. With this life and death stone, as long as his luck was not bad, he would be able to reach the life and death challenge realm. After all, those who came to the life and death secret realm all had extremely high potential. Even without the life and death stone, they would still have a great chance of reaching the life and death challenge realm. The life and death stone could only save them a lot of time. Of course, what the martial geniuses lacked was time. Someone is coming. The brown-robed youngster's expression changed. The life and death stone merged with his body, and his speed increased drastically. Within a blink of an eye, he had disappeared into the horizon. He sure runs fast. From afar, Yichen had arrived. Looking at the place where the brown-robed youngster had disappeared, he felt a bit regretful. One life and death stone had a 90% chance of helping a high-rank half-step king warrior reach the life and death challenge realm. Although it only referred to the martial geniuses and not all of the high-rank half-step king warriors, everyone who came here was a martial genius. Inside the savage mountains of the Blood Sky Land, the place where the life and death door had once appeared, pop, the space twisted, and a yellow-robed youngster appeared. Damn. If I don't take revenge, I will not be a human anymore. The yellow-robed youngster had an evil look on his face. There were not many life and death stones in the outer area of the life and death secret realm, so Yichen did not want to waste any more time here. 1000-year life grass. Life fruit. The life and death secret realm was not a dead land. There were also some spirit medicines here. The life grass and the life fruit had the effect of healing wounds. Once they reached a certain age, they could even grow bones from the dead, which made them extremely valuable. Spirit medicines and fruits that could heal wounds were extremely rare, so Yichen would naturally not let them go, so he put them all away. Continuing forward, Yichen scanned the surroundings with his soul power from time to time, maintaining a range that would not consume too much soul power and would not miss any treasures nearby. As his soul power scanned over a rock, Yichen seemed to have discovered something and scanned it again. Such a dense death chi. Stopping his body, Yichen landed beside the rock. This rock was ordinary and gray-white in color. But if one looked closely, they would discover that there was a faint gray aura lingering on its surface. As soon as this gray aura came into contact with the nearby vegetation, it would immediately wither away, and the earth would lose all life. Rise. Yichen reached out his palm, and a suction force appeared. Rumble, a huge rock shot out of the ground, and Yichen held it in his right hand. With a light shake of his palm, the rock shattered. Within the shattered rock was a palm-sized profound black iron ore. On the surface of the iron ore, there was a gray chi flowing in and out as if it was breathing. As soon as Yichen's Jinyuan came in contact with it, it showed signs of breaking apart. Death chi iron. Yichen slowly spat out a word. Death chi iron was one of the extreme rank metals. Although it was not listed in the top 10 mystical metals, it was still a rare extreme rank metal. Yichen had the sword forging art, and in the future, when he wanted to forge extreme rank swords, he would have a huge demand for extreme rank metals. To him, this death chi iron was not much weaker than the life and death stone. Hee, your luck is not bad, to be able to find such a huge piece of death chi iron. After refining it, you will be able to obtain a Longan-sized piece of death chi iron. Let's make a deal, 5 million upper rank soul stones, sell this to me. Not far away, a figure flew over. He stared at the death chi iron in Yi Chen's hand with greed in his eyes. 5 million upper-rank soulstones, are you trying to chase away a beggar? Yi Chen had long since noticed him. Since the two of them didn't have any conflicts of interest before, they didn't clash even though they weren't far apart. I am the head disciple of the White Wolf Beast sect. People call me Young Wolf. I believe you have heard of my name. Give me some face and sell it to me for 5 million upper-rank soulstones. The White Wolf Beast sect was one of the top 10 beast sects, and Young Wolf was one of the top 8 beast sections. Most people would be afraid of these two names, and then make the right choice. After saying this, Young Wolf stared at Yi Chen with a smile, waiting for the latter to hand over the death chi iron. 500 million top-rank soulstones, and I will sell it to you. Yi Chen sneered. So, you are not going to give me face? The wolf warrior's expression froze. Although the death chi iron was an extreme rank metal, it would not be worth 500 million top-rank soulstones. Yi Chen was just making fun of him, and did not plan to sell it to him at all. So what if I am? Putting away the death chi iron ore, Yi Chen looked at him lightly. I will give you 5 million top-rank soulstones in exchange for a peaceful situation. What a great thing. But, since you are so shameless, then I will not give you any face either. Right now, even if you beg me for the death chi iron ore, it would still be useless. The wolf warrior's expression turned evil as two white fangs appeared on the corner of his mouth. You really think you are somebody? Among the 8 beast warriors, the elephant warrior was the strongest, followed by the snake warrior, then the eagle warrior, and then the tiger warrior. The rest of the 4 did not have a ranking, and the wolf warrior was one of them. If he could not even handle one wolf warrior, then there would be no point for Yi Chen. Obviously, this wolf warrior thought too highly of himself. You are looking for death. The wolf warrior squeezed his eyes as his body suddenly disappeared from where he was standing. When he reappeared, he was already 10 meters away from Yi Chen. He stretched out his right hand. His originally human palm suddenly expanded and turned into a giant wolf claw. The claws were extremely sharp, like 4 sharp blades flickering with cold light. They were at least a foot long, and wherever they passed, the space was distorted and dispersed into ripples. The wolf warrior attacked without any hesitation, and normal people would not be able to handle it. Die. The claw light approached Yi Chen within a second, scratching through Yi Chen's body. Shoo, 4 beams of cold light flashed through Yi Chen's body, and his body seemed to have been torn apart. However, the wolf warrior saw it and could not help but feel a chill in his heart. If it were a real body, how could there be no blood coming out? Even if there was no blood, there should at least be some resistance, since the protective layer of a half-step king warrior was not made of tofu. Shadow? The wolf warrior's expression changed drastically as he suddenly turned around and waved his claws. Too slow. In his sight, Yi Chen stabbed out with his great sword. In the midair, a cold star appeared, which was the sign of the extreme speed of the sword art. Puchi, the evil vanquishing sword pierced into the wolf young master's shoulder, and the wolf young master's sharp claws missed, not even touching Yi Chen's body. You can't escape. As one of the 8 young demon lords, Xianxia was no ordinary demon beast. He opened his mouth at Yi Chen, and a green light ball formed in his throat, ready to be shot out. The distance between the two of them was only a few feet. At such a close distance, young Wolf Master did not think that Yi Chen could escape the bombardment of the roaring bomb. Yes. Have you forgotten that you are a demonic beast? As the thought flashed through his mind, Yi Chen shook the evil vanquishing sword in advance. Under the influence of the sword, Xiao's body was slightly twisted, and the blue light ball's trajectory was also slightly changed. It brushed past Yi Chen's shoulder, creating sparks as it rubbed against his protective Jin Yuan. Missing the first attack, Xiao hurriedly backed out. Because of his extreme speed, when his body was separated from the sword, a stream of blood shot out of his body, which made his face go pale. What made his face turn even paler was that he managed to pull an inch of distance away from the evil shattering sword, but after that, no matter how hard he tried, he could not pull it any further. It was because Yi Chen had caught up with him the second he stepped back. Such a horrifying reaction made the wolf warrior secretly regret. If he had known that Yi Chen was this powerful, he would not have gone against him for a death chi iron ore. This is my fault. The death chi iron ore belongs to you. I will leave immediately. Since things had reached this point, Xianxia knew that it would be better for him to leave first. Although the life and death secret realm could not actually kill people, once one was fatally wounded, they would be transported out. At that time, the life and death stone would not be his anymore. As for after leaving, he would try his best to get a life and death stone as soon as possible and increase his cultivation to the first level of the life and death challenge. By then, it would not be too late to find Yichen for revenge. You will leave. Leave the life and death secret realm. Yichen's speed increased drastically as his sword light sliced through the Xiao's neck. Pooh, a huge head was tossed into the air. Xiao's body started to fade, eventually disappearing from the life and death secret realm. Putting his sword back into its scabbard, Yichen appeared behind where Xiao had disappeared. Dealing with these beasts, I should be clean. Yichen was very clear about Xiao's power. As a beast, Xiao did not even have the chance to turn into his original form, nor did he have the chance to use his beast power. Because of his carelessness, he did not have the time to use his power. By the time he wanted to, it was already too late. After all, Yichen's sword art was extremely fast, so how could he have the chance to use his real power? In other words, Xiao had been wronged. Of course. It did not mean that Xiao had lost unjustly. It was just that he had lost too fast, and he had only attacked twice. Inside the savage mountains, boom, a huge mountain had been shattered, and Xiao was shaking with anger. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I have been teleported out of the life and death secret realm. I have waited for 10 years, and this is the result. I am not willing. I am not willing. Xiao roared into the sky, his voice horrifying. Just you wait. My white wolf beast martial school will not let you go. Once I find out who you are, your death will come very soon. Xiao's eyes were full of hatred. Without the life and death stone, it would take him a lot more time to reach the life and death challenge realm. He was afraid that once the life and death secret realm closed, his ranking would be at the bottom, which was something he could not accept. Huh. Even if you reach the life and death challenge realm, you will still die if you meet a real beast king. His body flashed as he left the savage mountains, flying toward the white wolf beast martial school. Killing the wolf warrior was just a small thing for him, so he did not really care about it. The life and death secret realm only opened once every 10 years, and he wanted to use this opportunity to increase his cultivation to the life and death challenge realm as soon as possible. Of course, the first level was not his ultimate goal. His ultimate goal was the third level of the life and death challenge realm. Only by reaching the third level would he have the confidence to compete with life and death realm warriors. Let's go to the inner area first. The outer area was extremely vast. In the next couple of days, Yichen did not see a single person, but a couple of evil spirits. However, the chances of the evil spirits having life and death stones in the outer area were too low. Out of 100 of them, there might not even be one with life and death stones in their bodies. That man who had managed to get a life and death stone a couple of days ago was really lucky. On this day, Yichen finally saw some human figures, and it was not just one or two, but a whole group of them. This place was right next to the two-colored sky curtain. It was hard to tell how tall and how long it was, as it separated the inner area from the outer area. According to the Battle King's memory, Yichen knew that these two-colored sky curtains were formed by the life and death chi. Trying to break it by force would be suicide. If one wanted to enter the inner area, he would have to go through the life and death bridge that connected the outer area and the inner area. Right then, on the other side of the bridge, there were dozens of human figures gathered. They were all the young martial geniuses he had seen in the savage mountains of the Blood Sky Land. I do not believe that a mere life and death bridge can stop me. One person paced around the side of the bridge for a long time. Finally, he made up his mind and walked onto the bridge with a determined expression. Shoo, landing on the ground, Yichen watched how the person was going to cross the bridge. Oh, it's you. The teenager in black standing in front of Yichen turned around to look at Yichen, a smile appearing on his face. You are Taekwonzuan? Yichen could tell that he was not a beast, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the second level of the life and death challenge. In the entire Blood Sky land, only Tai Quanzuan seemed to fit the description. After all, he had seen the Undying Demon Lord, Lan Sanmei, and Ling Hui among the 4 demons. However, he was not sure, since there were not only the martial geniuses from the Blood Sky land, but also some martial geniuses from the ocean. Not bad. Tai Quanzuan laughed. This is the first time I have seen someone ignore the Undying Demon Lord right in front of his face. You are my type. If people respect me, I will respect them back 10 times. That is all. Hehe, but you have to be careful. The Undying Demon Lord is very powerful, and it has already reached a critical point. His Undying Demon art has made him invincible. Although I do not know what gives you the confidence to go against him, I would still advise you to increase your cultivation as soon as possible. The Tai Quanzuan in front of him and the one in the rumors seemed to be 2 different people. According to the rumors, Tai Quanzuan had mastered the ability to turn into a demon without losing his mind, which made him arrogant and crazy. However, the one in front of him, Yichen, could feel a trace of kindness from him. Thanks for the reminder. Yichen nodded. Alright, I will not say any more. I believe that you are not that kind of reckless person. Tai Quanzuan turned around and looked at the teenager on the bridge. The bridge was not that long. From this side, one could see the other side of the inner area, which was only 100 meters long. The teenager on the bridge had only taken a few steps when he was attacked by the first wave of attacks. The stone statues on both sides of the bridge seemed to have come to life as they opened their mouths and shot out beams of light wave after wave. The light wave was extremely dense and powerful, and the teenager was blown back while puking out a mouthful of blood. Damn. The bridge is too narrow. There is no place to dodge. The teenager was very unwilling, but he did not want to try anymore. It was only the first wave of attacks. Even if he could survive the first wave, he would not be able to survive the second and third wave. If he was killed and teleported out of the secret realm, it would be a huge loss for him. After all, there was still hope of getting life and death stones in the outer area. I will go first. Tai Quanzuan said to Yichen before stepping onto the bridge. As the second of the 4 demons, the attack from the life and death bridge was just child's play to Tai Quanzuan. In just a moment, Tai Quanzuan crossed the bridge and entered the inner area. It seems like it is not that hard. As Yichen was about to step onto the bridge, a human figure suddenly flew over his head and landed on the bridge. Just like Tai Quanzuan, this person did not care about the attacks from the bridge at all. When he reached the middle of the bridge, he turned around and smiled creepily. He then waved his hand and created a layer of chi wall on the bridge. He then placed a couple of crystals on the 4 corners of the chi wall to stabilize it. Hehe, I will leave you guys with a greeting gift. As he spoke, he crossed the bridge and arrived on the other side. Damn. Who is this guy? The bridge was already hard to cross, and now, there was a chi wall in the middle of it. Was he trying to make it impossible for them to cross? I know him. He is Duan Lang, ranked 13th on the Life and Death Realm substitute list. Among all the Life and Death Realm warriors, he likes to hurt others the most. Last time when the Life and Death Secret Realm was opened, a lot of people had been hurt by him and wasted a lot of time. The speaker was a young man who looked like he was in his 30s, but his real age was probably in his 50s. Thinking about it, he had also been in the Life and Death Secret Realm last time, and he might have been hurt by Duan Lang or seen others suffer. This Duan Lang is so evil. His cultivation is at the 2nd level of the Life and Death Challenge. Why would he want to mess with us? So despicable. Let's break this chi wall together. The bridge stops people from going through, but it should not stop chi power from going through, right? Someone suggested. Yeah, use chi power to attack from afar. There are so many of us here. If we spend some time, we will be able to break this chi wall easily. Hearing him, everyone's eyes brightened. It's useless. Yichen shook his head. Useless? Have you tried it before? These people turned around and looked at Yichen. The Life and Death Bridge, no matter if it is a human or a power, they will not be able to go through without any problems, because the stone statues on both sides of the bridge will attack the power as well. The chi wall will not be attacked because it is a safe area. As he spoke, Yichen waved his hand and a chi power shot out. Boom. Boom, boom. When that chi power arrived on the bridge, the stone statues on both sides opened their mouths and shot out beams of light, destroying that chi power. What? Even chi power could not go through? Damn. This Duanlang is so annoying. It seems like we should go look for other bridges, unless we can wait for a top half-step king warrior to show up. Only they would be able to break this chi wall. Let's go. Let's not waste time here. Some of them were preparing to leave. No need to look for other bridges. I can break this chi wall. It was indeed Yi Chen who was talking. He started walking on the bridge step by step. When he arrived on the bridge, the stone statues on both sides shot out beams at him. However, before they could even get close to Yi Chen, they were all cut in half, as if there was an invisible sword net covering Yi Chen. Such a fast sword speed. Among those present, which of them wasn't a genius and a half-step king? Therefore, although they couldn't see the trajectory of Yi Chen's sword, they could at least see Yi Chen's sword. Yi Chen's sword, which had been launched later, arrived first. It was unknown how many times he had slashed in an instant, breaking through the first wave of attacks. Soon, Yi Chen arrived next to the chi wall. Yi Chen swung his sword diagonally without the need to accumulate power. Chi, a bright sword mark flashed across the chi wall. In the next moment, the chi wall was destroyed. What a frightening sword artist. His cultivation base is only at the top half-step king realm. How can his attacking power be so powerful? Everyone was shocked. Duanlang himself was at the second level of the life and death challenge. Although the defense of the chi wall left behind by him could not reach this level, it would still take someone at least at the first level of the life and death challenge to break it. The chi wall that Duanlang had left behind was very special. It was a place that was not attacked by the stone statues. Waiting until the chi wall was broken, Yi Chen took a step forward, and the stone statues reacted immediately. Beams of light attacked toward Yi Chen. If it were someone else, they would be able to break through the chi wall with a little bit of time. However, they did not have the time, because while they were attacking the chi wall, the stone statues behind Yi Chen would also be attacking him. Unless they could break through the chi wall in an instant, they would be badly wounded by the light waves behind them. In other words, once they were in the middle of the bridge, they would be attacked if they moved forward, and they would be attacked if they moved backward. If they could not make it through, they would be killed immediately. It would be impossible for them to be blown back, unless they could not even make it through the first wave of attacks. After passing through the bridge easily, Yi Chen did not even look back as he entered the inner area. As for the people behind him, they would have to rely on their own power to make it through. The number of evil spirits in the inner area was way more than the outer area. In the outer area, it would be lucky to run into one every couple of days. But in the inner area, Yi Chen would run into one almost every day. Unfortunately, even in the inner area, the chance of having a life and death stone inside the evil spirits was not that high. If 1 out of 50 evil spirits had a life and death stone, it would already be a very high chance. Pooh, after killing a wild bull evil spirit, Yi Chen shook his head. It did not have a life and death stone inside its body. No wonder every time the life and death secret realm opens, more than half of the people would not be able to get a life and death stone. Among the remaining people, 60% of them would only be able to get one. In order to get a life and death stone, one would not only have to be powerful, but also have to be lucky. Without luck, killing 50 of them would not be as good as killing one. The good thing is that I can stay in the life and death secret realm for 3 months. Right now, only 10 days have passed, and there are still 2 months left. No rush. Yi Chen was not in a hurry at all. If he could not get a life and death stone in the inner area, there was still the core area, where the chance of getting one would be higher. It would also be a place where powerful warriors would fight for. While Yi Chen was killing evil spirits, the others were not just sitting around. This time, there were more than 150 people who had entered the life and death secret realm. There were almost 200 people, and more than half of them would be able to make it to the inner area. If it were not for the fact that the inner area was big enough, Yi Chen might be able to run into these people. Swoosh, a pale white blade light sliced through the sky and cut open a fierce tiger evil spirit's body. The fierce tiger evil spirit was extremely powerful. Even after being cut open, it did not disappear. Instead, it twisted its body and jumped toward Duguju with a roar. Die. The white-haired Duguju had a cold look on his face as his long blade sliced through the tiger evil spirit's head. Boom, the tiger evil spirit was killed immediately, and its body disappeared. After its body disappeared, a stone surrounded by two colored chi flows floated in the air. Life and Death Stone. Duguju's cold eyes slightly brightened. As the #1 martial genius of the Dugu family, Duguju did not have as many Jinyuan crystals as Yi Chen. But, there were life and death realm warriors in the family, so some Jinyuan crystals were more than enough for him to train. Relying on the Jinyuan crystals and his extremely high training talent, Duguju was already at top-rank half-step king warrior level. As long as he was not too unlucky, one life and death stone would definitely allow him to reach the first level of the life and death challenge. This way, the gap between my cultivation and theirs will be smaller. In Duguju's mind, they were the top warriors in the life and death realm substitute list. On the other side, haha, my luck is not bad. I killed 12 evil spirits and got one life and death stone. I have the evil spirit body. Once I reach the first level of the life and death challenge, who would be able to beat me? Chu Zhongtian had merged the life and death stone into his body. He could clearly feel that the stone was helping him to improve his mental state. It was a slow process, but it was a continuous process. No, those older generation martial geniuses are nothing to worry about. I will surpass them sooner or later. But, Duguju, Dan Tai Mingyue, Lu Wujian, and Jiang Tian are not easy to mess with. If their realms are higher than mine, then the chance of me beating them would be very small. Chu Zhongtian's comprehensive ability was not that high. Among the people who had entered the life and death secret realm, he was probably the last one. Therefore, he felt that one life and death stone was not enough. It would be best if he could get more and reach the third level of the life and death challenge. In the blink of an eye, 20 days had passed. During this time, more than half of the people who had entered the inner area had gotten one life and death stone. All of them were improving their mental states, and some of them had even increased their realms. How could one describe Yi Chen's luck? Very bad. Entering the inner area, he had killed 25 evil spirits in total, but he had not gotten even one life and death stone. 2 life and death evil spirits. I hope my luck is better. On this day, Yi Chen ran into 2 life and death evil spirits that had gathered together. This was something that had never happened before, since life and death evil spirits usually moved alone. Go. The broken blood sword was taken out of its scabbard, turning into 33 sword shadows and shooting out. Swoosh! Swoosh! Under the attack of Yi Chen's defensive sword spell, the 2 evil spirits could not do anything. They were pierced through by the sword shadows and disappeared immediately. Got it. Yi Chen squeezed his eyes. After one of the evil spirits disappeared, a life and death stone floated out, releasing a 2-colored chi flow. Holding the life and death stone, Yi Chen studied it carefully. He could feel that once his soul power got close to the stone, a magical feeling would be transmitted back to him. That feeling was like going through countless life and death battles, and his mental state was slowly improving. The life and death stone allows people to feel life and death. No wonder it can improve mental state. But, it is still an external item after all. With it, I can increase my cultivation by a small level. But, if I want to reach the life and death realm, it is not something that the life and death stone can do. The chance is very small. Activating his Jinyuan, the life and death stone naturally merged into his body. Yi Chen sensitively realized that there was a faint life and death chi leaking out of his body. If one did not look carefully, it would be hard to notice. This life and death chi is released by the life and death stone automatically, so it is hard to hide. I hope no one will come looking for trouble. Yi Chen immediately understood that the life and death stone that had merged into his body could also be stolen. As long as he killed the opponent, the life and death stone inside his body would be exposed. Unless the stone's energy had been used up, it would still be useful. After half a month, some people had already gotten their second life and death stone. Although Yi Chen did not get a second life and death stone, the life and death stone inside his body had already been used up, and his cultivation had surprisingly reached the first layer of life and death challenge. The first layer of life and death challenge had doubled his Jinyuan. When he was a high-level half-step king warrior, he could use the evil shattering sword 10 times. But now, he could use it 20 times. The quality of his Jinyuan had also improved a little, becoming purer than before. In addition, Yichen could vaguely feel that his understanding of life and death had deepened, and his usage of Jinyuan had naturally improved as well. The life and death challenge realm was extremely mysterious, allowing one to comprehend life and death. The gap between a high-level half-step king warrior and a strongest half-step king warrior is not small at all. Under the situation where the talent and comprehensive ability are similar, the latter can easily beat the former without any effort. With my current strength, I wonder how much of a chance I would have if I were to encounter a normal life and death realm warrior. Last time, during the battle with the demonic human king, Yichen had used all of his skills, including the Sky Scorpio sword. But, he still could not do anything to his opponent. His opponent had been hit a few times, but it did not hurt at all. The gap was simply too huge. Of course, last time, Yichen was at mid-rank half-step king warrior level, and now he was at the first level of the life and death challenge. The gap between them was huge, and it would be impossible for him to fight against demi-demon kings. Even normal king warriors would not have much hope, but at least there was a slight possibility. At the early rank half-step king warrior level, the Jinyuan would combine with the blood in the arteries, completing a cycle. At the mid-rank, the Jinyuan would combine with the blood in the veins. At the high rank, the Jinyuan would combine with the blood in the capillaries. As for the life and death challenge, the Jinyuan would combine with the flesh and blood in the body. Comprehending life and death was the improvement of one's mental state. With the improvement of the mental state, it would be much easier to increase one's cultivation level. The control of one's body would also be very powerful, and one would be able to look inside one's body. This was also the reason why one's cultivation could increase by leaps and bounds with a high mental state, just like the head disciple of the Xianxia martial school, Gao Ziyuan. After spending 3 days, Yichen had stabilized his cultivation, then he started to head deeper into the inner area. Perhaps it was because the life and death bridge was right in front of him, but along the way, Yichen had run into a lot of young martial geniuses. There were beasts, humans, and demi-beasts, but demi-demons were rare. Boom, after traveling for a while, an intense explosion sound was heard. The powerful qi flow spread out in all directions, and some of the plants had been uprooted. There is a battle going on. Let's go check it out. The young martial geniuses who had come to the life and death secret realm were not only here for the life and death stones, but also to witness the power of the other martial geniuses. The battle was very attractive to them, and their eyes all brightened up as their speed increased drastically. The battles in the inner area must be way more intense than the outer area. Yichen thought to himself. After traveling for a few thousand miles, Yichen arrived at the battle site. So many people? Looking around, Yichen was a bit surprised. In the sky above the mountain range, 2 groups of people were confronting each other. One group was led by the young tiger warrior and a hook-nosed youngster, while the other group was led by a long-haired youngster and a brown-haired woman. The young tiger warrior and the hook-nosed youngster represented the blood sky land, while the long-haired youngster and the brown-haired woman represented the true spirit continent. This was because Yichen saw Baiming Hui, Sidu Hao, and a few other familiar faces in this group. Yichen's arrival did not attract too much attention. Everyone's attention was on the 2 people fighting. True spirit continent's martial geniuses are nothing more than this. The young man with a horn on his head shook his long spear, and the spear light rose sharply, turning into a huge snake head that bit the short and thin young man. Puff, the short and skinny young man's protective Jinyuan was broken, and he was sent flying back while spurting out blood. Haha. After defeating his opponent, the burly young man laughed arrogantly. The martial geniuses of the true spirit continent are too weak. They have already lost 2 battles in a row. It seems like the true spirit continent is only famous, but has been left behind by our blood sky land. Yeah, you are right. The true spirit continent indeed has a lot of martial geniuses, but not many elites. On the other hand, our blood sky land has 8 beast warriors and 4 demons, who are the elites of the elites. On the other side, the people from the blood sky land started to talk. They did not care about the martial geniuses from the true spirit continent at all. Frog in a well. Baiming Hui stood out. Who are you calling a frog in a well? The burly young man pointed his long spear at Bai Minghui. Bai Minghui sneered, I am talking about you. Don't think that just because you beat 2 people from our true spirit continent, you can show off your power. Let me tell you the truth, when you meet the real martial geniuses from our true spirit continent, you will be shocked. Swoosh. You must be joking. The burly young man did not believe him at all. Cut the crap. You use a spear, and so do I. Let's see how I beat you. A silver dragon-long spear appeared in Bai Minghui's hand, its body shining brightly. Bring it on. I will make sure you will be convinced. The burly young man looked a bit serious. He could feel that Bai Minghui's spear intent was very powerful. He was a real spear artist. Skybank third movement, Skybank forever separation. As soon as Bai Minghui arrived, he performed the third movement of his Skybank. His body split into 2, and the 2 of them performed the first movement at the same time. Although it was only one movement, the aura was completely different. One was in the light while the other was in the dark. The 2 auras combined together, and the Skybank changed immediately. That sharp spear light expanded without a limit, expanding by hundreds of times within a second. It then shot out with its spear intent locked onto that young man. Not good. This attack is very powerful. The burly young man waved his long spear, creating a swirl in front of him, trying to devour the spear light. Boom, boom. Boom, the swirl was shattered, and so was the spear light. However, Bai Minghui's attack did not stop there. Skybank fourth movement, 10 directions unstoppable. If the third movement of the Skybank was the combination of 2 first movements, then the fourth movement would be the combination of 2 second movements, which would be more than twice as powerful. A couple of years ago, Bai Minghui had already created the third movement. After that, he had created some other movements as well. The fourth movement was something he had only learned not long ago. Swoosh, the burly young man blocked out 7 of the silver light beams, but the last 3 landed on his stomach and chest, blowing him away while blood puked out of his mouth. Great! Finally winning one round, all of the young martial geniuses from the true spirit continent cheered. This Bai Minghui has indeed great potential. He has just reached the first level of the life and death challenge, and he already has power that is way beyond his peers. The long-haired young man said to the brown-haired lady. Yeah. Among the local martial geniuses of our true spirit continent, besides Du Guju, Dan Tai Mingyue, Chu Zhongtian, and Yan Fengfeng, this Bai Minghui has the most potential. The brown-haired lady nodded. He has even created the fourth movement. Yi Chen chuckled. The higher the level, the harder it would be to create. He remembered that when Bai Minghui challenged him, he only had the first movement. Then, he had the second and third movement, and his progress was not slow at all. Who else wants to challenge me? Bai Minghui said with a loud voice. Me. The people from the Blood Sky Land were not convinced, so a dark-faced young man walked out. After 3 attacks, that dark-faced young man puked out a mouthful of blood as well. Bai Minghui's power was extremely famous in the whole true spirit continent. Even compared to Du Gujue and the rest of the warriors, he was only slightly weaker. So, no one could ignore him. Today was the first time he had battled with a genius from the Blood Sky Land, and he had won 2 battles in a row. It is a draw. The Blood Sky Land has won 2 rounds, and our true spirit continent has won 2 rounds as well. As long as Bai Minghui wins one more round, we will have the upper hand. I wonder who will challenge us next. The martial geniuses from the true spirit continent discussed among themselves. Never mind, it will save me the trouble. I will beat you all by myself. On his forehead, on his bare arms, there were faint tiger stripes. As soon as he stepped out, a natural tiger's might radiated out. Everyone seemed to hear the roar of a tiger coming from the void. Those who were slightly weaker couldn't even control their own bodies. On the true spirit continent, there was a demi-beast family called the Sky Tiger race, and the tiger warrior's ancestor was also a sky tiger. The sky tiger bloodline flowing in his body was way richer than the demi-beast's bloodline. It would not be wrong to call him a sky tiger, because his bloodline was extremely close to his ancestors. Such a powerful beast bloodline. Bai Minghui squinted his eyes as his scalp went numb. On the true spirit continent, Yan Fengfeng's comprehensive ability was not that high. But, because she was a blue phoenix, she was extremely powerful. Although she seemed to be a bit weaker than Duguju would not be able to beat her. At most, he would have the upper hand. However, this tiger warrior did not only have a beast bloodline that was not weaker than Yan Fengfeng's, but his cultivation had also reached the peak of the second level of the life and death challenge. Tiger warrior, you are bullying us. The young man with an aquiline nose said with a smile. Are you ready? The tiger warrior looked at Bai Minghui with disdain. Make your move. Bai Minghui's body split into two, one on the left and the other on the right, standing side by side. Then die. The tiger warrior's body flashed like a ferocious tiger as he jumped out. In midair, he reached out with his right hand, his massive tiger claws tearing apart the surreal space. So fast. Bai Minghui only saw a blur in front of his eyes, and the tiger warrior had already jumped over. Not having enough time to dodge, the two Bai Minghuis performed the second movement of Sky Bank at the same time, attacking the tiger warrior. Break! The tiger warrior waved his hand, and the 10 incoming silver light beams were torn apart. Suddenly, a stick-like tail grew out of his butt, which landed on one of the Bai Minghui's body, shattering him into pieces on the spot, turning him into light dots and disappearing into the air. It was the clone that was killed, while Bai Minghui's real body backed out. His left hand formed a spell, and a blue cage descended from the sky, trapping the tiger warrior. A sneer appeared on the tiger warrior's face. Do you think you can trap me like this? Of course not. But, as long as you can buy me some time, it will be fine. Bai Minghui had not been able to perform the fourth movement before, and had only managed to perform 2 separate movements. But, with the cage trapping the tiger warrior, Bai Minghui finally managed to perform the fourth movement. 10 silver light beams attacked toward the tiger warrior in a disorderly manner. Sky Tiger Roar. Facing Bai Minghui's killing attack, the tiger warrior looked calm as he suddenly opened his mouth to roar. As that roar was let out, time seemed to have stopped, and the space around him started to twist. Boom, the cage was shattered, and the 10 silver light beams were twisted by an invisible power. They did not manage to hurt the tiger warrior at all, but blood leaked out of the corner of Bai Minghui's mouth. An attack with willpower. Bai Minghui was shocked. It was not that there were no secret arts with willpower attacks, but they were just like soul attacks, which were extremely rare. However, the tiger warrior's Sky Tiger Roar was not a secret art, but a special ability. Secret arts needed to be learned, and the special ability would increase along with one's cultivation. Chin, with a flash of his body, the tiger warrior threw out a claw attack toward Bai Minghui. Bai Minghui's reaction was rather fast as well, blocking the attack with his long spear in front of his chest. However, the impact of the tiger claw was transmitted into his body through the long spear, blowing him away while puking out a couple of mouthfuls of blood. Coincidentally, the place where Bai Minghui had been blown away was right next to Yi Chen. Yi Chen. Bai Minghui blurted out. Yi Chen? Who is Yi Chen? Almost no one in the Blood Sky Land knew who Yi Chen was. But on the side of the True Spirit continent, a lot of people's expressions changed. Who was Yi Chen? There was probably no one who did not know about him. Before Yi Chen left, Duguju had been completely suppressed. Lu Wujian, Jiang Tian, and Chu Zhongtian had all lost to him, or they did not dare to challenge him. He is Yi Chen? The long-haired young man looked over curiously. During the years when Yi Chen was in the limelight, he was not in the True Spirit continent. Instead, he had been traveling in the ocean. When he came back, Yi Chen had already left the True Spirit continent, and no one knew where he had gone. However, be it in the teahouses, restaurants, or even on the streets, Yi Chen was the talk of a lot of people. Without even asking around, the long-haired young man already had an impression of Yi Chen in his mind. Martial genius, beast, unrivaled within the same generation, and had never lost a single time since he started his cultivation. With so many honors gathered on one person, the long-haired young man had an intense interest in Yi Chen. He wanted to see what heights this legendary young genius had reached, and whether or not he had the same aptitude as Mysterious Queen, who was unrivaled under the heavens. Duguju is arrogant, while Dantai Mingyue is ethereal. This Yi Chen, what kind of feeling does he give you? The brown-haired woman was also very interested in Yi Chen, so she turned her head and asked the long-haired young man. The long-haired young man thought for a while, then said, "It should be tolerance." Tolerance? The brown-haired woman was a bit surprised. A sword artist has a sharp aura, but he is different from normal sword artists. This is the first impression he gave me. The long-haired young man said. That is true. He is indeed different from normal sword artists. The brown-haired woman nodded slightly. If it were not for the fact that they had a certain understanding of Yi Chen, they would not have made such an evaluation. It was because they had heard a lot of things about Yi Chen on the True Spirit continent, big and small, and then met him in person that they were able to express their feelings right away. If it were someone else who had seen Yi Chen for the first time, they would not have such a deep feeling. I thought you would not come. It seems like there will be another good show this time. Bai Minghui wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth and said with a smile. Chasing after the peak is my dream, and it is also the dream of all warriors. How could I not come? Yi Chen looked very calm. If you're done chatting, then die. The tiger warrior did not give up on attacking Bai Minghui. He flipped his right hand and made a grabbing gesture. A 300-meter-long tiger claw appeared in the air, reaching out toward Yi Chen as well. It seemed like he was planning to kill him all at once. Clang, facing the young tiger lord from the side, Yi Chen didn't even look at him. He pulled out his sword and slashed. The horrifying sword chi not only split open the tiger claw, but also slashed towards the young tiger lord. Eh? Young tiger master tilted his body and bounced up, barely dodging the sword energy. Still as powerful as ever. Situ Hao smiled bitterly in the crowd, then showed a look of admiration. I didn't expect you to be from the True Spirit continent, and you seem to be quite famous. Young tiger lord no longer dared to ignore Yi Chen. He had used 70% of his strength in that claw attack just now, but Yi Chen had casually broken it with a sword. He was quite shocked. You are no match for me. Yi Chen shook his head. Seems like I've been underestimated. A cold smile appeared on the young tiger lord's face. You've offended the undying demon lord, so he will come out to take care of you sooner or later. But, before that, I'd like to see what gives you the confidence to say that I am not your opponent. As one of the 8 great beast lords, how could you be scared off by a single sentence from Yi Chen? Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to the reputation of the 8 great beast lords. As he spoke, his body shook, and an even more horrifying tiger aura poured out of his body. In the surreal, tiger roars could be heard, and the sky changed color. Coming to the life and death secret realm, the young tiger lord had already obtained a life and death stone. Although he couldn't break through to the 3rd layer from the peak of the 2nd layer, it was not like he didn't make any progress at all. At least, his aura pressure was getting more and more powerful. His blue robe fluttered without any wind as Yi Chen's sword aura was like his own sword, unsheathed and clashing with the tiger aura of the young tiger lord. Crackle, the two's auras clashed violently, resulting in a series of loud noises. Even the space was slightly distorted. Unfortunately, this situation only lasted for a split second. After a split second, the young tiger lord staggered and couldn't help but take 3 steps back as his clothes were cut into pieces. Without a doubt, Yi Chen's sword aura was much more powerful than the young tiger lord's tiger aura. How can there be such a powerful sword aura? The young tiger lord's expression changed several times as he instantly understood that he was not Yi Chen's opponent in terms of aura. It was just like when he was facing the young elephant lord. In terms of aura, he was at a complete disadvantage. Competing with Yi Chen's aura. Bai Minghui sneered as he sent a Zhenyuan transmission to Yi Chen, be careful of his sky tiger roar. It's very strange, containing a will attack that can shake the space. I've seen it before. Yi Chen faintly nodded. In the Savage Ruin ancient place, Yan Fengfeng had exchanged blows with Ma Qilu of the Sky Tiger clan. At that time, he had also seen Ma Qilu use Sky Tiger roar. Although its power was far inferior to the young tiger lord's Sky Tiger roar, the essence was the same. Take this. The young tiger lord roared as his body flashed, waving out a claw attack. This time, the young tiger lord did not hold back at all. He used all of his power, forming a massive tiger claw with a powerful vibration. Yi Chen's expression did not change as he took a step forward, stabbing out his evil shattering sword. Different from Bai Minghui, The latter did not have much time to react when facing the young Tiger Lord's attack, so he had only gathered 80% of his power. On the other hand, Yi Chen's sword steps were extremely fast. Not only was he faster than the young Tiger Lord, but his attack was also much faster. The evil shattering sword flashed once, and a cold star appeared in the void. Shoo, the young Tiger Lord did not expect that he would be at a disadvantage after making the first move. Seeing that his protective Jin Yuan was about to be pierced through, the tail behind him waved out crazily, planning to fight with Yi Chen. He was confident that he would only be lightly wounded at most, while Yi Chen would be heavily wounded. The body of a beast was much more powerful than a human's. But, he had miscalculated. As Yi Chen stabbed out with his sword, he immediately took a step back. That long tiger tail brushed past his chest, and that beast claw did not hurt Yi Chen at all. Chin, sparks flew everywhere as a round dot appeared on the young Tiger Lord's shoulder. Inside was a shiny armor, which was definitely not a normal one. It might even be a top semi-extreme grade armor, or even a pseudo-extreme grade. Blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth as the young Tiger Lord licked his lips and swallowed it before saying with a cruel voice, "No wonder you are so arrogant. It turns out that you are unique in your sword arts." Facing Yi Chen's fast sword, he had only suffered a light wound, and that was only because he was wearing a pseudo-extreme grade armor. Such a fast sword art. It is my first time seeing it. The long-haired youngster and the brown-haired lady's eyes brightened. But, my power is not just this. Let's see my real power. Young Tiger Lord's body tumbled in the void, instantly turning into a dozens of meters tall and dozens of meters long silver-white tiger. The tiger tattoo on his forehead looked like king and sky at the same time. A boundless tiger might radiate it out in all directions. The heavenly tiger's bloodline is extremely rich. A true heavenly tiger's fur was platinum, and the silver color was only a step away from the platinum color. It was already very close. After transforming into his true form, young Tiger Lord's battle strength rose once again. His long tail seemed as if it wanted to tear the space apart, twisting and twisting the space. However, even with his true form, young Tiger Lord couldn't gain the slightest advantage against Yi Chen. On the contrary, because he was a huge target, sword wounds appeared on his body, making him bleed profusely. Yi Chen's strength not only shocked young Tiger Lord, but also the geniuses of True Spirit Continent and Blood Sky Continent. True Spirit Continent's geniuses were at least mentally prepared, but Blood Sky Continent's geniuses were seeing Yi Chen for the first time. Seeing Yi Chen beating the fourth-ranked young Tiger Lord into such a miserable state, how could they not be shocked? Their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. I'm afraid this person is not as simple as a famous person of True Spirit Continent. The aquiline-nosed youngster saw through some clues and squinted his eyes. Hee, such strength, there's no need to worry. I'm afraid his strength is not inferior to yours. The brown-haired woman let out a sigh of relief. Yi Chen's performance was indeed astonishing. With only the first layer of life and death chamber, he had suppressed young Tiger Lord, who was at the peak of the second layer. This was not inferior to the long-haired youngster beside him. It should be known that the long-haired youngster was already at the top of the life and death substitute list 10 years ago, second only to Luo Tiandu. Indeed, there's no need to worry. I just don't know if this is his final battle strength. The long-haired youngster said. Could it be that this is not his final battle strength? The brown-haired woman was puzzled. The more young Tiger Lord fought, the more apprehensive and powerless he became. No matter how he attacked, he couldn't threaten Yi Chen at all. On the contrary, Yi Chen casually waved his sword and left a sword mark on his body. After transforming into his true form, his battle strength had indeed increased, but the pseudo-supreme grade armor had also entered his body, reducing his defense somewhat. Damn it! Young Tiger Lord's hair stood on end as his surging demonic power bombarded Yi Chen, intending to suppress the latter with his higher cultivation base. Waning moon. Yi Chen's blue robes fluttered as he slashed out. The waning moon sword energy tore apart the demonic power and bombarded young Tiger Lord's body, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Heavenly Tiger Roar. Young Tiger Lord fought a bloody battle and finally used his innate ability in his true form, Heavenly Tiger Roar. Compared to his human form, the current Heavenly Tiger Roar's might was several times stronger. The space warped, distorting the trajectory of Yi Chen's sword. The sound wave containing the will swept across Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen's complexion slightly changed. The heavenly tiger's roar caused wrinkles to appear in the space, adding a hidden energy. It was as if he was training his sword underwater. The turbulent water flow affected the sword's trajectory. As for the sound wave containing the will, it was completely ignored by him. With his fifth-step destruction sword intent, how could he be injured by a will? Haha. Die. Seeing Yi Chen's sword trajectory being affected and deviated, young Tiger Lord laughed heartily and clawed at the air. This claw was powerful enough to shatter rocks. You're the one who's going to die. Strangely, a spatial ripple appeared at Yi Chen's location, counteracting the effect of the heavenly tiger roar. Like a phantom, Yi Chen's sword trajectory adjusted, following young Tiger Lord's flaw and piercing his throat. Young Tiger Lord's voice came to a screeching halt as his eyes opened wide. Stop. Eagle piercing the sky. The hook-nosed youngster roared, and a boundless demonic power surged out of his body, transforming into a demonic eagle and pouncing at Yi Chen. You think my true spirit continent has no one? The long-haired youngster's figure flickered several times faster than the wind. Rumble, the long-haired young man's speed was way too fast. Although he was quite close to Yi Chen, one was using an energy attack while the other was using a movement art. Logically speaking, the energy attack should have arrived first. However, the long-haired young man managed to arrive before the beast power eagle, shattering it with a palm blade attack. So fast? The hawk-nosed youngster was quite astonished. What a powerful attack. The long-haired youngster was equally astonished. Although he had dispersed the demonic power eagle, his palm had gone numb, and his blood and chi were fluctuating. Who are you? Do you dare state your name? The hawk-nosed youngster coldly said. The long-haired youngster's expression was indifferent. Feng Piaoling. Ranked 14th on the life and death substitute list? No wonder he has such strength. The hawk-nosed youngster suddenly understood. The life and death substitute list was filled with young experts. Being ranked 10th, one could well imagine his strength, which was much higher than young Tiger Lord's. Who are you? Feng Piaoling asked. Young Eagle. One of the 8 young beast lords, Young Eagle. Feng Piaoling had heard of Young Eagle Lord's name. This person was similar to Yi Chen and Du Guju of True Spirit Continent. In Blood Sky Continent, his strength was even higher than young Tiger Lord's, and he was unfathomable. It was said that even a young genius ranked 17th on the life and death substitute list was easily defeated by Young Eagle Lord. Creak, the sword was pulled out, and blood spurted everywhere as Yi Chen retreated 3 steps. You dare kill me? I'll make you regret it. Young Tiger Lord clutched his neck, his voice hoarse. It seemed like Yi Chen's sword had only pierced his throat, but the powerful destruction sword chi had already followed the wound and destroyed his vitality, shattering his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Since you're here, you should prepare to leave early. Yi Chen didn't take young Tiger Lord's threat to heart. If he was afraid of this and that, he might as well not come to life and death's secret realm. You, just, wait. With these 3 words, young Tiger Lord's body gradually faded, eventually disappearing from life and death's secret realm. What a mysterious place. Yi Chen slightly creased his brows. Life and death's secret realm gave them the ability to be reborn from a single drop of blood. Even if they died inside, it wouldn't be the same as dying for real. They would only be teleported out. Of course, teleporting out ahead of time would also be a huge loss. After killing the young Tiger Lord with 1 sword attack, Yi Chen's reputation had risen to a whole new level. There were not many who dared to challenge him. He could even kill the young Tiger Lord, so why would he care about them? You killed young Tiger Lord and made him leave the life and death secret realm ahead of time. Once he leaves, you will be in big trouble. Unfortunately, it is already too late. Young Eagle Lord wasn't boasting shamelessly. Yi Chen and Feng Piaoling joining hands was enough to threaten his life. In any case, he and young Tiger Lord weren't on good terms. However, he couldn't bear to see the people of Blood Sky Continent being killed. He looked at Yi Chen as if he was looking at a dead man. Feng Piaoling sneered, Yi Chen also has a life and death king protecting him in True Spirit Continent. Xianho, you should know. Who in Sky Tiger Master sect dares to disregard Xianho? He didn't mention Dragon King, because Dragon King had become famous too early and had been very low-key in his later years. He was only famous among life and death kings, unlike Xianho, who had become famous 20 to 30 years ago. Everyone in Elysium knew her name, especially among the young generation. Xianho. Hearing Feng Piaoling's words, young Tiger Master was indeed astonished. Xianho was not only the #1 genius of True Spirit Continent in 1,000 years, but also the #1 genius of Elysium in 1,000 years. Back then, she had been invincible all the way to life and death realm. Her fame was so great that even the deaf could hear it. If Xianho protected Yi Chen, Sky Tiger Master sect might not dare to act rashly. Distant water can't put out a nearby fire. Moreover, do you think that the 10 great beast sects of Blood Sky Continent will let their kings do as they please? Leaving behind these ruthless words, young Tiger Master turned into a rainbow light and left without any hesitation. Seeing young Tiger Master leave, the other young experts of Blood Sky Continent naturally wouldn't stay. They secretly sized up Yi Chen one by one before whizzing away. Waiting until all the people of Blood Sky Continent had left, Feng Piaoling walked in front of Yi Chen. I've wanted to meet you for a long time. I'm Feng Piaoling of Wind Pavilion. Wind Pavilion was one of the 9 great sects of True Spirit Continent. Together with Evil King's Evil King Pavilion, they were known as the Twin Pavilions. Cauldron King sect's Ji Hai Rua. The brown-haired woman also walked over. Although Cauldron King sect wasn't one of the 9 great sects, it was still a very powerful 5th grade sect. As for Ji Hai Rua, she was ranked 18th on the life and death substitute list. Sky Cloud sect Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded with a faint smile and introduced himself. Feng Piaoling chuckled, we all know that you're from Yi family and the supreme elder of Sky Cloud sect. Among the numerous peak geniuses of True Spirit Continent, your background is the smallest. This is precisely what I admire. The 3 didn't put on airs, so they chatted with each other. Oh right, Yi Chen, you've killed young Tiger Master. I'm afraid that Sky Tiger Master won't ignore it. You'd better be careful. Feng Piaoling reminded Yi Chen. Yeah. Although Sky Tiger Master can't contend against Mysterious Sect, you're in Blood Sky Continent after all. The life and death kings of the 2 places rarely interact, and rarely visit each other's territory. Ji Hai Rua nodded. Yi Chen smiled bitterly, not only did I kill young Tiger Master, I also killed young Wolf Master. What? You killed young Wolf Master? I really don't know what to say about you. Ji Hai Rua's eyes widened. They were different from Yi Chen. After leaving Life and Death's secret realm, they directly appeared on True Spirit Continent. Therefore, even if they killed the geniuses of Blood Sky Continent and made them leave Life and Death's secret realm ahead of time, the forces of Blood Sky Continent wouldn't dare to come to True Spirit Continent to settle accounts with them. However, Yi Chen came from Blood Sky Continent. Sigh. Feng Piaoling shook his head, unable to help. I'll take it one step at a time. Perhaps I'll be able to pass this hurdle. Yi Chen wasn't a person who was afraid of trouble. He was confident that as long as his cultivation base reached the 3rd layer, he would be able to contend even if he encountered a life and death king. After all, compared to ordinary life and death kings, he didn't fall behind in many aspects. On the contrary, he even surpassed them. For example, 5th step destruction, sword intent and profound martial skills. The only things he lacked were Jing Yuan and physical strength. I hope so. In their hearts, Feng Piaoling and Ji Hai Rua didn't want Yi Chen to fall. It would be too much of a pity for such a genius to die. Yi Chen, many thanks. Bai Ming Hui's injuries weren't that serious, and the life and death secret realm had a healing effect as well. After recovering, Bai Ming Hui cupped his fists toward Yi Chen. It's nothing. We're from True Spirit Continent, and internal competition is internal competition. Encountering this kind of thing, I naturally won't just stand by and watch. Yi Chen said. You're right. Bai Ming Hui had a new understanding of Yi Chen. In his heart, he didn't just view him as a rival, but also as a friend. Afterward, Yi Chen chatted with Situ Hao for a while. Situ Hao and Yi Chen also had some conflicts, but they had turned the hostility into friendship and exchanged martial skills. As soon as the event ended, an intense battle was taking place on the other side of the inner area. There were no onlookers. The two sides were a man and a woman. The man had a muscular build, and his shoulders were wide and his legs were long. His aura was extremely aggressive, and it was not any weaker than Chu Zhongtian's. His weapons were two swords. In his right hand was a huge sword that was almost as long as his body, and in his left was a thin sword. The two swords were one big and one small, one wide and one thin. When combined, it was flawless. The woman was a gentle and beautiful woman in golden robes. If Yichen were here, he would certainly feel his heart palpitate, because this golden-robed woman was none other than Su Jing, who had disappeared for many years. At this moment, apart from being gentle and quiet, Su Jing also had a trace of domineeringness, a domineeringness that was different from men. Boom. Boom. Boom, boom. The battle between the two was intense and violent. It was like countless shooting stars clashing together. Eat my sword. The bulky young man held the huge sword in his right hand and slashed down with all his might. The sword light was extremely huge, and before it even reached its target, a dozens of miles-long sword pit had already appeared on the ground. Dang! Su Jing's fist landed on the huge sword, causing sparks to fly everywhere. Her power seemed light, but it almost made the bulky young man lose his grip on the huge sword. Su Jing's fist seemed to contain a huge mountain and a vast ocean. How can this woman have such a horrifying power? The bulky young man was shocked. He could tell that Su Jing was a body training expert, and not just a normal one at that. But, he himself was also a body training expert. In his eyes, Su Jing's fist power was extremely horrifying, and his sword arts could not be connected at all. I, Marquis Sword Tyrant, don't believe that I can't deal with you. Marquis Sword Tyrant came from another continent, the Sky Sword Continent. He was one of the 10 swords of the Sky Sword Continent's youth generation, and specialized in Slaughter Sword Dao's dual swords. Ordinarily, ordinary strongest half-step kings wouldn't even have the qualifications to make him use dual swords. However, Su Jing's strength had already surpassed his imagination. If he didn't use dual swords, he wouldn't even be able to take 3 moves. Assassination Sword. The instant he lost his balance, Marquis Sword Tyrant thrust the thin sword in his left hand towards Su Jing's forehead. The sword light was dim and indistinct, making it easy to overlook. Without even looking, Su Jing flicked the thin sword with her finger. Clang, the thin sword bounced off. Raising her right leg high, Su Jing chopped down on Marquis Sword Tyrant's chest. Pung, like a cannonball, Marquis Sword Tyrant was sent flying. His peak pseudo-supreme great armor seemed to have caved in a little, and many of his ribs were broken. Spurting out a mouthful of blood, he turned into a bloody rainbow. Damn it! How can she be so powerful? Marquis Sword Tyrant was unwilling to accept this outcome. He forcefully suppressed his retreating figure, but the recoil made him spurt out another mouthful of blood. His complexion was incomparably pale. My most powerful move is the Slaughter Star, which was created based on the Slaughter Sword Dao. Die. Taking a deep breath, Marquis Sword Tyrant leaped up. Looking down from above, he crossed his 2 swords and furiously slashed down. The flickering sword light interweaved into a cross, looking like twinkling stars in the sky. Star-shattering fist. Standing in place without moving, Su Jing's long hair fluttered without any wind, looking like dancing flames. As she punched out, the space became still, and the sky suddenly darkened. Starlight flickered everywhere, as if she had arrived in the starry sky. Shortly after, a star shattered, and the location of that star was precisely Marquis Sword Tyrant's position. Marquis Sword Tyrant's figure gradually faded. One could see a huge hole in his chest, but there was no blood flowing out. Raising her eyes, Su Jing said indifferently, "Both of you are sword artists, but your sword arts are far inferior to another." The image of Yichen flashed through her mind. Who is he? Marquis Sword Tyrant really wanted to ask who Su Jing was talking about. Unfortunately, he was already dead, and when he next appeared, he would be in the Sky Sword Continent. The reason they came to the secret realm was to get life and death stones. If there were too many of them, the efficiency would be lower. Therefore, Yi Chen and Feng Piaoling did not hunt the evil spirits together, and soon separated. In the inner area, there were many life and death evil spirits. Sometimes, there were even 2 or 3 life and death evil spirits gathered together. Sometimes, there were some strange life and death evil spirits, such as ghost evil spirits without a specific shape or self-explosion evil spirits. These evil spirits might not be powerful, but they were hard to defend against. Shoo, the sword light flashed through a misty evil spirit. The evil spirit disappeared, and a life and death stone floated in the air. Finally got the second life and death stone. After separating from Feng Piaoling and the rest for half a month, Yichen was able to kill 1 or 2 life and death evil spirits every day. After half a month, he had killed 24 life and death evil spirits, and only now did he obtain the second one. It was not easy at all. I need 2 life and death stones to get from the first to the second level. I still need 1 more to be able to enter the second level. With a wave of Jin Yuan in his palm, the life and death stone merged into his body as Yichen thought to himself. Let's find the life and death bridge first. He needed to find the life and death bridge first. There were only 4 life and death bridges in the inner area that led to the core area, which were not as many as the outer area and the inner area. On the way, Yichen suddenly stopped. In the distance, an unwilling roar was heard. Why? Why? 2 life and death stones still could not help me enter the life and death chamber? Could it be that my potential is not as good as others? It was a normal-looking teenager who had made the roar. His cultivation was not low at all, having reached the top half-step king warrior level. His Jin Yuan was quite rich as well. Shaking his head, Yichen had seen this scene for the second time. Although the people who came to the life and death secret realm were all top young martial geniuses with great potential, not everyone could make a breakthrough smoothly. Besides a small part of luck, it also had to do with an unstable foundation. Therefore, every time the life and death secret realm opened, although half of the people could get life and death stones, only a quarter of them could make a breakthrough. After spending 3 days, Yichen found the life and death bridge that led to the core area. There was not a single person beside it. Taking a step forward, Yichen arrived at the bridge. Buzz 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 buzz, this was different from the life and death bridge that connected the outer region to the inner region. The stone statues on this life and death bridge roared, sending ripples of sound waves towards Yichen. Aside from being extremely powerful, these sound waves could also numb one's body and cause their quintessence to become unstable. If one was not careful, they would immediately be injured by the sound waves. I am afraid that without the peak of the first level of the life and death challenge, it would be hard to cross this bridge. The sound waves are way too powerful. Yichen was struggling. In terms of strength, he was naturally not at the peak of the first layer of life and death challenge. However, in terms of cultivation base, he was already at this realm. The sound waves emitted by the stone statue contained life and death chi. Every time it vibrated, it was an exchange of life and death chi. Energy attacks and protective Jin Yuan could not completely shatter the sound waves. Therefore, the requirement for cultivation base was extremely high. Too slow. By relying on his cultivation, Yichen could indeed cross the life and death bridge. However, it would consume a great deal of quintessential essence. Moreover, there was no need to look for trouble. He released his sword domain, and the sound waves were immediately neutralized. Yichen's body flickered as he crossed the bridge. How could that guy cross the bridge so easily? Far behind him, a young genius noticed the scene on the bridge, and a trace of doubt flashed through his face. As far as he knew, even geniuses at the second layer of life and death chamber would not be able to cross the bridge easily. As for those at the third layer, it would be quite easy, but they would not be like Yichen, whose body flashed and flew across the bridge. He did not see the scene of Yichen struggling. Could it be that there is something wrong with this bridge? A joyful expression flashed through the young man's face. Shoo, without any hesitation, the young man flew over and jumped onto the bridge. Buzz, merely 2 rings of sound waves were enough to send the young man flying back while puking blood. The powerful vibrations even tore apart his clothes, leaving him naked. F***ck. Playing with me. The young man held miserably. F***ck. How can the evil spirits here be so powerful? Somewhere in the core area, a young genius at the peak of the first layer of Life and Death Challenge was pierced through by a snake-shaped evil spirit and sent out of the secret realm. If I had known earlier, I would not have come to the core area. Too powerful. These evil spirits are simply monstrous. This scene was happening everywhere. Those who were killed were first layer Life and Death Challenge and second layer Life and Death Challenges. High-level evil spirits? Exterminating a life and death evil spirit with difficulty, young Eagle Lord muttered to himself. The life and death evil spirits in the secret realm did not have any ranks. However, the people who entered had divided them into 4 ranks. They were low-level evil spirits, mid-level evil spirits, high-level evil spirits, and peak evil spirits. Low-level evil spirits usually appeared in the outer area, mid-level evil spirits in the inner area, and high-level and peak evil spirits in the core area. Low and mid-level evil spirits were not very strong. High-level evil spirits had the strength of the second layer, while the stronger ones had reached the third layer. As for peak-level evil spirits, they were not existences that could be killed by a single person. Even existences like Young Elephant Lord and Young Undying Demon Lord would have to flee upon encountering peak-level evil spirits to avoid being exhausted to death. In the past 1,000 years, only a few people could kill a peak evil spirit alone, and one of them was precisely Xianxia. I was careless. Near the center of the core area, an unwilling expression flickered on Lu Wujian's face. His waist had been cut into 2, and his body was gradually fading away. Not far behind him stood a humanoid evil spirit with a long horn on its head. Its figure was extremely clear, and its skin was like scales. If it had intelligence, it would not be an exaggeration to regard it as a living being. The savage aura it emitted was too frightening. In fact, if Lu Wujian had been a bit more cautious, he would have had the opportunity to escape the moment he encountered this life and death evil spirit. However, he didn't. He thought that by relying on the Life and Death Stone and raising his cultivation base to the second layer of Life and Death Chamber, he would be able to walk unhindered in Life and Death's secret realm. He was wrong. I almost died. In another location, Yan Fengfeng let out a breath and looked into the distance with lingering fear. That life and death evil spirit was extremely frightening. If not for her speed, she would not have been able to escape in a battle. Something's wrong. Why are peak evil spirits so easy to encounter this time? I remember last time, there were only a few of them in the core area. Luo Tiandu's face was full of confusion. Could it be because the quality of the geniuses this time is too high, and the number is too many? Luo Tiandu thought of a possibility. Worthy of being a high-rank evil spirit. Killing low-rank and mid-rank evil spirits did not require much effort from Yi Chen. Although it was still easy for him to kill high-rank evil spirits, it was impossible for him to do so without any effort. Especially the ghost evil spirits and the self-exploding evil spirits. Even young warriors at the third layer of Life and Death Challenge would find themselves in a difficult situation if they were careless. The core area was not that big, and the number of evil spirits was not as big as the inner area. However, they were very densely distributed. Along the way, Yi Chen saw a lot of people being killed by high-rank evil spirits and teleported out of Life and Death's secret realm. Those who were able to survive were all elites among elites. Facing 2 high-rank evil spirits, Yi Chen waved his hand, and the broken blood sword turned into 33 sword shadows, shooting out like lightning. Puff. Puff. Puff, puff. 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 The 2 high-rank evil spirits were riddled with holes even though they were several li away. A life and death stone floated in the air. Life and death stone. Dozens of li away, 2 figures were flying in the sky. They sensed the life and death aura coming from the stone, and their eyes brightened. Kid, if you don't want to die, get lost. One of them yelled at Yi Chen. Yi Chen ignored him completely. He stretched out his palm, and a powerful suction force appeared. The life and death stone fell into Yi Chen's hand with a swish. The third life and death stone. A smile appeared on Yi Chen's face as he fused the stone into his body. You are courting death. Both of them were young geniuses at the second layer of Life and Death Challenge, while Yi Chen was only at the first layer. They originally thought that Yi Chen would be afraid of their strength and give up on this life and death stone. Who would have thought that Yi Chen would not give them any face at all? Boom, Xianxia burst out of the two's bodies, and their auras rushed toward Yi Chen, intending to launch a fierce attack. Standing where he was without moving, Yi Chen looked at the two coldly. Oh woo, right at this moment, the ground loosened, and a huge wolf evil spirit broke out of the ground, blocking the two's path. The giant wolf evil spirit was as large as a small mountain. The fur on its body was vivid and lifelike, and the savage aura it emitted was almost tangible, thick like ink. Compared to it, high-grade evil spirits were not even worth mentioning, and would definitely be killed in an instant. How can there be a peak-level evil spirit here? The two were horrified, and their eyes were wide open. Run! One of them yelled and flew away, not daring to face the evil spirit. However, the evil spirit's speed was much faster than theirs, and the distance between them was not too far. In a few blinks of an eye, it had caught up. Poochie, with a wave of its right claw, one of them was torn into two halves. Its body collided, and the other turned into a blood mist. The battle strength of the evil spirit was completely above the peak of the third layer of Life and Death challenge. There was no doubt about it. This is a peak-level evil spirit? Yi Chen sucked in a deep breath, his expression incomparably solemn. After killing the two, the evil spirit turned its head and locked its cruel gaze on Yi Chen. Although it had no intelligence, it could feel that Yi Chen was different from others. Others would run away upon encountering such an existence, and no one would dare to stay. However, Yi Chen did so. Swish, the evil spirit bent its hind legs and shot over. In Battle King's memories, there was information about peak-level evil spirits. Although Battle King was astonishingly talented, when he first entered Life and Death's secret realm, he had spent an entire day to kill a peak-level evil spirit. From this, one could see how powerful and frightening peak-level evil spirits were. The giant wolf evil spirit's speed was extremely fast. With a flicker of illusory light, it appeared in front of Yi Chen. Its thick and powerful right claw ferociously slammed down, leaving cracks in the space. It had the ability to shatter space, even if it was not comparable to a Life and Death king. It can actually tear space. Yi Chen's pupils shrank. The giant wolf evil spirit's battle strength was even above his imagination. Circulating the Xianxia in his body to the limit, his blood almost igniting. Finally, it flowed along the flesh of his right arm and converged on the evil vanquishing sword. The sword blossomed with a jade-like sword light as it slashed forward. Clang! Paw, the giant wolf evil spirit's claw collided with the evil vanquishing sword, causing the space to sway. A few pitch-black cracks appeared in the space before finally collapsing. Under the space-shattering power, Yi Chen's evil vanquishing sword curved into a shocking arc before fiercely rebounding, sending Yi Chen flying 3 to 4 li away. At the same time, a frightening ripple spread out in the open space between the two. The ground was scraped open one layer after another, reaching dozens of zhong deep. So powerful. This was the first time Yi Chen was at a disadvantage under Life and Death realm. The giant wolf evil spirit's offensive power was undoubtedly above his. Swish, after a slight pause in the air, the giant wolf evil spirit pounced at Yi Chen once again. Wherever it went, the space would distort, making it difficult to understand. With his undying body, Yi Chen wasn't injured in the slightest. He lightly stomped on the ground and leaped up. The evil vanquishing sword in his hand emitted hundreds of cold stars. It was precisely his fastest sword art, Spiritual Sword. As soon as Spiritual Sword was unleashed, Yi Chen's perception was pushed to the limit. Each sword strike aimed at the giant wolf evil spirit's flaws. Ow! The giant wolf evil spirit roared and crashed into the dense net of cold stars. In the next moment, numerous flat sword holes appeared on its huge body. The sword holes exploded and expanded to the size of a fist. Moreover, it paused in the air for a moment, showing signs of rigidity. Waning Moon. Holding the sword with both hands, Yi Chen forcefully slashed down. Poochie, the black waning moon embedded itself into the giant wolf vicious spirit's head, moving along its chest. A small half of its body was almost cut open, radiance surging. However, a peak evil spirit was still a peak evil spirit. It was extremely difficult to disperse. Even after being struck by Yi Chen's waning moon, it was still as lively as ever. Its two front claws slashed at Yi Chen. The edges of the claws had black cracks that contained a powerful suction force. Dang, the giant wolf evil spirit's attack was too fast. Yichen only had time to raise his sword to block it. Under the power of the space-shattering force, his whole body flew out diagonally. Finally, his feet landed on the ground and slid out. The soil on the ground surged, and a deep ravine was formed. The first level of life and death challenge is still a bit low. Frowning, Yichen realized that there were some internal injuries in his body. Fortunately, the immortal body was currently healing these internal injuries and adjusting his bodily functions. Do I have to use the Sky Scorpio sword? Yichen was slightly hesitant. No, the Sky Scorpio sword is my last resort. It's best not to rely on it unless it's a matter of life and death. Otherwise, once I become dependent on it, there will be unpredictable obstacles to my cultivation. The gains do not make up for the losses. Seems like I have to go all out. With a shake of his body, Yichen unleashed Sword Domain, enveloping the giant wolf evil spirit within. Sword Domain was the domain of a sword artist. Apart from its great offensive power, it also had the ability to suppress the opponent. The giant wolf evil spirit's speed was originally extremely fast, but under the suppression of Sword Domain, its speed was immediately reduced by 1/5. In Yichen's eyes, it instantly became sluggish. With Sword Domain, Yichen had a much easier time dealing with the evil spirit. At the very least, its movement and attack speed no longer made him feel tired. Of course, although its movement and attack speed had been reduced, the evil spirit was, after all, a peak-level evil spirit. Yichen's attacks simply couldn't injure it. At most, he could create some small scars. Moreover, out of every 10 attacks, one would still land on Yichen's body. The life and death chi of a peak-level evil spirit is too abundant. It can completely exhaust my Xianxia and then kill me. No wonder Battle King needed a whole day to kill a peak-level evil spirit. Yichen sighed, his eyes turning sharp. Bewitching mirror shattering. Retreating, Yichen's evil vanquishing sword was wrapped in an invisible spatial power. At a glance, the sword seemed to be twisted and folded, making it impossible to see the sword's trajectory. It was as if the evil vanquishing sword's attack range was everywhere. Unable to dodge, the evil spirit was struck by the evil vanquishing sword. Buzz, in the next moment, the evil spirit was sealed in a mirror-like space. The mirror-like space rapidly twisted and shattered. Within the void, cracks could be seen everywhere, and the suction power became chaotic. By relying on bewitching mirror shattering, Yichen also had the ability to shatter space. Ow! Countless hideous cracks appeared on the surface of the giant wolf evil spirit's body. The shallowest crack was several inches deep, and the deepest crack almost tore the giant wolf evil spirit in half. The terrifying destructive power far surpassed that of the waning moon sword technique. Eh? It's a token. Through the cracks, Yichen saw a stone token inside the evil spirit's body. It's a life and death token. The name of an item appeared in Yichen's mind. Life and Death's secret realm was divided into 3 regions, the outer region, the inner region, and the core region. The core region had a life and death palace, and the most basic requirement to enter it was a life and death token. In other words, the life and death token was the pass to enter life and death palace. But, it's still not quite possible to kill this top-level evil spirit. Yichen smiled bitterly. In his eyes, the injuries on the evil spirit's body were recovering at a visible speed. Of course, at the same time, the evil spirit's life and death chi was also decreasing, not as dense as before. However, this was life and death's secret realm, and life and death chi was everywhere. Relying on its instinct, the evil spirit began absorbing life and death chi from the outside world to replenish itself. Either run away immediately, or use absolute strength to shatter its body. There's no third way to kill it. Yichen had a deep understanding of peak evil spirits. In almost a blink of an eye, the giant wolf evil spirit's battle power recovered to its peak. Yichen didn't know whether it was his misconception or not, but the evil spirit seemed to be a bit more tyrannical than before. Its dense ink-like savage aura even caused the space to fluctuate slightly. Kill. Unwavering confidence, Yichen didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced, raising his sword to meet the evil spirit. The evil vanquishing sword in his hand blossomed with sword chi that seemed to want to shatter space. Rumble, one wolf and one man battled once again. Berserk chi ripples swept out in all directions, and could be clearly felt even from 10,000 li away. Who's fighting? Such frightening ripples. Could it be that someone is joining hands to deal with a peak-level evil spirit? Peak-level evil spirits have life and death tokens inside their bodies. Only those with life and death tokens can enter Life and Death Palace. Seems like someone can't wait any longer and is looking for a partner. Although there weren't many young experts left in the core area, and most of them had been transported out, the core area wasn't that big, and the distance between them wasn't that far. Thus, there were only 6 or 7 people who sensed the commotion. However, they didn't think that someone was fighting a peak-level evil spirit alone. A peak-level evil spirit was not something that a single person could contend against. They really wanted to go and take a look, but they didn't dare. In the secret realm, everyone was an opponent. If they went, they would be courting death. If they didn't get killed by a peak-level evil spirit, then they would be killed by a group of young experts. Patience was a must. Yichen's current situation was extremely bad. The evil spirit was like a perpetual motion machine that would never tire. The battle had already gone on for 2 hours, and the evil spirit was still in peak condition. On the other hand, Yichen was gradually getting tired. In the end, Yichen was a human, a living being with flesh and blood. He had his limits. Clang, sparks flew everywhere as Yichen was struck by the evil spirit for the first time. The clothes on his chest were torn apart, and the pseudo-extreme grade bronze armor exploded with blazing sparks. Spurting out a mouthful of blood, Yichen's entire body was flung away, and his sword domain was broken by itself. Not good. Circulating his undying body with all his might, Yichen pushed his sword steps to the limit. With a slight flicker, he evaded the evil spirit's consecutive attacks. Roar, letting out a roar, the evil spirit tilted its head and spat out a light beam condensed from life and death chi. The light beam shattered the space and landed on Yichen's shoulder. His body tumbling, Yichen was buried deep into the ground. Boom. Boom. Boom, the evil spirit wouldn't let Yichen go so easily. The meaning of its existence was to kill anyone who entered the life and death secret realm. The ground was rolling and shaking. The land within dozens of miles seemed to have turned into brown boiling water, bringing up waves of dirt. If someone were to dive into the ground, he or she would find that the ground had turned into sand and was continuously rolling and shaking. In such a harsh environment, even a third-level life and death challenge warrior would not be able to make it out alive. After attacking the ground for hundreds of times, the evil spirit opened its mouth, and a light ball of life and death chi took shape. It then shot toward the center of the ground. Rumble, a sand fountain appeared on the ground, and the sky turned dusky. Hovering in the air, the evil spirit stopped attacking. It could sense that there was no longer any life fluctuation underground. This troublesome human was already dead. Life and death reincarnation. Life is not the starting point, and death is not the end. The lifeless underground suddenly burst forth with a powerful life force. Grass and trees grew at a visible speed on the destroyed land. In just a few moments, hundreds of li had turned into an oasis. The ground caved in, and Yichen flew out, his aura soaring. At this moment, he was in the second layer of life and death chamber. The life and death chi had vaguely formed a simple cycle, growing and multiplying without end. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you. Raising his head, Yichen looked at the evil spirit that was about to leave with an intense battle intent in his eyes. Swish, the evil spirit had no emotions and didn't know what shock was. Seeing that Yichen wasn't dead, it flashed over and continued to attack. Without retreating, Yichen swung the evil vanquishing sword. As the sword tip streaked across the space, it tore open a pitch-black crack. Tearing space. Yichen could now do it as well. He could feel that the sword tip seemed to have broken through some kind of barrier. The sword's speed and might kept increasing, as if that pitch-black crack was increasing the speed of the evil vanquishing sword. Paw, the giant wolf evil spirit's right claw collided with the evil vanquishing sword. However, there was no earth-shattering sound. Instead, it was like a glass bottle shattering. Of course, it was not the glass bottle shattering, but the space shattering. The giant wolf evil spirit and Yichen both had the ability to tear space. When their powers collided, it was almost equivalent to the full power attack of an ordinary life and death king. For the first time, the giant wolf evil spirit was repelled by Yi Chen. Of course, Yi Chen also retreated 100 steps. Right now, my offensive power is equal to its, but in terms of battle technique, it is far inferior to me. A smile appeared on his face as Yi Chen's figure flickered, shooting toward the giant wolf. Evil spirit with a speed surpassing his previous speed. Wherever he went, the space would wrinkle. The giant wolf evil spirit had no intelligence and didn't know what emotions were. Seeing Yi Chen's attack, it immediately steadied its body and met him head-on. Spiritual sword. When the distance between the two was less than 100 meters, Yi Chen suddenly thrust his sword and flicked his wrist. Puff 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 puff, countless tiny cracks appeared in the void. Before the giant wolf evil spirit could even approach, it was already riddled with holes, as if it had turned into a sieve. However, top-level evil spirits were not so easy to kill. These injuries were not fatal to the giant wolf evil spirit, making it hard to disperse. Opening its huge mouth, the giant wolf evil spirit spouted a light ball containing life and death chi toward Yi Chen. The light ball pierced through the void and appeared before Yi Chen in a flash. Waning moon. Yi Chen drifted back in the air, slashing the evil vanquishing sword horizontally. The black waning moon split the light ball into two, and the powerful sword energy similarly pierced through the space. The giant wolf evil spirit could sense the change in Yi Chen's power. It opened its huge mouth and shot out light balls condensed from the power of life and death towards Yi Chen. Faced with these numerous balls of light, Yi Chen didn't dare to be careless, and he released his sword domain. Under the envelopment of the sword domain, even space seemed to have become much sturdier. As the balls of light pierced through space, their might was greatly reduced, and their speed was also reduced by several times. Thus, they were sliced apart by Yi Chen one after another. At the same time, Yi Chen quickly approached the giant wolf evil spirit. While it was absorbing the life and death chi of the heaven and earth, Yi Chen slashed out with his sword. It was bewitching mirror shattering. The giant wolf evil spirit was sealed in a special space. When the space shattered, its body also shattered, turning into thousands of pieces like a broken mirror. The power of the bewitching mirror shattering was already extremely horrifying. Before Yi Chen had reached the level of tearing space, it already had the destructive power to shatter space. Now that his cultivation base had reached the second level of life and death challenge, the power of the bewitching mirror shattering had increased, allowing him to kill the evil spirit with one sword attack. As soon as the evil spirit died, the life and death token floated out of its body, emitting a special vibration. Finally killed. Yi Chen let out a sigh of relief. If the evil spirit still hadn't died, he would have no choice but to take out the Sky Scorpio sword and directly kill it. After all, he wouldn't be able to make successive breakthroughs in a short period of time, and the evil spirit would only get more and more powerful as it battled. With a wave of his hand, the life and death token landed in Yi Chen's hand. After carefully examining it, Yi Chen put it into his storage ring. The first life and death stone helped me break through to the first level of the life and death challenge. Although the second one did not help me break through, under the pressure, I still managed to break through. Adding this life and death stone in my body, I still need 3 more life and death stones to break through to the third level. Once he left the secret realm, there would be a huge problem waiting for Yi Chen. Yi Chen couldn't relax at all, as he had to get 3 stones within the time limit. Let's keep hunting. The evil spirits in the core area are very limited. After killing all of them, I can only go to the life and death palace to try my luck. With a flash of his body, Yi Chen disappeared from where he was standing. Blood Skyland, Thousand Wolf Plains, White Wolf Martial School. As one of the top 10 beast martial schools, the White Wolf Martial School had a huge building area. There were 3 inner and 3 outer layers, and most of the outer layers were werewolves. The lowest among them was rank 5. Although they couldn't transform into human form, they could all walk upright due to some special methods, which made them in between human and wolf forms. Although there were also werewolves in the inner layers, some of them could transform into human form as well. Being able to transform into human form meant that they were definitely at rank 7. Eh? Why is Wolf Warrior back? Isn't the Life and Death secret realm not over yet? Something is not right. Could it be that Wolf Warrior was killed in the secret realm? That is possible. All of the wolf beasts discussed among themselves, looking horrified. Wolf, what is going on? Inside a palace in the core area of the White Wolf Martial School, a white-haired elder walked out. The elder's eyes were green, and his pupils were vertical. Shoo, Wolf Warrior turned into a beam of light and landed on the ground. Great Master, I have been killed. Wolf Warrior's face was full of shame, but it was also filled with uncontrollable anger and frustration. What? Who killed you? Is it our blood Skyland? True Spirit Land? Or Sky Sword Land? The elder's face was dark and serious. It was a human, right here in our blood Sky Land. Human, the human martial geniuses in our blood Sky Land who can kill you are only the 4 demons. Among them, Ling Hui should not be your opponent. Undying Demon Lord, Taekwonzuan, and the Demon Lady Blade. They should know the rules of the blood Sky Land, right? Wolf Warrior shook his head, not them. It is a human I have never seen before. He seems to be related to the Demon Lady Blade, Lan Sanmei. He is wearing blue robes, and his weapon is a sword. He looks to be in his early 20s. No matter who he is, I will make him die without a grave. If he has a martial school in the blood Sky Land, then my White Wolf Martial School will destroy his martial school. The elder said with a cold tone. Tiger Roar Mountain, Sky Tiger Beast Martial School, inside the Sky Tiger Palace, the one who killed you is not one of the 4 demons, but a human sword artist? And he is related to the Demon Blade Martial School's girl, Lan Sanmei. Damn it. The leader of the Sky Tiger Beast Martial School happened to be in the sect. Seeing young Tiger Warrior's sudden return, he was extremely shocked. After asking, he found out that he was killed by a human sword artist. How could he not be angry? Go into seclusion first. Don't come out until you reach the 3rd layer of Life and Death Challenge. This is your punishment. The leader of the Sky Tiger Beast Martial School said coldly to young Tiger Warrior. Yes. Young Tiger Warrior also knew that he was killed because he was not powerful enough. Therefore, he was willing to accept the punishment. However, he still hated Yi-Chen a lot. If he had not been killed, he would have had the chance to find enough Life and Death stones and reach the 3rd layer. Inside a valley in the core area of Life and Death's secret realm, Feng Piaoling had just killed a relatively powerful high-level evil spirit. He was quite lucky, as there was a Life and Death stone inside the evil spirit's body. Seems like I have hope to reach the 3rd layer. Feng Piaoling merged the Life and Death stone into his body. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, his body froze. In the sky above the valley, a teenager in green robes had appeared out of nowhere. Although he did not have a sword in his hand, that intense sword intent had already locked onto Feng Piaoling. As long as Feng Piaoling moved his body, the teenager in green would definitely attack him. Sword Realm Artist, it is you. A hint of bitterness appeared on Feng Piaoling's face. Sword Realm Artist was one of the top 10 sword warriors of the Sky Sword continent, ranked 4th on the Life and Death Realm substitute list. Last time in the Life and Death secret realm, Feng Piaoling had seen his power. In other words, besides Luo Tiandu, no one in this true spirit continent could be his opponent, not even him. Do you want me to do it, or do you want to kill yourself? Sword Realm Artist said lightly. Although I am not your opponent, it is impossible for me to kill myself. The bitterness disappeared from Feng Piaoling's face as he said with a low voice. Very good. It seems like you are not that weak after all. Sword Realm Artist waved his hand and 4 top-rank great swords appeared in front of him, floating in the air. Run. Without thinking, Feng Piaoling turned around and tried to escape. If he fought with Sword Realm Artist, he would definitely die. But if he ran, there would still be a chance. Shoo, Feng Piaoling was good at the wind profound, so his speed was extremely fast. It was only a flash, but he was already hundreds of miles away. It was as if the wind had become his support. Do you think you can get away? Sword Realm Artist lifted up his eyes as he put up his right index and middle fingers, then pointed at Feng Piaoling who was in the distance. Shoo. 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 Shoo, 4 top-rank great swords shot out at lightning speed, forming a flying sword spell. One sword was in the front, while the other 3 were in the back. Outside of the sword spell, there was a blue-colored whirlwind. It was this whirlwind that made it even faster. Wind sword spell, pooh, Feng Piaoling's speed was very fast, but the wind sword spell was even faster. The sword spell flashed once, and a huge hole appeared on Feng Piaoling's back and chest. His body started to fade out slowly. Even a semi-extreme rank armor could be pierced through so easily. Sword Realm Artist, you are indeed powerful. Alright, once I get back to the True Spirit Continent, I will do Yichen a favor. Smiling bitterly, Feng Piaoling's body disappeared, leaving only a life and death stone floating in the air. Sword Realm Artist flew over slowly and made a grabbing gesture, causing the life and death stone to merge into his body. The True Spirit Continent has fallen. Luo Tiandu, I wonder how powerful you are now. It is Feng Piaoling. From afar, Yichen saw Feng Piaoling's body get pierced through and disappear from the life and death secret realm. Then, a teenager in green appeared there. Using the defensive sword spell to control the sword spell? Huh. Yichen flew over quickly. Sword Realm Artist turned his head and looked at Yichen with a weird expression. Normal people would not even have the time to run after witnessing his power. But now, Yichen was approaching him with a hint of killing intent in his eyes. The second level of the life and death challenge. Your cultivation is not low. Unfortunately, you are too stupid. Sword Realm Artist turned around and looked at Yichen coldly. Tell me your name. I do not kill people without a name. Yichen said, you should be Sword Realm Artist from the Sky Sword Continent, right? Yichen had heard Feng Piaoling mention the Ten Sword Realm before. It seems like you know who I am. Sword Realm Artist flicked his eyebrows. Indeed, I am Yichen, the one who will kill you. Kill me? I am afraid that you do not have the power to do so. The Sword Realm Artist was ranked 4th in the Life and Death Realm substitute list. His cultivation had already reached the 3rd level of the Life and Death challenge. Combined with the power of the Sword Realm, even warriors at the same level as him would be killed by him. And Yichen's cultivation was the same as Feng Piaoling's. It would be good if he could take 3 attacks from him. Oh yeah? Yichen did not say anything. I can tell that you are also a sword user. Take out your sword. Otherwise, you will not even have the chance to take out your sword. The Sword Realm Artist could sense that Yichen's sword intent was indeed very powerful. Perhaps, it was what he was relying on. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful his sword intent was, it would not be able to make up for the gap between their cultivation and attacking methods. Yichen shook his head and smiled. His body suddenly leaned forward, flying toward the Sword Realm Artist at an extreme speed. In the middle of his body, he took out his evil shattering sword and stabbed out. Spiritual sword attack. The distance between the two was still 100 meters, but once Yichen threw out his spiritual sword attack, it was almost negligible. The moment the evil shattering sword stabbed out, that hair-thin sword chi had already reached the Sword Realm Artist. A pitch-black hole appeared in the midair, landing on the Sword Realm Artist's protective Xianyuan layer. Swoosh! The protective Xianyuan layer was punctured. What? The Sword Realm Artist was shocked. That sword attack of Yichen's was not only extremely fast, but also untraceable. What was even more horrifying was that it had pierced through the space. With such a horrifying attacking power, how could he not be shocked? Break! Right then, the Sword Realm Artist realized that he had underestimated Yichen. Compared to Feng Piaoling, Yichen's power was way more powerful, and he could even pierce through the space. Having no time to use his Sword Realm, the Sword Realm Artist reached out his right index finger. The tip of his finger shone with a silver light, looking like it was made of metal. He then pointed out his finger heavily on that hair-thin sword chi. Yichen squeezed his eyes. This Sword Realm Artist was indeed a top sword artist of the Sky Sword Continent, being able to stop his spiritual sword attack in advance. Of course, it was also related to the distance. If he performed his spiritual sword attack at a close distance, unless the Sword Realm Artist's attacking speed was the same as Yichen's, he would not be able to block it. Chin, Puchi. The tip of his finger came into contact with the sword chi, and sparks burst out. Then, a small hole was pierced through the tip of his finger, and blood spurted out from the small hole. Not good. The Sword Realm Artist could feel an extremely horrifying shapeless sword chi entering his body through his fingers. Once the sword chi entered his body, although he would not be severely wounded, he would definitely suffer from internal injuries, which would decrease his battling power drastically. It was not something he wanted to see, so he was a bit regretful. He should not have been careless. Backing out quickly, the Sword Realm artist grabbed his right arm with his left hand and pushed out his Jin Yuan, forcing out the invisible sword chi that had invaded his right arm, not giving it a chance to attack. Forcing out the sword chi, the Sword Realm artist raised his head and looked at Yi Chen with a serious expression. Although he had been careless and hadn't used his sword formation, that finger attack of his was a move that he was proud of. It was called the Silver Light Golden Finger. The Silver Light Golden Finger wasn't a profound martial art, but a mid-tier heaven-class secret art. It was extremely powerful, but Yi Chen's sword move was clearly above the Silver Light Golden Finger, causing him to suffer a little. Quite an impressive finger technique. Yi Chen was a bit surprised. Although the power of the spiritual sword attack was not as powerful as the waning moon and the bewitching mirror shattering, it was still not something that normal people could handle. The fact that the Sword Realm artist was able to cancel out half of the spiritual sword attack's power must have something to do with this finger art. Very well. I admit that I have underestimated you. Your power is way more powerful than Feng Kaling's. Waving his hand, 4 top-rank great swords floated in front of him as he said word by word. Bring out your most powerful power. Otherwise, the battle will be over soon. To be honest, Yi Chen was a bit excited. He had never seen anyone use a sword spell as an attacking method. Although the Sky Sword artist from the True Spirit continent had used a sword spell as well, that sword spell used energy as the core. It did not contain any defensive sword spell, nor did it contain the profound mysteries of the sword spell. How arrogant you are. The Sword Realm artist was furious. He had always been the one looking down on his opponents, but he did not expect to be looked down on by Yi Chen today. He decided to use the sword spell to kill Yi Chen slowly, instead of killing him right away. Otherwise, it would be too easy for him. Wind sword spell. Pointing out his sword finger at Yi Chen, the Sword Realm artist yelled. Shoo, 4 swords, 1 in the front and the other 3 at the back, looked like wings in the sky. Surrounded by the blue tornado, they flew toward Yi Chen at an extreme speed. This sword spell not only contained the power of the sword spell, but also his powerful sword intent. 27 sword attacks at the same time. Yi Chen looked calm as he pointed out his sword finger as well. The broken blood sword on his waist took out of its scabbard automatically. It divided into 27 sword shadows and attacked toward the wind sword spell. He knows the defensive sword spell as well. The Sword Realm artist was shocked. Unfortunately, my defensive sword spell combined with the sword spell has increased its power and speed by a couple of times. Just the defensive sword spell alone would not be able to compete with it. The Sword Realm artist was also a soul warrior. Of course, his soul was only twice as powerful as normal people's, which was not as powerful as Yi Chen's 5 times. But even so, it was already enough for him to be proud of. Pap, the sword formation of wind clashed with the 27 sword shadows. Countless sword lights burst out in the void. The sharp sword chi cut the valley into pieces, making it a mess. The 27 sword shadows were even more powerful than the wind sword spell. After breaking through the spell, there were still dozens of sword shadows shooting toward the Sword Realm artist. Impossible. No matter how hard the Sword Realm artist thought about it, he could not understand why the wind sword spell was not as powerful as Yi Chen's defensive sword spell. He obviously knew how powerful the defensive sword spell was, since he had also trained it before the sword spell. Pap, 1 wind sword spell could not compete with Yi Chen's defensive sword spell, so another 4 high-rank great swords appeared in front of the Sword Realm artist. The wind sword spell shot out and destroyed the remaining dozens of sword shadows. Taking back the 8 high-rank great swords, the way the Sword Realm artist looked at Yi Chen was different. The latter's power was way beyond his imagination, and it could not be calculated with common sense. The wind sword spell is only my weakest sword spell. Let's see how you are going to handle my wind storm sword spell. Chin. Chin. Inside the Sword Realm artist's storage ring was a huge amount of top-rank great swords. A dim light flashed once, and another 8 top-rank great swords appeared. These 8 swords were just like the previous ones, all with a wind element. They could bring out the power of the wind element sword spell to its limit. Go. The 16 swords formed a sword spell that was 10 times more complicated than the wind sword spell. It was like a tornado, attacking toward Yi Chen. The whole sky and the ground were filled with the intense sword chi, and the wind started to roar. 39 sword attacks. Although Yi Chen's achievement in the defensive sword spell was not unprecedented, at least until now, no one had been able to surpass him. Situ Hao, who had exchanged the defensive sword spell with him, had only reached the level of 19 sword attacks. 39 sword shadows shot out with a speed that was not slower than the windstorm sword spell. Boom! 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 The power of the windstorm sword spell was not to be underestimated. This time, the two were evenly matched. The windstorm sword spell and the 39 sword shadows had all been shattered, and the great swords had been blown back. What kind of realm has this guy's defensive sword spell reached? The sword realm artist had a bad look on his face. Because he did not spend all of his effort on the defensive sword spell, he had only managed to reach the level of 25 sword attacks. But, it was already quite good. Plus, the sword spell did not have a high requirement for the defensive sword spell, because the sword spell was a whole, not a single sword. 25 sword attacks were already enough for him to perform any sword spell he had learned. Looking at the 16 wind element great swords floating in front of him, the sword realm artist looked embarrassed again. Among these swords, some of them had been damaged, and their power had been reduced drastically. Plus, he did not have all the top-rank swords in his storage ring, so he had spent a lot of time collecting them. Shoo, putting away all of the wind element great swords, the sword realm artist took a deep breath and waved his hand. 36 top-rank great swords shining with thunder light appeared. My most powerful sword spell is the thunder sword spell. If your defensive sword spell is only at this level, then you will die for sure. The sword realm artist said with a cold look. I have said it before, bring out your most powerful power. Otherwise, this battle will be over soon. You are looking for death. The sword realm artist groaned. The thunder element great swords in front of him quickly formed a lightning-like sword spell. As the sword spell was formed, a huge amount of thunder and lightning gathered together. After being strengthened by the sword spell, its power continued to increase. The sword light in front of the sword spell kept on shooting out, causing the space to crack open and turn pitch black. Look! There is a huge battle over there. It is the sword realm artist. Who is the other one? The huge battle had attracted two people nearby. They were both sword artists, and their sword aura was extremely powerful. If there were people who knew them, they would be able to tell that they were the giant sword artist and the short sword artist from the Sky Sword Continent's top 10 sword artist. It is Yi Chen. I did not expect to see the most legendary sword art genius of our True Spirit continent here. On the other side, 3 people had appeared as well. They were all from the True Spirit continent, just like Feng Piaoling and Ji Hairua from Luo Tiandu. They were all top warriors of the previous generation, and were on the life and death realm substitute list. As for why they recognized Yi Chen, it was because they had seen Yi Chen's picture before. This is not good. Yi Chen's opponent is the sword realm artist, who is ranked 4th on the life and death realm substitute list. Even Brother Luo might not be able to win against him. Yi Chen is still not mature enough after all. The bulky teenager frowned. Indeed. But, Yi Chen being able to force the sword realm artist to use his thunder sword spell is already extremely powerful. All he is lacking is his cultivation. The 3 were worried. Haha, this brat is indeed powerful. Unfortunately, the sword realm artist's thunder sword spell is his most powerful sword spell. I am afraid that one attack would be enough to kill this brat. The giant sword artist rubbed his chin as he chuckled. Aren't those some old friends from the True Spirit continent? Wait until the sword realm artist kills this brat. We cannot let them go. The short sword artist's eyes landed on the 3 from the True Spirit continent. Above the valley, the sword realm artist and Yi Chen were a couple of miles apart. Die. Pointing out his sword finger, the thunder sword spell shone with a bright thunder light, attacking toward Yi Chen within a second. The whole world was dyed a dark blue color with lightning flashing everywhere. The wind sword spell and the windstorm sword spell were wind element sword spells, which required a very high level of mastery in the wind profound. On the other hand, the thunder sword spell was a thunder element sword spell, which required an even higher level of mastery. If the mastery was not up to par, then the Thunder Sword spell would have a flaw, and its power would not be able to reach its limit. Even the Sword Realm artist did not know how powerful the Thunder Sword spell was, because in order to push it to its limit, the mastery of the Thunder Profound would have to reach completion. Right now, the Sword Realm artist had only learned 90% of the Thunder Profound. But of course, compared to 10 years ago, he had improved a lot. 10 years ago, his Thunder Profound was only at 70% completion. Although his Thunder Profound was only at 90% completion, combined with the Thunder Sword spell, its power was still not something normal warriors at the third level of the Life and Death Challenge could handle. Once the sword spell appeared, the whole place was filled with thunder sounds. Endless thunder yuan qi gathered on top of the sword spell, causing it to change drastically. Pop. Pop, pop. Pop, the space kept on shattering as the Thunder Sword spell attacked toward Yi Chen like lightning. What a powerful sword spell. I am afraid that even the Sword Snake spell would not be able to compete with it. The defensive sword spell had a lot of attacking sword spells, and the giant sword spell was one of the simplest ones. However, the Sword Snake spell could only be performed after all 33 swords had been performed. Just like the Sword Realm artist's Wind Sword spell and the Thunder Sword spell, the Sword Snake spell actually contained some of the profoundness of the sword spell as well. If one Sword Snake spell is not enough, then I will use two. Thoughts spun in his mind as Yi Chen put up his index and middle fingers, pointing toward the incoming Thunder Sword spell. Chin. Chin, the Broken Blood sword and the other semi-extreme rank sword, the Black Scorpion sword, took out of their scabbards automatically. The two swords turned into 33 sword shadows, which then combined in the air and turned into two sword snakes with a cold light. They twisted together in a spiral shape, looking like two huge silver snakes. Looking from afar, the sky was filled with sword chants. Rumble, the Spring Thunder sword formation clashed with the two sword snakes, causing the space to distort and shatter. The vast sword light flattened the entire valley. The few sword lights with the strongest power left deep sword marks on the ground, like abysses. High up in the sky, thunder and lightning flew everywhere, and the sword chi crisscrossed. It was a scene of doomsday. The Spring Thunder sword formation was, after all, the strongest sword formation of the Sword Realm artist. It would be hard to resist it with just the sword snake art. The Spring Thunder sword formation, which was much dimmer than before, broke through all the obstacles and continued towards Yi Chen. A sword formation is a sword formation after all. Shaking his head, Yi Chen held the evil vanquishing sword in his right hand and pulled it out. A black crescent sword energy landed on the Spring Thunder sword formation and forcefully split it open. Walala, countless swords flickered with electric light as they flew about chaotically, and half of them were chipped. Come back. The Sword Realm artist was shocked and angry. He immediately called back all the Thunder Elemental swords. As the Thunder Elemental swords returned, the Sword Realm artist glanced at them and said angrily, "Damn it." Among the 36 Thunder Elemental swords, 13 of them were chipped and had dimmed. Impossible. The Sword Realm artist's Spring Thunder sword formation was broken? Marquis Giant Sword's face was full of disbelief, his mouth unable to close. He can actually use the defensive sword art in two places at the same time. Where did this guy come from? Moreover, that last sword attack seemed to be catching up to Marquis Sword Star's Moonlight Cut. Marquis Short Sword said seriously. On the side of True Spirit Continent, the muscular youngster sucked in a deep breath. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. No wonder the legendary martial genius title had fallen on Yi Chen after Shenhe, and not Du Guju or Dan Tai Mingyue. Back when he was a disciple of a rank 9 martial school, he had never tasted defeat. After arriving at the Sky Martial region, he even managed to suppress geniuses like Du Guju and finally reached the top. It has only been a couple of years, and even the young geniuses of our generation can no longer suppress him. The geniuses of the previous generation were naturally not as talented as the geniuses of the new generation. But, they had more time to accumulate. Logically speaking, it would still take a couple of years for the new generation to catch up. But, it was obvious that Yi Chen had already accumulated enough in a couple of years, and did not need to wait for a couple more years. Impressive. The other two forced a chuckle, feeling a bit more respect for Yi Chen. Flying Sword Spell. Sword Realm Artist was also a straightforward person. Seeing that even his most powerful Thunder Sword spell could not do anything to Yi Chen, he immediately took out 12 intact Wind Element Great Swords, forming a sword spell that looked like a flying bird. The sword spell appeared under his feet, carrying him as he flew out at an extreme speed. Within a second, he was already in the sky. Yi Chen did not expect Sword Realm Artist to leave this easily. Plus, this flying sword spell was way too fast. Even if he chased right now, he would not be able to catch up, since the speed of the sword spell was not that much slower than his defensive sword spell. This kind of person is indeed troublesome. Putting the evil shattering sword back into its scabbard, Yi Chen turned around to look at Marquis Giant Sword, Short Sword, and the other three from True Spirit Continent. Let's go. Marquis Giant Sword and Short Sword's expressions changed as they hurried to fly out. Their power was not at the top, and encountering Yi Chen would only result in death. Plus, there were still 3 old friends not far away. You sure run fast. The bulky teenager sneered. As a martial genius of True Spirit Continent as well, Yi Chen did not ignore the existence of the 3, so he walked up. These 3 were the top martial geniuses of True Spirit Continent. Together with Luo Tiandu's Feng Peling and Ji Hairua, they were known as the True Spirit 7. They were all in the Life and Death Realm substitute list, and each of them had a very powerful background. They all came from rank 5 martial schools or families. The bulky teenager among them was called Qin Tianxiong, who came from the Qin family, which was second only to the top 4 families. Yi Chen, if you do not mind, how about we search for the Life and Death Palace together? Qin Tianxiong suggested. All right. Yi Chen faintly nodded. After killing the giant wolf evil spirit, he had obtained another life and death stone, so he was still lacking 2 stones. Moreover, in the core region, almost all of the high-level evil spirits had been killed. Rather than wasting time searching for high-level evil spirits, it would be better to try his luck in the Life and Death Palace as soon as possible. After all, the closing of the Life and Death Secret Realm was not far away. Seeing Yi Chen agree, the 3 revealed joyful expressions. In truth, the 3 of them naturally did not fear any high-level evil spirits. However, if they ran into a peak-level evil spirit, 1 or 2 of them would die. Now, with the addition of Yi Chen, even if they ran into a peak-level evil spirit, they would be able to contend for a while. Perhaps, they might even be able to kill a peak evil spirit and obtain a life and death token. The Life and Death Palace was located in the core region, so it was not too hard to find. The 4 flew towards the core region side by side. It was unknown whether it was Qin Tianxiong's group's bad luck or Yi Chen's good luck, but after advancing for about 5,000 li, the 4 encountered 2 high-level evil spirits and 3 high-level self-destructing evil spirits. Apart from Yi Chen and Qin Tianxiong, the other 2 had their bodies pierced through by an evil spirit while the other was blown up by a self-destructing evil spirit. Due to the sudden turn of events, Yi Chen did not have the time to rescue them. The situation is different from last time. Last time, there were not so many high-level evil spirits gathered together. Qin Tianxiong's face was unsightly. Be careful. Yi Chen reminded him. The Life and Death Palace was a huge palace with interweaving black and white colors. Its scale was enormous, and one could not even see the edge of the palace. It was like a huge city. On the plaza in front of the palace's entrance, many young experts had gathered. The young experts who could stay in the core region and come to the Life and Death Palace were naturally extraordinary. They were all elites among elites, experts among experts. Among them, there were 7 from Blood Sky Continent, Young Elephant, Young Snake, Young Eagle, Young Undying Demon, Tai Quangzuan, Lan Sanmei, and Ling Hui. On Sky Sword Continent's side, there were 6, 3 of which were Marquis Sword Realm, Marquis Giant Sword, and Marquis Short Sword. On True Spirit Continent's side, there were the most, Luo Tiandu, Ji Hairua, Bai Wuxue, Lu Xiaoyu, Xia Hozuan, Xiao Chuhe, Du Guju, Dan Tai Mingyue, Chu Zhongtian, and Yen Fengfeng. Apart from the 3 continents, there were also close to 10 people from overseas. 2 of them were acquaintances of Yi Chen. One was Yu Bingxin's aunt, Yu Lingshuang, and the other was the Crown Prince of Blackwater Alliance, Wang Tai. So many experts. Wang Tai's complexion turned somewhat unsightly. Admittedly, some of the young experts in front of the Life and Death Palace were lucky and didn't encounter any great danger. However, most of them had relied on their own strength to enter. There were a few that even made Wang Tai feel a trace of fear, such as Young Elephant Lord of Blood Sky Continent, Sky Sword Continent's Spruce Youngster, and True Spirit Continent's Luo Tiandu. These three had already reached the peak of the third layer of Life and Death Chamber, and their auras were frightening. Sure enough, there's always someone stronger. I wonder if Yichen made it in. With his potential, it shouldn't be difficult for him to enter the core region. I'm just afraid that he might encounter some super experts and get killed. Yuling Shuang's arrival in Life and Death Palace was largely due to luck. She naturally didn't doubt Yichen's potential. However, in Life and Death's secret realm, before one's strength reached its peak, one still needed a bit of luck. If one's luck was bad, and he ran into a high-ranking Life and Death substitute list member, everything pointed to disaster. Swish, behind the numerous young experts of Blood Sky Continent, a figure shrouded in golden flames rapidly approached. Faintly, it seemed to be a woman. Everybody's gazes turned over. However, not a single one of them recognized the newcomer. Of course, apart from one person. It's her. Wang Tai's eyes narrowed. When entering Life and Death's secret realm, he had encountered this woman and was even forcefully knocked away, causing him to suffer a small loss. Naturally, he had a deep impression of her. Humph. She actually passed above Blood Sky Continent's people. I'm afraid she's going to suffer. Wang Tai sneered. Come down. Young Snake Lord had a gloomy and cold temperament. Behind him, a huge 9-headed snake phantom appeared. The phantom was 300 meters tall, and one of its sinister-looking serpent heads charged toward the golden flames. Pong, amidst the golden flames, Su Jing stretched out her hand and grabbed the serpent's horn. With a forceful shake, the horn shattered inch by inch, and the frightening power spread to the serpent's head, shattering it along with half of its body. A powerful chi fluctuation spread out like a tsunami. Who is this woman? So powerful. Even young Snake Lord can't stop her? Everybody was astonished. Having lost face in front of everyone, young Snake Lord felt very embarrassed. However, he didn't dare to continue looking down on Su Jing. Each head of a 9-headed snake had its own unique ability. The long-horned head that had just been destroyed was the strongest of the 9 heads. It specialized in strength, and in the Blood Sky Continent, other than young Elephant Lord, no one dared to ignore the attacks of the long-horned head. But facing Su Jing, it couldn't even block a casual shake from her. It could be seen how terrifying her strength was. Wind, rain, thunder, ice. Young Snake Lord roared. 4 heads of the 9-headed snake phantom stretched out and shot wind blades, water balls, lightning, and ice at Su Jing. The 4 energies were clearly separated. Even a third-layer Life and Death Chamber expert would have to retreat, not daring to face them head-on. Break! Golden flames gushed out from Su Jing's body. Her long hair fluttered in the wind as she punched out. The space suddenly shook, and several pitch-black holes appeared. After a sky-shaking explosion, the 4 energies were repelled by Su Jing's attack. What a powerful strength! On Blood Sky Continent's side, everyone was discussing spiritedly, especially young Elephant Lord, whose eyes lit up. He was different from young Tiger Lord. The battle elephant bloodline in his body had already returned to its ancestral state, and was exactly the same as his ancestor, the ancient battle elephant. He was born with boundless strength, and a single punch of his had the force of over 1,000,000 jin. Su Jing's strength made him eager to hunt. My battle elephant clan worships strength. Strength is everything. This woman's strength is no small matter. Moreover, she seems to be a demonic beast as well. Young Elephant Lord's eyes flickered as he looked at Su Jing. Now, let's see how you block. Young Snake Lord was in a difficult position. He somewhat regretted provoking Su Jing, but since he had already made his move, he couldn't give up halfway. Otherwise, others would think that he was afraid of the opponent. Leaping up, young Snake Lord unleashed a ferocious attack on Su Jing. A huge 9-headed snake phantom appeared behind him. The 9 heads danced in the air, twisting the space around them. Each of the heads possessed a unique ability, such as ramming, spitting out various types of energy, or opening their mouths to produce an unparalleled suction and binding force. The nine-headed serpent was one of the top demonic beasts in the ancient era. Even though young Serpent Lord only had half of the nine-headed serpent's bloodline and was considered a perfect demonic beast, his comprehension ability far surpassed demonic beasts. That was why his battle prowess wasn't any weaker than powerful demonic beasts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to fight against young Elephant Lord. Bang! 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 The golden flames around Su Jing's body were a result of her vital qi reaching the pinnacle. Not only did her punches and kicks contain boundless might, but they were also as fast as lightning. No matter how fierce young Snake Lord's attacks were, he couldn't break through her defenses. Instead, she forced him to retreat, unable to stand stably. Too powerful. The spectator's mouth slightly opened. Who was young Snake Lord? He was in existence ranked 7th on the life and death substitute list. Those who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him could be counted on one hand. However, Su Jing was clearly a newcomer. She seemed to be in her 20s, yet she could suppress young Snake Lord. Eat my fist as well. The golden flames erupted as Su Jing roared and punched at young Snake Lord. In an instant, the sky darkened and stars flickered like a galaxy. In the pitch-black galaxy, a planet shattered, and its location was right in front of young Snake Lord. Block for me. Young Snake Lord's eyelids twitched crazily. This was a sign of danger. He crossed his arms, blocking his chest and head. At the same time, the 9 heads of the 9-headed snake phantom interwove and formed a huge barrier in front of young Snake Lord. Rumble, this fist art was too tyrannical. The 9-headed snake phantom shattered layer by layer, ultimately landing on young Snake Lord's protective Zhenyuan. The protective Zhenyuan shattered, and young Snake Lord's crossed arms immediately transmitted an earth-shattering power. This power had already surpassed young Snake Lord's limit. How could he block it? His feet rubbed the ground as he shot out. Puff, after retreating for 10 li, young Snake Lord spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his complexion turned pale gold. Young Snake Lord had been defeated. Wang Tai's scalp went numb. He rejoiced inwardly that he hadn't provoked the opponent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to block Su Jing's final fist. After all, he was still lacking compared to young Snake Lord. After defeating young Snake Lord, Su Jing directly flew toward True Spirit Continent's group. She's from True Spirit Continent? Luo Tian was astonished. Du Guju, Chu Zhongtian, and the rest creased their brows. Since when had another monstrous genius appeared on True Spirit Continent? Moreover, she seemed more ferocious than anyone else. At the very least, neither Du Guju nor Chu Zhongtian had the confidence to defeat her. Haha, Luo Tian, your True Spirit Continent isn't bad. A super powerful newcomer has popped out of nowhere. What? You don't seem to recognize her? Young Elephant Lord was somewhat astonished that Su Jing could defeat young Snake Lord. However, he was confident that he wouldn't lose to anyone, including Luo Tian. Luo Tian smiled indifferently. Young Elephant Lord, my True Spirit Continent has a lot of newcomers. You'll get to see them if there's an opportunity. Is that so? Then I'll wait and see. Young Elephant Lord didn't really care about Luo Tian's words. Don't tell me that all the newcomers of True Spirit Continent have the strength of young Snake Lord? Don't joke around. In Sky Sword Continent's square formation, the spruce-like youngster smiled. Life and Death Palace will open in a while. A life and death token can only allow 4 people to enter. When peak-level evil spirits appear, we should discuss the distribution in advance to avoid disputes. Almost no one could kill a peak-level evil spirit alone. If they wanted to kill a peak-level evil spirit, they would have to work together. Usually, a peak-level evil spirit would appear before the opening of the Hall of Life and Death. Marquis Swordstar, how do you think we should distribute it? Young Elephant Lord asked. Marquis Swordstar was ranked first on the Life and Death substitute list, head of Sky Sword Continent's 10 swords. His strength was unfathomable, and he was the most apprehensive young expert. Marquis Swordstar said, how about this? Our 3 continents will have 3 formations, and the ocean continent will have 1. 4 formations will take turns. Let's start with True Spirit Continent. Alright, I have no objections. Luo Tian nodded. I have no objections either. It didn't matter who went first or second. Young Elephant Lord nodded in agreement. The four formations each occupied a position and calmly waited. Buzz, suddenly, a spatial fluctuation appeared on the plaza, and a horned humanoid evil spirit appeared. Roar, the humanoid evil spirit faced the sky and roared. A frightening savage aura radiated in every direction. Even Marquis Sword Star, Young Elephant Lord, and Luo Tian felt an enormous pressure. If Lu Wujian were here, he would have immediately recognized that this was the top-level evil spirit that had killed him. At this moment, it had unexpectedly appeared in front of Life and Death Palace. Everyone, don't hold back. Kill it together. Luo Tian roared and took the initiative to attack. The others didn't dally either, taking out their own trump cards. Including Su Jing, there were a total of 11 people on True Spirit Continent. Each of them was a peak genius, and when they joined hands, their might was boundless. Even a peak evil spirit couldn't resist them. In a few blinks of an eye, the humanoid evil spirit was blasted into pieces, and a life and death token floated out. Soon, the second peak evil spirit arrived. According to the agreement, this time, it was the turn of the overseas team with the second largest number of top-grade evil spirits. Although the number of people on True Spirit Continent couldn't compare to True Spirit Continent, they easily dealt with a peak evil spirit and obtained a life and death token. Next was Blood Sky Continent, and then Sword Sky Continent. After one round, each formation obtained a life and death token, which could allow 4 people to enter Life and Death Palace. The other 3 formations only lacked 1 token, while True Spirit Continent lacked 2. Too easy. Yu Lingshuang sighed. She had encountered a peak evil spirit before and immediately fled in fright. But now, a peak evil spirit was easily killed without any effort. It could be said that the 4 formations on the scene were definitely the 4 peak youths of Elysium. A 5th formation couldn't be found. The second round ended, and the 4 formations each obtained a life and death token. We're still lacking 1. Luo Tian said inwardly. Why isn't Yichen here yet? Once Life and Death Palace opens, peak evil spirits won't appear. Could he have been killed? Or perhaps he died at the hands of a peak evil spirit? Ji Hairua had seen Yichen in Life and Death's secret realm, so she knew that Yichen was very powerful. Among the young experts present, there weren't more than 10 who were stronger than him. Apart from Ji Hairua, a few others also had an impression of Yichen, such as Du Guju, Chu Zhongtian, Su Jing, and Lan Sanmei. It's here. Luo Tian's eyes brightened as another peak evil spirit appeared in his sight. Kill. The people of True Spirit Continent didn't show any mercy. However, Su Jing, Du Guju, and Chu Zhongtian didn't make a move. They didn't want to deal with the evil spirit so quickly, because once it was killed, Life and Death Palace would open in a short while, and those who didn't make it would lose the opportunity to enter. Life and Death Palace had its own unique rules. Peng, after all, True Spirit Continent had the advantage in numbers. If a few people didn't make a move, the evil spirit wouldn't be able to resist. After half the time it took to brew a cup of tea, a life and death token appeared. Luo Tian thoughtfully sized up those who didn't make a move and sighed inwardly. Creak, Life and Death Palace's gate slowly opened, and no more peak evil spirits appeared on the plaza. Let's go in. The people of Blood Sky Continent entered first, and 2 tokens were sucked in. Then, the people of Sky Sword Continent and Ocean Continent followed. Let's go in as well. Luo Tian led the way. Too late. Du Guju was somewhat disappointed. In fact, 3 tokens could allow 12 people to enter, while True Spirit Continent only had 11. Since Yichen had arrived, there was still a chance. The last to enter was Su Jing. Before entering, she glanced back once before stepping in. The last token disappeared without a trace. The time of a life and death token was very short. After this time, the token would be taken away by Life and Death Palace. Damn, we're late. In the distance, 2 figures flew over. The one speaking was Qin Tianxiong. Not necessarily. Yichen took out a life and death token from his storage ring. What? You have a life and death token? Qin Tianxiong's mouth was wide open as if he had thought of a possibility. Under Qin Tianxiong's astonished gaze, Yichen threw the life and death tag toward the gate of the Life and Death Palace. The gate was already open, but a layer of black and white interweaving energy barrier appeared. As soon as the tag touched the barrier, a gap immediately appeared. Come, let's go in. Yichen's body flickered into the life and death palace. This Yichen will probably shock the whole world. Although Qin Tianxiong didn't ask where Yichen got the tag, there were only two ways to obtain it. One was to join hands with others and kill a top-rank evil spirit, and the other was to kill a top-rank evil spirit alone. The former possibility was relatively low, because it was hard to run into them in Life and Death's secret realm. As soon as he entered the Life and Death Palace, dozens of gazes landed on Yichen's body. The owners of these gazes were all young experts with sharp gazes. Even Yichen couldn't ignore them. As for Qin Tianxiong, his body shivered as he almost made a fool out of himself. Yichen! Yichen, you're finally here. Yichen, long time no see. Brother Yi. Yichen was like a superstar, the object of everyone's attention. As one of the true Spirit Seven, Qin Tianxiong could be said to have a bit of fame. However, at this moment, he had become a side character that no one paid attention to. Following behind Yichen, almost no one paid any attention to him. Who is this guy? He seems to be getting a lot of attention. Strange. How can a newcomer be so popular? People from Blood Sky Continent and Sky Sword Continent were confused. Marquis Giant Sword and Marquis Short Sword's expressions froze upon seeing Yichen's appearance. A cold light flickered in Marquis Giant Sword and Short Sword's faces were full of fear. They had witnessed Yichen's strength with their own eyes, so they didn't find it strange that Yichen was getting so much attention. After all, with Yichen's battle strength, it was impossible for him to not have any fame. That's right, how did he get in here? It's impossible to enter the Hall of Life and Death without a Life and Death badge. Could it be that he has the strength to kill a top-grade evil spirit? Impossible. He must have joined forces with others to kill a top-grade evil spirit. Didn't you see that there was another person with him? There were probably quite a few people who joined forces with him. In the end, only the two of them were left. Almost no one believed that Yichen had the strength to kill a top-grade evil spirit by himself. Or rather, they didn't want to believe it, and each and every one of them came up with a reasonable explanation. The first few voices didn't cause Yichen's expression to change. However, the soft voice at the end caused Yichen's heart to tremble. His gaze swept across the crowd excitedly before finally landing on a beautiful and quiet woman. Su Jing, after so many years, the two of them finally met again. Su Jing's gaze met Yichen's. Unlike before, there was no trace of dominance in her gaze. Instead, there was gentleness and joy. With a smile on his face, Yichen walked over to Su Jing. Senior sister Su Jing. Yichen was still used to calling Su Jing senior sister. This meant that he hadn't changed. Without waiting for her to speak, he suddenly hugged Su Jing. The latter's soft body seemed very small and delicate in his embrace. Su Jing blinked her eyes, and a trace of redness appeared on her face. Everyone in the Life and Death Palace was stupefied. After all this time, this incomparably valiant and beautiful woman turned out to be Yichen's woman. This made many people who harbored hopes disappointed. Young Elephant Lord coldly snorted and clenched his fists. Although it was his first time seeing Su Jing, he had already decided that Su Jing was his woman. Seeing Yichen hugging Su Jing made his heart twitch. Yan Fengfeng, is this Yichen's real girlfriend? How come I heard that his previous girlfriend was a demonic human? Ji Hairua asked Yan Fengfeng. Yan Fengfeng said uncertainly, they should both be his girlfriends. She had never seen Su Jing before. Su Jing had been brought to the Dragon God Celestial Palace by Dragon King a long time ago. Only the people of South Rudra region knew a little about her. Oh, so that's how it is. Yichen is quite fortunate. You wouldn't be thinking about junior brother Yi, would you? You mustn't let senior brother Feng Pialing down. What nonsense are you talking about? Tightly hugging Su Jing, Yichen discovered that his longing for Su Jing was real. The two had known each other long before Murong Qingqing. Apart from Murong Qingqing, Su Jing was the one who understood him the most. Exhaling a breath, Su Jing said softly, Junior brother Yi, I thought you would forget me. How could that be? As time passed, the two's longing for each other became even more intense. Before, the two were quite reserved and didn't do anything out of line. But now, everything was natural. Yichen let go of Su Jing and carefully sized her up. After so many years, Su Jing hadn't changed much. However, between her brows, there was a unique heroic spirit of a woman. What puzzled Yichen was that the strength in Su Jing's body was a bit special. It didn't seem like the strength of a human's body, but rather that of a demonic beast. But, there was also a huge difference between it and ordinary demonic beasts. As the two approached each other, the dragon power in Yichen's body started to stir. Su Jing seemed to have noticed something in Yichen. Junior brother Yi, I'm actually not a human. I should have guessed a little. Yichen had heard Su Jing talk about her life before. She said that her first memory was from the age of 10. Before that, it was a blank. After that, Dragon King told Yichen some things about Su Jing, so Yichen vaguely knew that Su Jing's background was very special. Now that he saw the changes in Su Jing, he could more or less guess some things. I'm from the dragon race. Su Jing told her secret to Yichen. Dragon race? Yichen's heart jumped. Then, the strength in your body is dragon power? No wonder he could feel the dragon power in his body becoming restless. The dragon power was also known as the sub-dragon power, while the dragon power was the pure power of a giant dragon. It was different from the sub-dragon power in that it was of a higher level and more powerful. Yes, I'm a golden dragon of the dragon race, and the strength I cultivate is golden dragon power. Due to some special reasons, I was turned into a human when I was born, and then I fell into a deep sleep. 10 years later, I was found by my adoptive parents and woke up. After that, I grew up like other humans. Su Jing said slowly. It doesn't matter if you're a human or a golden dragon. As long as you're still senior sister Su Jing, it's fine. Yichen didn't feel the slightest bit of rejection in his heart. Rumble, they were currently in a huge secret chamber. It was squarish, more than 1,000 meters in length, width, and height. A stone tablet suddenly appeared in front of the chamber. 36 names were inscribed on it. Quite a few of the people present had their names on it, but the order of their names was different. This is the name list of the previous life and death substitute list. Someone blurted out. On the stele, the first and second names belonged to none of the people present. Marquis Sword Star was third, Luo Tiandu was fourth, Young Elephant Lord was fifth, Marquis Sword Realm was sixth, Young Undying Demon Lord was seventh, and Young Snake Lord was ninth. Behind them were Feng Piaoling, Ji Hai Rua, Qin Tianxiong, Marquis Sword Tyrant, Young Tiger Lord, and the others. Rumble, another stone tablet fell down, but it was blank on top. Everyone knew about the life and death secret realm, and they knew that this was a stele with a strange power. As long as one's name was carved on it, it would carry their own life aura. The stele would then rank the participants according to the strength of their life aura. Of course, the first ranking didn't count, and could only be used as a reference. The first one to leave his name was a young expert from the ocean. However, as the second and third people went up to leave their names, the first one became the last one, as his life chi was the weakest. As far as Yichen knew, this stone stele ranked people according to their cultivation base and life level. For example, if two people were both humans, then the one with the higher cultivation base would naturally have a higher life chi. Similarly, if one was a demonic beast and the other was a human, then under similar cultivation conditions, the demonic beast would usually have a higher life chi. Soon, more than a dozen people had already left their names. Let me try. Yichen walked up and used his finger power to carve his name on the stele. Swish, as soon as the two words Yichen appeared, he immediately rushed to the first place. Eh? Such a high life aura. Among the dozens of people before him, some of them are demonic beasts at the second layer of life and death chamber, but their life aura can't even compare to his. Many people revealed a surprised expression. Ling Hui also left his name, but he wasn't even in the top 3. After all, he wasn't a demonic beast, and his cultivation base didn't have an advantage. Next, apart from Young Undying Demon Lord, Marquis Star Sword, and Chu Zhongtian, almost all the young experts left their names. Unfortunately, the first place was still Yichen, which puzzled many people. It should be known that Luo Tiandu and Tai Quangzuan were both experts at the third layer of life and death chamber. They were all humans, so there was no reason for their life aura to be lower than Yi Chen's. This Yi Chen. I'm afraid he's not so simple. Luo Tiandu said inwardly. Damn it. His life aura is actually higher than mine. Wang Tai was annoyed. Previously, killing Yi Chen was as easy as lifting a finger. But now, the latter's life aura was even higher than his. This was unacceptable to him. Humph. He must have cultivated some life-saving method, making his life aura higher than ordinary people's. But, life-saving doesn't count as battle power. Wang Tai didn't forget that Yi Chen still had a huge amount of Jinyuan crystals on him, which belonged to Blackwater Alliance. Marquis Star Sword has gone up. With his cultivation base, he should be the first. Under everyone's attentive gazes, Marquis Star Sword left his name. Swish, ranked second, Marquis Star Sword couldn't surpass Yi Chen. Interesting? Marquis Star Sword didn't get angry, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Yan Fengfeng was third, and Divine Shark Princess Sha Ruoqing was fifth. Young experts left their names one after another, but none of them could surpass Yi Chen. Haha, let me try. Duguju's Dantai Mingyua's ranking wasn't anything special, and Chu Zhongtian, who had the evil spirit body, hadn't tried yet. This time, Yi Chen's ranking was almost pulled down. Chu Zhongtian's life aura was too powerful, and he almost rushed to the first place several times. However, Yi Chen's life aura was extremely tenacious, and he managed to maintain his position. Young Snake Lord's injuries had already recovered. He sneered, thinking that he would have no problem taking the first place. After all, his cultivation base wasn't inferior to anyone. He had long since reached the peak of the third layer of Life and Death Chamber, and he had half Hydra bloodline. Young Master Snake quickly carved his name in front of the Life and Death Steel. Whoosh, second. Young Snake Lord's vitality didn't surpass Yi Chen's. For a time, an uproar broke out. What's going on? If the others didn't surpass him, there would still be a reason. However, young Snake Lord's cultivation base has already reached the peak of the third layer of Life and Death Chamber, and he also has half of the Hydra bloodline. Logically speaking, he should have surpassed him. Is Yi Chen not human? It must be a human. No one here is blind. Everyone was puzzled by this result. Impossible. Young Snake Lord's first reaction was that there was something wrong with the Life and Death Steel. Hee, young Snake Lord, it seems like you've neglected your cultivation for so many years. Young Undying Demon Lord grinned and walked over to the steel to leave his name. First. Finally, someone surpassed Yi Chen. He was the head of the Blood Sky Continent's 4 demons, the Young Undying Demon Lord. As expected, it is because of the Undying Body, Yi Chen thought. Undying Body was the basic ability of Life and Death Kings. With an undying body, one's life chi would naturally be very powerful. Yi Chen had an undying body, and so did Young Undying Demon Lord. At this moment, the ranking would be based on cultivation base. Seeing that the Young Undying Demon Lord had surpassed Yi Chen, everyone finally confirmed that there was no problem with the Life and Death Steel. Yi Chen's life aura was indeed very strong, above most people. In the end, only Young Elephant Lord and Su Jing didn't take the test. Last time, Young Elephant Lord's life aura was below Young Undying Demon Lord's. This time, it was hard to say who was stronger. Among the crowd, Young Undying Demon Lord was only apprehensive of 3 people, Marquis Sword Star, Luo Tiandu, and Young Elephant Lord. Young Elephant Lord was especially apprehensive of Young Undying Demon Lord. Although the former 2 were very strong, they would still be injured if hit. Only Young Elephant Lord's strength and defense were frighteningly strong, which specifically restrained him. Seeing Young Elephant Lord take the test, Young Undying Demon Lord's eyes squinted. If Young Elephant Lord's vitality was lower than his, then he had more than 50% chance of surpassing Young Elephant Lord. He might even have a chance of fighting for the first place on the Life and Death substitute list. Young Elephant Lord was very relaxed. He knew very well how strong his life aura was. Leave your name. Whoosh, first place, Young Elephant Lord had surpassed Yi Chen and Young Undying Demon Lord, occupying the top position. Seems like Young Elephant Lord has a chance to fight for the first place in the Life and Death substitute list. Last time, Young Undying Demon Lord's vitality was first. Now that young Elephant Lord has surpassed him, won't the gap be getting bigger and bigger? You can't say that. The young Undying Demon Lord might have even more powerful methods. After all, so many years have passed. It's hard to say how much they have improved. That makes sense. Life aura is only for reference. Everyone discussed animatedly. Senior Sister Su Jing, it's your turn. Yichen released Su Jing's hand. Su Jing nodded and stepped forward. Others might not know, but Yichen clearly knew that Su Jing's life aura was definitely first. Golden Dragon was a demonic beast in Elysium's legends, a true dragon. In Elysium, not to mention dragons, even subdragons were extremely rare. It could be said that Golden Dragon was an existence that surpassed the 100 ancient beasts, and belonged to the realm of legends. As Yichen expected, Su Jing's name was at the top, faintly suffused with a golden radiance, looking incomparably sacred. This scene naturally left many people dumbstruck. Each and every one of them looked at Su Jing suspiciously, as if trying to guess her identity. I've already returned to my ancestry, but I'm actually being suppressed. Young Elephant Lord could sense that Su Jing was not a human, nor was she a demonic beast. That's fine. Ordinary women are not worthy of me. Only such women are worth fighting for. As for that kid, I'll find an opportunity to beat him to death. Young Elephant Lord glanced at Yichen with killing intent. Buzz, in front of the steel, a spatial ripple suddenly appeared, and a vague human figure appeared. The figure was expressionless as he said coldly. This ranking will still be based on points. Everyone will have to fight against everyone once. If you win, you will get 1 point. If you lose, you won't get any points. The winner will get 3 life and death stones, second and third place will get 2 life and death stones, and 4th to 10th place will get 1 life and death stone. The first will get 3 life and death stones, and the second and third will get 2 as well. A smile appeared on Yichen's face. He still needed 2 life and death stones to break through to the 3rd layer of life and death chamber. Once he did so, he would have the confidence to contend against ordinary life and death kings. Points battle, begin. The vague human figure disappeared. Immediately after, 36 black holes appeared in the chamber's surroundings. Each of them emitted an incomparable suction force, sucking in 1 person each. Yichen and Su Jing were also sucked in. When he reappeared, Yichen was in a small chamber. In front of the chamber was a huge crystal. Through the crystal, he could see the previous large chamber. At this moment, 2 names shone on the steel. They were Lan Sanmei of Blood Sky Continent and Marquis Giant Sword of True Spirit Continent. Crack, 2 holes appeared in the chamber's wall, and Lan Sanmei and Marquis Giant Sword leaped out. It turned out that from the large chamber, the rock-like walls were actually a disguise. From the small chamber, the walls were clearly made of a special crystal. One could see outside, but not inside, just like the special glass of Yichen's world. The large chamber was 1,000 meters wide. Lan Sanmei and Marquis Giant Sword stood several hundred meters apart, facing each other. Die. Marquis Giant Sword's weapon was a huge sword that was even bigger than him. He rapidly approached Lan Sanmei and slashed at Lan Sanmei with a rainbow-like sword chi. Ding, Lan Sanmei's blade arts were extremely tyrannical. With a single blade strike, he sent Marquis Giant Sword's huge sword flying. Then, with a swipe of his blade, Marquis Giant Sword's head flew into the air, blood splattering everywhere. Formidable. Worthy of being Demoness Blade Lan Sanmei. Demonic blade sex. Demonic blade arts are simply a trump card in close combat. Lan Sanmei dealt with Marquis Giant Sword in 2 blade strikes, causing many to cry out in alarm. Damn it. In the small chamber, Marquis Giant Sword's body condensed, without the slightest injury. In the Life and Death Palace, there was no need to worry about death. After the two's battle ended, 2 more names shone on the steel, Duguju and Young Eagle Lord. I wonder what level Duguju's strength has reached. In the small chamber, Yichen attentively watched Duguju. The latter's hair was snow white, and his brows were brimming with a sharp killing intent. It was as if he was born for slaughter. Eagle piercing the sky. Young Eagle Lord didn't put Duguju in his eyes at all. He was one of the top geniuses in the Blood Sky Continent, and he and Lan Sanmei were known as the twin stars of demonic beasts. His talent and comprehension were even higher than young Elephant Lord and young Undying Demon Lord. If not for the fact that he was only in his 30s, which was 10 years younger than young Elephant Lord, he might even be the leader of the younger generation in the Blood Sky continent. The demonic power eagle, which contained its talent, pounced at Dugaju with lightning speed, locking onto Dugaju's life force. Dugaju was expressionless. Clang, the blade was unsheathed. A blade slashed out. Swish. The demonic power eagle was split into two, and the pale white blade light went straight for young Eagle Lord's head. Young Eagle Lord's scalp went numb. What kind of blade art was this? It actually made him feel despair from the depths of his soul. Screech. Young Eagle Lord turned into a huge eagle demon and soared into the sky, dodging the blade light. You think you can dodge it? Young Eagle Lord's movement was fast, but Dugaju's was even faster. He also leapt into the sky and launched a second blade attack. Poochie, one of young Eagle Lord's wings was chopped off by the blade light, and blood splattered everywhere. Third blade attack, a huge hole appeared on young Eagle Lord's chest, and the blade light pierced through his body. What a powerful blade art. Is this the strength of a genius blade artist of True Spirit Continent? Lan Sanmei's brows creased. She was also a blade artist, but there were two people who made her apprehensive. One was Thunder Spirit King, and the other was Dugaju. If Thunder Spirit King's blade art could be said to be unparalleled, then Dugaju's blade art could only give people despair. Young Eagle Lord didn't make much progress. Although his cultivation base has increased a lot, his battle technique has only improved a bit. He can't keep up with the times. Young Elephant Lord shook his head. Young Eagle Lord wasn't lacking in comprehension, but temperament. The false reputation of the demon twin stars had made him arrogant and complacent, causing him to stagnate. On the other hand, Lan Sanmei was much more hardworking than him. The third battle was between Marquis Sword Star and Ji Hairua. Make your move. Marquis Sword Star faintly smiled at Ji Hairua. I'm going to face him so soon? Ji Hairua felt bitter. With her strength, she was absolutely not Marquis Sword Star's opponent. Of course, she couldn't admit defeat either. Even if she lost, she had to fight. Bang, with both hands in a circle, a huge Xingyuan cauldron appeared in front of Ji Hairua. The cauldron shot out with a majestic momentum. This was Cauldron King Sek's unique attack method. Rip, Marquis Sword Star stood motionlessly and waved the sword in his hand. A speck of starlight pierced through the cauldron and pierced Ji Hairua's throat. Ji Hairua was defeated. The gap is too big. Marquis Sword Star is worthy of being called Marquis Sword Star. The #1 sword artist of Elysium's younger generation is none other than him. Marquis Sword Star's sword arts caused many people to gasp in amazement. His sword arts are indeed powerful, but whether he's the #1 sword artist or not, we'll have to fight to know. Chu Zhongtian wasn't convinced by anyone. If he had to pick one person, it would be Yi Chen. The battle for points progressed quickly because everyone had taken out their trump cards. They wanted to end the battle as soon as possible without letting the others notice anything. After all, when two people's strength was about the same, the trump card was very important, and so was the individual's fighting skill. It was impossible to be fair, so it could only depend on the individual's choice. Su Jing's life aura was the highest, and she was ranked first. It was unknown if it was a coincidence, but her opponent was the one with the lowest life aura. The result could be easily imagined. The steel flickered once again, and Yi Chen and Marquis Short Sword's names shone. Seeing that his opponent was Yi Chen, Marquis Short Sword cursed inwardly. He would rather fight with Yi Chen later than be abused so early. As long as I can withstand one sword strike, it'll be fine. Marquis Short Sword set a goal for himself. Battle began. Rip, the battle was over, a sword hole appeared on Marquis Short Sword's forehead. This battle ended too quickly, so quickly that many people were not prepared for it. It was as if you wanted to watch an incomparably exciting battle, but just as you came back to your senses, the battle was already over, and you could not even savor the aftertaste. What's going on? Marquis Short Sword is too careless. Can't you at least endure a few more moves? Although Yi Chen's attack was fast, some people still believed that Marquis Short Sword had been too careless. Otherwise, with Marquis Shortsword's status as one of the 10 swords of the Heavenly Sword continent, it was impossible for him to be unable to even receive a single attack. The Shortsword Marquis was on the verge of tears. How could he have been careless? He really couldn't even block a single sword strike from Yi Chen. Not only was it fast, but it also had no trajectory. He couldn't even muster the strength to block it. Damn it, it's finally over. Although it's a little ugly, the others might not be any better. I'm waiting to see them make a fool of themselves. Humans were like this. If they couldn't do it themselves, they would hope to see others unable to do it. This was the logic of throwing caution to the wind. What a fast sword. Others couldn't see through it, but that didn't mean that Marquis Swordstar couldn't. Among everyone present, only he knew how terrifying Yi Chen's sword was. Interesting, I finally found a swordsman that I can fight seriously. Marquis Swordstar revealed a smile. Apart from Marquis Swordstar and Marquis Sword Realm, Sky Sword Continent also had a stunning genius sword artist, Marquis Sword Snow. Marquis Sword Snow looked to be in his early 20s, similar to Yi Chen's Duguju. His real age was estimated to be no more than 30. His appearance was extremely delicate, like a boy next door. However, as soon as he appeared, the other 5 people from Sky Sword Continent, including Marquis Sword Star, all turned serious. As for how powerful Marquis Sword Snow was, none of them knew. Moreover, the existence of the life and death secret realm had greatly increased his cultivation base, like adding wings to a tiger. Marquis Sword Snow's opponent was Lu Xiaoyu, who also used a sword. Standing 100 meters away from Marquis Sword Snow, Lu Xiaoyu didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. Although Marquis Sword Snow's body wasn't emitting any sword aura, as a sword artist, he could faintly sense that Marquis Sword Snow's strength was unfathomable and extremely frightening. The battlefield was silent. Neither of them made the first move. After about a quarter of a cup of tea's time, many people began to become impatient. Clang! Lu Xiaoyu drew his sword. The moment his sword was unsheathed, the void was filled with sharp air currents. These air currents were incomparably sharp and were everywhere. They were condensed from sword chi. Marquis Sword Snow revealed a bright smile. Snowflakes danced in the air. So beautiful. Ji Hairua could not help but think. The snowflakes grew larger and larger, and a breathtaking wisp of blood shot out and dyed a large expanse of snowflakes red. It was like a colorful ink painting. Lu Xiaoyu was defeated. From start to finish, Lu Xiaoyu didn't even see how Marquis Sword Snow attacked. Snow Profound and Water Profound, both at 80% completion. Yi Chen sucked in a deep breath. Marquis Sword Snow's strength had truly exceeded his expectations. The Snow Profound actually belonged to the Water Profound, but there were some natural variations. The combination of the 2 profounds allowed Marquis Sword Snow's sword arts to be soft and gentle. Combining different profounds would result in different meanings. For example, the combination of the Wind Profound and Fire Profound, or the combination of the Metal Profound and Earth Profound would result in a lot of variations. However, the combination of the Snow Profound and Water Profound would be more focused. Looks like there's going to be another swordsman who I have to take seriously. Marquis Swordstar's brows relaxed as he faintly smiled. Haha, it's my turn. Chu Zhongtian leaped out of the small chamber. I'll defeat you in 3 moves. Chu Zhongtian sized up Wang Tai. In your dreams. Wang Tai's face twitched. First move. Without using any powerful moves, Chu Zhongtian was suppressing his opponent with brute force. The dark red rapier in his hand blossomed with a radiance comparable to the sun. Bang! Wang Tai was forced back 4 steps, and the clothes on his chest were scorched black. Second move. Chu Zhongtian was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, charging forward madly. Die. Extending his palm, Wang Tai operated his Jin Yuan to the limit. His 5 fingers released 5 water dragon-like energies, which intertwined and coiled toward Chu Zhongtian. Break! 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 Water vapor pervaded the air, and a red light flickered. Wang Tai's attack was utterly defeated. Chu Zhongtian was like a primordial beast, crushing him like a hot knife through butter. Third move. Raising the rapier, Chu Zhongtian chopped down. Puff, spurting out a huge mouthful of blood, Wang Tai's chest caved in, and his 5 viscera and 6 bowels were completely shattered. This guy is too violent. The people of True Spirit Continent shook their heads, feeling sorry for Wang Tai. Dantai Mingyue's opponent was Yu Lingshuang. Both of their names had the word moon in them. Their attacks were like moonlight flowing water, faintly discernible and incorporeal. Dantai Mingyue was, after all, a monstrous genius of True Spirit Continent. Yu Lingshuang used all her means, but still couldn't do anything to her opponent. In the end, she was defeated. She lost wholeheartedly. Young Elephant Lord's appearance immediately ignited the atmosphere. His opponent was none other than Qin Tianxiong, who came together with Yi Chen. The result was without any suspense. Young Elephant Lord punched, seeming to explode the space. Qin Tianxiong almost turned into a bloody mist. Then came Young Undying Demon Lord and Luo Tiandu. Each and every one of them swept through their opponents, not even using half of their strength. After all, it was already commendable for them to use half of their strength. The first round ended very quickly, taking no more than an hour. Although it was only one round, it wasn't hard to see who was stronger and who was more unfathomable. Regardless of whether the others were willing or not, they were destined to play supporting roles. Second round, third round, after 6 rounds, many people had a rough idea. Blood Sky Continent, Young Elephant Lord, Young Undying Demon Lord, and Lan Sanmei were very strong. Sky Sword Continent, Marquis Sword Star, Marquis Sword Snow, and Marquis Sword Realm were also very strong. True Spirit Continent was quite abnormal. Almost half of them were very strong, such as Luo Tiandu, Yi Chen, Su Jing, Du Guju, Chu Zhongtian, Dantai Mingyue, and Yen Fengfeng. Among the overseas teams, Godly Shark Princess Sha Ruoqing and Jiang Tian were rather outstanding. 7th round, 5th battle, Yi Chen against Wang Tai. Long time no see. Yi Chen faintly smiled at Wang Tai. Damn it. Wang Tai's face was ashen. In the previous 6 rounds, he could already tell that he wasn't Yi Chen's opponent. In such a short time, Yi Chen had actually grown to such a level. This made him extremely unwilling and sullen. After the battle ended, Yi Chen turned around and entered the small chamber. A trace of blood appeared on Wang Tai's forehead. Seems like I've truly underestimated him. Yu Lingshuang hadn't expected this year's Life and Death Secret Realm. Peerless geniuses were popping up one after another. She had even predicted that it would be difficult for Yi Chen to enter the Life and Death Realm substitute list. But now, Yi Chen had already become one of the hot contenders for the top 5. It could only be said that her thinking back then was too outdated. This year's Life and Death Secret Realm was different from the previous ones. In the 8th round, Sword Realm Marquis lost to Jiang Tian, causing a small upset. Then, Yen Fengfeng lost to Young Undying Demon Lord. Young Undying Demon Lord's undying body was too powerful. The 9th round of the points battle. Chu Zhongtian against Young Undying Demon Lord. Roar, Chu Zhongtian didn't dare to be careless and raised his strength to the limit. Young Undying Demon Lord was ranked 5th in the previous Life and Death Realm substitute list. He was one of the hot contenders for the top 3 this time. In many people's opinion, apart from Marquis Sword Star, Luo Tiandu, and Young Elephant Lord, few could contend against him. Of course, Marquis Sword Snow was also included. Marquis Sword Snow's sword arts were too magnificent. Up until now, almost nobody had been able to take a single strike from him. Yi Chen's sword arts were indeed sharp, and he could kill his opponent with a single strike. However, many people still believed that he was inferior to Marquis Sword Snow. Thus, he was naturally inferior to Young Undying Demon Lord. Break! Fire and Earth Astral Yuan burst forth as Chu Zhongtian's entire body leaped up and slashed at Young Undying Demon Lord. Clang! Young Undying Demon Lord sneered and punched at the dark red bar mace. The enormous power blasted Chu Zhongtian away. Chaotic World Demonic Fist. Young Undying Demon Lord charged over, his fists fierce and unstoppable. Pung 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 pung, the two exchanged offense with offense, not putting up any defense. As far as they were concerned, defense was superfluous. The only thing they could do was to vent their attacks on the opponent's body. Too abnormal. Is he still human? Worthy of being Young Undying Demon Lord, the one who could exchange 100 moves with Young Elephant Lord in the last competition. This Chu Zhongtian is also very powerful. He can actually exchange so many moves with young Elephant Lord. The spectators had rarely seen such an intense battle. They all opened their eyes wide, afraid of missing out on any exciting details. This is the undying body. Chu Zhongtian couldn't hold on any longer. He was a human with a body of flesh and blood. Even if he was an astral body, there was still a limit. On the other hand, young Undying Demon Lord was completely unkillable. No matter how powerful the attacks were, they couldn't do anything to him. Gradually, blood trickled down the corner of Chu Zhongtian's mouth. More and more blood trickles appeared, wriggling like snakes. Being able to resist so many of my moves, you should be proud of yourself. Young Undying Demon Lord laughed heartily. His fists became fiercer and more tyrannical. Swinging away Chu Zhongtian's right arm, young Undying Demon Lord's fist landed on his chest. Gotcha! Several of Chu Zhongtian's ribs were broken, and one of them pierced through his heart. Young Undying Demon Lord's victory. This guy. Although young Undying Demon Lord had won, his whole body was covered in cold sweat. His opponent's cultivation base was at the second layer, while he was at the peak of the third layer. Even so, this battle was still very difficult for him to win. He had never seen anyone with such endurance apart from young Elephant Lord. The 10th round of the battle was about to begin. Young Undying Demon Lord against Yi Chen. Up until now, young Undying Demon Lord had fought against the most young experts of True Spirit Continent. Apart from those whose strength wasn't that outstanding, he had already defeated two popular figures, Yan Fengfeng and Chu Zhongtian. And now, it was Yi Chen's turn. He's really in the limelight. Young Elephant Lord smiled. He didn't believe that Yi Chen had the qualifications to contend against young Undying Demon Lord. I hope his spirit won't be broken by young Undying Demon Lord. Otherwise, it'll be boring. Marquis Swordstar shook his head. He also didn't believe that Yi Chen could defeat young Undying Demon Lord. In truth, this had nothing to do with strength. Young Undying Demon Lord had an undying body. Even if one's strength was a bit higher than his, one still wouldn't be able to defeat him. In the previous life and death substitute list, young Undying Demon Lord was ranked 5th. The others behind him were not weaker than him, but they all lost to him. There were many people who didn't think highly of Yi Chen. Apart from a few people of True Spirit Continent, not many were optimistic about him. An existence that killed a peak-level evil spirit alone. How could he not defeat young Undying Demon Lord? Just wait for the shock. Qin Tianxiong sneered. The chamber was square, 1,000 meters in length, width, and height. In the center of the chamber, Yi Chen and young Undying Demon Lord were facing each other. Young Undying Demon Lord was very tall, more than 190 meters in height. He stood there like a spear, his black hair fluttering in the wind like a black flag. You're very unfortunate. The corner of young Undying Demon Lord's mouth curled up. How so? Yi Chen asked. Meeting me is your misfortune. In young Undying Demon Lord's heart, Lan Sanmei had already become his exclusive property. He would not allow Lan Sanmei to have any friendly male friends. Yi Chen had violated his taboo, which was tantamount to touching his reverse scale. This sentence can also be said the other way around. Yi Chen said indifferently. It's useless to be stubborn now. In a while, you won't be able to do so even if you want to. Huh. After saying these words, young Undying Demon Lord let out a stern shout. A tyrannical aura spread out like mist and ink, twisting the airflow inside the chamber into a whirlpool. Standing in the center of the airflow, young Undying Demon Lord fiercely raised his Jin Yuan and thrust out a palm. The palm power turned into a sky-covering tsunami, blasting toward Yi Chen with a surging might. Chaotic Demon Palm. Eh? Young Undying Demon Lord is using palm arts. Strange. Seems like young Undying Demon Lord has other plans. Perhaps he thinks that Yi Chen is not enough for him to use his fist arts. In the past, young Undying Demon Lord had never used palm arts when fighting others. But this time, he had made an exception. Young Undying Demon Lord's demonic Jin Yuan was extremely robust, perhaps 2 times more robust than an ordinary peak 3rd layer life and death chamber expert. The surging palm energy contained both firmness and gentleness, completely surrounding Yi Chen. Shortly after, it loudly exploded, forming a catastrophic wave of chi energy that swept over, turning the surroundings turbid. If the young undying demon lord's palm energy was a vast ocean, then Yichen was a small boat on it. However, there was a peerless swordsman standing on this small boat, which made it as stable as Mount Tai, light and nimble. Releasing his soul power, Yichen sensed that the speed of the huge waves had slowed down. Yichen struck with his sword. In an instant, he struck out countless times. The hair-thin sword chi advanced against the current, following the vague trajectory of the huge waves and spreading out. Chi 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 chi. A shocking scene occurred. Countless sword chi followed the young undying demon lord's palm energy and went against the flow. As the culprit, the young undying demon lord was caught unprepared and his defenses were pierced by several sword chi, leaving bloodstains on his body. This is? Marquis Sword Star and Marquis Sword Snow's expressions changed. Yichen's sword trajectory was based on the palm energy's flaw. Young undying demon lord's palm energy was like a chaotic undercurrent, containing countless different kinds of power. The only flaw was the gap between the different powers. Although they could see it, they might not be able to do it, because it required astonishing insight and execution. Even the slightest bit of difference would result in failure at the last step. Powerful. However, relying too much on technique won't allow you to defeat the young undying demon lord. Marquis Sword Star restrained his astonished expression and faintly shook his head. You actually broke my chaotic ocean. Young undying demon lord was somewhat astonished. From the previous battles, he could tell that Yichen was a character with extremely profound sword arts. Therefore, he didn't use his fist arts, and instead prepared to use the boundless chaotic power of Chaoshur Demon Palm to trap Yichen, making it difficult for him to display the might of his skills. However, he didn't expect that Yichen's sword arts had already reached such a level. Chaotic World Calamity. The young undying demon lord rotated his arms, and the surging palm energy converged into one. This energy continuously rotated and collapsed, becoming more and more concentrated and condensed. It was impossible for Yichen to find a flaw. The powerful rotational energy caused the surrounding airflow to be sucked in, rapidly collapsing and condensing between the young undying demon lord's palms. Explode. Using the rotational compression technique, the young undying demon lord's palms contained a frightening power as he pushed it toward Yichen. Boom, like an erupting mountain flood, the earth's crust cracked, and a doomsday calamity appeared. Boundless power erupted from the young undying demon lord and rushed toward Yichen. Even through the transparent crystal, everyone could feel the powerful fluctuations. Yichen is going to lose. The might of young undying demon lord's palm was too great. The burst of compressed energy had always been extremely frightening. Young undying demon lord's chaotic world disaster was undoubtedly an extremely brilliant compression technique. Coupled with the water and darkness profounds, apart from a few people, no one would be able to block it. It was an all-conquering attack. Trying to suppress others with force? You found the wrong opponent. Yichen took a step forward, and a destructive sword chi crazily swept out in all directions, sweeping away any incoming airflow. His right hand held the evil vanquishing sword and raised it high. He slashed down, Puchi, the space split open, and a black waning moon flashed in the void. The young undying demon lord's powerful compressed palm energy was immediately diverted, as if there was an invisible reef blocking in front of it. No matter how fierce the palm energy was, it was pushed to the side, unable to do anything. Most importantly, this reef was moving. After diverting the palm energy, the black waning moon appeared out of nowhere in front of the young undying demon lord and heavily slashed down. Rumble, the young undying demon lord's protective Jin Yuan disintegrated, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was sent flying, smashing into the wall of the secret chamber with a sky-shaking sound. In the first round, the young undying demon lord had suffered a crushing defeat. Hua, everybody was stupefied. Yichen's battle strength seemed to have only been revealed at this moment, shocking everyone. My metal profound has long since reached 90% completion, and my water profound has also reached 60% completion. As for waning moon, it evolved from golden hurricane. Metal begets water, and as long as the metal profound is not exhausted, the power will be endless. In terms of explosive power, it won't be inferior to chaotic world calamity. In terms of endurance, chaotic world calamity won't be able to catch up. Waning moon could be said to have accompanied Yi Chen's progress. 90% completion of Metal Profound was perhaps the best in the younger generation. It should be known that the higher one comprehended Profound, the more difficult it would be. Many powerful life and death kings only had 1 or 2 Profounds at greater completion. As for Profound perfection, perhaps only a peerless king like Xianxia could achieve it. Of course, titled monarchs could also achieve it. Achieving multiple Profounds to perfection was one of the basic requirements for becoming a titled monarch. Cough. Cough. Crawling up from the ground, young Undying Demon Lord coughed out a huge amount of blood, his complexion pale. Recover for me. Black Qi surged out of young Undying Demon Lord's body and fused into his body. In the next moment, young Undying Demon Lord's injuries were completely healed, but his complexion was incomparably gloomy. Very good. I was thinking that dealing with you so easily would be too boring. But now, it seems like I don't need to worry so much. Young Undying Demon Lord wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and coldly said word by word. You were the main attacker just now. Now, it's my turn. Yi Chen didn't put young Undying Demon Lord's words in his heart. Using sword steps, Yi Chen's speed erupted to the limit. From afar, he looked like a beam of sword light, arriving before young Undying Demon Lord in the blink of an eye and thrusting. Sword step was Yi Chen's supreme footwork that combined the 3 great sword daos into one. Its explosive speed over a short distance was unparalleled. The young Undying Demon Lord didn't even have the time to react before his throat was pierced. You can't kill me. Being stabbed in the throat, young Undying Demon Lord turned a blind eye. With a fanatical look in his eyes, he straightened his left palm and clenched his right hand into a fist. A palm and a fist bombarded at close range at Yi Chen's chest. In the face of young Undying Demon Lord's self-destructive fighting style, many people with similar or higher strength would be beaten to death by him. The young experts of True Spirit Continent all held their breaths. Young Undying Demon Lord's undying body was too frightening. They didn't know how Yi Chen would deal with such a situation. Yi Chen, you should have a way, right? Chu Zhongtian had lost to young Undying Demon Lord before, so he clearly knew how frightening he was. Yi Chen also had an undying body, but it might not be comparable to young Undying Demon Lord's. After all, young Undying Demon Lord's undying body originated from the Undying Demon art, which gave him an obvious innate advantage. However, if they were to trade blows, Yi Chen still had a high chance of killing young Undying Demon Lord. Of course, this was under the condition that he didn't use Bewitching Mirror Shattering. As soon as Bewitching Mirror Shattering was used, young Undying Demon Lord didn't even have the leeway to struggle. It should be known that even peak-level evil spirits couldn't withstand his Bewitching Mirror Shattering. However, Yi Chen didn't plan to use it. After leaving Life and Death's secret realm, he would have a lot of troubles ahead of him. If he revealed his true ace now, it would be extremely disadvantageous for him. After all, if nothing unexpected happened, his future opponents would be Life and Death kings. Thus, he had to set his sights high. Facing young Undying Demon Lord's fist and palm, Yi Chen neither retreated nor dodged. Instead, he suddenly released his sword domain. A huge sword pressure instantly acted on young Undying Demon Lord's body, rendering him unable to move. The distance between the two was too close. The closer one was to the sword domain, the greater the sword pressure one had to endure. No matter how strong young Undying Demon Lord was, he couldn't endure the pressure of sword domain. The evil shattering sword slashed across young Undying Demon Lord's throat. Puchi! Young Undying Demon Lord's head flew high into the sky, blood spraying everywhere. Yi Chen's victory! What? Yi Chen killed young Undying Demon Lord just like that? In everyone's eyes, young Undying Demon Lord's body turned sluggish. Like an idiot, his head was chopped off by Yi Chen's sword. Without reaching the peak of broken limb regrowth realm, having one's head chopped off was impossible to survive. After all, the head was not an arm or a leg, but the most important part of the human body. Releasing sword domain, Yi Chen sheathed his sword. Then, he turned around and entered the small chamber. The spectators were all stupefied. Yi Chen's frightening strength simply chilled their hearts. If even young Undying Demon Lord was killed like an idiot, how could the others be any better? What kind of ability is this? Some people were also racking their brains. Too powerful. Chu Zhongtian sucked in a breath of cold air. He originally thought that he was already close to Yi Chen, and might even be on par with him. But now, it seemed like it was just his wishful thinking. Facing Yi Chen, he didn't even have 0.5% assurance. Even if his defense was powerful, he would still lose without a doubt. I actually lost? How is this possible? Just a moment ago, young Undying Demon Lord was still high and mighty, saying that it was Yi Chen's misfortune to run into him. But now, he was utterly defeated. Such a huge contrast almost drove young Undying Demon Lord crazy. Lan Sanmei's mocking expression seemed to appear in his mind, making him even more furious and humiliated. In the small chamber, young Undying Demon Lord clenched his fists. His nails pierced his palms, causing blood to drip down. Such a powerful sword pressure, what kind of ability is this? Marquis Swordstar was, after all, a peerless sword artist. The sword pressure released by Yi Chen at the critical moment was sensed by his keen senses, which made him very curious. However, since Yi Chen was very proficient in controlling this ability, releasing and withdrawing it in a flash, even Marquis Swordstar couldn't see through it. He could only guess inwardly. Sword pressure? Seems like I can't get too close to him. Marquis Sword Snow slightly creased his brows. Sword pressure could only be produced when a sword artist attacked. Therefore, its range was limited, and its effect was also limited. On the other hand, the sword pressure released from within one's body was frightening. Junior Brother Yi is still Junior Brother Yi. Your progress is truly unimaginable. A smile appeared on Su Jing's face. In this world, she was the first person to sense Yi Chen's astonishing potential. When the two were still disciples of Sky Cloud sect, she had already predicted that Yi Chen would become a peerless sword artist. And now, Yi Chen was not far from this goal. There were more than a dozen popular characters on the scene. Often, two of them would bump into each other and erupt into world-shaking battles. Tai Quangzuan, Dan Tai Mingyue. Two names lit up on the steel. It's Tai Quangzuan. Up until now, he hasn't completely transformed. I wonder if this Dan Tai Mingyue can make him go all out. More than half of the popular characters haven't revealed all their trump cards yet. It's hard to say. Tai Quangzuan had been very low-key up until now, but nobody dared to look down on him. Just his ability to completely transform without losing his mind was enough to make people apprehensive. Popular characters against popular characters, the battle was naturally very intense. Roar, after dozens of moves, Tai Quangzuan knew that if he didn't go all out, he wouldn't be able to deal with Dan Tai Mingyue. Thus, he made a prompt decision and quickly entered his full devil state. His muscles wriggled, and bone spikes filled the air. In the blink of an eye, Tai Quangzuan had turned into a demon that existed only for slaughter. His speed and strength had reached a whole new level. Kill. Tai Quangzuan instantly appeared in front of Dan Tai Mingyue and waved his claw. It was too fast, it was impossible for Dan Tai Mingyue to dodge. If they were to fight head-on, Tai Quangzuan, who had completely turned into a devil, would be able to overpower her. Buzz, at that moment, the space around Dan Tai Mingyue distorted along with her body, and she disappeared. Tai Quangzuan's claw missed. Space Profound movement skill. Everyone cried out in alarm. The Space Profound was one of the most powerful profound, and it was one of the most powerful ones. Merging this profound into one's movement would allow one to teleport, and the distance of the teleportation would be related to one's comprehension of the Space Profound. Facing Dan Tai Mingyue, who had mastered the Space Profound movement, although Tai Quangzuan's battling power was higher, he would still lose. I got the Space Profound foundation, and Dan Tai Mingyue should have gotten the Space Profound movement. I wonder what Jiang Tian and Xia Hozuan got. Inside the tomb of the Four Extreme Emperor, Yi Chen, Dan Tai Mingyue, Jiang Tian, and Xia Hozuan had all learned one movement of the void-shattering finger art and one key. Therefore, all four of them had gotten some benefits. After beating Tai Quangzuan, Dan Tai Mingyue's popularity had reached another level. She had also become one of the top 5 candidates for the Life and Death Realm substitute list. Next was the battle between Lan Sanmei and Sword Realm artist. Lan Sanmei's demonic blade arts were exceedingly powerful in both close combat and ranged combat. Sword Realm artists Wind Sword Formation and Tempest Sword Formation were scattered by her with a single slash, and the Thunder Rush Sword Formation was also knocked away, changing its trajectory. In the end, Lost Han Mei slashed open Sword Realm artist's body and won. The climaxes came one after another. After 5 battles, the battle between Duguju and Young Snake Lord began. Although Young Snake Lord had been defeated by Su Jing outside the Life and Death Palace, no one thought that he was weak. It was mainly because Su Jing's battling power was too powerful. Her strength might even exceed 1,000,000 Jin, which was comparable to Young Elephant Artist. Moreover, her life aura was ranked number 1, which meant that Su Jing's life level was above everyone else's. Young Snake Lord was not weak, but Duguju was not weak either. When 2 powerful warriors fought, there was bound to be a winner and a loser. Duguju's blade art was filled with despair and evil chi. His snow-white hair made him look like an evil god. Facing Duguju's blade art, Young Snake Lord was forced to retreat step by step, and his heart was filled with shock. 9 snakes entering body. Left with no other choice, Young Snake Lord used the secret art he had prepared to fight against Young Elephant Artist and the others. This secret art was a secret art of the 9-headed snake clan of the half-demon race. If one's realm was not high enough, it would bring harm to one's body and affect one's future cultivation. However, Young Snake Lord did not care about that, and he did not need to care about that, because the Life and Death Palace allowed him to use the 9 snakes entering body without any worries, and he did not need to worry about getting injured. In such a rare battlefield, how could he not use his full strength? The 9-headed snake shadow rapidly shrunk and merged into Young Snake Lord's body. Instantly, an intense demonic aura surged out from Young Snake Lord's body. This demonic aura was extremely ferocious, and it greatly amplified Young Snake Lord's aura. It was not inferior to Young Elephant Artist's aura. This is the Sky Demon secret art. A term appeared in Young Elephant Artist's mind. Sky Demon secret art was a general term for a type of secret art. This kind of secret art could only be cultivated by demonic beasts or half-demons with demonic beast bloodlines. Once the Sky Demon secret art was successfully cultivated, it could stimulate the bloodline power, causing one's strength to increase explosively. If it was a demonic beast using the Sky Demon secret art, it could even make one's innate ability even more powerful. As a perfect half-demon, Young Snake Lord only had half of the 9-headed snake bloodline in his body, but it was still very impressive. When the 9-headed snake bloodline was stimulated, the human bloodline would be suppressed. Die. Young Snake Lord seemed to have lost all his bones. Each of his movements was completely unrestrained. Sometimes, he would clearly attack from the front, but in the next moment, he might appear from the side. His explosiveness and flexibility were both astonishing. Duguju's blade couldn't hit him at all, and he fell into a disadvantageous position. Entanglement. Finding a gap, Young Snake Lord suddenly broke through Duguju's protective Xianyuan. His soft, boneless body coiled around Duguju's body. He was only 1 meter and 80 centimeters tall, but now, he was stretched to 3 to 4 meters, looking like a huge snake. A huge snake coiling around one's body was extremely frightening. Unless one's strength was several times greater than his, it would be impossible to break free. One could only be coiled to death. There was no other possibility. Disgusting. Duguju suddenly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, they were completely pale, and one look at them made one's soul feel like it was being sucked in. At this moment, Young Snake Lord's body was only halfway coiled, and his head reached Duguju's chest. Duguju lowered his head, and the two's eyes unavoidably met for an instant. Ah! Young Snake Lord screamed as if he had been struck by lightning. He slid down from Duguju's body. Duguju was expressionless as he raised his blade and killed Young Snake Lord. Duguju's victory. From then on, apart from Marquis Sword Star, Luo Tiandu, and Young Elephant Lord, all the top rankers of the previous Life and Death Realm substitute list lost to the young geniuses of the new generation. This was a rare occurrence. Every time Life and Death Secret Realm opened, 2 or 3 powerful newcomers would appear, which was already very rare. This time, the number of powerful newcomers was far more than 2 or 3. Godly Shark Princess Sha Ruoqing vs Luo Tiandu. As the second ranker of the previous Life and Death Realm substitute list, Luo Tiandu's strength was unfathomable. Facing Sha Ruoqing's fierce attack, he condensed 9 thick thunder dragons around his body. 9 dragons defense, Sha Ruoqing couldn't break through the 9 thick thunder dragons, so she was naturally defeated. Next, Yichen finally learned what Jiang Tian had obtained in the graveyard of 4 Extreme Emperor. Jiang Tian had obtained a space-profound protective martial skill. By relying on this martial skill, he was able to fight evenly with Marquis Sword Star at the early stage. However, the two were a small realm apart after all, so the victory still belonged to Marquis Sword Star. Space Profound can assimilate and devour energy. Yichen had a deep understanding of Space Profound. 2 names lit up on the steel once again. Yichen, Dantai Mingyue. Yichen, I know you've also obtained something related to Space Profound in the graveyard of 4 Extreme Emperor. Use it. Otherwise, you won't be able to break my spatial teleportation. Dantai Mingyue was extremely confident in her spatial teleportation. It was a high-grade profound movement art. I will if necessary. Yichen nodded. Alright, be careful. Dantai Mingyue didn't immediately use spatial teleportation, as it was not the time yet. Her movement art was ethereal and swift, like a sprinkling of moonlight. Midway, she raised her palm and condensed a large amount of moonlight. The moonlight was like a millstone, blossoming with a lustrous radiance as it slapped toward Yichen without a sound. Waning moon. Yichen's sword swept out, shattering the moonlight and sending a biting cold sword energy toward Dantai Mingyue's face. Formless moon soul. Swish, Dantai Mingyue's body seemed to have turned into a moonlight. The formless moonlight pierced through the sword energy, arriving not far from Yichen in a flash and sending out 64 palm strikes in a row. The 64 palm strikes were completed in one breath, forming a formation that enveloped Yichen within. Immediately, a large amount of moonlight exploded, several times brighter than the moon. Too slow. Yichen appeared behind Dantai Mingyue out of nowhere and stabbed out with his sword. Not slow at all. Just right. Dantai Mingyue's body twisted and disappeared, appearing behind Yichen at the same time. The corners of Dantai Mingyue's mouth curled into a smile as she pressed her palm forward. Puff, Yichen's body shattered, but there was no blood spilling out. It was a shadow doppelganger. It turned out that Yichen knew that Dantai Mingyue could teleport. Unless he used bewitching mirror shattering to lock the opponent in place, it would be impossible to defeat her in one go. Therefore, Yichen used a shadow doppelganger to deceive everyone. If it was a normal person who encountered such a situation, they would definitely panic. However, the smile on Dantai Mingyue's face did not disappear in the slightest. Her body crumbled like moonlight, turning into specks of light. Unknowingly, another her appeared in another place, and in that place, Yichen was also there, with his back facing her. The spectators were confused. Only a small portion of them could see that after Dantai Mingyue teleported the first time, she left behind a moonlight doppelganger and continued teleporting. She seemed to have guessed that it was not the real Yichen. Yichen, you lose. Dantai Mingyue's right hand slapped towards Yichen's back without a trace of smoke or fire. It seemed slow, but it was fast. Even Yichen couldn't dodge it in such a short time. Worthy of the space teleportation art. In terms of movement speed, there is no way I can surpass her. Yichen had done so much just to prove one thing. What realm had Dantai Mingyue's comprehension of the space teleportation art reached? If it was just the first step, it wouldn't be a big problem. With his understanding of Space Profound, he could easily defeat his opponent. However, what had just happened proved that Dantai Mingyue's space teleportation art had reached a higher level. Sizzle. Sizzle, sizzle. Dantai Mingyue's palm didn't hurt Yichen. From between Yichen's right arm and his body, a great sword appeared. The great sword was like a venomous snake hissing, colliding with Dantai Mingyue's gloved palm. The powerful forces cancelled each other out, creating a sharp noise that made people's teeth ache. Dantai Mingyue retreated dozens of steps, looking at Yichen with astonishment. Did he know that this would happen? Turning around, Yichen smiled and said, "Your Space Profound should have reached a lower level, right? No wonder why you could perform space teleportation." Space teleportation required one to move along the path of space waves. Without a deep understanding of Space Profound, it was impossible. Dantai Mingyue was indeed a monstrous genius. Before Yichen showed up, she and Duguju were called the top two monstrous geniuses. Not bad, but I still fell into your trap. Dantai Mingyue nodded, not denying it. She had obtained the void-shattering finger art a long time ago. With the void-shattering finger art, she had naturally comprehended the space profound. When she had obtained the space teleportation art, her space profound had already reached 20%. That was why she could cultivate the space teleportation art to a higher level in just 1 or 2 years. It can't be considered a scheme. If I wasn't cautious about spatial teleportation, then I would be too careless. Yichen shook his head. What a terrifying person. He has almost no flaws. Dantai Mingyue sighed inwardly and said, although I couldn't defeat you, you also didn't break my teleportation technique. I wonder what you will do next. Teleportation also requires time. As long as time is needed, there will be a way to break it. Yichen said calmly. Hehe, since you're so confident, let's start again. The space twisted, and Dantai Mingyue suddenly appeared on the right side of Yichen, then on the left side of Yichen. Dantai Mingyue's figures were everywhere. Yichen understood Dantai Mingyue's purpose of doing this. She wanted to use the space teleportation art to create space ripples, which would naturally confuse people's senses. What Yichen didn't know was that the biggest reason why Dantai Mingyue wanted to do this was because he was her opponent. She didn't think that Yichen would be defeated so easily. The previous situation was enough to prove it. Space ripples spread everywhere. Dantai Mingyue's silent appearance caused little space ripples, which were hidden in other space ripples. Raising her palm, Dantai Mingyue was about to attack. Sword domain. A majestic sword pressure burst out from Yichen's body, instantly affecting Dantai Mingyue's body. Her figure suddenly stagnated, and her palm could no longer move. A cold star lit up. Yichen had attacked. Very fast, so fast that Dantai Mingyue was almost killed. Puff, a wisp of blood sprayed, and Dantai Mingyue's figure was nowhere to be seen. At the crucial moment, Dantai Mingyue forcibly used spatial teleportation to escape from the sword domain. However, because Yichen's sword was too fast, she was still stabbed in the shoulder, leaving a sword scar. This sword pressure. From afar, Dantai Mingyue looked over. It was impossible for Dantai Mingyue not to know that Yichen had dealt with the young undying demon lord's sword pressure. Now, she finally experienced it herself. It was very powerful. Without spatial teleportation, she would have been defeated without any suspense. Indeed troublesome, but there's still a flaw. With a faint smile, Yichen walked toward Dantai Mingyue. Dantai Mingyue revealed a doubtful expression, not knowing what Yichen was going to do. When the distance between the two was less than 20 meters, Dantai Mingyue couldn't bear it anymore. Her figure twisted, and she teleported away. This is the moment. Before Dantai Mingyue disappeared, Yichen had already attacked, stabbing toward the upper right. This sword pierced through the space, leaving a pitch-black hole. Puff, Dantai Mingyue's figure appeared, and her chest was stabbed. Since this sword had even pierced through space, her heart was also shattered by the power of space. Dantai Mingyue really wanted to ask how Yichen did it. However, she didn't have the time to ask. Where's the flaw? Inside the secret chamber, Dantai Mingyue mumbled to herself. Spatial teleportation. Instant is also time. It means that there's a movement path, and there's a time axis. As long as we follow the path of the spatial fluctuation, we can intercept it in advance. If Yichen could do it, it didn't mean that others could. Yichen's soul force was 5 times stronger than ordinary people. At the same time, he was also proficient in space profound. His attainment in space profound was even higher than Dantai Mingyue. Breaking the spatial teleportation was just a matter of time. Of course, it didn't mean that other than Yichen, there was no one who could be Dantai Mingyue's opponent. Without fighting, no one would know what the other party was capable of. Yichen's strength didn't need to be mentioned. Dantai Mingyue's spatial teleportation made many ponder. When they faced Dantai Mingyue, how should they deal with it? Obviously, they couldn't be like Yichen, seeing through the flaw and attacking in advance. Next, Duguju and Lan Sanmei met. Both of them were blade artists, and their blade arts were unique. One was proficient in the demonic blade arts, and his close and long-range attacks were ridiculously strong. The other used the despair blade intent to push his blade art, like an evil god. Clank! Clank! In the secret chamber that was 1,000 meters in length and width, sparks flew everywhere as the blades clashed. Such a strange blade technique. Duguju's palm was numb, and he almost dropped his blade. Duguju wasn't having a good time, but Lan Sanmei wasn't having a good time either. She frowned secretly. Duguju's blade art was too powerful. Although the demonic blade arts could shake the opponent's blade, there was also a rebound force. If her blade's strength was 90, then Duguju's was at least 95. Demonic chop. Holding the blade with both hands, Lan Sanmei slashed out. The blade light became blurry, and in an instant, no one knew how many times it shook, and even the space was shattered. Absolute blade. Duguju's blade art was propelled by the despair blade intent. The stronger the despair blade intent, the more powerful the blade art. Duguju also held his blade with both hands and slashed out. The blade light was deathly white, slashing through the space. Clank! As the two blades clashed, Duguju's arm went numb for a split second. Lan Sanmei seized the opportunity. Taking advantage of the moment when Duguju's arm went numb, she slashed out with her devil blade. Puchi! Duguju's head was sent flying, unable to dodge. Lan Sanmei won. Lost. Everyone from True Spirit Continent revealed a shocked expression. If his cultivation base were the same as mine, I would be the one who lost. Lan Sanmei smiled bitterly. Even before entering the life and death secret realm, her cultivation base had already reached the peak of the first layer. And now, her cultivation base had already broken through to the third layer, while Duguju was only at the second layer. Relying on the disparity in cultivation base, she was able to paralyze her opponent for a split second. At this moment, the 22nd round had already begun. 23rd round, the highlight had arrived. Marquis Sword Snow vs Dan Tai Mingyue. Yi Chen had defeated Dan Tai Mingyue as a sword artist. Many people wanted to know whether Marquis Sword Snow could defeat Dan Tai Mingyue. If he couldn't, then he would most likely not be Yi Chen's opponent. Everyone was very realistic. On the stage, Marquis Sword Snow and Dan Tai Mingyue stood facing each other. This Marquis Sword Snow can't be underestimated. Dan Tai Mingyue didn't see any trace of impulsiveness from Marquis Sword Snow's body. The latter was like an ancient well without ripples. Buzz! Dan Tai Mingyue made her move. Using her teleportation art, she instantly appeared behind Marquis Sword Snow and sent a palm strike. Marquis Sword Snow's figure flickered as he turned around and attacked. What caused the crowd to go into an uproar was that Dan Tai Mingyue's palm strike was a feint. Seeing that Marquis Sword Snow was about to make a move, she immediately retracted her palm and teleported in front of him. However, the most splendid scene had happened. Marquis Sword Snow didn't even turn around. It was just a feint, and Dan Tai Mingyue appeared right in front of him. Snowflakes danced in the sky as Marquis Sword Snow's sword was unsheathed at some point in time, emitting a biting cold sword chi. A wisp of blood danced in the air, dyeing a snowflake red. Too frightening. In the distance, Dan Tai Mingyue still had a lingering fear in her heart. There was a faint sword mark on the edge of her neck. If it wasn't for her quick reaction, her throat would have been pierced in that instant. Amazing. She actually grasped so many things from the battle between me and Dan Tai Mingyue. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. He could tell that Marquis Sword Snow's learning ability was very strong. He had easily grasped the method to deal with Dan Tai Mingyue. As for whether or not he could truly break the teleportation art, it was still unknown. The battle continued for a dozen more rounds, but Dan Tai Mingyue couldn't do anything to Marquis Sword Snow. The latter's perception was too powerful, not any weaker than Yi Chen's. Most importantly, his sword arts were impossible to guard against. If Yi Chen's sword arts were full of explosive power, then Marquis Sword Snow's were gorgeous. Snow dance in the sky. Bang! Marquis Sword Snow, who had been blocking soldiers with arms and water with an earthweir, surprisingly took the initiative to attack. His sword arts were gorgeous and fast to the extreme. Snowflakes filled the entire chamber, and for a moment, the spectators couldn't see the two in the chamber. They could only see vague shadows. Poochie, amidst the snowflakes, a sword mark flickered and disappeared. At the end of the mark, blood spurted out as Dan Taimingyue's throat was pierced. Too powerful. I originally thought that Yichen was stronger than Marquis Sword Snow, but now, I don't think so. This Marquis Sword Snow is simply too powerful. His sword arts are gorgeous and dreamy. How did Marquis Sword Snow defeat Dan Taimingyue? Did you see it? If I could see it, would I be able to contend for the top 5? Marquis Sword Snow's strength had subdued the majority of people. At this moment, even a portion of people on True Spirit Continent had begun to doubt Yichen. Yichen was indeed powerful, but this Marquis Sword Snow was also ridiculously powerful. Yichen is in danger this time. Lu Xiaoyu had fought with Marquis Sword Snow before, so he knew how frightening Marquis Sword Snow was. If a sword artist could be fast and accurate, he would already be considered a first-rate sword artist. If he could achieve fine details, he would be considered a top-rate sword artist. However, Marquis Sword Snow's sword arts were still beautiful and dreamy under fine details. Clearly, he had already reached perfection in fine details. Without fighting, no one knows the result. What's the point of guessing? Bai Wuxue shook his head. The points battle proceeded very quickly. In Life and Death Palace, one could not die. Therefore, everyone took out their trump cards, striving to kill their opponents in one strike. It was not like the outside world, where they would first probe and then gradually increase their strength. After all, they only had one life. If they fought with their lives on the line, it would be either you die or I die. 23rd round ended. 24th round, the first battle was between Su Jing and Young Undying Demon Lord. Young Undying Demon Lord's undying body made many apprehensive. Not everyone had the same ability as Yichen, who could instantly suppress Young Undying Demon Lord and easily kill him. If they wanted to kill Young Undying Demon Lord, they would have to be stronger than him. Otherwise, they would only be tortured. However, this time, the one being tortured was not Su Jing, but Young Undying Demon Lord. Pong, fist against fist, a berserk shockwave swept out in all directions. Young Undying Demon Lord's right arm cracked open, and he was sent flying while spurting out blood. Su Jing's golden dragon power was more than 500,000 kilograms. It wasn't something that an undying body could withstand. Moreover, compared to ordinary vital energy, the golden dragon power was purer and more domineering. It was a top-tier vital energy. Recover for me. Young Undying Demon Lord's undying body had already reached the point of regrowing broken limbs. This was the innate advantage of the Undying Demon Art's upgrade to a heaven-grade art. Circulating the Undying Demon Art, Young Undying Demon Lord's right arm grew back. He clenched his right fist, producing creaking sounds as if two pieces of steel were being squeezed together. Poison Dragon Fist. How could Su Jing give him the chance to regroup? A golden flame burst out, pierced through the air, and landed a punch on the Young Undying Demon Lord's protective Zhenyuan. Under Su Jing's attack, the Zhenyuan was no different from tofu, and a huge hole was easily opened. The fist shrouded in golden energy made a small dent in the Young Undying Demon Lord's chest armor. Bang! Blood mist exploded as the Young Undying Demon Lord's 5 viscera and 6 bowels were instantly shattered. He's ridiculously strong. Young Undying Demon Lord was killed just like that. This woman's strength is at least in the top 3 of the life and death substitute list. Compared to a battle of skills, Su Jing's crushing style of battle was much more convincing. Moreover, watching a gentle and beautiful woman turn into a goddess of war was also a delightful thing. Following that, there were also some popular contestants competing against each other. However, these were all contestants for the top 5, so they weren't that excited. At present, there were 8 people competing for the top 5, Marquis Sword Star, Marquis Sword Snow, Luo Tiandu, Yichen, Su Jing, Dan Taimingyue, Young Elephant Lord, and Lan Sanmei. Admittedly, there was a chance of an upset, and a new popular contestant would emerge. However, with the progress of the points battle, such a possibility was too small, almost impossible. Marquis Sword Snow vs Lan Sanmei, the second to last battle of the 24th round, another peak confrontation began. Marquis Sword Snow, a sword-down monster of Sky Sword Continent. His sword arts were gorgeous and dreamy, especially the one he used to kill Dan Taimingyue. It left many people horrified, as they had never seen such a gorgeous sword art before. Demoness Saber Lan Sanmei, the #1 young blade artist of Blood Sky Continent, as well as the #1 young blade artist of Elysium. At least for now, it wouldn't be easy for Duguju to surpass her. A confrontation between a sword artist and a blade artist had always been exciting. Not to mention that their statuses among blade artists and sword artists were both at the very top. Lan Sanmei was well aware of how frightening Marquis Sword Snow was. Therefore, she didn't dare to attack recklessly. She waved her black demonic blade, sending out a black saber chi that slashed toward Marquis Sword Snow. Marquis Sword Snow's figure flickered like a flickering light, brushing past the black saber chi. With a cry, his sword was unsheathed, filling the sky with snowflakes. What a fast sword! Lan Sanmei's pupils shrank as she hurriedly waved her blade to block. Clang, Lan Sanmei retreated a few steps, her figure staggering. Around her, traces of sword chi splashed out. He blocked it. Worthy of being the Demoness Saber. Up until now, no one had been able to block Marquis Sword Snow's sword unscathed. Even Dantai Mingyue, who had the fastest movement speed, was almost pierced in the throat. Snowflakes dance. Snowflakes no longer fell down. Instead, they fluttered in the air and pierced toward Lan Sanmei. These snowflakes were condensed from Marquis Sword Snow's sword chi. They were incomparably cold and sharp. If one didn't try their best to defend, even their protective Jin Yuan wouldn't be able to block them. Break! Lan Sanmei let out a delicate shout. Her black demonic blade danced in an airtight manner, blocking all the snowflakes outside of an eggshell-like black blade screen. Eh? Marquis Sword Snow's eyes lit up. Lan Sanmei's blade arts contained vibrating power. The snowflakes condensed from sword chi were originally not that easy to block. However, upon encountering the vibrating power, they immediately disintegrated, turning into formless chi currents. Demonic chop. The black blade screen shattered, and Lan Sanmei's figure suddenly rushed forward. She waved her demonic blade and slashed out a deep black blade light. The blade light turned blurry, and even the space was shattered. In the small chamber, Duguju's eyes were ice cold. It was precisely this blade that had defeated him. The blade light was as fast as a swan, arriving in a flash. Clang, with Marquis Sword Snow at the center, a large amount of dazzling sparks shot out in all directions. The continuous collision of blades and swords caused Lan Sanmei to retreat dozens of steps. She said in astonishment, "You actually broke my demonic chop with a revolving power?" Demonic chop was a peerless blade art that could only be used at greater completion. The vibrating power contained within was far beyond that of ordinary blade arts. Under this blade, even Duguju, whose blade power was higher than hers, would have to bear a grudge. From this, one could see how frightening this blade was. On the other hand, Marquis Sword Snow's body rotated the moment the blade light reached him. His longsword also followed suit, continuously weakening the vibrating power contained in demonic chop. What a frightening blade artist! What a frightening sword artist! Everyone was astonished. Whether it was Lan Sanmei's demonic chop or Marquis Sword Snow's revolving sword art, both were terrifyingly powerful. Moreover, Lan Sanmei was the one who had exchanged the most moves with Marquis Sword Snow since the start of the point battle. If it were someone else, they would have been defeated long ago. With my strength, it's impossible to defeat him. I can only use that move. A thought flickered in Lan Sanmei's mind, and her gaze turned cold. Swish, Lan Sanmei quickly approached Marquis Sword Snow while hiding the black demonic blade at his waist. Marquis Sword Snow's intuition told him that Lan Sanmei's blade was extremely frightening. His expression turned grave, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. Annihilation chop. Lan Sanmei's right arm turned indistinct as he instantly shot out a blade strike. The vibrating frequency of this strike was even higher than demonic chops, to the point that before the strike could be completely unleashed, countless flowers of blood blossomed on Lan Sanmei's right arm. This was a sign that his body couldn't bear the vibrating frequency. As the blade was unleashed, the space shattered and shattered. Delightful. Only in the Life and Death Palace would I dare to unleash this strike. As soon as the blade was unleashed, Lan Sanmei's spirit, chi, and soul seemed to have been emptied. Freezing sword point. Marquis Sword Snow's expression had never been so grave before. His sword shot out almost at the same time as Lan Sanmei's blade. An ice-blue trajectory brushed past the demonic blade. Due to the vibrating power contained in the demonic blade being too powerful, Marquis Sword Snow's sword, which was originally aimed at Lan Sanmei's throat, was deflected, and ultimately pierced the latter's left shoulder. Gotcha! Lan Sanmei's left shoulder was instantly sealed in ice, which quickly spread to his chest and abdomen. With a bang, a small half of Lan Sanmei's body shattered like an ice sculpture. Lan Sanmei had been defeated. On the other hand, Marquis Sword Snow's left arm had been severed from the elbow, and his blood dyed the ground red. For the first time, Marquis Sword Snow was gravely injured, losing an arm. In the small chamber, Lan Sanmei sighed, Annihilation Chop can only be used when one has reached perfection in demonic blade arts. If it was outside, this strike would have severely injured the user. It's a blade move that kills 1,000 enemies while injuring oneself 800. Unfortunately, I still couldn't beat him. That sword's power was condensed into a single point, not even the slightest bit leaking out. If it hadn't brushed past the demonic blade, my whole body would have been sealed in ice and shattered. Marvelous, truly marvelous. This battle could be said to be a pinnacle battle. Marquis Sword Snow's sword art and Lan Sanmei's blade art had left the majority of the audience gasping in amazement. One has vibrating power, and the other has compressed power. Very troublesome. Yi Chen had seen everything. He had long since witnessed Lan Sanmei's demonic blade arts. Its destructive power was extremely frightening, just like the cutting machines of Yi Chen's world. As long as the vibrating power was sufficient, it could easily cut through steel. Marquis Sword Snow's freezing sword point, on the other hand, was a sword move that completely compressed the power at the tip of the sword. Compared to young Undying Demon Lord's chaotic world calamity, this freezing sword point was more reserved, and its destructive power was also greater. The battle between Lan Sanmei and Marquis Sword Snow had ended, and only one battle remained in the 24th round. Everybody looked toward the stone steel. Two names lit up. Yi Chen against Marquis Sword Star. Heavens! Another pinnacle battle. And it's a sword artist against a sword artist. Marquis Sword Star is the #1 young sword artist of Sky Sword Continent in name. His strength is unfathomable, probably not below Marquis Sword Snow. Although this Yi Chen looks a bit inferior on the surface, he might have some powerful killing moves. I wonder who will win. Most likely Marquis Sword Star. He was the last life and death substitute list's first ranker, and his cultivation base has also reached the peak of the 3rd layer. The gap is not small. Yeah, Yi Chen's chances of winning are quite small. But, as long as he can keep up with the battle between Lan Sanmei and Marquis Sword Snow, it'll be fine. Hopefully, he won't be unable to injure Marquis Sword Star. The battle between Yi Chen and Marquis Sword Star had stirred up a heated discussion among the crowd. Marquis Sword Star's 7-star point kill sword art had already reached the 4th strike 3 years ago. I wonder if he has succeeded in cultivating the 5th strike. If he has, then Yi Chen has no hope of victory. Luo Tiandu creased his brows. As the 2nd ranker of the last life and death substitute list, it was impossible for him to not have exchanged blows with Marquis Sword Star. 10 years ago, Marquis Sword Star had only managed to complete the 3rd strike, but it was precisely this strike that made his defense unable to withstand a single blow. In the following 7 years, Luo Tiandu's strength had improved greatly. He originally wanted to exchange pointers with Marquis Sword Star, but after learning that Marquis Sword Star had successfully cultivated the 4th strike, he gave up on the idea. Marquis Sword Star and Yi Chen? A trace of graveness appeared on Marquis Sword Snow's delicate face. These two couldn't be underestimated, especially Marquis Sword Star. His 7-star point kill sword art was an ancient sword art with boundless might. It was said that the 2nd strike of the 7-star point kill sword art was twice as powerful as the 1st strike, and the 3rd strike was twice as powerful as the 2nd strike, and so on. At the 6th strike realm, one could kill a dragon of the same level, and at the 7th strike realm, one could kill an ordinary life and death king with the strength of a strongest half-step king. Marquis Sword Star looked to be in his 30s. He had sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, and was rather handsome. He wore a spacious spruce robe that fluttered in the wind as if it was weightless, giving off a feeling that he was as light as a feather. Yi Chen, on the other hand, looked much younger. He looked to be in his early 20s, clad in blue robes. His eyes were calm, but not shallow. His pitch-black pupils seemed like an abyss that could contain everything. The two sword artists slowly walked toward each other. When they were 100 meters apart, the two stopped. This sword. Greedy wolf sword. Marquis Sword Star unsheathed his long sword, which flickered with a cold light and overflowed with killing intent. Indeed, a sword also had a killing intent, and it was even purer than a human's. Evil Vanquishing Sword. Although Yi Chen's Evil Vanquishing Sword wasn't unsheathed, under Yi Chen's urging, it was still slightly unsheathed. Just a little bit caused an upright and imposing sword chi to spread out. Good sword. Marquis Sword Star's eyes lit up. Yi Chen's Evil Vanquishing Sword was not inferior to his Greedy Wolf Sword. It could be said to be one of the best pseudo-supreme grade swords. Be careful, I will do my best. Holding Sword of Greedy Wolf in his hand, Marquis Sword Star's eyes gradually turned cold. 7-star instant kill, first kill. Originally, everyone thought that Marquis Sword Star would use other sword arts to probe Yi Chen. Who would have thought that he would directly use the 7-star point kill sword art? Puff, the 7 stars point kill was killing lives. Starlight flashed before Yi Chen's eyes, and he felt a cold and merciless sword chi rushing towards him. This sword chi came so suddenly and so strangely. Ding, unsheathing his Evil Vanquishing Sword, Yi Chen looked straight ahead. His sword flew and broke through the sword chi. Second strike, star flash. Swish, Marquis Sword Star's figure flickered like a star. He suddenly darkened, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Yi Chen. Sword of Greedy Wolf, carrying the purest killing intent, stabbed forward. The second strike contained a footwork art within the sword art, and the two complemented each other. This sword was unbelievably fast. The footwork and sword art seemed to have fused into one, and borrowing the momentum of the charge, the sword art's might was raised to a whole new level. If Lan Sanmei's blade art was a vibrational power, then Marquis Sword Snow's freezing sword was a compressed power. Marquis Sword Star's was a piercing power, which could pierce through even more powerful objects. Clang, sparks flew everywhere. Yi Chen raised the Evil Vanquishing Sword horizontally and blocked Marquis Sword Star's second strike. However, the piercing power contained in Sword of Greedy Wolf was not so easy to deal with. Yi Chen's feet rubbed against the ground and slid forward, leaving behind dazzling sparks. Third strike, star extinction. Marquis Sword Star was unforgiving. Retracting Sword of Greedy Wolf, he thrust out once again. This time, the speed of the piercing power was even faster than the previous one. Is this Marquis Sword Star? Too ruthless. Sword after sword, Yi Chen simply can't retaliate. Worthy of being Marquis Sword Star. When he makes his move, it's a killing strike. In such a short period of time, the spectators naturally didn't have the time to speak. However, the same thought flashed through their minds. Swish, Marquis Sword Star's strike had missed, not because his accuracy was lacking, but because Yi Chen's Evil Vanquishing Sword had collided with his Sword of Greedy Wolf. What shocked him was that Yi Chen's sword actually contained a high-frequency vibration power. The vibration power was transmitted to Sword of Greedy Wolf through the point of collision, causing his strike to lose more than half of its power. Vibration power. Lan Sanmei's eyes opened wide. When did he learn a sword art containing vibration power? Moreover, it didn't seem to be much weaker than hers. Learned it on the spur of the moment? Impossible. Are there still some differences between the two? Marquis Sword Snow's first thought was that Yi Chen had learned Lan Sanmei's demonic blade arts and then transformed it into a sword art. However, he immediately denied this thought. Demonic blade arts were not comprehending profound, and required thousands of tempering before one could make any progress. If one's body wasn't familiar with the vibration power, it would be impossible to use vibration sword arts in a short period of time. Moreover, he could see the difference between Yi Chen's vibration sword arts and Lan Sanmei's demonic blade arts. Demonic blade arts used the vibration of the blade to push the energy vibration from inside to outside, while Yi Chen's vibration sword arts seemed to use the metal profound to push the sword art from outside to inside. It was hard to say which one was better. Swish, failing his strike, Marquis Sword Star's figure flickered as he retreated and looked at Yi Chen in bewilderment. Yichen didn't look at Marquis Sword Star. Instead, he raised his head and looked at Lan Sanmei's small chamber. Although the chamber's transparent crystal couldn't be seen from the outside, looking at me? Lan Sanmei noticed Yichen's gaze. Retracting his gaze, a faint smile appeared on the corner of Yichen's mouth. Speaking of which, this vibration sword art was inspired by Lan Sanmei's demonic blade arts. In his early years, he had once bought a profound martial art, Golden Resonant Radiance, in an auction. Golden Resonant Radiance, from its name, had the word vibration in it, so it naturally contained the power of vibration. However, Golden Resonant Radiance made energy vibrate, which was sword light or sword chi. It didn't involve the vibration of the blade itself. Relying on this sword art, Yichen had always been successful. However, as time passed, Golden Resonant Radiance had gradually fallen behind. Relying on energy vibrations alone, it was hard for him to deal with experts at the same level. However, Lan Sanmei's demonic blade arts had given Yichen a new inspiration. The demonic blade arts allowed the blade to vibrate first, and then used the blade as a medium to vibrate the energy. With the two stacked together, its power would be shocking. Be it close combat or long-range combat, it would be ridiculously powerful. In that case, why didn't he change his Golden Resonant Radiance? It should be known that his Gold Profound had already reached 90% completion, which gave him a huge innate advantage. Even normal Golden Resonant Radiance would not be weak in his hands. Barring the fact that the opponent was a top martial genius, even a normal top half-step king warrior might not be able to block it. Once the Golden Resonant Radiance was improved, its power would increase by several times, or even 10 times, becoming yet another powerful ace of Yichen. A lot of things require an opportunity. This time, it can be considered as an opportunity for the Golden Resonant Radiance to be reborn. Previously, when cultivating Golden Resonant Radiance, Yichen had a deep understanding of vibration power. Coupled with his 90% completion of Gold Profound, his foundation was extremely solid. Therefore, merely by observing Lan Sanmei's demonic blade arts, Yichen grasped a unique vibration sword art. He used energy vibrations to vibrate the blade, from outside to inside, and then from inside to outside. I understand a lot about vibration power, but my body still can't adapt to it. I can't push it to a higher realm. Yichen sighed inwardly. Knowing was one thing, but being able to use it was another. He was not Lan Sanmei, who had cultivated demonic blade arts for so many years that his body had adapted to the vibration power. Powerful. You actually broke my third strike with vibration sword arts. Marquis Sword Star's eyes flickered with a cold fanaticism. Fourth strike, Star Shower. Taking a deep breath, Marquis Sword Star took a step forward and launched a sneak attack. The sword of greedy wolf in his hand pierced out hundreds of times in an instant. Each strike contained a powerful force, and each strike blossomed with resplendent starlight. This starlight rubbed against the space, making it as hard as a diamond. This is the fourth strike? Luo Tiandu stared at the scene below through the crystal. Let's call you vibrational sword arts. Yichen gave up on the idea of using vibrational sword arts to deal with Marquis Sword Star's fourth strike. He wasn't too familiar with vibrational sword arts, and couldn't use them to perfection. Using the unfamiliar vibrational sword arts against the enemy would clearly be using his weak point to deal with the enemy's strong point. After all, the might of the fourth strike was more than double that of the third strike. Sword Domain. An enormous sword pressure burst out of Yichen's body and instantly acted on Marquis Sword Star. It's sword pressure. Marquis Sword Star would never forget the scene of Yichen killing young Undying Demon Lord with a single strike. However, he had still underestimated the might of this sword pressure. His body suddenly turned sluggish, and a flaw appeared in the fourth strike. A cold star shone as Yichen took out his sword. Poochie, blood sprayed out as a sword scar appeared on Marquis Sword Star's cheek. At the critical moment, he had forcefully shifted his body, dodging the sure kill strike. Break! Blood leaked out of the corner of Marquis Sword Star's mouth. Having his fourth strike interrupted made him suffer a huge backlash. His Jingyuan surged, and the sword of greedy wolf in his hand burst out with an intense yet not dazzling moonlight. With a sweep of the sword, a large amount of moonlight burst out, covering the entire secret chamber in a flash. Moonlight Chop, Marquis Sword Star's self-created profound sword art. Waning Moon. Marquis Sword Star's moonlight chop was pale yellow, while Yi Chen's waning moon was immeasurably black. One black and one pale yellow, two different colors collided, each occupying half of the chamber. Pung, chi waves erupted as the two were sent flying back. The only difference was that Marquis Sword Star had spurted out a huge mouthful of blood. Forcefully shifting his body had already injured his internal organs, and the interruption of his fourth strike aggravated his injuries. Then, he clashed with Yi Chen, causing him to finally lose control. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Marquis Sword Star said coldly, "You should be honored to be the first person to witness the fifth strike of 7-star point kill sword art. Once I use this sword, even I can't control it." The battle between Yi Chen and Marquis Sword Star was completely out of everyone's expectations. They didn't think that the one to suffer would be Marquis Sword Star. Marquis Sword Star's 7-star point kill sword art was indeed powerful. If it were any other sword artist apart from Marquis Sword Snow and Yi Chen, they might not even be able to receive the first strike. However, Yi Chen seemed to be a person who could create miracles. He received the first strike as if it was eating or drinking, and the second strike was also blocked by him without a single injury. The third strike was cancelled out by his vibration sword arts, and the fourth strike was forcibly interrupted by a huge sword pressure. This was the turning point, as well as the beginning of Marquis Sword Star's loss. Everyone on the scene had no choice but to admit that they had underestimated Yi Chen. Yi Chen's sword arts were indeed not as gorgeous as Marquis Sword Snow's, nor as murderous as Marquis Sword Star's. However, his sword arts had always been efficient. They didn't need to be gorgeous or murderous, they just needed to receive the opponent's sword and injure them. It could be said that Yi Chen's sword arts had thrown away the unnecessary things, leaving only the purest essence. His sword Dao was different from others. However, his sword arts were undoubtedly powerful, and his perception and reaction were also top-notch. To deal with him, one could only use absolute strength or powerful killing moves. Hearing Marquis Sword Star say that he was going to use the fifth strike of 7-star point kill sword art, everyone's gazes fell on Yi Chen, wondering how Yi Chen would deal with it. Yi Chen's sword arts were, of course, indisputable. However, no matter how powerful a sword art was, it would still have a limit. Beyond that limit, no matter how powerful a sword art was, it would be useless. When two people were equally matched in strength, the only way to decide the victor was to use a trump card. Moreover, a trump card could often be used to defeat a stronger opponent. Sure enough, he's created the fifth strike. Luo Tiandu sighed inwardly. Without even exchanging blows, he already knew that he was not Marquis Sword Star's opponent. He didn't even have the confidence to receive the fourth strike, let alone the fifth. 7-star point kill sword art's fifth strike, this freak. Fortunately, I also succeeded in reverting, or there would be no hope at all. Young Elephant Lord's lips twitched. Fifth kill? Yi Chen's brow slightly creased. In truth, if he didn't use bewitching mirror shattering, his strength wouldn't be much higher than Marquis Sword Star's. After all, the difference in cultivation base was obvious. He was at the second layer of life and death chamber, while his opponent was at the peak of the third layer. Be it the quantity or quality of Jin Yuan, there was a big gap. Moreover, the age difference between the two was more than 10 years, which meant that Marquis Sword Star had more than 10 years to study sword arts. If he didn't use bewitching mirror shattering, Yi Chen wouldn't be able to kill a peak-level evil spirit. The recovery ability of peak-level evil spirits allowed them to ignore the majority of attacks. For example, Marquis Sword Star, Xianxia, Luo Tiandu, and the others could still put up a fight against a peak-level evil spirit. However, after a long time they would be worn down to death by the evil spirit, since their moves couldn't kill it in one go. Looks like I can only expose my sword domain. Earlier, Yi Chen had merely released his sword domain slightly, and he'd utilized his sword pressure to freeze others in place. He hadn't truly revealed the might of his sword domain at all. Fifth strike, Star Fall. Marquis Sword Star's figure flew over with a speed that couldn't be described with words. He was like an aurora in the universe, piercing through the endless void and pouncing toward Yi Chen. What was more frightening was that before this strike was released, Marquis Sword Star, who had become one with sword greed, emitted a star force field. This star force field wasn't unique to Marquis Sword Star, but the star energy contained in Star Fall. Marquis Sword Star was confident that this strike would kill Yi Chen. Even if Yi Chen's sword pressure were to land on him, the star force field would cancel out the majority of it. The remaining force wouldn't be enough to affect his body and sword trajectory. Danger! Luo Tiandu's hair stood on end as he stared unblinkingly. This strike is too frightening. As a sword artist himself, Lu Xiao's heart almost stopped. He was shaken by the might of this strike. He had a feeling that even if there were 3 of him, he would still be killed by this strike without the slightest suspense. A single strike drawing upon the core power of stars, worthy of being an ancient sword art. Marquis Sword Snow's eyes shone, wishing that he could replace Yi Chen and fight Marquis Sword Star. He wanted to see if his freezing sword could contend against Marquis Sword Star's 5th strike. It's over. Marquis Sword Star sent out Greedy Wolf, bursting with power to the limit. At this moment, Greedy Wolf burst out with a star-like radiance, incomparably fast and resplendent. Star fall, the death light of stars falling. This Marquis Sword Star is only a step away from life and death realm. Yi Chen's expression changed. Star fall contained the Tao of death, which meant that the opponent wasn't far from life and death realm. Life and death realm naturally required one to comprehend life and death. Sword domain. Not daring to be careless, Yi Chen operated Green Lotus sword arts with all his strength, completely releasing the might of sword domain. It's useless. Marquis Sword Star's sword was less than 10 meters away from Yi Chen. Time seemed to slow down as the sword tip, which contained the light of exploding stars, inched closer to Yi Chen's forehead. Sword rule. Yi Chen inwardly chanted. In the next instant, a horrifying scene occurred. Marquis Sword Star's sure kill strike unexpectedly deviated, as if there was some sort of rule around Yi Chen, and this rule was under Yi Chen's control. Impossible. Marquis Sword Star roared inwardly. The flow of time suddenly sped up. Of course, this was just an illusion. Poochie. Marquis Sword Star's sure kill strike missed. And the deviation was inconceivably large. In that instant, the evil vanquishing sword in Yi Chen's hand shot out, piercing Marquis Sword Star's throat. Due to the inertia of Marquis Sword Star's body, the evil vanquishing sword cut through half of his neck, causing blood to spurt everywhere like a fountain. Pung! Marquis Sword Star fell to the ground and slid down, no longer breathing. As for Yi Chen, he didn't budge an inch. Sword domain. It's sword domain. At this moment, someone finally cried out in alarm. He actually has a sword artist's domain. Sword domain. Marquis Sword Snow said word by word in a low voice. Sword domain was the domain of sword artists. Even among life and death sword kings, only a handful possessed sword domain. A sword artist who practiced the sword every day, every month, and every year would emit an intense sword chi. When the cultivation method was also a sword Tao cultivation method, the two would resonate. This kind of resonance would not appear normally, but when the sword Tao cultivation method broke through to heaven grade and the sword artist's comprehension of the sword Tao reached an unfathomable height, this resonance would erupt and form sword domain. Sword domain could greatly affect swordsmen without sword domain. As long as you were a swordsman, even if you had a sword in your hand or in your heart, you wouldn't be able to escape this kind of influence. This was a profound influence, because sword domain was the essence of sword Tao. Any form that was expressed by a sword would be within its range of influence. Of course, if one wanted to influence a sword artist with similar or higher strength, the sword domain had to contain its own rule, which was the sword rule. Once the sword rule was born, the sword domain could be considered to be in its initial form. I've finally found a sword artist that I can't see the outcome of. A frightening battle intent burst out from Marquis Sword Snow's eyes. If someone were to be alone with him, they would certainly be shocked. Was this still the boy next door Marquis Sword Snow? As soon as the sword domain appeared, Yi Chen became incomparably frightening in everyone's eyes. Sword domain might seem like bullying, but how could a person who possessed sword domain have any achievements on the sword Tao that ordinary people could imagine? Could an ordinary sword artist raise their sword Tao cultivation method to heaven grade? Could an ordinary sword artist reach an unfathomable height on the sword Tao? It was impossible. Therefore, possessing sword domain was the manifestation of a sword artist's talent. Losing was very normal, and there was no one to blame but the fact that one's achievements in the way of the sword could not compare. There's actually someone outside my Sky Sword continent who possesses sword domain, and it's not a life and death sword king. In the small chamber, Marquis Sword Star sucked in a deep breath, feeling extremely shocked. In all of Elysium, those who possessed sword domain were all in Sky Sword continent. For sword artists, Sky Sword continent was a place blessed by the heavens. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called Sky Sword continent. Yichen possessing sword domain was simply an anomaly. Huff, slowly letting out a breath, Yichen put away the evil vanquishing sword. In truth, Marquis Sword Star's Starfall was not much inferior to Bewitching Mirror Shattering in terms of killing power. Although it still couldn't kill a peak-level evil spirit, it could kill a life form with strength similar to that of a peak-level evil spirit. This was not an issue of strength, but a peak-level evil spirit's recovery ability. Starfall emphasized on the power of piercing, and a peak-level evil spirit wouldn't die even if it was pierced several hundred times. If not for sword domain giving birth to a trace of sword rules, Yichen would have to use Bewitching Mirror Shattering to defeat Marquis Sword Star. I reckon that after this life and death secret realm closes, he will become a life and death king within a few years. Before returning to his small chamber, Yichen glanced at Marquis Sword Star's chamber. Because the battle between Yichen and Marquis Sword Star was too shocking, the first dozen battles of the 25th round were not worth watching at all. Everyone's appetite had been whetted. However, this situation didn't last long. That was because in the 25th point battle, another two top contenders for the top 5 would meet, Su Jing against Lan Sanmei. Lan Sanmei's strength was frightening, but she encountered Su Jing. As a golden dragon, Su Jing's hidden strength was something even Yichen didn't know. He only knew that in her battle against Lan Sanmei, Su Jing easily defeated her. Demonic blade arts were directly disintegrated by Su Jing's fist. Yichen's opponent in the 25th round was Chu Zhongtian. The result could be easily imagined. 26th round, 27th round. Every round had one or two spectacular battles. In the 28th round, Marquis Sword Snow faced Luo Tiandu. In the end, Luo Tiandu lost. Marquis Sword Snow didn't seem frightened by Yichen's sword domain at all. Everyone could see his battle intent rising. Could it be that this Marquis Sword Snow still has some trump cards? Many people were doubtful. After defeating Luo Tiandu, Marquis Sword Snow glanced in Yichen's direction, the battle intent in his eyes unconcealed. Eh? Yichen's expression changed slightly. He didn't know where Marquis Sword Snow's confidence came from, but it couldn't be groundless. The other side must have some trump cards. There weren't many battles that could attract Yichen's attention. As for ordinary battles, Yichen naturally chose to ignore them and immersed himself in studying vibrational sword arts. Vibrational sword arts were derived from the Golden Resonant Radiance sword art, and therefore, counted as a metal profound sword art. Metal profound was a profound, so it naturally couldn't vibrate. However, Jinyuan containing metal profound could vibrate. Vibrating with Jinyuan would cause the sword to vibrate, which in turn would strengthen the vibrations of Jinyuan. This was Yichen's path of development, and it could be said to be the complete opposite of Lan Sanmei's demonic blade arts. Of course, the effects were basically the same. Due to the dragon power in his body and the undying body, Yichen's body's endurance was extremely high, almost on par with Lan Sanmei, who had been cultivating demonic blade arts for many years. The only thing he needed to do was to familiarize his body with the vibrational power and maximize the efficiency without any loss. This was a process that required thousands of tempering. Fortunately, Yichen's soul power was 5 times that of an ordinary person, and his familiarity with his body was also far greater than an ordinary person's, saving him a lot of time. Taking out a mid-grade sword, Yichen slashed out, and the sword light turned blurry. How could a mid-grade sword bear such a high frequency of vibrations? Taking out another high-grade sword, Yichen once again used vibrational sword arts. Creak, the vibrational power contained in vibrational sword arts was too powerful. Although the high-grade sword in his hand didn't break, it was still damaged, with fine cracks appearing on its surface. Seems like using vibrational sword arts requires a peak high-grade sword. Otherwise, it'll be very difficult to use it. Yichen shook his head. Right now, his usage of the vibrational sword spell had not reached perfection yet. Even normal upper-rank great swords would not be able to handle it. If he were to train the spell to completion, Perhaps only a semi-extreme rank greatsword would be able to let him use it smoothly. However, a semi-extreme grade sword would not be safe in a battle. After a couple of exchanges, it would probably be useless. A battle at the same level would not be easy to deal with. In the third battle of the 28th round, Yi Chen and Lan Sanmei. I can use it as a reference. Yi Chen was clear that Lan Sanmei's demonic blade arts contained more vibrational power than his. If he could exchange blows with her using vibrational sword arts, he would gain a lot of experience and comprehension. Standing in front of Lan Sanmei, Yi Chen took out his evil shattering sword. Be careful. Lan Sanmei seemed to have seen through Yi Chen's thoughts. His figure flashed, slashing out with a normal blade attack. Holding the evil shattering sword, Yi Chen met it head-on. Clang, spatial ripples spread out from the place where the sword and blade clashed. What a powerful vibrational power! Yi Chen could feel the vibrational power of vibrational sword arts clashing with demonic blade arts. In the end, the latter's vibrational power was slightly more powerful, transmitting to the evil shattering sword. Although the remaining vibrational power was very weak and couldn't do anything to Yi Chen, its power couldn't be underestimated. Clang 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 clang, the two exchanged dozens of blows in an instant, causing spatial ripples to spread out. I'm going to use demonic chop now. Lan Sanmei reminded Yi Chen. Many thanks. How could Yi Chen not see that Lan Sanmei wanted to help him experience the vibrational power? He was grateful. The black saber light turned indistinct, and the space around it was torn apart. Lan Sanmei had gone all out with this devil execution, not holding back at all. Weng, the evil shattering sword vibrated at a high frequency, emitting the sound of bees flapping their wings. Holding his sword with both hands, Yi Chen took a few steps forward and raised his sword to block Lan Sanmei's demonic blade. This time, it wasn't just the space that rippled. The shattered blade light and sword light that contained vibrational power spread out, creating shallow pits in the secret room. The ear-piercing sound of metal scraping against metal made one's heart beat faster. Bang, bang, bang. His body stiffened. Yi Chen almost lost his grip on the evil shattering sword. The vibrational power that erupted from the demonic chop had reached the limit, greatly exceeding his vibrational sword art. If Yi Chen's trump card was the vibrational sword art, then Yi Chen would have already lost. Because when his body stiffened, it would inevitably cause a pause, and Lan Sanmei could use this time to kill him. Thanks. Yi Chen sheathed his sword and stood still. Exchanging pointers is also beneficial to me. It's very difficult to find someone who isn't much weaker than me in terms of vibrational power. Exchanging pointers between people who cultivated the same power was the best way to increase their strength. The process of testing each other was also a process of improvement. This battle ended with Lan Sanmei admitting defeat. Yi Chen felt somewhat apologetic. If it wasn't for the life and death stone, he would have admitted defeat. An empty reputation didn't have much attraction to him. The final battle of the 28th round was the battle between Young Elephant Lord and Su Jing. Young Elephant Lord's strength naturally didn't need to be mentioned. In the previous battles, he had already defeated many popular characters. His strength was enough to shake the heavens and shake the earth, definitely exceeding a million Jin. Even Dantai Mingyue's teleportation art couldn't do much in front of him. Young Elephant Lord punched out, and the powerful force directly distorted the trajectory of the space, preventing Dantai Mingyue from teleporting. On the other hand, Su Jing could be said to be one of the strongest contenders for the top 3 this time. Lan Sanmei's strength was very powerful. In the battle against Marquis Sword Snow, he had cut off one of the latter's arms. However, against Su Jing, he lost without any suspense. Su Jing's strength was extremely condensed, and vibrational power had no effect on her. The battle between Young Elephant Lord and Su Jing was definitely the strongest confrontation in this point battle, and there was no one else like it. Your strength is very powerful, not below mine. If you're willing to be my woman, I don't mind losing to you. Young Elephant Lord didn't have much need for life and death stones. He had already reached the peak of the 3rd layer of life and death chamber, and a few life and death stones couldn't help him break through. Ridiculous. A sneer appeared on Su Jing's face. Humph. Don't think that you're undefeatable just because your strength is more or less the same as mine. My battle elephant sect cultivates physical strength as its foundation, and some secret arts can even multiply my strength. Young Elephant Lord's face sank. Poison Dragon Fist. Su Jing didn't feel like wasting words with Young Elephant Lord. Golden flames erupted from her body as she punched at Young Elephant Lord's chest. The fist was so fast that it seemed like cannon fire. Battle Elephant Fist. Young Elephant Lord had long since been on guard against Su Jing. Seeing the incoming fist, he clenched his right hand and punched back. The two fists collided, immediately creating a huge explosion. The air in the entire secret room exploded, as if countless bombs had exploded at the same time. At the edge of the two fists, the space was shattered and twisted, like silk or snakes. Star-shattering fist. Su Jing didn't retreat and punched again. The light in the chamber immediately dimmed, and the stars flickered as a shattered star imprinted itself on Young Elephant Lord's position. Elephant King Protection. Young Elephant Lord crossed his arms, and a huge elephant phantom condensed from demonic beast energy enveloped him. Rumble, the might of star-shattering fist was boundless. If Su Jing had entered life and death realm, this fist could even shatter a relatively small star. Even with the protection of his energy secret art, Young Elephant Lord's entire body was sent flying. His blood and chi surged, and his face flushed red. Elephant King Roar. He couldn't let Su Jing attack like this. Young Elephant Lord sucked in a deep breath, and his chest swelled up like a small mountain. He opened his mouth and let out a thunderous roar. Spatial ripples surged, and a ring of transparent light spread out with him as the center, expelling all the airflow. Su Jing's body was obstructed for a moment, and she couldn't follow up with another attack. I'll let you see the power of my strongest secret art and my ancestor atavism. Demonic beasts that cultivated energy didn't need to revert to their original form to fight. After all, human form was the most suitable for erupting power. Although demonic beast form had 10 times the power, it was too scattered. It was like the difference between a piece of wood and an embroidery needle. The embroidery needle could easily pierce through the wood. Young Elephant Lord was still in human form, but his nose had changed. It kept extending and turning into an elephant's trunk. His body had also widened, and his muscles and bones had thickened by several folds. Before, he was only 2 meters tall, but now, he was close to 3 meters tall. Standing there, he looked like a small mountain or a wall. 8 Desolate Mammoth Fist. Bursting with energy, Young Elephant Lord's right fist blasted towards Su Jing with a savage aura. Everyone felt like they could hear the trumpeting of 100 elephants from the desolate era. It's just a heaven-class high-grade secret art. Second-rank Sacred Dragon Fist. Su Jing punched out, and her golden energy condensed into a sacred golden dragon that rushed out. The golden dragon was fierce and tyrannical. It easily broke through Young Elephant Lord's fist energy and circled around his body. Young Elephant Lord directly turned into a bloody mist. Is she still human? Could she be a dragon? Su Jing's violence left everyone dumbfounded, including Yi Chen. He was sure that Su Jing's punch could kill a peak evil spirit. A dragon's power really can't be calculated with common sense. Moreover, it's a high-level existence among dragons, the Golden Dragon. Yi Chen quickly accepted the Golden Dragon's incomprehensible strength. The possibility of her being a dragon is very low. She should be a sub-dragon with a dragon's bloodline. Marquis Sword Star didn't know what Su Jing's identity was, but in his opinion, it was impossible for dragons to exist in Elysium. The terror of dragons was recorded in the 7-star point kill sword art. Even if he cultivated the 7-star point kill sword art to the 6th strike realm, he would only be able to kill an ordinary dragon of the same level. Moreover, he hadn't even grasped the 5th strike yet. It could be said that dragons were a race above demons, several levels higher than humans. However, dragons had always been rare, which was their disadvantage. The 28th round came to an end, and the 29th round began. The points battle was nearing its end. However, many people's mood was getting more and more excited, because the pinnacle battles had yet to come to an end. Marquis Sword Snow, Yi Chen, and Su Jing, the 3 of them had yet to taste defeat. It was still unknown who would have the last laugh. Apart from them, although Marquis Sword Star, Luo Tiandu, and Young Elephant Lord Lan Sanmei had all lost, their strength was obvious to all. Therefore, their peak battles were still very attractive to the spectators. In the 12th match of the 29th round, Yi Chen's opponent was Luo Tiandu. As the head of True Spirit Continent's 7 heroes and the second ranker of the previous life and death substitute list, Luo Tiandu's strength was not something that anyone dared to look down on. Although Marquis Sword Snow had defeated him, he had also suffered some injuries. 9 Dragons Protection. Facing Yi Chen, Luo Tian didn't dare to be careless. True Essence surged and 9 thick thunder dragons condensed around his body, each containing the profound of thunder and earth. The 9 Dragons barrier was not just a simple defensive martial skill, it was 70% defense and 30% offense. As the thunder dragons roared, 2 of them swooped down towards Yi Chen. Bang 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 bang, Luo Tiandu was the most balanced youth in terms of offense and defense. No one would be able to easily defeat him. Yi Chen used the spiritual sword and waning moon to fight with him. The 2 of them were getting closer and closer, and the battle was getting more and more intense. Sword Domain. The majestic sword pressure acted on Luo Tiandu's body, causing him to freeze. Spin. Under the immense pressure, the other 7 lightning dragons around Luo Tiandu forced themselves to move, circling around Luo Tiandu and doing their best to minimize any openings. Buzz, although the spiritual sword was fast, it needed to hit a vital point to be fatal. With the 7 lightning dragons protecting him, Luo Tiandu's vital points were not exposed at all. Thus, Yi Chen gave up on using the spiritual sword. Activating the vibrational sword art, his sword pierced through the gaps between the lightning dragons and landed on Luo Tiandu's abdomen. Bang, the intense vibrating energy passed through the tip of the sword and into Luo Tiandu's body. In the next moment, Luo Tiandu vomited blood, and the 7 lightning dragons around him dissipated. Yi Chen won. The older generation of young experts have been defeated one after another, and it's not just once or twice. Some of the spectators sighed with emotion. This era is a great era, far surpassing the past. The new geniuses that have emerged are all terrifying to the extreme. In the past few decades, the most dazzling one was Xianxia, but now, there are already 3 who seem to be able to compete with Xianxia. The 28th match was a heavyweight match. Marquis Sword Snow had few partners. Young Elephant Lord's 8 Desolation Ferocious Elephant Fist was immeasurably powerful. Although he hadn't cultivated it to completion, it was still somewhat comparable to the War Elephant ancestor. Roar, the nearly 3-meter-tall young Elephant Lord crazily rushed over, his huge fists drilling towards Marquis Sword Snow like drills. Freezing Sword. The snow-white longsword in Marquis Sword Snow's hand pierced forth. Ka-la-la, young Elephant Lord's fist was sealed in ice, and the ice was a meter thick. In the next moment, young Elephant Lord's arm was completely shattered. Of course, Marquis Sword Snow didn't have it easy either. His whole body was blasted away by the 8 desolate mammoth fists' power, spurting out a few mouthfuls of steaming blood. Snow dance in the sky. Snow filled the sky as Marquis Sword Snow's body twisted in the air, dealing with young Elephant Lord with a single sword strike. Sure enough, young Elephant Lord isn't Marquis Sword Snow's opponent. I wonder who's stronger between Marquis Sword Snow and Marquis Sword Star. Although Marquis Sword Star lost to Yi Chen, it was because he was restrained by Sword Domain. The existence of Sword Domain increases the gap between sword artists by several folds, or even tenfold. Seriously speaking, Marquis Sword Star's 7-star killing sword art's 5th strike is a killer move. Marquis Sword Star's 5th strike had shocked many people. The light emitted by that strike was the death light of falling stars. Just looking at it would give one a feeling of death, not to mention facing it head-on. If Yi Chen didn't have Sword Domain, he would most likely have been killed by that strike without any chance to retaliate. Of course, many people were wondering if Yi Chen had any other trump cards. That was a possibility. Although Sword Domain was powerful, it was more effective against sword artists. Against other experts, it was less effective. Therefore, it was not a big deal to expose it. In any case, not everyone was a sword artist. At most, they would be suppressed a little. Putting themselves in others' shoes, if one was a sword artist with a powerful trump card and Sword Domain, one would definitely choose to expose the Sword Domain first and save the trump card for last. However, this was only everyone's guess. Until the last moment, no one could know the result. In the 33rd match, Marquis Sword Star stepped onto the stage. His opponent was Lan Sanmei. Although the life and death palace's point battle had not ended yet, in everyone's opinion, Lan Sanmei's strength was definitely in the top 5. His final ranking might also be in the top 5. Young Elephant Lord and Luo Tiandu might not necessarily be Lan Sanmei's opponents. This could be seen from the battle between Lan Sanmei and Marquis Sword Snow. Of course, the probability of Lan Sanmei losing to Marquis Sword Star was more than 90%. Therefore, the highest he could reach was 5th. Demonic Chop. After taking on Marquis Sword Star's first 3 strikes, Lan Sanmei activated the Demonic Blade and used Demonic Chop with an extremely powerful vibration power. The black blade light turned blurry and slashed through space, slashing toward Marquis Sword Star. 4th strike, Star Shower. Relying on the momentum of the thrust, Marquis Sword Star stabbed out dozens of times in a row, each of them possessing a terrifying penetrative power. Ding ding dang dang, puff, Lan Sanmei's shoulder and abdomen each received a strike, causing blood to gush out like water. Annihilation Chop. Lan Sanmei knew that she was not Marquis Sword Star's opponent. However, she wanted to experience the power of Marquis Sword Star's 5th strike from a close distance. It would be very useful for her to experience the Tao of Death. As you wish. Marquis Sword Star's 5th strike came out. His body turned into a beam of light as he pierced out. His sword tip erupted with a starry light, looking exceptionally brilliant. This is the Tao of Death? Lan Sanmei's throat received a strike, and the vitality in her body was completely incinerated. What a powerful vibration power. The edge of Marquis Sword Star's left arm was badly mutilated, but it was much better than Marquis Sword Snow's. At least, it was not severed, and had only been grazed. In the 30th round, Marquis Sword Star also defeated Young Elephant Lord. The 5th strike of 7-star point kill sword art was a peerless sword art. Even Young Elephant Lord, with his powerful defense, could not resist this strike. It's much more powerful than freezing sword point. I wonder what other trump cards Marquis Sword Snow has? Yichen saw all of this and understood that although Marquis Sword Snow's freezing sword point could compress sword chi to the limit and was extremely frightening, it was still lacking compared to the 5th strike of 7-star point kill sword art which contained the Tao of Death. In the 31st round, Marquis Sword Star persisted and defeated Luo Tiandu. Meanwhile, Lan Sanmei also defeated Young Elephant Lord at the cost of heavy injuries. Everyone's guess was right. In the 32nd round, another peak confrontation between sword artists occurred. Marquis Sword Star against Marquis Sword Snow. The two great sword geniuses of Sky Sword Continent had met. If Marquis Sword Snow lost, he would not be qualified to fight against Yichen. If he won, there would still be a trace of hope. Marquis Sword Snow, I've wanted to fight you for a long time. Marquis Sword Star held greedy wolf sword, overflowing with killing intent. Me too. Marquis Sword Snow's expression was as calm as still water. Let's begin. Marquis Sword Star flew toward Marquis Sword Snow. Abandoning the 1st strike and the 2nd strike, he directly used the 3rd strike. He had some understanding of Marquis Sword Snow. The latter's sword arts were beautiful yet filled with ice-cold killing intent. There was no need to probe. Snowy dance. The sky-filling snowflakes danced in the air, slashing toward Marquis Sword Star. Crackle, the two were evenly matched. 4th strike. Hundreds of diamond-like starlights flickered. Snowy dance in the sky. This sword strike was the one that broke Dan Tai Mingyue's teleportation art. As the sword slashed out, goose feather-sized snowflakes converged like torrents. The entire chamber was within Marquis Sword Snow's attack range. As long as Dan Tai Mingyue couldn't walk out of the chamber, she would naturally be unable to defeat Marquis Sword Snow. Stars and snowy dance in the sky were still evenly matched. Bring out your 5th strike. Marquis Sword Snow's sword slashed through the goose feather-sized snowflakes, leaving behind a sword scar. At the end of the scar was Marquis Sword Star. Marquis Sword Star's soul power penetrated through the goose feather-sized snowflakes and saw a white energy ball condensed on the sword tip. This white energy ball was condensed with countless sword chi. Once it erupted, it could easily tear apart his defenses and turn him into an ice sculpture, then shatter him into pieces. Pung pung pung, the goose feather-sized snowflakes were blown away. Marquis Sword Star held greedy wolf sword, and man and sword became one. A powerful star force field appeared, allowing him to disregard the vile environment. As he thrust out, the death light produced by the explosion of stars appeared once again. Sword tips rapidly approached each other. Finally, the two collided. Chi 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 chi, the first to explode was Marquis Sword Snow's freezing sword point. Countless icy chi spread out, covering the surrounding ground with a thick layer of frost. Then, a speck of sword chi erupted, engulfing everything like a storm of sword chi. It was hard to imagine what kind of might this sword would produce if it pierced the body. You've lost. Marquis Sword Star's sword aura was somewhat weaker, but it still pierced through the storm of sword chi and locked onto Marquis Sword Snow's head. Tao of Death? He shouldn't be far from life and death realm. Marquis Sword Snow's face was calm as a thought flashed through his mind. Too powerful. Even Marquis Sword Snow can't block it. Everybody could almost see the scene of Marquis Sword Snow's death. The trump card should be coming out soon, right? Yi Chen's gaze was fixed on Marquis Sword Snow. He could see that the latter's face was very calm. It was not the calmness of knowing that he would lose, but the indifference of taking a leisurely stroll. A strand of black hair was cut off as Marquis Sword Star's sword inconceivably missed its target. There was a law there, distorting the trajectory of his sword. Sword domain, bang, the entire life and death palace erupted. Marquis Sword Snow also had a sword domain, the same as Yi Chen's. Using sword domain to distort Marquis Sword Star's killing strike, Marquis Sword Snow raised his right hand, and the snow-white longsword flickered, piercing Marquis Sword Star's throat. Marquis Sword Snow's victory. In the surrounding small chambers, the spectators' hearts were burning with excitement. They truly didn't expect that Marquis Sword Snow still had a trump card. Moreover, this trump card was the same as Yi Chen's sword domain. What did sword domain represent? Nobody didn't know. It represented that those who possessed sword domain had unimaginable potential on the sword Dao. They were the kings of sword artists, unrivaled in the same realm. Sky Sword Continent is indeed worthy of being the holy land of sword artists. Since the beginning of time, many sword artists with sword domain have appeared. And now, it's Marquis Sword Snow's turn. This is also the reason why Marquis Sword Snow's sword Dao talent is so frightening. Otherwise, why would the number of sword artists on True Spirit Continent be less than 5? Zhenyuan transmissions couldn't be carried out in Life and Death Palace, but soul transmissions could be carried out. Of course. As soon as Marquis Sword Snow's sword domain appeared, his position immediately rose to the same level as Yi Chen. Many people even leaned towards him, because apart from sword domain, his freezing sword point was also extremely frightening. Combining the two, it seemed like Yi Chen was a bit weaker. Sword domain. Could he have passed the 7th layer of Sword World? In the small chamber, Marquis Sword Star was tongue-tied. There was a reason why Sky Sword Continent was the holy land of sword artists. There was a mountain-like heavenly sword on the continent. It was said that this sword came from beyond the heavens and was inserted at the center of the continent, gathering the sword chi of the world. Cultivating there, sword artists would have an easier time achieving achievements on the sword Dao. This was where the name of Sky Sword Continent came from. The heavenly sword was 3,000 meters tall, and contained a bizarre space within it. It was called Sword World by the people of Sky Sword Continent. Nobody knew how many layers the Sword World had. They only knew that flesh and blood couldn't enter. One could only enter in the form of consciousness and then challenge the layers. Marquis Sword Star had entered the Sword World, but he could only pass through the 6th floor at most. He was immediately killed in the 7th floor, because there were too many sword artists there, and each of them had the same aura as him. Even if he could kill 1, or 10, could he kill 100, or 1,000? It was simply impossible. Even some ordinary life and death sword kings would not be able to pass through the 7th floor, because the opponents inside had the same foundation as them. Only their sword arts were different. If he wanted to pass through the 7th level, then he had to grasp the sword domain and distort the trajectory of their attacks. Otherwise, he would only be piled to death. There was a benefit to clearing the trials in the sword realm, and that was that there was no need to worry about death. Through the tempering of battles, one could gradually hone one's sword Dao and grasp the essence. The reason why the Sky Sword continent could produce so many sword kings with sword domains was because of the existence of the sword realm. If I don't possess the sword domain, then I'll never be a match for them. Marquis Sword Star tightly clenched his fists, and an intense fighting spirit burst out from his eyes. However, he was not dispirited because of this. On the contrary, the appearance of Yi Chen and Marquis Sword Snow had filled him with boundless motivation. He even had to thank the two. Without their stimulation, he would not have such a sense of urgency and motivation. Sword Domain, the ultimate honor for sword artists of True Spirit Continent. Lu Xiaoyu let out a deep breath as if he had made up his mind. Two great sword Dao geniuses had been crowned on Yi Chen and Marquis Sword Snow. Many people were impatient to see the battle between the two, and they wanted to see the scene of Sword Domain against Sword Domain. Sword Domain, no wonder. Yi Chen suddenly understood. He didn't think that apart from himself, nobody else could possess Sword Domain. Since there were people who had grasped Sword Domain before him, and not just one at that, Marquis Sword Snow's Sword Domain was not something unacceptable. After all, Marquis Sword Snow was the #1 young sword artist of Sky Sword Continent. Anything that happened to him was not strange at all. That's fine. Among the young generation, only I have Sword Domain. I can't even exchange pointers, nor can I verify the mysteries of Sword Domain. An intense battle intent flickered in Yi Chen's eyes. The following battles of the 32nd round paled in comparison. In the 33rd round, the spectators' hearts were raised once again. Su Jing and Marquis Sword Star had encountered each other. Apart from Yi Chen and Marquis Sword Snow, the one Marquis Sword Star had the least confidence in was Su Jing. No, to be honest, he would rather encounter Yi Chen and Marquis Sword Snow than Su Jing. After all, if he were to compete with Yi Chen and Marquis Sword Snow in sword arts, the outcome could be determined. On the other hand, if he were to compete with Su Jing, it would be a competition of absolute strength. Su Jing's second step Sacred Dragon Fist had turned young Elephant Lord into a blood mist. Such a frightening destructive power was not the least bit inferior to 7-star point kill sword art's fifth strike, and even faintly surpassed it. In terms of attack range, the fifth strike, Star Fall, was far inferior to the second step Sacred Dragon Fist. This battle will be dangerous. Marquis Sword Star's expression turned grave as his gaze locked onto Su Jing. Star-shattering fist. Su Jing immediately used her ultimate move. The light in the chamber suddenly dimmed, and stars flickered as a shattered star phantom imprinted itself on Marquis Sword Star. Moonlight Chop. Marquis Sword Star was forced to the point where he couldn't even use his 7-star point kill sword art. He hastily raised the greedy wolf sword, and a condensed moonlight shot out, illuminating half of the chamber. Poison Dragon Fist. Dashing forward, Su Jing punched out again. The fist energy's penetrative power was somewhat similar to Marquis Sword Star's 7-star point kill sword art. However, Su Jing's Poison Dragon Fist also contained strands of spiraling power. So powerful? Marquis Sword Star could finally understand young Elephant Lord's mood. Su Jing's fist arts seemed straightforward, but each of them seemed to freeze the space, suppressing the opponent and preventing him from moving quickly. Thus, he could only receive them head-on. If he were to receive Su Jing head-on, he would be beaten to death. The latter's strength was above young Elephant Lord's, and even more condensed. Fourth strike, Star Storm. His face turning ruthless, Marquis Sword Star directly used the fourth strike, Star Storm. Although Su Jing's Poison Dragon Fist could penetrate his defense, at least half of the hundreds of sword chi would land on Su Jing's body. It was a mutually destructive method. Indeed, Marquis Sword Star couldn't care less. He still hadn't fully grasped the fifth strike, and forcibly using it would only lower its power and reveal flaws. Eh? Su Jing's eyes narrowed, and her body came to a sudden stop. She stomped on the chamber's floor and twisted her hands. Golden flames condensed into a huge golden vortex in front of her like a Taiji diagram. Puff 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 puff, the numerous sword chi fell into the golden vortex and were immediately shattered. This is the moment. Marquis Sword Star fought for an opportunity for himself. His body retreated dozens of steps, increasing the distance between them. Then, the fifth strike appeared. Sword Greedy Wolf, which contained the light of exploding stars, suddenly thrust forward. Space seemed to have lost its meaning, and time seemed to have slowed down. Sword-greedy wolf's tip flickered, and it was less than a meter away from Su Jing. Roar, vaguely, a dragon's roar could be heard. Su Jing's expression was extremely solemn as she faced this fatal strike. She was indeed a golden dragon, but she hadn't been able to transform completely. The person who could transform her into a human was extremely powerful. Before this, no one thought that she was a dragon, because she was a human at that time. Even after soaking in the dragon transformation pool for many years, Su Jing had only transformed more than half of her body. If not for the opening of Life and Death's secret realm, Dragon King wouldn't have allowed her to come out. What does she want? Everybody cried out inwardly. In their line of sight, Su Jing stretched out her left hand, trying to grab Marquis Sword Star's greedy wolf. What did she think Marquis Sword Star's fifth strike was? Courting death. Marquis Sword Star sneered. Clang, Su Jing grabbed the greedy wolf sword, grabbing this lightning-fast strike. Her gloved palm rubbed against the sword's body, producing a noise that could instantly kill a person. Squeak. Squeak. Sword-greedy wolf's thrust was too powerful. Su Jing's palm trembled, and greedy wolf sword thrust forward, only an inch away from Su Jing's shoulder. As long as it stabbed in, it would instantly extinguish the vitality in Su Jing's body. The fifth strike, Star Fall, was no joke. Golden flames erupted as Su Jing pushed her strength to the limit. Her pinkish-white fingernails suddenly sharpened as she tightly held greedy wolf's sword, not letting it advance an inch. At the same time, Su Jing's left hand clenched into a fist and punched out. Sacred Dragon Fist, puff, the sacred golden dragon brushed past Marquis Sword Star's body, turning him into a blood mist. Even the armor and greedy wolf sword on the ground faded away. In the end, Su Jing defeated Marquis Sword Star in an astonishing manner. Gasp, the sound of people sucking in a breath of cold air could be heard. Everyone's mouth was wide open, unable to close. Freak! She grabbed my greedy wolf sword with her bare hands and broke Star Fall. In the small chamber, Marquis Sword Star was in a daze for a long time. Star Fall contained an incomparable thrust force. One could easily imagine how frightening the light of death brought about by the explosion of a star was. Although the glove on Su Jing's hand was a pseudo-supreme-grade artifact and didn't make direct contact with greedy wolf sword, the power transmitted through was still extremely frightening. It could cripple the arm of anyone under Life and Death realm. It was simply impossible to receive. If he could receive this move, then Starfall Annihilation wouldn't be called Starfall Annihilation. However, Su Jing had done it. How much strength and endurance was required to do so? Marquis Sword Snow was also startled, and his gaze turned somewhat sluggish. The Golden Dragon is the Golden Dragon. It's a legendary existence. Yichen smiled bitterly. In terms of life form, golden dragons were too much higher. If it were anyone else who had received Star Fall with their bare hands, they would have died miserably. Su Jing's battle was too astonishing. The following battles left the spectators somewhat dumbfounded. 33rd battle, everyone regained their wits. On the stele, two names shone. Marquis Sword Snow's name and Yichen's name. Two great sword Dao geniuses had finally met. Sword art versus sword art, sword domain versus sword domain, who would have the last laugh? This was the question in everyone's heart. At this moment, no one had any distracting thoughts in their minds. The astonishing scene created by Su Jing had also been eliminated, and their eyes were firmly fixed on the two below. The two have finally met. Marquis Sword Star tossed aside his gloominess, and his gaze fell on Marquis Sword Snow and Yichen. Even without sword domain, the two were only slightly weaker than him, and this was only because of the difference in cultivation base. After all, he was at the peak of the third layer while the two were at the second layer. If the two were at the third layer, he might not necessarily win, and he might even lose against Marquis Sword Snow. Marquis Sword Snow's freezing sword point was extremely powerful. Once the two used sword domain, the strength of sword artists would increase by tenfold. As long as one wasn't at the life and death realm, one wouldn't even have the strength to contend against the two. Sword domain's restraint on sword artists was simply too great. Sword rule could easily distort the opponent's sword trajectory, and their attacks were even more ferocious. Marquis Sword Snow should have a higher chance of winning. Marquis Sword Star inwardly said. At the center of the chamber, Yi Chen and Marquis Sword Snow stood 100 meters apart. If neither of us had sword domain, you wouldn't be my opponent, unless you have an even more powerful trump card. Marquis Sword Snow indifferently said. Is that so? Yi Chen didn't reply. Indeed, as Marquis Sword Snow had said, apart from sword domain, the strength he had displayed before was indeed a bit weaker than Marquis Sword Snow. The latter's freezing sword point was Marquis Sword Snow's strongest trump card, while he hadn't even used it. Naturally, he was a bit inferior. Yi Chen was confident that he could instantly kill Marquis Sword Snow with Bewitching Mirror Shattering. Marquis Sword Star's fifth strike, Star Falling, was a sure kill move, and his Bewitching Mirror Shattering was also a sure kill move. Moreover, it was even more powerful than Star Falling, so powerful that it could easily kill a peak evil spirit. However, he didn't think of using Bewitching Mirror Shattering. This was his trump card, a trump card to deal with life and death kings. Although he didn't have much assurance at the moment, as long as his cultivation base reached the third layer, Yi Chen was confident that he could contend against ordinary life and death kings with the Sky Scorpio sword. Therefore, he couldn't use it for now. He could not let the life and death realm warriors in the Blood Sky land know something. For example, the Beast King from the Wolf Warrior and the Tiger Warrior would not let this go easily. After all, the life and death secret realm only opened once every 10 years. If they missed this opportunity, their cultivation would be much weaker than the others. Life and death stones could not be found outside. Our sword domains are the same, and the sword laws they contain are about the same as well. If you don't mind, let's fight in our normal state first. Marquis Sword Snow suggested. All right. Yi Chen nodded without hesitation. What's wrong with Yi Chen? Marquis Sword Snow's strength is clear for all to see. Without sword domain, how could he defeat Marquis Sword Snow? Hearing these words, the people of True Spirit Continent were inwardly anxious. No sword domain? The people from the Blood Sky Continent and the Sword Continent shook their heads. None of them believed that Yi Chen could defeat Marquis Sword Snow without sword domain. In terms of sword arts, only Marquis Sword Star could suppress Marquis Sword Snow. Be careful. Marquis Sword Snow took the initiative to attack. Snowflakes danced in the sky, surging toward Yi Chen. These snowflakes were condensed from sword chi, and each of them contained an extremely powerful compression power. Once released, they could easily penetrate protective Jin Yuan. Buzz, the evil vanquishing sword vibrated as Yi Chen brandished it, creating a sword screen around him. Crackle, the snowflakes were blasted away, issuing faint exploding sounds. Although Yi Chen's vibration sword arts were inferior to Lan Sanmei's demonic blade arts, the sword chi contained in these snowflakes was not even 1/10 of freezing sword points. Therefore, it was naturally useless against Yi Chen. As the snowflakes continued to fall, Marquis Sword Snow flew toward Yi Chen. With a wave of his snow-white longsword, snowflake-shaped sword chi filled the air, carrying an ice-cold killing intent amidst the magnificence. Yi Chen's sword arts were not as magnificent as Marquis Sword Snow's. However, Yi Chen's sword speed was even higher. It was fast and accurate, and in his hands, it was displayed to the limit. Clang clang clang, the two fought from the ground to the air, then flew along the walls of the chamber. For a moment, only snowflakes and sword chi could be seen. Waning moon. Stepping on the wall as if it was flat ground, Yi Chen waved his sword, and a black waning moon flickered. Marquis Sword Snow's complexion turned grave. In terms of sword arts, he was actually inferior to Yi Chen. In a battle between the two, they couldn't just use killing moves from the beginning to the end. There would always be ordinary moves. During the confrontation, he slowly sensed that Yi Chen's foundation was extremely powerful. Some inconspicuous details had turned into opportunities for the opponent to launch an attack. His body suddenly spun, and the snow-white longsword revolved around his body. Clang, relying on revolving sword arts, Marquis Sword Snow blocked Yi Chen's waning moon. However, the tremendous force also pushed him off the wall and onto the floor of the chamber, his footsteps staggering. Chi 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 chi, what welcomed him was a sky full of cold stars. Yi Chen's figure was hidden behind the cold stars like a viper, waiting for an opportunity to deal a fatal blow. Snow dance in the sky. The snowflakes flourished, and so did Marquis Sword Snow's sword light. Under the guidance of an invisible sword chi, the numerous snowflakes converged like a stream of water. Crack! Crack! Sounds of sword chi explosions resounded without end, and the two's figures were faintly discernible amidst the shattered snowflakes. Break! Yichen pushed his vibration sword arts to the limit. The evil shattering sword pierced through the shattered snowflakes and slashed at Marquis Sword Snow, leaving behind an extremely fine sword mark. Marquis Sword Snow had to admit that he had been careless. He had actually allowed Yichen to seize an opportunity and suppress him until now. Even if he used his large-scale snow dance in the sky, it would be of no use. So frightening. Only now did the crowd realize how powerful Yichen was. Marquis Sword Snow, who didn't use freezing sword point, didn't even have the leeway to counterattack, and could only passively defend. Marquis Sword Snow, who didn't use freezing sword point, didn't even have a chance to counterattack. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions, melting a large amount of snowflakes. Marquis Sword Snow slid on the ground, which was covered in frost. His gliding speed was extremely fast, and his whole body left behind after images. Using the frost to increase the distance? Yichen's brows twitched, but he didn't pursue. The distance had already been increased, and recklessly charging forward would only put him in a passive situation. From afar, Marquis Sword Snow looked over. You're indeed powerful, but without a powerful sword move, you're doomed to lose. After adjusting his aura, Marquis Sword Snow's voice resounded. Sword moves are used to kill. If they can't hit their target, no matter how powerful they are, it's useless. Yichen calmly stood there. In that case, let's see how you're going to take my freezing sword point. Marquis Sword Snow's aura had already been adjusted to its peak. His figure flickered, and like a flickering light, he shot over. His feet didn't touch the ground, as if he was gliding. Freezing sword point is about to come out. I wonder how Yichen will block it. He can't, unless he uses his sword domain. Among the crowd, those who were more familiar with each other exchanged soul transmissions, their moods surging. When the distance between the two was less than 10 meters, Marquis Sword Snow took out his sword. As soon as the sword was unleashed, the fluttering snowflakes in the surroundings froze. The snow-white longsword in his hand stabbed out, and a glass-like white energy sphere appeared on its tip, piercing toward Yichen. The space was pierced, and the edges froze. Too fast, impossible to dodge. A distance of 10 meters could be directly ignored by top-notch sword artists. No one could dodge in such a short distance. Wouldn't that mean that one's movement speed would surpass the speed of the sword? This was simply impossible. The evil shattering sword vibrated as Yichen also thrust out. His sword speed was even faster than Marquis Sword Snow's. Using vibration sword arts to deal with my freezing sword point? Marquis Sword Snow didn't know what Yichen intended. Freezing sword point was 30% stronger than Lan Samei's annihilation chop, and Yichen's vibration sword arts were inferior to Lan Samei's second blade move, demonic chop. Clang! At the same time, Yichen's left hand grabbed the broken blood sword at his waist and pulled it out, thrusting out as well. It was still the same vibration sword arts. Dual swords, multitasking. Only Yichen could multitask in such an intense battle, and even maintain his peak battle power without the slightest bit of reduction. Dual swords. Chu Zhongtian's eyes lit up. Yichen's dual swords had been displayed in the southern region martial tea party. He couldn't understand why Yichen could display the strongest might of both swords. Peng! Yichen's evil shattering sword clashed with Marquis Sword Snow's longsword. The vibrational power and compressed power collided and cancelled each other out, causing a violent explosion in the air. At the same time, the broken blood sword in Yichen's left hand had also arrived in front of Marquis Sword Snow's face, only a step away from piercing through his skull. No one had expected the situation to turn out like this. No one could have imagined that Yichen would use dual swords to break Marquis Sword Snow's freezing sword point. Although Marquis Sword Snow's freezing sword point still had more than half of its power remaining and could pierce through Yichen's body, Yichen's other sword could also pierce through Marquis Sword Snow's skull. Comparing the two, it was Yichen who had the upper hand. After the freezing sword point was weakened by the vibration sword arts, its trajectory slightly deviated. Originally, it was aimed at Yichen's throat, but now, it was aimed at Yichen's chest. If Yichen's defense were a bit stronger, he might have been able to survive. On the other hand, if Marquis Sword Snow's head was pierced by Yichen's sword, he would undoubtedly die. Sword domain. Sword domain. The two simultaneously operated their sword domains, and sword laws spread out. Qi, Marquis Sword Snow's freezing sword point pierced through the air, its trajectory greatly deviating. The storm of sword qi was also affected by the sword laws, and not a single strand of it shot toward Yi Chen. The sword domain could not only affect the trajectory of a sword, but also any attack that was executed in the form of a sword. It was extremely tyrannical. Marquis Sword Snow's sword missed, and so did Yi Chen's sword. The two simultaneously operated their sword domains, affecting each other. Neither could injure the other, and neither could do anything to the other. Sword domain is truly too powerful. If a sword artist didn't have a sword domain, fighting them would simply be courting death. Only two sword artists with sword domains could put up a fight. Everybody held their breaths. For them, such a confrontation between peak sword artists was something they might not even get to see once in their lifetime. After all, in the whole of Elysium, sword artists with sword domains were few and far between. Everybody was paying close attention to this battle, and Marquis Sword Star and Lu Xiaoyu were even more so. Although watching sword domains being used wouldn't allow them to grasp how to create sword domains, knowing a little was better than knowing nothing. Swish, while activating sword domains, the two retreated and cautiously looked at each other. With sword domain, killing moves are meaningless. It would only be a waste of Zhen Yuan. Marquis Sword Snow furrowed his brows as he pondered on how to defeat Yi Chen. Sword domains can counteract each other, but only by more than half. The remaining half is enough to affect sword trajectories. Just a moment ago, Yi Chen could feel that his sword domain had been somewhat suppressed. Of course, his opponent must have felt the same. Seems like I can only test the limits of sword domain. Yi Chen hadn't fought against a sword artist with sword domain before. Therefore, he wasn't clear about the details of sword domain. This was an opportunity for him to fully understand sword domain. The two confronted each other for a moment. Suddenly, the two charged forward at the same time. Sword out, chi 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 chi, a comical yet not funny scene occurred. The two were like toddlers who had just learned how to raise their swords. No matter how they stabbed, they couldn't reach each other. No matter how they slashed, they couldn't reach each other. Their speed was very accurate. From top grade, they were reduced to second grade. Intense sword chi randomly circulated in the two sword domains and then leaked out. Spiritual sword. The evil shattering sword waved, and hundreds of cold stars shot toward Marquis Sword Snow. Snow dance in the sky. Marquis Sword Snow had also thought of this point. Thus, he used Snow Dance in the Sky, which had the widest range. Immediately, sky-filling snowflakes danced and surged toward Yi Chen. Qi, a strand of Yi Chen's long hair was cut off by the ice-cold sword Qi, and cold air spread everywhere. A faint trace of blood appeared on Marquis Sword Snow's cheek, and a drop of blood rolled down. I see. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. Sword domain had a limit. Everything had a limit. Without a limit, even a life-and-death sword king without a sword domain could be killed. As long as one launched a sufficient number of attacks in an instant, the sword domain would be overwhelmed, and a loophole would appear. It was like catching fish. If one caught too many fish, there would always be fish that slipped through the net. Of course, it was mainly because their sword domains weren't strong enough, and they'd only developed a trace of the sword laws. If the sword laws were extremely formidable, then it was still unknown whether it would be effective. Besides that, this was related to their sword domains canceling each other out. If it was a swordsman without a sword domain, it would be useless even if he launched 10 times more attacks in an instant. Because this was a battle between sword domains. Spiritual sword, double. With the evil shattering sword in his right hand and the blood-ruined sword in his left, Yi Chen used spiritual sword at the same time. Double the number of cold stars shot toward Marquis Sword Snow. Not good. Marquis Sword Snow no longer exchanged blows with Yi Chen, and instead focused on defense. The sky-filling snowflakes converged around him, forming a flawless snowflake barrier that resisted Yi Chen's spiritual sword. Puff. Puff. Puff, puff. 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 The snowflakes contained compressed sword chi, and as soon as the cold stars struck them, the snowflakes exploded. For a moment, Yi Chen couldn't do anything to Marquis Sword Snow, and the two were in a deadlock. Marquis Sword Snow is being suppressed. But Yi Chen can't break through Marquis Sword Snow's defense either. Could it be a draw? Everybody communicated with each other through soul transmissions. The snowflake barrier exploded, blasting away all of Yi Chen's attacks. After pulling away, Marquis Sword Snow floated in the air and expanded his sword domain, covering the entire chamber. In the next moment, eerie white longswords appeared in the air. At a glance, there were at least several thousand of them. Sword domain attack. As long as one was within the range of the sword domain, one couldn't escape its attack. Very well, let's see whose sword domain is stronger. Yi Chen also floated in the air, and several thousand azure longswords appeared in front of him. Their tips flickered with a cold light, emitting a dense sword intent. Sword domain confrontation. Everybody's eyes widened, fine air-piercing sounds rang out as thousands of white longswords and azure longswords shot out at the same time, colliding like two meteor showers. Crack! Crack! At every moment, dozens of white longswords and green longswords would disappear, and at every moment, new white longswords and green longswords would be born. The intensity of the battle had already surpassed everybody's imagination. Split! Yi Chen squinted his eyes, and hundreds of azure longswords flew out, arcing toward Marquis Sword Snow from the side. Block for me! Marquis Sword Snow controlled hundreds of white longswords to block. Split again! Yi Chen simultaneously sent out 5 batches of azure longswords, attacking Marquis Sword Snow from 5 different angles. What a powerful soul power! Everybody exclaimed in admiration. Simultaneously controlling 5 batches of azure longswords required an enormous amount of soul power. However, on second thought, Yi Chen could perfectly multitask, so it was not strange at all. Block again! Marquis Sword Snow's expression turned grave and stern. 5 batches of white longswords flew out, clashing with the azure longswords. This Marquis Sword Snow's soul power is not weak either. It should be 2 to 3 times stronger than ordinary people. Normally, people with a high comprehensive ability would have a very powerful soul power, which was even more powerful than normal people. For example, Yi Chen's soul power was 5 times more powerful than normal people's, which meant that his comprehensive ability was very high. Although he had not traveled to this world in the past 14 years, which was why he started later than the others, in terms of profound sense understanding, he had still surpassed the others. Let's see how you block this time. Yi Chen instantly sent out 10 batches of azure longswords, attacking Marquis Sword Snow from 10 different angles. The beautiful arcs and orderly arrangement displayed Yi Chen's control over the longswords. His soul power is so much stronger than mine? Marquis Sword Snow's brows creased, and his soul power suddenly erupted. Soul Amplification Secret Art. In terms of soul power, there were offensive secret arts and defensive secret arts. Naturally, there were amplification secret arts as well. Comparatively speaking, amplification secret arts were much rarer, and their value was several times that of offensive and defensive secret arts. This was because once one's soul was amplified, using offensive and defensive secret arts would be equivalent to raising one's soul power to a whole new level. With the amplification of his soul power, Marquis Sword Snow's control over the white longswords immediately became more skillful. 10 batches of white longswords flew out, intercepting Yi Chen's azure longswords. Freaks! 2 freaks! Many people sucked in a breath of cold air and cursed inwardly. In his line of sight, 10 batches of white longswords and 10 batches of cyan longswords seemed to be fighting each other. In other words, it was equivalent to 2 people each controlling 10 people and using different methods to fight. How terrifying was this control? Oh, a soul amplification secret art. Yi Chen could see that Marquis Sword Snow's soul power had increased to the same level as his. There was no longer any gap between them. Unfortunately, the amplified soul power still exceeds your limit. I'm already used to such a huge soul power, so I don't feel the slightest burden. As this thought flashed in his mind, the 10 batches of azure longswords under Yi Chen's control gradually became more and more exquisite. Stabbing, chopping, and even upward slashing. Although they were only simple moves, they were extremely fast, without the slightest delay. On the other hand, the white longswords on Marquis Sword Snow's side were much more rigid. If Marquis Sword Snow's 10 batches of white longswords were like 10 second-rate sword artists, then Yi Chen's 10 azure longswords were like 10 first-rate sword artists. The difference was a whole level. Ding ding dang dang, the white longswords under Marquis Sword Snow's control were completely routed, and the azure longswords were about to reach him. I can't lose. Marquis Sword Snow's will was firm. He was not afraid of losing, but if he could avoid losing, then he would not lose. Which genius didn't wish to be unrivaled all the way? Sometimes, a single thought could decide one's life. Soul Secret Sword. His gaze pierced through the countless longswords and landed on Yi Chen's body. An incorporeal, colorless, and shadowless soul sword appeared on his forehead and shot toward Yi Chen. Soul Attack Secret Art. Moreover, it was a soul attack secret art executed after soul amplification. The spectators sensed a peculiar soul ripple. How could they not know that Marquis Sword Snow had used a soul attack to defeat Yi Chen? Of course, nobody said anything. Soul attack was still an attack, and it was not some despicable method. On the contrary, in the life and death realm, the soul's function became increasingly important. One could choose not to focus on soul, but one's accomplishments in soul could not be too weak. I want to enter the opponent's soul and defeat him in one move. Marquis Sword Star guessed Marquis Sword Snow's intention. Generally speaking, in a battle of the same level, soul attacks would find it difficult to destroy the soul of a half-step king. This was because half-step kings would have a soul membrane around their soul, and the higher the realm, the stronger the membrane. Apart from that, martial will and sword will both had defensive properties against soul attacks. Therefore, even if the opponent didn't cultivate soul secret arts, it would be impossible to kill the opponent with soul attacks. Soul was only a support. Although it was very important, it could hardly kill the opponent in one move. The speed of the soul attack was extremely fast, surpassing any energy or material attack. It was about to reach Yi Chen's body. Soul Light. Yi Chen couldn't allow the soul sword to hit him. After all, this amplified soul sword might even injure his soul. Puff, a silver vertical eye opened on his forehead and shot out a soul beam, colliding with the soul sword. How could the soul sword be the opponent of Yi Chen's innate ability? After all, Marquis Sword Snow's soul had been amplified to the same level as Yi Chen's, and his control was even weaker. As soon as the two collided, the soul sword immediately disintegrated, and the much dimmer soul light charged into Marquis Sword Snow's sea of soul. His face instantly paled, and his control over sword domain disappeared. Puff, puff, a large number of cyan-colored swords shot out and brushed past Marquis Sword Snow's body, turning him into a bloody mist. How come he has a vertical eye? Many people noticed the eye on Yi Chen's forehead, which was very similar to the legends. The number of flesh and blood lifeforms with a vertical eye was extremely low, and the number of humans with a vertical eye was as low as 1 in billions and billions. If someone opened a vertical eye, then something must have happened to their body. For example, an extremely powerful innate talent in some aspect had awakened their innate talent. Innate talent was bestowed by the heavens. Innate talent in the aspect of soul? It's the soul eye. Someone cried out. Those who opened the soul eye had an extremely powerful innate talent. But, conversely, those with extremely powerful innate talent might not be able to open the soul eye. This was because the probability of opening the soul eye was extremely small, so small that it was negligible. Nobody could understand the reason behind this. It was rumored that once the soul eye was opened, one's body would contain the power of inheritance, and their descendants would more or less receive a bit of the inheritance, causing their soul power to be extremely powerful. Of course, the difficulty of opening the soul eye for the next generation was extremely high. It could be said that with the soul eye, Yi Chen's descendants would be blessed. Their starting point would be higher than others, and their accomplishments would be easier. What a powerful innate talent. Once he enters life and death realm, his status will be much higher than ordinary life and death kings, and his words will carry even more weight. Everyone present was a genius among geniuses. Their sights were set high, and their ambitions huge. Their ultimate goal was naturally to become a life and death king, becoming an influential figure in Elysium. However, they had heard that life and death realm was merely the beginning. In 1,000 years, one might be able to walk from Qi disciple realm to life and death realm in the first few decades, but in the remaining 900 years, one might not be able to reach the peak of life and death realm. 900 years was a long period of time. One could marry and have children normally, and their descendants would also marry and have children normally. This is the legendary Soul Eye? In the small chamber, Marquis Sword Snow's face turned grave. The pressure brought by Yichen was enormous. Yichen was not weaker than him in any aspect, and his soul was even more powerful than his. Let's see who wins and loses in life and death realm. After defeating Marquis Sword Snow, Yichen had undoubtedly become the #1 young sword artist of Elysium. His next target was life and death realm. His opponents would also be life and death kings and demonic beast kings. Age no longer held any meaning, because his opponents would be old monsters that were hundreds or even thousands of years old. The 33rd round had ended. The 34th round, which was also the second to last round, began. In this round, Su Jing and Marquis Sword Snow were unavoidable. Between the two, it was hard to say who was stronger. Marquis Sword Snow had sword domain, which could suppress the opponent. However, it also depended on the opponent. Su Jing could even receive Marquis Sword Star's 5th strike, Star Meteor, empty-handed, so it was still unknown how effective sword domain would be against her. On the other hand, Su Jing's Sacred Dragon Fist was unparalleled. If Marquis Sword Snow was hit, he would die for sure. On the stage, Marquis Sword Snow was concentrating his attention on Su Jing. He could disregard anyone, even Yichen. At that time, he was confident in his victory. However, against Su Jing, he had no confidence at all. He couldn't deceive even himself. Dancing Snow. Marquis Sword Snow first probed with a snowy dance. Suddenly, snow filled the sky and enveloped Su Jing. With a flick of his hands, a huge golden whirlpool appeared in front of Su Jing, devouring the incoming snowflakes and shattering them into pieces. Star-shattering fist. After dispersing the golden whirlpool, Su Jing took a step forward, and an aura that dimmed even the light rushed toward Marquis Sword Snow. At the same time, a star phantom flickered, and a star fragment imprinted itself on Marquis Sword Snow's location. Sword domain. A huge sword pressure burst out of Marquis Sword Snow's body, and even the space seemed to condense, becoming firmer than usual. As soon as Su Jing's fist energy entered the range of the sword domain, it immediately caused spatial wrinkles to appear. It was like a fish swimming on the water surface, causing changes in the water flow and creating a resistance. Borrowing the pressure of the sword domain, Marquis Sword Snow raised his snow-white longsword and stabbed out 3 times in a row. Rumble, chi exploded, and a huge airflow spread out. Freezing sword point. With the sword domain, Marquis Sword Snow ignored the shockwaves and shot towards Su Jing. Midway, the snow-white longsword in his hand suddenly stabbed out like a viper's tongue, moving at an inconceivably fast speed. After the probing, it was time for the killing move. Don't tell me she's going to catch it with her hands? Someone couldn't help but ask. Yichen didn't know what the others were thinking, but he was sure that Su Jing wouldn't catch Marquis Sword Snow's freezing sword point empty-handed. The freezing sword point contained an intense freezing chi. Once it erupted, it would be enough to freeze her. Although it couldn't truly freeze her, as long as her body stiffened for a split second, it would give Marquis Sword Snow an opportunity. Just as expected, Su Jing didn't catch it empty-handed. She stomped her foot on the ground, creating a half-foot-deep pit. It should be known that the Life and Death Palace's secret chambers were extremely hard. Everyone's attacks could only leave some marks on the chamber surface. However, a single stomp from Su Jing had created a huge pit. One could imagine how much strength she had used. Stomping her foot on the ground, Su Jing's entire body shot back. The shockwaves also assisted Su Jing, increasing her speed. As she retreated, a golden light appeared on Su Jing's fist. Second step Sacred Dragon Fist. As she punched out, a dragon roar resounded, and an incomparably sacred golden dragon spiraled out. Chi-chi, bang, the freezing sword point collided with the golden dragon, and a frightening sword chi storm swept out. The intense freezing chi directly froze the ground, creating a meter-thick layer of ice. However, no matter how powerful the sword chi storm was, it couldn't stop the golden dragon's advance. Shwa. The golden dragon pierced through the sword chi storm and pounced on Marquis Sword Snow. Puff, Marquis Sword Snow instantly turned into a blood mist, and his armor and snow-white longsword were teleported into the small chamber. Su Jing's victory. Too frightening. Everybody was astonished by Su Jing's strength. Even someone as powerful as Marquis Sword Snow couldn't block her killing move. Who else could? Junior brother Ye's girlfriend is extraordinary. As one of the 100 beasts, Yan Fengfeng's potential was astonishing. However, her strength couldn't compare to the peak geniuses of True Spirit Continent. Although her realm was somewhat low, and she might be stronger than Young Elephant Lord if she could reach the peak of the 3rd layer, she still couldn't compare to Marquis Sword Snow and Yi Chen. On the other hand, Su Jing was also at the 2nd layer, and yet she had such a battle strength. How could an ordinary beast's bloodline have such a frightening battle strength? Only the battle between Yi Chen and Su Jing is left. It was unknown who said this with soul force. They're lovers, so why would they care about this? They're probably just letting each other win. Someone else said. The 35th round, the last round of the battle, as expected, Yi Chen and Su Jing bumped into each other. Yi Chen stroked his chin, "I can't beat you." What he said was the truth, but also not the truth at the same time. Bewitching mirror shattering or the sacred dragon fist, it was hard to say which one would be more powerful. The biggest possibility was that the two would die together. If it were someone else, he would not mind giving it a try. But, since it was Su Jing, there was no need for it. 3 or 2 life and death stones meant the same thing to him, since it would only allow him to reach the 3rd level of the life and death challenge. On the other hand, Su Jing's burden was much greater than his. Dragon King only had a few years left to live. Once he died, the entire Dragon God Celestial Palace would have to rely on Su Jing to support it. One could well imagine the pressure. Come back as soon as possible. Return to True Spirit Continent. Su Jing didn't attach much importance to the 1st rank of life and death substitute list compared to Yi Chen. Bang! She raised her palm and shattered her heart meridian, then her body faded. When she reappeared, she was already inside the small chamber. Su Jing's actions greatly shocked Yi Chen. After a long while, he let out a deep breath and looked at Su Jing's chamber with an incomparably deep gaze. "Wait for me, I will return. Moreover, I will return as a life and death king." Seeing this scene, many people were jealous of Yi Chen. How could they not have met such a good woman? So touching. Ji Hairua knew some information about Yi Chen. Yi Chen had left True Spirit Continent because he had no other choice. Su Jing clearly knew about Yi Chen's situation as well. Therefore, she straightforwardly gave up the 1st rank in order to let Yi Chen obtain 1 more life and death stone. Although 1 life and death stone couldn't allow Yi Chen to reach the peak of the 3rd layer, it could save him a lot of time. Buzz, as the last round of points battle ended, the names on the steel changed. 1st rank, Yi Chen. 2nd rank, Su Jing. 3rd rank, Marquis Sword Snow. 4th rank, Marquis Sword Star. 5th rank, Lan Sanmei. As for the others, 6th was Young Elephant Lord, 7th Luo Tiandu, 8th Undying Demon Lord, 9th Dantai Mingyue, 12th Du Guju, 13th Chu Zhongtian, and 17th Yan Fengfeng. Although Dantai Mingyue had spatial teleportation, it depended on the opponent. She lost to Su Jing because Su Jing was more powerful than Young Elephant Lord, and her strength could distort the trajectory of space. She lost to Marquis Sword Star because he was only a step away from life and death realm. In her battle with Lan Sanmei, she almost won. However, in the end, she was grazed by Lan Sanmei's Annihilation Chop. The Annihilation Chop contained a frightening vibration power, which could be transmitted through space. Therefore, it naturally defeated Dantai Mingyue. Luo Tiandu relied on 9 Dragon's Body protecting body to grind Dantai Mingyue to death. Young Undying Demon Lord relied on his Undying Body as well as Chaotic World Demonic Palm's wide-range sealing technique. Therefore, Dantai Mingyue could only rank 9th, but she could threaten the majority of people. The steel's ranking was confirmed and no longer flickered. The top 10 also received their respective rewards. Life and death stones appeared in front of them and fused into their bodies. The 1st rank, Yi Chen, received 3 stones, Su Jing and Marquis Sword Snow received 2 each, and the 4th to 10th ranks received 1 stone each. 3 life and death stones merged with his body on their own. Adding the 2 from before, he now had 5 life and death stones inside his body. 4 of them could help him reach the 3rd level of the life and death challenge, And the last one would help him improve his mental state, which would make it easier for him to reach the peak level of the third level. Once he reached the peak of the third layer, he would only be a step away from the life and death realm. There are still 20 days left before the realm closes. I should be able to reach the third layer by then. During this time, I can also comprehend the water profounds. Inside the life and death palace was a strange garden. Every flower, every grass, every mountain, and every river was extremely mysterious. Not only did they contain the cycle of life and death, but they also contained the essence of all sorts of profounds. In a moment, they would all be transported into this garden until the realm closes. Just as Xianxia was deep in thought, the stone tablet suddenly shone brightly, breaking through the life and death palace and arriving above the whole life and death secret realm. It then enlarged thousands of times until it looked like a mountain. Even the young experts in the outer region of life and death's secret realm could see the shining words on the stone tablet. What? Xianxia is number one? Who is Xianxia? Marquis Sword Star was actually pushed down from first place to fourth place? What happened? Young Elephant Shalua's ranking also dropped. He can't even enter the top 5. The young experts in the inner region and outer region were stupefied, astonished by this ranking. There were actually 5 newcomers in the top 10, and 4 of them were in the top 5. How could they not be astonished? Each and every one of them was shocked to the point of going crazy. Xianxia. Haha, it's Xianxia, from our True Spirit continent. When Xianxia left True Spirit continent, I thought he would disappear forever. Who would have thought that he would be even more frightening than when he was on True Spirit continent, becoming the first in the life and death substitute list. The young experts of True Spirit continent were exceptionally excited, not because they had a good impression of Xianxia, but because of admiration for a peerless genius. Moreover, Xianxia came from True Spirit continent. Dozens of years ago, True Spirit continent had produced Xianhou, and now, Xianxia had appeared. This kind of pride was hard to understand. The people in the Hall of Life and Death had no idea what was going on outside. Even if they knew, they would not care. Buzz, everyone was transported from the small chamber to the large chamber and gathered together. Then, the wall in front of the large chamber suddenly opened, and a strong but not dazzling light shone in. What was exposed to the crowd was a garden of unknown size. What they saw was only the tip of the iceberg. It's the garden of the Hall of Life and Death. The Life and Death Palace's garden had gathered the essence of the entire life and death secret realm. Inside, one could directly feel the cycle of life and death, as well as the circulation of profound. At this moment, even the calm and unperturbed Marquis Sword Snow's eyes shone. The eyes of the white-haired and grim-faced Duguju turned fiery. There was no communication, no talking. Everyone walked into the garden together. Senior sister Su Jing, let's go as well. Xianxia held Su Jing's soft hand. N. Su Jing faintly nodded. As soon as they entered the garden, the passage behind them suddenly closed. What a miraculous place! These flowers wither and die with a single touch, and then grow back again. Su Jing's palm touched the flower next to her. Unexpectedly, this delicate and beautiful flower withered and died as soon as it came into contact with it. After a few blinks of an eye, it returned to its original state. Life and death reincarnation, in addition to wood profound. Xianxia sighed. Entering the life and death secret realm was a once-in-a-decade opportunity. Therefore, the two did not waste their time on romance. After a few moments, they parted ways. With a faint fragrance lingering in his hand, Xianxia sucked in a deep breath, feeling quite satisfied. Parting now is only for meeting in the future. Increasing my strength is more important. Dispelling all distracting thoughts, Xianxia carefully observed every flower and grass in the garden. After walking for a while, Xianxia saw a lot of people comprehending. Some were comprehending a rock, some were comprehending trees and flowers, and some had entered an underground cave. The temperature of the cave was very high, and it was obviously magma below. My metal profound has already reached 90% completion. It will be very difficult for me to raise it further. My thunder profound has reached 70% completion, which is not easy to raise either. My wood profound and water profound have reached 60% completion, my fast profound has reached 50% completion, and my slow profound is close to 30% completion. My space profound is 40% completion, and my shadow profound is 30% completion. Fast profound, slow profound, space profound, and shadow profound are all Taishu. I'm afraid I won't be able to make much progress in 20 days. In any case, I already have the space profound as a foundation, so I'm not in a hurry. As for the remaining wood and water profound, it's more practical to comprehend the water profound. Waning Moon contained 90% completion of metal profound and 60% completion of water profound, which was very unbalanced. If the two were equal, its might would increase by several folds, and it would definitely surpass the current bewitching mirror shattering. Marquis Sword Snow's freezing sword point contained 80% completion of ice profound and water profound, which was why it was so powerful. However, Yichen also discovered that his opponent had not fused the two profounds one step further. It was only a preliminary fusion. If the fusion was successful, its might would continue to increase, reaching a frightening level. I don't expect to comprehend the water profound to 90% completion. As long as I can increase it by 10%, I'll be satisfied. Yichen was not someone who would bite off more than he could chew. 20 days was too short of time. After making up his mind, Yichen began to search for a place with water. After a while, Yichen stopped in front of a huge lake. On the lake, there were already a lot of people. They were all quietly comprehending, and no one was disturbing the others. The lake was very big, and Yichen chose an empty spot. As soon as he stepped on the lake immediately underwent a drastic change. Ripples quickly spread out and then retracted, repeating without any pause. Soon, 4 days had passed. Death Dao. This is the Death Dao. On a barren mountain, Duguju's body was emitting a dense death aura. Coupled with his snow-white hair, he looked exceptionally frightening. The change attracted a lot of people's attention, and dozens of soul power swept over. It's him. Duguju was quite famous among the 36 schools. His blade arts, which were powered by Despair Blade Intent, had left a deep impression on many people. His ranking was also not low, being the 12th on the life and death substitute list. The death aura is suppressing the life aura? Yichen was also paying attention to this area, and his face was filled with astonishment. After entering the life and death chamber, everyone would have a life and death aura. Life and death aura was naturally the aura of life and the aura of death. At this moment, Duguju's death aura was suppressing the life aura. This meant that he had gained some comprehension on the Death Dao, and was close to Marquis Sword Stars. Swish, Duguju brandished his long blade, and the deathly white blade light became increasingly profound. As soon as his soul power came in contact with the blade light, he immediately felt an intense crisis of death. Didn't expect him to be comprehending the Death Dao. After thinking for a moment, Yichen could understand why Duguju made such a choice. Despair Blade Intent was originally very close to death. Compared to others, Duguju could comprehend the Death Dao much more easily. This was his advantage. Currently, Duguju, apart from the top 5, which is somewhat dangerous, the 6th to 10th places are all possible. To have made such a huge leap in strength as soon as he entered, Duguju was probably the first. Calming his heart, Yichen eliminated all distracting thoughts and continued comprehending the water profound. 3 days later, the ripples under Yichen's feet sped up several times, attracting the attention of others on the lake. His water profound has advanced. So fast. Worthy of being the first on the life and death substitute list. These people's eyes were fervent as they continued comprehending the water profound. 70%, much faster than I thought. Seems like it's because of the life and death cycle contained in the garden. The profound and the life and death cycle were intertwined together, making it much easier to comprehend. Of course, this was also related to Yichen's soul power, which was 5 times higher than ordinary people's. In that case, I should aim higher and try to reach 80% completion in the water profound. Not staying here any longer, Yichen left the lake. He was already familiar with this place, and there were other places with water in the garden. Wind profound. So that's how it is. On a high ground, Lan Sanmei unceasingly brandished his blade. His blade arts contained vibration power and dark profound, as well as a kind of wind profound. The wind profound and vibration power matched each other perfectly. Each of Lan Sanmei's blade strikes carried an intense tearing sensation. So frightening. The people nearby all retreated, staying far away from them. Although Loshan Mei had restrained her power and only swung her blade at a close distance without releasing any blade energy, the vibrational power of her blade art, which contained the profound of wind, was even stronger. It could travel through space and reach very far. The surrounding flowers and trees were all shattered, although they quickly grew back. This Lan Sanmei might be even stronger than Marquis Sword Star. He might even be a match for Marquis Sword Snow Yichen. Someone discussed. The waterfall rumbled down, falling on Yichen's body. Yichen closed his eyes. The previous lake was still water, while the current waterfall was flowing water. One was still while the other was moving. The embodiment of the water profound was also different. 2 days passed, Yichen opened his eyes and suddenly brandished his sword. Rip, the evil vanquishing sword pierced through the waterfall. Not good. Yichen closed his eyes once again. The garden was all-encompassing. In another corner was a lake, but it was covered in ice. Ice and water mixed together, forming a clear distinction at first glance. But from a closer look, they were indistinguishable. This was because ice would turn into water at any moment, and water would turn into ice at any moment. Such a thing could only happen in the Garden of Life and Death Palace. Ice and water fusion. On the ice block, Marquis Sword Snow pulled out his snow-white longsword and stabbed out. This sword was freezing sword point, but its power was even more restrained, not leaking out in the slightest. This signified that his freezing sword point had fused ice profound and water profound to a higher degree. About twice the power. Marquis Sword Snow spat out a shocking sentence. In this life and death secret realm ranking battle, a lot of trump cards had been revealed. If Su Jing's Sacred Dragon Fist was the first, then Marquis Sword Star's fifth strike, Star Meteor, would be the second, and the third would be Marquis Sword Snow's Freezing Sword Point. In terms of might, Freezing Sword Point was indeed a lot weaker than Star Meteor, but it was not to the extent of being 2 times weaker. Now, Freezing Sword Point's might had already surpassed Marquis Sword Star's Star Meteor. Most importantly, Freezing Sword Point contained a compressed power. Once it pierced into the opponent's body, it would produce an incomparable frost chi and sword chi storm. At this moment, Marquis Sword Snow had the strength to kill a peak-level evil spirit. There's still time. Let's strive for the next step. Marquis Sword Snow did not plan to comprehend profounds in the garden. He had only mastered 2 profounds, Water Profound and Ice Profound, both of which had reached 80% completion. Raising them to 90% would be extremely difficult. Rather than wasting time, he might as well spend it on fused profounds. On the third last day, under the waterfall, a long sword suffused with a faint golden radiance suddenly slashed out. The sword light was incomparably sharp, yet incomparably supple. The 2 completely different auras fused together, causing the sword to cut through the waterfall in space. Not a single trace of power leaked out, all of it contained within the sword. This sword was extremely hard and powerful, extremely supple and supple. Metal gave birth to water, and water contained metal. Water Profound has also reached 80% completion. Yichen walked out of the waterfall and circulated his Jin Yuan, immediately evaporating the water on his body. In the first 7 days, Yichen had raised his Water Profound to 70% completion, and in the next 10 days, it had reached 80% completion. In the remaining 2 days, it would be impossible for his Water Profound to make any progress, it was simply too unrealistic. Standing beside the waterfall, Yichen recalled the charm of that sword strike. That sword attack just now wasn't the waning moon. The waning moon was still a bit rough. No matter how much the Metal Profound and Water Profound improved, their power was still limited. It was just like a normal low-grade profound martial skill, which could only contain a limited number of profounds. When one's profound realm was very high, one should create a middle-grade profound martial skill, and then a high-grade profound martial skill. Therefore, the higher the realm of the profound, the more powerful moves were needed to contain it. The might of high-grade profound martial arts varied. A high-grade profound martial art might have a killing power that was 10 or 20 times greater than a low-grade profound martial art. Therefore, high-level profound martial arts were also divided into many levels. The lowest grade profound sense martial arts were ordinary profound sense martial arts, followed by low-grade profound sense martial arts, middle grade profound sense martial arts, upper grade profound sense martial arts, and perfect grade profound sense martial arts. In terms of rank, Waning Moon was only a low-rank profound sense martial art, but that sword just now was almost a mid-rank profound sense martial art. The difference between the two was one small level. Although it was only one small level, the difference in power was at least several times. In the past, Yichen thought that Waning Moon had the potential to become a top profound sense martial art as long as his metal profound and water profound reached great completion. But now, it seemed impossible. The higher one's realm was, the more different one's perspective would be. Back then, he thought it was possible, but it was only at that time, and Waning Moon was created by him at that time. How could the sword move created at that time compare to the current one? Metal ultimacy 90% completion and water ultimacy 80% completion. I'm still far from completion, not to mention completion. This sword might still be outdated when the time comes. Therefore, I should be able to create more powerful sword moves based on the improvement of metal and water ultimacy. Why don't I think of a general name for this sword art first? The same series of sword moves could be summarized into a set of sword arts. Let's call it Autumn Water Sword Spell. Waning Moon is the first movement of the Autumn Water Sword spell, and this sword is the second movement. Then, there will be the third, fourth, and fifth movement, all the way until the metal profound and water profound reach perfection. Autumn Water was the godly jade bone, which was quite poetic. Now that he had thought of the name of the sword art, it was time to name it. Thinking of the extremely condensed sword power when performing this sword attack, the sword light was extremely hard, extremely soft, and extremely tenacious. A phrase appeared in Yichen's mind, congealing water. Water, extremely soft. Congealing water meant that water was extremely condensed and could cut through iron and steel. Congealing water, the second movement of the Autumn Water Sword spell. Congealing water has been completed, but the metal profound and water profound still need to be further integrated. The higher the integration, the more condensed the sword power will be, and it will be able to easily cut through even more powerful objects. Getting rid of the distracting thoughts, Yichen continued to train the congealing water sword attack. Unknowingly, it was already the last day before the life and death secret realm closed. Right then, a lot of people had already stopped their training and started to spar with each other. At the center of the garden was a huge open space, where everyone had gathered. Dugaju is here. Not far away, a white-haired youngster walked over. It was indeed Dugaju. Do you dare to fight with me? Dugaju said to young Undying Demon Lord. Courting death. Young Undying Demon Lord sneered and walked out from the crowd. After 20 days of training, young Undying Demon Lord had also made some gains. His water profound had improved from 60% completion to 70%. Although his dark profound didn't improve, it had already increased his strength by a lot. Young Undying Demon Lord is ranked 8th, while Dugaju is ranked 12th. Although Dugaju has improved a lot, young Undying Demon Lord has also improved a bit. This battle is going to be difficult. The spectators discussed in a low voice. Take the blade. Dugaju took out his blade, using his most powerful attack right from the get-go. The deathly white blade light contained the Tao of Death. This blade attack seemed to be able to destroy all living beings. Moreover, compared to before, this blade attack was even faster and fiercer. All of Dugaju's negative emotions seemed to have been infused into it. Impossible. So powerful. Young Undying Demon Lord's scalp went numb, and his pupils shrank to the size of a needle. With a roar, he suddenly punched out. It was precisely his famous chaotic demon fist. Whoosh, the blade light brushed past the fist energy, which immediately dispersed. Like a hot knife through butter, Dugaju's blade fiercely slashed down on young Undying Demon Lord's shoulder. Poochie, a huge amount of blood spurted out from young Undying Demon Lord's shoulder like a fountain. His whole body swayed and staggered. Die. Dugaju's body turned and his long blade slashed across young Undying Demon Lord's neck. Poochie, a head flew up, its eyes wide open. In the next moment, young Undying Demon Lord's body was teleported out of the secret realm and revived outside. Gasp, the sound of people sucking in cold breaths resounded as everyone looked at Dugaju with dumbfounded expressions. In 20 days, Dugaju's improvement was so huge. The first blade strike had rendered young undying demon lord powerless, and the second blade had sent his head flying. Frightening, not only are there many geniuses in True Spirit Continent, each and every one of them is also frightening. What a good killing blade strike. On the small bridge, Lan Sanmei clapped her hands. Let's fight. Duguju's battle intent boiled. Lan Sanmei shook her head, you're still not my opponent, even if you've comprehended Death Dao. It's not up to you. Duguju pounced over, and the deathly blade light appeared once again. I said, you're still not my opponent. As a demonic cultivator, how could Lan Sanmei be afraid? Since Duguju wanted to fight her, she didn't mind sending him on his way out of the secret realm. Demon Chop. The black blade light turned indistinct, containing a vibration power that far surpassed the past. Clang, Duguju's body was blasted away. Lan Sanmei chased after him, brushing past his opponent. Puff. A large amount of blood spurted out, and a blade scar appeared on Duguju's forehead, extending all the way to his throat. Duguju lost, sheathing his blade. Lan Sanmei's face was calm. Hee, the peerless geniuses of my Blood Sky Continent are not inferior to those of True Spirit Continent. Duguju is so powerful, killing young undying demon lord with 2 blade strikes, but still lost to Lan Sanmei. The young experts of Blood Sky Continent felt a sense of pride. Look, Marquis Sword Star and Marquis Sword Snow have arrived. At this time, it was Sky Sword Continent's turn to speak. Marquis Sword Star came from the east, while Marquis Sword Snow came from the west. What astonished the crowd was that the two's gazes passed through the crowd and landed on each other, brimming with battle intent. What's going on? Marquis Sword Star and Marquis Sword Snow want to fight? Sky Sword Continent's people creased their brows. Marquis Sword Star, I'll fight you without sword domain. Marquis Sword Snow's voice was indifferent, but his battle intent was even more intense. Then you'll die for sure. Marquis Sword Star sneered. Take out your sword. Your 7-star point kill sword art's 5th strike, Starfall. Among sword artists, Marquis Sword Star's Starfall was the strongest. Therefore, Marquis Sword Snow wanted to use his freezing sword to kill his opponent. Alright, I'll fulfill your wish. Marquis Sword Star didn't waste any words. Pulling out Greedy Wolf, he pierced through the air. This sword strike was just as frightening as before, containing the death radiance of exploding stars. Some observant people discovered that Marquis Sword Star's understanding of Death Dao had deepened, because this sword strike was even more refined than before. Marquis Sword Snow's complexion didn't change. He instantly pulled out his snow-white longsword and welcomed the incoming strike. The sword chi didn't disperse in the slightest, but instead condensed at the tip of the sword, forming a glass-like white energy sphere. Rumble, a large amount of freezing chi spread out, freezing the ground and forcing everyone to retreat. Your freezing sword points might has doubled. Half of Marquis Sword Star's body was frozen, and cracks could be seen on its surface. Your Starfall isn't weak either. Marquis Sword Snow looked down at his abdomen, where a bloody hole had been pierced. The vitality within his body was directly extinguished. Gotcha, half of Marquis Sword Star's body shattered, sending him out of the secret realm along with his armor and Greedy Wolf. Although Marquis Sword Snow's aura was much weaker, he wasn't dead yet. This battle was a bitter victory for Marquis Sword Snow. Haha, my Earth Profound has finally reached 70% completion. Who dares to fight me? Rumble. The earth trembled as a tall figure walked over. It was young Elephant Lord. Young Master Xiang was in high spirits. His main path of development was to cultivate energy. Other than studying Power Profound, he had also comprehended the Earth Profound. The improvement of the Earth Profound made him very confident. One had to know that he was a demonic beast. His comprehension wasn't very high, but his body was very strong. Therefore, even if he made a small improvement in the Profound, his strength would increase explosively. From afar, young Elephant Lord saw Yi Chen walking toward him. He pointed at him and said, Yi Chen, do you dare to fight? Sword domain had a huge influence on sword artists, but on other experts, it could only suppress them. As a body-refining expert, he was the least affected by sword domain. End of chapter 870. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.